Like, we can deport, we just won't, because we don't have the political will to deport.
Including myself, by the way.
Bro, when I was a freshman in high school, I took like a summer job. I don't know why the hell I did it, but it was like for picking blueberries in this farm. And there was like a bunch of, like immigrants. And the whole day I only filled in like like half a bucket, not even a bucket of blueberries, half a bucket. And they're like, oh yeah, here's your $25. And I'm like, what the? Like, this sucks. But everybody else, they picked like 2-3 buckets. And I'm like, yeah, let them keep that job. I'm not coming back.
I picked more
They
than
get
that last
$75 bucks.
Something.
You get $75 for doing 3 buckets?
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to do that job, except for illegals, right? Listen, our society is simply too decadent. That's what it is. We're like, yo, make the illegal fucking, bring my burrito over here. We don't go get our own burrito anymore. It's retarded. There's also this really weird discourse where people will be like, how are we supposed to build homes without illegals? It's like, white guys used to build all the homes, right? Like, they were better quality too. Back then.
White guys did not make the burritos originally.
That's true. Not originally. Although Spain had some influence there, so I'm taking the dub for us as well. Taking the dub here. Can't stop me. White boy summer. We on top, baby. No. It's just dumb, man. It's like, obviously white guys and black guys and shit can fucking build homes just as good as anybody else. It's just like, we're all so decadent and lazy that we're just like, why would I let other people do it? And that attitude is going to lead to the destruction of our society.
Not if Trump stops it first.
Bobby says Hollywood need to mow his own lawn. It's funny you think that I have a lawn, or that it would need mowing. It's all rocks, dog. Just rocks. Live in the desert. Just rocks. Although I do have landscaping guys.
Mow your
so
rocks.
They do all that. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure what the landscaping guys do. I think it's something with the flowers. I don't know. My wife takes care of all that. There's also this really weird discourse where people will be like, how are we supposed to build homes without illegals? It's like, white guys used to build all the homes, right? Bitcoin price is so boring. Every day it'd just be doing the same fucking thing. Nothing's happening.
Hey man, I've got no complaints. Worst part of my week so far is switching from 93% lean to 99% lean ground turkey. So, things are pretty good.
I hate that 99%.
The work.
It sticks to the pan. Fucking so dry.
These are the things you gotta do if you want to be in the top 1%. No.
Ugh.
You know what I'm saying?
Blech. I hate the 99%, bro. I hate it. I was
It's so bad. I put so much seasoning, like an ungodly amount of seasoning, like a disgusting amount, and it still didn't taste like anything.
Sounds like the ball got Jalta. They're going to eat 99% turkey. They got to have something else.
When I'm deep in a cut, this is my meal. I go fajita veggies, 99-1 ground turkey, and riced cauliflower with a shitload of hot sauce on it. And it is gross. But the whole thing is like 100 grams of protein for like 600 calories, and it has enough volume to fill you up, so it's what you gotta do. But it's nasty.
Little curiosity from the courts. There's I think it was really Corey from Swan who started the whole speculation that Cantor didn't have the Bitcoin from Blockstream or Atom Back to do its SIPO deal, that it's getting it via some sort of loan from Tether, basically, because there's 31,000 Bitcoin that are going into SIPO, and the shares have round trip back to below the deal price. And they're like, why? It's Atom Back, it's Cantor, it should be up. And so there's a claim on Tether's Bitcoin from Celsius's bankruptcy estate. And so they're saying, hey, this could be encumbered Bitcoin. So anyway, it's just like weak chatter right now that the Bitcoin in SIPO isn't actually unencumbered.
So that would be disastrous for Jack Mallers' thing.
Yeah, that would also be back to Jack Mallers' thing, but I don't know.
Doesn't directly affect it, but obviously it would reflect very poorly on them.
It's bad for marketing.
Yeah, like you said you were putting in this Bitcoin, but it was encumbered Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like, Corey is also saying, like, he's never heard that Blockstream had a bunch of Bitcoin or whatever, which, like, I've heard that a lot, so not sure.
Yeah, he's kind of like, wait, Blockstream doesn't have that many coin put in, but people are chatting.
What are they doing with all their mined coins?
His only explanation for that is, why did they raise money if they have all these Bitcoin? That's the only evidence that Corey has that they don't. I mean, again, obviously, but, like, we've heard it from Vic that, like, they took a lot of these money and bought a bunch of Bitcoin. Like, I don't know what those numbers are, so, I mean, it could be a lot less than the numbers of us. It would still be a lot, but... We do know they raised $75 million, though, when Bitcoin was trading at, like, 500 or whatever. Like, they certainly could have a shitload of... But yeah, I would listen to it more if it wasn't from Corey's, like, in active litigation with Tether and whatnot right now. I'm kind of surprised he would make, like, claims against them while that's happening.
Yeah, it doesn't seem well thought out, does it?
I guess he's the one who's suing them, and it's just for show, so it doesn't really matter. He knows he's going to lose those suits anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He can't win.
Corey's kind of, I mean, for years, he kind of just like, he's like a key man. It's like he just will go and tweet things sometimes. It's pretty in form for him to do that.
Yeah.
He just puts out like wild rumors, just tweets it.
Corey is not investable, in my opinion.
Yeah, if the valuation of Swan had been public during that run-up into the NASDAQ attempt and then the fall, it would have traced quite.
Still one of my best moves ever was turning down free advisory shares in Swan at the beginning.
I don't know, were you here earlier when Trump was saying one of his best moves ever was turning down the invite to Epstein's Island?
That is a good move. I would brag about that move too.
It's such a funny thing to add, though. It's like, well, believe me, I was invited, but I said no. I was invited, but I said no. Lots of people in Palm Beach were.
That's a good move. I would brag about that move. You avoided a big one there.
Took my teenage daughter on Jeff's plane. That was a bit of a miss.
Yeah, I'm proud of turning that down. I hated the whole Swan thing, to be honest with you. I was trying to be chill about it, but I just found it cringe. Didn't like it. Had a million reasons. But the biggest one was just, it was a bad product. You know? Bad service, didn't work good. They prioritized in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Are they trying to do like a reverse merger? But I saw like a tweet about it or something.
Yeah, they're doing a treasury company thing. River is everything Swan was pretending to be. You know, River actually built a good Bitcoin only business.
And from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney, Casper Keen.
They're literally saying the quiet part out loud, but was it ever truly quiet when you're wearing dumbass merch like this? I mean, really, make America great again. When was America ever great? Their definition of greatness was when this country was full of white supremacists and that slavery still existed. And now we have this interesting ad with a play on words where we pass on blue genes to those genetically with blue eyes. And let me just guess that they're going to market that these jeans are made out of 100% cotton. Heaven forbid that there's any poly blend or any mixture of other fabrics, because we will totally wrap them all up and incinerate them like we incinerated $10 million worth of contraceptives overseas and 56,000 tons of food. But there's always an exception of the mixture of different fabrics with 100% cotton, and that's when the 100% cotton is being picked by people of color. I mean, it's no accident that Sydney Sweeney's initials are S.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice that.
It's amazing that that's not a parody. Like, that's not a parody, right?
I don't think so. I'd seen stuff about the claims of Hitler stuff with it, but you know what the Bible says about mixing fire?
Not allowed to do it.
Same thing as being gay. Can't do it.
Dude, you're definitely gonna have the conspiracy theorists going crazy with this one. Like, the abbreviation of her name or whatever. It's SS.
It's amazing how dumb people are.
It just made me think of something, though. Your initials, American Hodl, are AH, and you are an asshole.
AH?
The initials are American Huddle, RAH. I never thought about that. That's so funny. Sometimes people will abbreviate my name and call me AH. I'm gonna ask them to stop doing that.
Wasn't your user American Hodl 88?
No. It was eight, just eight.
I'm just joking.
But there were 7 other ones.
You didn't get the reference?
No, I did. I got the reference. I'm saying I'm glad it was just 8. There was only one 8.
It's just Hitler, not Hail Hitler. He's ambivalent towards him.
What is this Bitcoin list? Am I on it?
No, you're the shadowy financier behind the scenes. No one knows about you.
Excellent. I'd like to keep it that way. If you do see me on any list, just correct it by misspelling me, okay?
We did discover that the initials of American Huddle are a Nazi dog whistle. So that's not good.
AH?
That's why I've dropped it to just Huddle, you know?
stands for Hitler on for dear life.
I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have to change to Hodzi now. If it.
You dropped the Jewish variation of Hoddletov or whatever it was.
Hodelstein.
Hoddlestein, yeah.
No, it's Hodzi Hodelstein.
The Bubby.
Hodzi, baby.
I would like somebody to. Are we done talking? Well, it's pinned, so I assume the topic is still lingering. Are we still discussing the meltdown, or have we moved on?
Nah, we moved on.
Okay, never mind then.
No, it's like, I feel like you've never taken a sales seminar before.
What about this? What if you started with a tapestry that you just kind of hung on the wall?
Great idea. Oh my God, what if we spent like 50 grand on the Hitler tapestry?
Well, Dan Pena brought it up, and that's why I like when he brought it up. Well, you got to put your cans on to hear it. So,
Oh, shit.
But this is Dan Pena, who we've had on the show before, and yeah, he.
I'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Well, that means something different to me. It means something different to guys like Hitler. Why do I have Hitler's picture behind my desk? He's arguably the best salesman that ever lived. How do you get 60, 70, 80 million people to genocide 10 million people? Either those 10 million people had to do something terrible, which wasn't the case, or you got to be a slick motherfucker.
And that's what I'm saying. See? Yeah. That's the thought behind it.
Will you also start dressing like Gomez Adams?
Dan Penn is a crazy motherfucker.
I saw an interview after Ozzy died, and they said it was like from the 80s, and they're like, Ozzy, who are some of your heroes? And he goes, well, that's easy, of course. Adolf Hitler. And the woman is like, what? Ozzy, you don't mean that? He's like, yeah, I do. Because he was evil, but like charismatic. I like that. It's funny when you're a person like Ozzy Osbourne, people just let you get away with saying anything. You know? It's just like, oh yeah, that's Ozzy. He can just say whatever.
But that's Sharon. We gotta keep her fucking mouth shut. She's off the.
Yeah, she was. What'd she get chicaned from The View for?
I don't remember. I think it was like a vaguely anti-Semitic thing. Maybe it was clearly anti-Semitic.
Let's look it up.
Wait, David, I didn't know Quantica put out their picture of Zach yet.
Yeah, they released it through me. So she defended Piers Morgan's racist comments about Meghan Markle. Let's see, what did Piers say?
Meghan, are you talking about when they said if they wondered if the kid would be dark-skinned or not? Because that's not racist.
I'm just reading the AI description. That's why I wanted to find out what did Piers.
No, but I remember when Markle and Harry said that their family made racist comments, they were literally asking, they were like, oh, I wonder how dark the child's skin tone will be. And if you've ever been in a mixed race relationship, that's literally, like, everyone has that question.
still haven't found what Piers said, but she tweeted, Piers Morgan, I'm with you. I stand by you. People forget that you're paid for your opinion and that you're just speaking your truth. I feel like I'm about to be put in the electric chair because I have a friend who many people think is racist, so that makes me a racist. That's what she said on.
What did he say though?
Yeah, it's not in that article.
I can't find it either. Clearly, it can't have been that big a deal because it's not like we all walk around thinking Piers Morgan is a horrible racist, you know? Seems like some wokeness to me.
All right, Piers Morgan says he stands by his criticism after saying he didn't believe a word Meghan said in her interview with Oprah. Meghan raised concerns about how Piers' words affect the issue of mental health, and it might due to others contemplating suicide, because he said he didn't believe her claims that she was about to commit suicide because of the way she was treated by the royals. What did he say that was
I don't believe that. I don't believe that either. She's a huge narcissist.
It's just like all the follow-up stuff. It's what did he originally say? I don't care enough to look at this anymore.
Yeah, who cares?
All right. So what's happened since? It's over 2 years ago, right? Ever since, not a single shred of evidence or name of person has ever been produced. Prince Harry writes a book of over 400 pages, never mentions this, didn't mention the racism claims, was like they never happened. He then said later, I didn't mean to say that the royal family were racist. We didn't. It was the media. Bullshit. You said that members of the royal family turned out to be King Charles and Kate Middleton, had expressed negative concern about the potential skin color of your baby, which that conversation will have never happened, and there's no evidence that it happened in the way they tried to imply. Oprah grasps from horror, and so for 2 years, the royal family have had to deal with being accused of being callous racists who don't care about a young woman's suicidal thoughts and don't care about being brazenly racist about the skin color of their child. So, Mohan, you're right. It was him saying that he didn't believe that the claims of the racist statements, which you're saying aren't even racist, ever even happened. And apparently, eventually, Harry says that he never did make that claim, right? Like, it came out in British tabloids or whatever, but it was never attributed.
It was literally, even Dave Chappelle has a few minutes on this where he was like, every single black couple wonders, like, which skin tone of the two couples the kid will be. Like, every mixed race couple is like, oh, I wonder what color the kid would be, right? Like, because you don't know.
There's a Larry David Kurt bit where he's like, there's a mixed race couple and they're pregnant, and he's like, hey, what would your preference be? You probably want the baby to be darker, right? You know? And then the guy's like, yeah, darker would be good. And then the woman's like, what the hell? And he's like, well, you probably want it to be lighter, right? And she's like, well, no. It's like, I feel like it's fairly common.
Yeah. Also, I
also think of the Matrix.
I guess it entirely depends on the couple too. But in my experience in mixed race couples, they typically tend to want the kid to be darker than lighter. But in black couples, they want the kid to be as light as possible.
This is just like a question you bring up with every couple you come across. Like,
hey, you guys want your kid to be darker or lighter?
Here's my survey. I've been conducting this for years. You can just fill it out at your convenience.
No, I mean, talk to black couples. Ask Jimmy about it. Although he's mixed race, so you gotta talk to the black on black. But no, like almost all of my cousins and myself were all mixed race, right? So I have experience on that front. And every time I've seen like a white girl marry a darker skinned guy, she'd actually prefer the kid to be darker skin colors. Mostly just from a practical standpoint of like not catching fire in the sun. It could also be that the whiteys that just want their Aryan pure blood to withstand may not share their opinion with me.
I want to be offended, but I got a low-grade sunburn yesterday because I didn't have sleeves on while I was waiting for my car to get washed. So
You gotta use Jack Dorsey's app, Jalta. Be careful out there.
I did.
That's right.
Wait,
Maybe lower yourself by another level then, Jalta. Sounds like you're a little bit fairer than.
Jota, stop hiding from the sun. You gotta build that resistance to sun.
I'm the fairest of them all.
Yeah, is that what she told you?
I'm actually like the tannest I ever get right now, and
you're still burnt.
I'm just a pink guy.
Do you have like any Sicilian in you, or like any non-real white, like pigment?
Sicilian?
Yeah, just any kind of like not actually white in you.
Are we having a white off?
The most non-white part about me is Ashkenazi Jewish, which is incredibly white.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
We're gonna need
the other part is like British Irish.
Delta.
Huh?
What percentage?
48.
Andrew's also conducting a survey.
Andrew's trying to figure out if you can get Israeli citizenship.
At 48%, he is an Israeli citizen. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why you're trying to figure it out.
No, I was just gonna. What I was thinking I might hear is like a low number, and then I would say lean into it because it's like the statistical noise. But you should take full advantage until proven otherwise.
One of my friends got his 23andMe back, and it was like 8% Ashkenazi Jewish or something, and he immediately posted the cartoon of like the Jew with the giant nose.
Jesus.
It did not go over well on Twitter, obviously.
Bro, I don't trust those things because my dad did that shit, and he had heard like something that like we had a little bit of Ashkenazi in us, so he marked the little box that said Ashkenazi, do you have Ashkenazi Jewish heritage? And he was like, yes. And then it came back like 6% Ashkenazi Jewish or something. And then I went through the same process and did not mark the box, and it came back 0. You know?
Why would you put where you think you're from on a thing that tells you where you're from?
Exactly. So like that's my point is like I don't believe a lot of these results because
they let you identify no matter what your genome.
Yeah, it's self-reports, right? So it's like I didn't check the box, and I was just like, you tell me what my fucking DNA is, and then it came back, you're just 100% fucking Irish, you know, like British and Irish.
Can you tell it?
And I was like, okay. I tried to, you know.
You know, it'd be interesting. I want to do one of those where I take my dog's saliva and put it in the human one, and then I'll put it in the dog one and see what it tells me. I mean, it's gonna come back for sure telling me I'm 100% that dog. I'm just curious what breed.
No, they'll extract the human, or technically they should say samples.
You got to be very careful not to cross-contaminate because if there's even a little human, they'll find it.
Remember when all of those like oranges and apples came back COVID positive?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know how much I believe this, 23andMe genetic testing spit in the tube shit. Like, maybe if you have your whole genome sequenced and whatever, they can, it's more legit, but like, I don't know, bro.
It'd be a lot cheaper for them to just pretend to do the test and then give you results.
Well, the one huddle is Nebula with 100 passes. Produce terabytes of data, but it'll be as good as it gets.
I heard that's like $5,000 or something, right?
I mean, it used to be, but it's probably
less than that.
$300 to $600.
Well, yeah, listen, if you're paying $600, it's probably better than the 23andMe is like $99. You know. Because when my dad checked the Ashkenazi box, I was like, bro, I don't know where you're hearing that. I've never heard that from any of our family members. That seems like you're just making it up. And he was like, no, I heard it from like a great aunt. I was like, okay. And then I verified it myself.
I didn't realize like how few genetic disorders 23andMe actually tests for. Like, I mean, not that I thought they did everything or whatever, but it's like I think they only do like 50 or something.
They used to do a lot more, and the FDA shut them down. In the very early days of 23andMe, they did a lot, and then they were told they can't do it anymore. But if you can get your raw data and feed it into ChatGPT, I think you can do more. That's what I want to do. I want to get a whole genome sequence and then just feed it into ChatGPT, and then just do my own analysis.
There's no way you can feed that into ChatGPT. A whole genome is like half a terabyte.
Right.
Yeah, apparently it's not sequencing your genome. They're just doing genotyping. They're looking for specific things. Yeah.
The genome sequence though is cheaper, and like you can do it now as an individual.
Really?
Yeah.
Who do you use to do that?
So Craig Ventnor was the original guy who sequenced the genome, and I think he still runs a lab in San Diego where you can get it done. And the workup at that lab is like $4,000 or $5,000, I've heard. But I'm sure there are other places that do full genome sequencing for less. Like Andrew said, it was like $600. So.
That's crazy. Like, do you know how hard it was to sequence like the human genome one time?
Totally. I know. But now that it's been sequenced, they've gotten it way cheaper.
I think we all went through science class like while they were still.
Yeah, so we're all anchored to it being extremely expensive.
It's going to take 11 more years, but they're finally going to sequence one genome. And then they did it like 4 years later, and so we were like, holy shit, they did it twice.
It's a strictly compute-bound cost. So the cost is directly tied to the cost of compute. So it's been going down. I think it's been going down like 16x or whatever every like 5 years or something. You can get a whole genome sequencing now for like $1,500, $2,000.
Wait, so what company is it? I'm still in disbelief because sequencing the whole genome is so hard.
It's not. It's called 30x whole genome sequencing, and you can get it done for like $2,000.
30x.
That's gone down even more, Moha. I'm looking at this thing. It says Nebula Genomics offers high coverage 30x whole genome sequencing for $300.
Okay. Well, the last time I checked was like 3 years ago. It was pre-COVID.
Yeah. 300. I'm gonna get that done.
Oh wait, Huddle. The number I was quoted, they said that if you want to get whole genome sequencing, but you want a company that will use your data for anything, it's still like $5,000 to $10,000. I don't think he heard me. He's on the phone.
He's already submitted his DNA. Shut up, Mohan. Oh, Mohan, you should take a look at this tweet. Simon Dixon talks about your pod.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, put it in the chat. I'll give it a listen. Is it What did he say?
It's been in the nest. Zach and Simon Dixon got in a big fight, and then Simon was just like, I remember when Let's Talk Bitcoin talked about Bitcoin over bombs or whatever. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Bitcoin, not bombs. Cool, that's cool. I was the one who brought up Bitcoin, not bombs all the time. All right, that's a nice little shout out.
Simon thinks that Zach is a Fed, and wants to kill all the babies in Palestine.
Look, if you're asking the person who would regularly bring up Bitcoin, not bombs on Let's Talk Bitcoin, whether or not Zach canonically espouses the values that I stood for when I talked about Bitcoin, not bombs, the answer is no. But I acknowledge and accept his existence and find him more useful than harmful. And I believe that people cannot have my values and still be a contributing member of society.
Yeah, Simon's response was to re-out and cry for 13 minutes and then post it on Twitter.
Yeah, you see, Simon's a British man, which means he's basically a Karen. That's kind of just like it baked into their culture. So I wouldn't necessarily. I like Simon. Clearly, Simon likes the values that I espouse on Let's Talk Bitcoin. But I also think Zach's doing an okay job.
And that's why you're not going to do well on Twitter. Just stay off it.
Yeah, then I'm just going to get canceled by Simon. You've changed. Listen, the version of you that I used to like is not the version of you now.
You're out of the line, you fucking cuck. Calls out for that.
Wow.
I just found this line from AI funny. The cost of whole sequencing has dropped from $3 billion to $1,000 today.
It's crazy. I guess, why not? It's technically feasible. That's wild. They're still doing a bunch of, guessing, right? They chop it up, and they're like, well, it probably fits together this way, but still, that's very fucking impressive. I had no idea. I'm gonna get this done, bro. I'm doing one of these. Nebula Genomics is the cheapest one. I'm doing that one.
Do you give a shit at all about the government or the CIA having your DNA forever? Because the cheapest ones are the ones that will sell your data to fucking everyone.
I already did 23andMe, so I'm already fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah. So might as well go with the cheap one.
Classic sunk cost.
I mean, it's true. They already sold my data.
It's true.
It's a lot more data, though, now, Huddle. It's different data.
Yeah, they were sequencing.
Yeah, for context, 23andMe sequences like 2% of your DNA, and this will be the other 98%.
Well, there you go. They can find the exact bioweapon that'll kill me. Good for them. They'll finally figure out how to get Whitey. I'll be the first casualty.
They're going to take out the confident male voice first. Oh, fuck.
They'll be like, this guy's susceptible to pneumonia. Get quick, get pneumonia.
Do any of you have companies where you actively manage like hiring decisions and whatnot, like your own personal companies?
Yeah, I hire maids sometimes.
I need to know if this is like a fileable offense.
Okay,
It's
give it to
really
me.
fucking
I'll tell
weird.
you.
So we have this driver, and she got into an accident like a month
Lady
ago.
driver, immediate termination.
Lady drivers. She got into an accident and totaled one of her freaking cars. It wasn't her fault, thankfully. She didn't get hurt, yada, yada, yada. So fast forward like several weeks, And another driver finds this weird, like, little pouch in one of the vehicles, and it's just very strange looking, and no one's ever seen it before. They see it in one vehicle, then another one pops up in another one, and then there's a third one, and then they finally bring it to mine and my husband's attention. They're like, hey, this is fucking weird, we don't know what this is. So we have one of them open it, and it's like this little satchel full of like herbs and other weird shit. And we put out like a message to all the staff, like, hey, you know, drivers have found this in the vehicles, like it's kind of weird, nobody knows what it is. Can someone like fess up, like whose is this and what is it? So it turns out, and we had our suspicions that it was this lady, and it turns out she like approached this one of her friends who is a Wiccan, which I learned recently, like they do voodoo and other spiritual shit. And she said that she approached them because she had been weirded out because of the accident and whatnot, and that she just needed something for her to feel protected and safe and whatever. So she hired, I don't know how you go about this, but she hired this Wiccan to make her little, like a potion or whatever, to ward off accidents.
Oh my God.
And put them, spread them out throughout the fleet, like into several different vehicles. And it just weirded everybody out. Arizona's a right to work state, and you don't have to have a reason to fire someone.
You actually should talk to a lawyer about this, because Wiccan is, I believe, recognized as a religion and then a protected group.
Wait. This is a more important question here. If you fire her, is she gonna like Wiccan voodoo you?
How is she as an employee minus the Wiccan stuff?
She's very strange. Like, she does her job, so like she doesn't give us any trouble. She like shows up to work. The job is not difficult. We transport crew members 24/7. You know, every day of the week, all day. And like
Angels in the Chat strange, or
I don't know what that reference is, but she's very odd. She's very socially awkward, and she's just very strange. But she does her job, so it's like, you know.
Courtney, from experience, I have dealt with stuff like this. From experience, just get yourself a lawyer, cover yourself, because those people try to use everything in the book. You don't live in a very liberal state, but yeah, they'll use.
I mean, it's a right to work state, so we don't have to have a reason to fire her.
Courtney, did you hire an expert to determine if it was a protection spell? Maybe she was wishing you harm.
We didn't hire a professional to counterbalance the Wiccan potion or whatever.
No, you don't know. Listen, you're saying it's a protection spell, but there may be malice here. She could have been a curse, not a blessing. You know.
Yeah.
But then there's medical issues involved, like mental illness or like behavioral. Like, there's just so much. Like, I would just get an attorney to cover you. And then there's the labor board. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to go that route. I just wanted to present this weird ass situation that we've never been in before, because it weirded me out as well. And you know, we want all of our employees to feel safe and, you know, not exposed to other people's personal shit. And I don't think that's for the workplace. Like, keep that shit to yourself, you know?
Dude, you can't make that story up.
I can't. Like, the shit happened. Like, it's happening now. So don't fire her, get a lawyer. Got it.
I mean, let them advise them how to go about it.
Don't leave it in.
Because, you know, medical, you got HIPAA, she could say she has anxiety. I mean, there's just a whole lot. It can just get ugly.
Are you in a freedom state or a liberal state?
In a freedom state, it's a right to work. Like, you don't have to have a reason
but right
to
to work doesn't mean they can't claim that you're discriminating against them because they're.
Yeah. Well, she specifically said she does not practice this, but that when she told her friend about it, he revealed to her that he deals in this type of stuff, and that's how she came about it. Very, very strange situation.
Well, let me ask you a question. If, I don't know, some Dominican were to put a bunch of crucifix on the window of every single car, would you fire them over that?
I wouldn't fire them, but we would require them to take that down.
Yeah, so why not just require her to take it down? Just be like, hey, undo all of your witch stuff. It's not the place for work.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a rosary and beads and shit is different than casting spells.
Just no personal items allowed to be left in the cars. So.
Good talk. Thanks, guys.
Good luck. Don't get cursed.
Thanks, Dusty.
Yo, I got a guy if you need some retaliatory spells.
Oh, really?
Did you guys see when Trump was running for re-election last year? The subreddit R Witchcraft kept trying to put curses and hexes on him, and they kept, in their opinion, not sticking. And they were trying to figure out what powerful warlock or forces were at play that were not letting their spells affect Donald Trump. It's very interesting.
I mean, Trump's a known warlock.
I mean, why else do you marry an Eastern European? Melania clearly has warlock-esque powers, right?
Yeah, like Mary's elect.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you get into powerful positions like that without some kind of, magical classification.
I don't think anyone speaks 5 languages without tongues being one of them. Hey, as of today, we hit a zettahash per second.
Congrats,
That's
the
something.
Olympic hash is here.
What's after Zeta?
That's the end.
Exa? Wait.
No, it goes Exa then Zeta.
Okay, sure. Wait, what's after Zeta?
Where are fraternity guys at?
I heard you, and I said, yes, I'm on a phone call. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Sorry, so someone was interrupting me. What's after it?
Damn, your librarian's mean, huh?
Oh, I just was eating at a Burger King, and they're like, hey, it's been over half an hour. And I was like, okay, I'll leave. And they're like, no, like, you have to leave. And I was like, I'm literally packing up. I heard you. I agree.
King of Burgers don't take no shit.
God damn.
I would have stayed. Fuck out of here.
I would go buy a 4-piece nugget and just eat that thing for 2 hours.
I could just do that.
Wait, Burger King is telling you to leave? That's weird.
That's fine. I sat here for like an hour.
Doesn't matter.
I was just more entertained by the fact that they said, hey, could you go? And then I said, yes, started packing. And they were like, no, I meant to do that. And I was like, what the fuck else am I doing? I was literally doing what you said.
That, sir, is why you work at Burger King.
It's a Miami thing, man. Whenever someone, gives you, an order, like a police officer or a street person, they can't communicate about it. You'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I'm happy to do that. Why is it happening? They just repeat it more aggressively.
No, Dusty, do you know what it is? I think they're so accustomed to people giving them, nasty sass back that they just assumed that I didn't hear them because I was being completely amenable to them. Because I'm assuming in Miami, just so many people don't speak English that they just say yes when they don't know what someone's saying, that they just assume I didn't speak English and this was agreeing with them to agree with them.
The irony is, they're getting mad at you for not listening, but they're the ones not listening. It's just like every freaking time in Miami. It's constant.
Mohan, are you having to evacuate from somewhere?
No, I'm just dealing with jackasses.
Yeah, he's being evicted from the kingdom.
He's evacuating from a Burger King.
Just make sure you just evacuate and don't ejaculate. You know.
Why not both? My mind is still blown. I just learned I was today years old when I learned that you could sequence the whole freaking genome in like less than a day. That's insane.
Yeah, actually, Dusty, if you're thinking about it, you can do couples polygenomic screening by getting your and your significant other's DNA sequenced, and then they'll tell you what types of risks that you may want to look at when having kids.
And what do you do to change it?
If you really want to go down that route, like let's say for whatever reason you have a high probability of a couple of things occurring, you can do polygenetic embryo selection. So what they'll do is you do IVFs, and then they'll harvest like a dozen embryos, you fertilize them, and then they'll do the genome sequencing for all 12 of the embryos, and then choose the one that has the least likelihood of expressing those congenital disorders.
Mohan, you know about this shit. Is 100x a meaningful improvement on 30x?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
Interesting. Andrew,
so
you have
the
any thoughts
reason
about that? He's out there.
I can explain to you the reason why they do it multiple times. So
yeah, it's for error correction. I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, they claim 30x has 99.9% accuracy. They say you only need 100x if you think you have rare, mutations in your body. But it's like I don't know. Like, I don't think I have rare mutations.
Is it 3 times more to do it, or is it less? Because like
it's twice as expensive.
If you're talking 300 or 600, I say fuck it and just go for the extra.
It's about 2,000 for the 100x.
So this is my question to you is, and I don't know if you have an answer to this. What is the statistics? Like, what is that 99%? Is it there's 50,000 genes and they'll misread like 500 genes? Or is it they'll have a 99% confidence on all of your genes? So I think it's actually the latter, and it's more like on 500 of your genes out of 50,000 or whatever, it'll misread it, and that might be important or it might not.
Yeah, I think probably I'll just go with the 30x one, because I'm not really working with a doctor or anything. I just am doing this for my own for funsies. I'm just going to feed the data into an AI, so it's like, yeah, 30x is fine. Maybe later, if I have cancer, I'll sequence myself at 100x.
Huddle, are you taking that Galari test?
I don't know what Galari is.
It's a cancer screening test. It does.
Oh no, this is just 30x. This is just 30x whole genome sequencing.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a much more robust version of what 23andMe is.
Oh, okay. No, there's this test that I think it's like 1,000, and it tests for, I don't know, like 100. It's quite a bit.
Dude, it's funny what like other people respond to whenever you're doing proactive healthcare. So I remember I was at this like dinner party with my family and my extended family, and my uncle by marriage, he has a friend who is in healthcare, and I was telling her, I was like, yeah, I don't have health insurance, so I just started doing like function health, which is blood tests, and rather than like concern or whatever, she was just like, isn't it illegal to not have health care? And I just found it fascinating that like that's what she focused on.
Right.
It's like, wait, I was talking about how I'm a healthy 30-something-year-old male, and her first question is like, shouldn't you be wealth extracted into a system that doesn't benefit you?
I'm just gonna do the 100x one. Fuck it.
Huddle, did you see what Silva pinned on the top? Apparently Simon Dixon was invoking me to morally shame Zach as not being representative of the values of Bitcoin.
I saw that.
I find that hilarious.
Hey, Huddle. You know, that conversation that me and you had for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
That then inspired a whole video that everyone loved.
Yeah.
I'm about to throw all that out the fucking window because of Andrew and Jason.
Why? What's going on with that?
He'll text you.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I get it.
I'm telling you, I have the worst friends.
It is nice. It is nice. Is that Panamera?
Yeah, GTS.
Fuck, yeah, that's nice. That's a really good everyday car.
I know. That's what everyone tells me.
I like the rims on it a lot.
It's some special color or something.
The rims with that color, sexy, dude.
Oh, yeah. There's money, bro. And you know the inside, hold on, let me send you a picture of it. The inside is like brown leather. It's like espresso brown leather.
What do these go for?
I think it's gonna end up costing me $178, something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hey, David, how did you make that photo of Zach? Because I kind of want to make a photo of me and Zach in Bitcoin Not Bomb shirts and then reply Simon with it.
That's a sexy dude. It looks good, man.
Bro.
I say fuck it. Life short, bro. Fuck it.
You want me to message you the photo, Mo?
Yeah.
Although it is more than a Bitcoin. It's more than a Bitcoin.
Bro, it's more than, it's 1 point, whatever the fuck. It's gonna cost me 178.
If you get financing on it, though, you know what I mean?
You can't do that in Dubai, but I'm trying to figure out later, okay, how else can I get financing?
Well, you can't get financing.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Is it haram to finance cars or something like that?
No, they just don't have a big finance culture here because most of things are in cash. So you need like to have lived here for 2 years and all this other stupid shit, whatever, to get it.
We received a report of an active shooter in the Valley area, the GSR.
Oh, look.
We responded to
Another active shooter in America or something.
Dude, America's the size of Europe. That's like saying some idiot got shot in Ukraine. So, like, yes.
Yeah, that's what every American likes to say.
4 minutes, we had located the suspect and an officer-involved shooting had occurred. The suspect was taken to the hospital. I don't have an update as to his status at this time, but I do know that it was an adult male that was involved. Officers then located several victims of gunshot wounds and other injured parties that they began providing first aid and medical treatment to. REMSA and fire and medical team at the GSR all assisted with providing first aid, and we have several people that have been transported to the hospital. We don't have an update yet on exact numbers of injured people, and we don't have an exact number of their condition yet, or an exact description of their conditions yet, but we will later on.
Was it Marino?
British Auto.
Benny Rich.
Yeah. Rex with me. British Auto. No! Say it with your fucking chest.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, Chris, you forgot to add in that video, lending your Bitcoin too. You didn't put that in.
information. Transfer.
I know.
I won't be able to. Otherwise.
Gold, and I have some Bitcoin, but not much.
What are they each? 10% gold?
I'm not going to describe my own exactly, but I'll say the following. If you were neutral on everything, in other words, you didn't have a point of view, and you were optimizing your portfolio for the best return to risk ratio you would have, you would have about 15% of your money in gold or Bitcoin. I mean, I'm strongly preferring gold to Bitcoin, but that's up to you. Again, I want to say, what is the issue here? The issue is the devaluation of money. Okay, so the devaluation of money, and if you have that issue and times when it occurred, which was in times of excess debt and geopolitical problems. Just go back and study history, study the British pound, study the Dutch guilder, study this. You would find that in all such periods, also like the 70s, it's an effective diversifier. So if you had no view you would have about 15% in that portfolio as a hedge against the other. I hope that that's somewhat of a guide.
No, it's fascinating. I mean, I doubt, but
It is weird how he says gold or Bitcoin, not gold and Bitcoin, as if like he's aware of the fact that they're completely different investors. Like the kind of investor that'll take gold won't take Bitcoin, and the kind of investor that'll put money in Bitcoin just won't put money in gold. It's kind of weird. He didn't say you should put 7% in gold and 7% in Bitcoin. I'm just really interested by that either or in his head.
People, and again, there are only 7 million Zionists in Israel.
Sam, they're obviously rejecting. They actually don't want to conquer the whole region.
Why are you taking offense when I say people should evacuate the West Bank?
Because
they should evacuate Gaza. They should evacuate Golden Heights.
Obviously, the action of
Why is it offensive? I don't get it. I'm just looking out for the people in that area. In my opinion, they're under danger. Why is it so?
And it has Ephesians 11.
You're in the matrix.
And who propped up Assad in Syria. I said it's the most. Yeah, How about now?
No.
How about
you can try. You can try.
Yeah, it's Iran that had terror proxies all around Israel in a ring of fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza. You're like projecting. You're describing what you're doing.
Wait, what did you say again about Hezbollah?
Hold on, can I say something now?
It's a terror.
Hold on, because I know Weinstein has been trying. She's been trying to go for a while.
Hezbollah is a terror proxy of Iran. Obviously.
Go ahead, Weinstein.
No, I'm sitting here listening to you guys. I'm not even shocked about the title. And this has been going on. The Christians have been attacked in the West Bank before 7th of October. Actually, if you go do research and keep on reading about how many times the Christians have been attacked in the West Bank, you will be shocked, because this didn't happen after 7th of October. The Christian Palestinians have been attacked by the Israeli settlers on and on and on and on, and it's been going on and on and on before 7th of October. Why are you guys so shocked? You're sitting here questioning the Israeli government. The Israeli government doesn't clearly care. They bombed a Catholic church a couple of days ago. Why would they care about a village and some people that got attacked? They've attacked a Greek Orthodox church 2 years ago in Gaza. They bombed the Catholic Church a couple of days in Gaza. They bombed monasteries in South Lebanon as well. South Lebanon. So where's Hamas in South Lebanon? Why even a church? Why a church in South Lebanon? Go Google yourself. They bombed monasteries in South Lebanon. The churches have been attacked in South Lebanon. And this is going on and on and on. So Christians have been attacked so many times before 7th of October. So this is not something shocking or something new to us, by the way. So go do your research and go look for yourself.
Well, thank you. I'm not familiar with. I'm definitely not somebody. You can go next, Keegan. Then I'll let Resistance go. But no, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not familiar with all of the shit that would have happened between Christians and settlers and that kind of stuff. I'm just more like focused on, current, what's been happening currently. So I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm just not. I don't know.
No, we can discuss what happened in the West Bank today. I don't mind, but I'm just saying, like, this is not something shocking for us that lives or are from that region. We've been knowing this and we've been saying this for years now.
And you're a Christian?
I have a parent that is a Muslim and a parent that is a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, so,
real quick thing, because I was told I could go. And here's the other thing is that last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago now, Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador for Israel, has wrote a letter to Trump saying that he has major concern for Christian organizations and the evangelical groups going to Israel as of right now. And he said that, and now he didn't put a travel advisory because that takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of evidence, and he rather than doing that, he had done a public call saying that American Christians should reconsider their travel to Israel, right? Which is a really interesting thing because, again, I've been told that Christians are very welcome to Israel, but our own U.S. ambassador, again, he's a Zionist, Mike Huckabee's a Zionist, is saying that Christians should reconsider going to Israel, not because of the war, not because of how they're treating Christian groups in Israel as right now.
We treasure Christian groups.
All right, now it's my goal. Shut your nose. No one told you to talk. No one told you to talk. Shut your nose. So once again, like I was saying, I'm glad that you brought that up, Pep, because when they talk about these fake borders that they lie about,
Resistance. Just let him give us a brief response.
Why? That's the supremacy you talk about. You said I was after him.
All right, you know what? I'm normal. You can go after Resistance. Resistance is hurting to go, so go ahead.
I waited my turn, like any normal person.
Yep, go ahead.
He has coke problems, so he can't wait.
Okay, let's not attack each other. Just go ahead. Go ahead, Resistance.
Hold on, I got it back. So, like I was saying, Greater Israel, which we know is in the Likud Charter and the Israeli politics, they all believe in this. Bibi Netanyahu raised it up in the Senate, he showed them that. This is the funny thing, right? Those same countries that he tried to say that is surrounding Israel threat are the same ones on that list that the American general said those were the 7 or 8 countries that America was going to invade on behalf of Israel. After the September 11th. This was 2 years ago these things were planned. So it's nonsense that they have these logic to say there's no such thing, we don't believe in it, but yet it's all over. The evidence is there. They are attacking the Arab Peninsula. They are trying to colonize these countries. And when they say they use this analogy, it's only 700 settlers. No, it's 7 million people in Israel with the backing of the United States Armory and the UK's Armory. Bombs, missile planes, and other people that go over there and help fight with Israel. Number one, Americans fight in the Israeli army, and so do Europeans. So these scum liars need to just lay off the drugs, and deal with reality, because everyone knows the reality. It's Israel, the terrorist group over there, backed by the UK and America.
So Israel produces almost all of its arms itself. It gets a small amount from other countries. And by the way, I wanted to point out
that
we treat our, hang on a second, Galilee. We treat our Christian guests with tremendous respect. There are going to be some incidents, but we are grateful for our Christian brothers, which is the reason why, for example, Huckabee in turn defends us so adamantly. And by the way, you should know, we give aid to all of the countries in that region. Obama even gave aid to the Muslim Brotherhood in the Arab Spring in 2011. So we give $1 billion a year to Egypt. We've given billions to the Palestinians. Many people don't know this. And of course, the purpose in giving this aid is to try to create peace in the region. Israel is a tiny, tiny country, the fourth tiniest in the entire Middle East. There are 22 nations in the region. Israel is at the bottom of the list in terms of size. The idea that there's some project to colonize the rest of the region is a little bit absurd. So there's no evidence for it. What Israel will do is create defensible borders against the countries that have been attacking it, such as Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, although we've worked that out because we eliminated Hezbollah, which was occupying Lebanon. We got rid of this butcher named Assad in Syria who killed 650,000 Sunni Arabs. You're welcome. We killed Nasrallah, who was a terrorist. The Arabs celebrated when we killed the terrorist Nasrallah.
No, it was only
We're
Syria.
wiping out Hezbollah. We're wiping out the Houthis.
It was actually
We're
only
wiping
Syria.
out Hamas. We're systematically bringing peace to the region and expanding the Abraham Accords. Right now, the leaders of the Arab world, like the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco and Saudi Arabia, are united with Israel against a common enemy. Number one, the Iranian genocide regime, and number two, Muslim jihadi fundamentalism. Israel's bringing peace to the region. Yeah. Thank you.
That was very well said. I just looked it up, and it's Mike Huckabee thing. It doesn't seem like it to be really about the Christian groups being treated badly by people on the street. It seems to be about a visa issue. But was it about Christian groups being treated badly by Israelis?
Yeah.
Or is it about a difficulty of securing the visa for these groups?
Yes, it was about Christians in the region being treated bad by Israeli Jews.
Oh, well, the articles that I said didn't mention anything about that.
It was a visa issue.
I think it was a visa issue. I think it was in the visa issue in the news.
That's all.
Well, hold on a second. I did read the Mike Huckabee's, at least in the Times of Israel. It did say something along the lines of, that's why I'm not the one who really brought it up, but it had something to do with when it came to evangelical, I guess missionaries or something like that. Israel was basically not really like processing their.
Right, it's a visa issue. It's a visa issue, but it's not about how the Christian groups are being treated on the ground.
No, El Normo did this to me a week ago.
What did I do to you?
Just wait, I'll tell you. You touched me in a very inappropriate way, El Normo. Okay, people.
Say it again, Keegan. I missed
You interrupted so I had to make a joke. You interrupted so I had to make a joke, but here's the actual thing which is what my friend's doing now, which is that a week ago, El Normo said that Israel gave 2 million tons of aid.
Yes,
Israel facilitated the movement.
No, actually, I looked that up.
No, come out. Let me finish my point. My friend now is saying, well, this was a visa issue. They were not persecuting Christians, but rather they were making it harder for evangelical groups and Christian groups to come to Israel during this time and prolonging their visa acceptance. So you can say it's a visa issue, but they're only persecuting one group, so that becomes your persecuting.
It's not persecuting them. They just had a visa. And by the way, I checked it today. Israel is paying for that aid. We're actually
no, they're not. They're
facilitating
the movement.
Nice speaker.
For the aid. I checked it today.
All right, well, Oliver.
Taxpayers.
All right,
taxpayers are feeding them.
All right, well, let's not get. I don't want to get derailed, but Oliver said he wants to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you. Normo actually did say something correct. Israel is allied with many of those groups. They did topple Assad, and these were bad things for Christians. If you look, for instance, who was protecting Christians in Iraq?
Iran backed Hashd-e-Shabi, who supported Christians in Armenia. Iran, who supported Christians in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, who supported Christians in Lebanon, Hezbollah, and allied groups like Saraya and other groups associated with the Iranians. So, yes, Normo is absolutely correct. Israel did topple these organizations, and look at the groups they replaced them with. Jolani, the former head of ISIS, former leader of Al-Qaeda. Israel has been caught multiple times giving funds, aid, and weapons to Al-Qaeda. The Druze in the Golan literally started attacking Israeli medical convoys because they realized all those people they were bringing into their borders were not just
Druze are our allies.
They were Al-Qaeda. Shut up, Normo. It's not my fault. I listened to what your commanders actually say about your military activities. Right?
Can you finish without you interrupting?
He's not contradicting that they're your allies. I think I get what he's saying.
Exactly. The Druze realized that a lot of the medical convoys that were bringing into Israel were filled with Al-Qaeda fighters. Al-Qaeda fighters that were
any evidence of that.
Can you please show some decorum for like 10 seconds?
There is evidence. No, there is. No. That was controversial, but but the ISIS-linked terrorists that I believe from Syria, when they were fighting Assad, Israel was giving some of them medical care.
Yes,
it wasn't Al-Qaeda, it was ISIS.
Jabhat al-Nusra is literally the Syrian branch of Al-Qaeda. Anyway, the same Jabhat al-Nusra that Israel was fighting did actually happen to kill Druzes on the other side of the border in Syria, which many Israeli Druze, down to even an Israeli member of the Knesset, literally attacked Netanyahu for doing exactly this. So yes, Israel, if you are a Christian, if you are another Middle Eastern minority, is no friend of you. Why? Because they fund, abet, and destabilize regimes that protect you and enable Sunni Muslims to slaughter you willy-nilly. Right? That's why right now they're literally having negotiations with the terrorist Jolani about how they should take parts of Lebanon and basically let all of them be ruled under,
We just attacked Jolani.
Yes, whilst also negotiating that he should take Lebanese territory. Whilst also negotiating that he should take Lebanese territory. So you replace one guy who's protecting secular rights with a terrorist. That's what you guys do. And then when that terrorist is no longer your line, you go and destabilize the region again. Anyway, this is how you guys operate, and it is well known throughout antiquity that you guys despise Christians. We can go all the way back to the death of Christ, which your Talmud boasts about. Yes, we killed Christ on the third day. Sanhedrin 108, verse 21. Anyway, you guys were the first people in the world to massacre Christians in large scale. You can see this in the Himyarite massacre, and you guys have been massacring Christians for a long time. You bombed the Catholic Church in Gaza. You shot a 7-year-old Catholic girl in Gaza. You've been attacking Kitover and other Christian villages for years. You besieged the Holy Sepulchre. You besieged the Church of Nativity. There is just about nothing under the sun that a Muslim has done to Christians that you have not also done. So don't come here saying that, oh, we love Christians. We know you despise Christians. Everyone knows this.
Y'all been beefing like that. Y'all been beefing harder than the block of Chicago for centuries and thousands of years.
Why do we give a fuck? Why does anybody give a fuck? There are 2.8 billion Christians in the world. There are 50
so we should just let a few more get slaughtered. And at least the Jewish law can and then we'll try and if you criticize them. So many Christians.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Oliver, because we let you go. Let Sam go.
And then there's over 2 billion Muslims in the world, right? Oh, they hate us, they don't like us, blah, blah, blah. Like, why do you care if people like you or don't like you? Why do you care? Why? It doesn't matter. People like you or don't like you. As long as they aren't doing anything to you. And furthermore, there are over 13 terrorists surrounding Israel in various countries, from Egypt to Jordan to Lebanon to Syria to the West Bank to Gaza to Saudi Arabia. There are probably even more than 13. So yes, there are conflicts with the Jews in the Middle East and other people, but guess what? Apparently the entire fucking Middle East is full of terrorists.
It's just incredible to me. The Christianity predates Islam by 700 years. So the entire region was Christian. There's only a handful of Jews. All the Christians are gone in Egypt. All the Christians are gone in Syria. All the Christians are gone in Lebanon. And your problem is a handful of Jews in the fourth tiniest country in the region? I mean, make it make sense. This makes no sense to me.
Because you constantly boast about how you are allies of Christians, and
Yeah,
yet
we are.
every
United States is a Christian country. We're allies.
single
Europe is a
action
Christian continent. We're
every
allies.
single action that a Muslim has ever done against a Christian, for some reason you guys were abetting them. Go all the way back, even to the days of Muhammad. Look at who benefited from the Pact of Umar and who lost out. Look at who opened the gates of Christian cities and stained the Muslim invaders. Look at who were eager participants in the Armenian genocide and allied with the Turks so that they could get back every single fucking thing that a Muslim does to Christians.
Okay, I
You
asked
guys are right there next to them.
Tabuki, I'm asking
And
you
yet you
again.
cry
Hang
that,
on.
but we're
There's a
allies of
handful of...
Christians. Or the allies of Christians.
He's frothing at the mouth.
There's a handful of Jews.
He's telling the truth,
Yeah,
actually.
guys.
There's 2 billion Arabs, there's 2 billion Christians, and a handful of Jews. The Christians have all been run out of the Middle East. We didn't do it.
You helped them do it.
Syria and Lebanon.
What did you want to say, Edward?
Can I get in here after?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a different voice because we're going back and forth over something. So I heard the word colonizing. Can someone give me their definition of the word colonizing?
A white American or a descendant of a European immigrants. Can y'all please give the definition of?
Colonialism is the spread of industrial civilization. So all industrial civilizations throughout history have spread across the world using a process that can be known as colonialism. Colonialism is when some emissaries of some sort of established civilization travel to a new land, usually a place that is occupied by somebody else, and then they take over.
Yeah, they take over and then they give the resources to a mother country.
Okay, hold on.
Right, exactly. Actually, a really good distinction, Norm. Thank you for making that distinction.
Yeah, so let me make sure I understand what you said. Okay? Yeah. Because I want to know, when has America colonized another nation, or when has the state of Israel or any Islamic country actually colonized another nation? Give me some examples.
Okay, so Islam starts in Saudi Arabia, around Mecca, and spreads from China all the way to the gates of Vienna. That's colonization. Taking over all of northern Africa and much of sub-Saharan Africa in the process. That's clear colonization. The most recent Muslim empire. You asked a question.
Yo, Ed, I can't believe you asked that question.
The most recent.
Hold on, guys. So okay.
The most recent Muslim empire.
Then it can go back to Edward.
I'm gonna land it. The most recent Muslim empire was the Ottoman Empire, which everybody in the Ottoman Empire paid taxes and sent their resources to what is now known as Turkey, to the Ottoman Turk. That's classic colonization. Hang on. That's classic colonization. That's a really good example of colonization.
Hold on, Vitality, because Edward had asked a question. I want to make sure he finished.
Pepe, that was a crazy question.
Okay, I understand that you would not ask the question, but you can't ask a question for Edward. Edward's a grown man. He knows how to ask his own question. If you don't like the question, it's okay, but you can't tell me it's crazy or not. It's not your question.
Yeah, and I gave a nice answer.
Yeah, I understand. Because this is my understanding of colonization, that someone is taking another group of people's resources and they're also giving them their language, or they're giving them their customs. Like when the British colonialized all of the Caribbeans, they drink tea at 2:00 in the afternoon. They sent a governor there, and 300 people moved there. They took over. They wear short.
That's another good distinction. There's some expectation that the victims of colonialism, so to speak, the colonized peoples, there's an expectation that the colonized peoples will eventually adopt the culture of the colonizer. That's a good distinction.
And like Arabic, and Islam.
Come on, are you guys making?
Hold on, let Edward, guys, let Edward.
Guys.
Let Edward.
I just want you guys to have a conversation of reality, not just stuff that we throw out. Because the question again, when did America colonize a country? When did Israel colonize? And what Islamic? Now, Norm just got up where Islam is going into nations and they're actually putting their Sharia law, their imams, they're taking over. To me, is that a form of colonialism? That's what I want to know.
And they extract taxes, they impose their religion and their language.
That's a good question.
Well, the reason why is because I think there's 195 nations, independent sovereign nations on planet Earth. There's 8.3 billion people. We have a lot of labels, guys, and I think we have more labels than reality. Okay? And most people only look at one side of a coin about colonialism, but for a lot of places, colonialism was a good thing.
Wait, what?
Well, it is. I mean, it's.
What places? What places was colonization?
That's a wild statement right now.
That is fucking insane, bro. You smarter than that, man. Stop.
Baby, you at home, huh?
But this is. I'm sorry.
I don't think Edward. I don't think Edward finished. So.
I did not, but I'm so sorry that people decide that they know history better than other people.
What country was colonization good for?
America. You know why? The 13 little. Hold on.
God.
The 13. You can laugh. Are you just gonna play like you don't understand? Do you know that we started after the 13 colonies, and then we decided to become the United States of America? We got rid of the colonial lies because we didn't want stuff coming from a central government like the United Kingdom, King George III. But you know,
I'm sorry, but what has this to do with the topic of the
put me in the
Yeah, I'll let you go. But you guys gotta let Edward fucking finish because it just takes forever.
Well, America itself was a colony.
Okay, but why are we talking about
No,
America
he's talking
right
about
now?
after. He's talking about after the formation. I'm trying to find out where he's going, but you guys keep on interrupting.
Where I'm going, Pepe, is that we hear the word Zionist. We hear the word people talking about Israel or all the different people groups from Islam. Guys, everyone's trying to take other people's resources, and they're trying to do this through all kinds of form of governing. What they're really trying to do is take away your independent rights. That's what I'm trying to get to. But you guys, because you're so stuck on the title or the label, that you're missing out.
Can you please stick to the fucking title? I'm actually losing my shit.
All right, but let him finish.
It's so funny. This is so interesting. I'm glad you're losing it because leave quietly is part of every app. Just leave quietly if you don't like the conversation. Because guys, I've been sitting here for almost an hour listening to all of the stuff you guys talk about, but you know what I never done? Never came off mic. But when someone brings a different opinion, then all of a sudden, all of you guys get. I know
because I think the majority of the people that are here
I
is
know.
for the title.
Jesus Christ, this is taking like 5 minutes.
He's being very respectful. Don't do that, please.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
No, it's okay. You guys listen to a bunch of nonsense. You guys keep going. Thank you guys. Appreciate it, Pepe, for allowing me the opportunity.
All right, Pepe.
I've been trying to say something for
Yeah, I did say Harriet, and then fatality and go, and then everyone then lines up.
Yes, so I would like to start off by saying good morning, good afternoon, white Americans and descendants of oppressed European immigrants. The interesting part about this is, and I haven't been keeping up too closely, but I read and I watch the news, right? I learned that at one point, not too long ago, in Palestine or Gaza or whatever strip of land that we're arguing about, Jews, Christians, and Muslims were living peacefully and with each other, sharing the land until something happened, and I wanted to explore what happened to divide these people politically. Like what the fuck happened And maybe that can point to the solution of, how we can fix this mess, because we have made a mess of the Middle East.
Yeah, Europe dismantled the last caliphate, and after that there was a power battle.
Oh yeah, your caliphate, the genocide at 3.2.
That's very serious. I think that's a good summary. That's kind of what I was going to say. I think that's a good summary.
With Jewish help, you guys helped them too. So yeah, Muslims, Jews.
No, I mean, but Harry needs.
Yes.
Yeah,
Muslims and Jews love to collaborate when it comes to killing Christians. So I don't want to hear a single one of you guys crying about the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, for God's sake, were you fucking people, right? It was terrible for Christians.
I'm sure there are a bunch of people in this room who don't want to.
Muslims also helped to dismantle the Ottoman Empire. The Hashemite Kingdom actually helped to the British dismantle the
here is the fan of the Empire unless you're retarded.
Please don't say phrases like no one here and attempts to speak for the whole room because
unless you're retarded.
He said unless you're retarded.
Alright, I just wanted to go.
Appreciate it, my man.
Okay, what, you didn't finish what you were saying? I thought you went.
No, I just answered Harriet. So normal. He said the Muslims they start off in Mecca and they drove out all the Christians from the area. There's no Christians anymore. Where do you think Muslims came from? They just appear out of thin air?
Forced conversion.
I mean, shit, I think
Yeah, it is. Actually, the Levantine Christians were forced to convert to Christianity.
He asked a direct question to a young lady.
Yeah, I mean, shit, the best that I can put, I don't know if y'all are biblical, but I thought that your biblically
fairy tales
line coming from Isaac and Ishmael. Isaac was a descendant of the Christians, and Ishmael had to be the descendant of the Islamic people, and they were all in the same fucking place. And I thought they were being all in the same fucking place and being cool and shit until something happened, and I don't know. I don't know what happened. They were all in the same.
Yeah, well, look, basically, Harriet, in short, a bunch of white people got together and said, okay, you know what, there's some brown people over here, there's nobody here, right? Let's just go take their land and reclaim that. There was a homeland for Jewish people, and it was called the Autonomous Oblast, right? The Russians were kind enough to give it to them, right, in the 20s, before the Holocaust, right? If you look it up, there's actually like a couple designated areas for Jewish people, a couple homelands. Many rabbis for years prior to the Holocaust, right, called it a homeland for Jewish people. So if you look up, I think in Crimea, there's a large Jewish population. Also, there's another spot where it's just for Jewish people, right? So they have homelands. I guess this is just another one, right? And I'm sure after that it'll be another one. Cyprus will be another one, and maybe it's gonna be like the whole Middle East is gonna be like a homeland, right? It's gonna be like the Greater Israel Project. Oh, that is a thing.
Yeah,
right. So in short, hold on. I didn't interrupt you, Sam. I didn't interrupt you. It was crickets when I was asking you a question. So crickets now. So at the end of the day, right? There's multiple homelands for Jewish people. They want more. In fact, the one that Russia gave them is about 2 or 3 times bigger than Israel, right? So I guess they just want more land, right? At the end of the day, colonization is a horrible thing. That means you have to physically harm people. You have to take people's resources. You have to build settlements, often on people's property, on people's land. Only a colonist would think that's a good thing. It's a bad thing. I expected from Norm. I expected. Give me 1 second, bro. I expected to many Europeans to see that as a good thing. I expect that, right? I don't expect that from a brother, and I was kind of sad when I heard Edward say that colonization is a good thing. Like that's kind of like it's sad, it's saddening, but I don't have to agree with everything a brother's saying. So we definitely disagree with that. In short, what's happening right now is fucking insane. People in places like Egypt are literally like putting bottles of rice and flour in the sea and hoping that it kind of like makes its way to Palestine as Israel is starving of people as they're, doing a genocide on the Palestinians.
Lonzo, can I ask you a question?
Well, hold on. Sam was trying to respond.
I just want to say something. So, Alonzo was not here when I said there are 466 million Muslims in the surrounding areas of Israel, and that no Jews live in any of those countries. But again,
Which countries? Which countries don't Jews live in?
Syria, Lebanon.
That's
Egypt,
not true. There's
Jordan.
Jews that live in Syria.
No, there are not. No,
The Jews had to leave Syria, and they had to.
The opposite. They were kept in house arrest. They weren't allowed to leave.
Let's not forget the bombs that Israel has done to places like Iran to make them leave. Remember that?
You did not want 26 to interrupt you, so calm down. So there are no Jews living in this approximately 8 countries surrounding Israel. And there are only 7 million Jews living in Israel and 2 million Muslims. So there, even if let's say that the Jews wanted to colonize all of those lands in the Middle East, where are they going to put them? There's too much space and not enough people.
The Wikipedia history of Jewish exodus from the Middle East shows that all of that exodus was, for the most part, voluntary. Because 2/3.
They got free land. They got free land. They got some fresh stolen land.
Hold on. Oliver was talking, so please let him finish.
Let's have a simple conversation so we can all hear, because the mumbo jumbo people gonna get lost, and I want to learn, so I want to hear everybody's point.
Put me in the queue, please.
During this time period, 2/3 of
I'm sorry, Q. Pepe, you on sorry, Q?
No, we'll just keep it going. I'm listening and paying attention. Who wants to go next? So I'll just I'll let I know my friend said he wanted to go. I don't know if DJ Fridays does too. But go ahead.
Time period alone, 2/3 of the Middle Eastern Jewish population came from the French-controlled Maghreb, a regime that was sympathetic to Zionism and that happily permitted Jews to go, in addition to most of the other countries that did as well. In fact, the only country that you can actually say properly kicked out Jews were 2, Egypt and then Jordan. Jordan did so with an agreement with the Israelis, so no, most of you are not, refugees from the Middle East. You literally went there voluntarily. But more importantly, that's neither here nor there. I see all this deflection to, but Muslims, but Muslims. We are talking about what Jews do to Christians. So, unless you're gonna, I know why you guys want to deflect to, but Muslims, right? Because you want to make it seem like it's a war. Because you want to, see, no, we have another one interrupting. Because you want to make it seem like, it's a war between Muslims.
Hold on.
It is a war against kids. And
hold on, because I'm trying to have people go one at a time. I don't want it to go back to where everybody was yelling over each other.
I agree.
Let them finish.
Anyway, you guys want to make it seem like it's a war between the Jews and the Muslims because that
it is. It is. Shut the normal.
My days, because you don't want to be able to talk about what you guys do with Christians. You want to be able to lie that Christians are your friends. We love Christians.
No, shut the fuck up.
You gotta drop Norm. He's a 7-year-old.
It's impossible. But we all know. We all see what you guys do to Christians daily. And the fact that you don't want to talk about it, you just want to deflect on the Muslim groups that you guys don't kill Christians.
Shut up, Aziz.
Because there was a whole period of time, Oliver, there was a whole period of time that Christians and Muslims married each other. Absolutely, he's correct. Oliver's correct. We got along.
What did I say that?
Is it legal for a woman to marry a Christian?
No. Yeah.
Anything to do
So I asked a question before. You have 2 billion Christians in the world. You got 2 billion Muslims in the world, and you got a sprinkling of Jews, like 0.02% of the world's population are Jews. I'm sure you're not claiming the Jews are persecuting you. We had the Inquisition. We had the. I haven't finished. We had the. Hang on. We had the Inquisition. We had the Farhad. We had Muslim.
What has this to do with anything in the cost of what?
Hold on. Let El Normo finish.
Thank you. There's what? How many Christian countries are there? Over 100. How many Muslim countries are there? 56. You got one tiny place the size of my pinky, and you're claiming that we have.
You have more. You have the autonomous Oblast in Crimea.
Thank you. You just proved the Palestinian, the liberation.
Yeah. Hold on. I know you guys get triggered listening to him, but Jesus Christ, it takes so much longer when you guys keep on fucking interrupting.
It's good for them. So we got 100 Christian countries. We got 56 Muslim countries. We got 22 Muslim countries right in the region. They dwarf Israel. They're thousands of times larger. The Muslims got all the oil. We never made any peep about it. We were given a time when
Exactly, you were given.
When
Hang on.
When the empire, hang on.
He just said it.
All right, just let him finish, guys.
Wait, you want to send them down?
You got it, Norm. You got it.
Okay. So, when the Age of Empire ended, the Austro-Hungarian, the Ottoman, the British, the French, the Belgian empires ended, the League of Nations was formed after World War I to return these lands to their indigenous people. That means the indigenous Arabs, they got Kuwait and Iraq and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi, and the Christians got all those Catholic countries of South America, you can name them, Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, Buenos Aires, Argentina, and on, and Chile, and all of the Christian countries of Europe. And what did the Jews get? A tiny little thing the size of my pinky, 1/3 of which is desert, and another major part was malarial swamp. We drained the swamp, we built Tel Aviv. We made the Negev desert.
Oh my
God. Everybody's obsessing over this time.
Can I go next? I'd like to
let him fucking finish. You can tell he's probably wrapping up. Just let him fucking finish.
Let him make excuses for genocide.
Whatever. He can do what he can. You guys are gonna get offended. You guys are like literally gonna offend each other, and you guys just have to bite your tongue. All right, shut up, everybody, shut up.
There is a genocide.
I know. Hold on. Let him finish. I know. Just let him finish.
There is a genocidal country in the region named Iran, which says death to America. That's you and me, and death to Israel. Right? They got 100 million people. Israel had just reached 10 million this year. So Iran is 10 times as big. You have Syria that committed genocide against Arabs, 650,000 dead. Nobody made a peep. They expelled all the
Two wrongs doesn't make it right, El Normo.
No, I'm not saying. Hang on. You have Yemen. Yemen is killing the Arabs by the Houthis. So you do have legitimately genocidal countries in the region. And then you've got a handful of Jews huddling in there the size of my pinky.
Israel is starving children.
Resistance. Shut up. We're not doing this.
We're taking one place to live in our indigenous homeland, and you guys just can't stand it.
All right.
And I don't.
You're not indigenous. You're a fucking white boy.
All right. Shut up.
That was a good share.
That's what I'm trying to say. Guys, we have to go one at a time because some of us are ignorant to what's going on over there. And we're trying to hear both sides.
KP, it's your friend, the trash bag.
Are you gonna go first?
Who's making the key?
Waiting for I do agree.
Yeah, where's the shit? No, I'm on the phone.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know why El Normo is mentioning all this. What has the Palestinian to do anything with both Islam and Christians? We're both Christians and Muslim and atheists and Druze, whatever. What has this to do with anything? In the cost of what? To kill native people? To remove the native people
from that land.
Well,
We
that's
are.
that's such a tricky
What
statement.
has this to do
That's
with
a
anything?
tricky statement.
What has
If
this
you
to do with
just rant
anything?
and don't listen to the
No,
response,
because
then
he's
you'll
mentioning
never
he's
understand.
mentioning Israel
You're saying
to
that
be
you don't
a
understand.
Jewish state.
My friend, let's let her finish, and then you can.
So yeah, thank you. So they're ranting about, the Jewish state. It's a small, it's a small land. We just have nowhere to. You have 3,000 years to actually move there. You had 3,000 years to actually go to your ancestral land. Why did you do it? 1948. And this is not about Muslims or Christians, actually. This is the liberation of the Palestinians. Regardless if you are Christian or Muslims, we're saying that both are being attacked. And I see a lot of people are being shocked here that Christians are being attacked. This is nothing new. Christians have been and are being attacked by the Jewish Israelis before 7th of October. I repeat myself, this is happening and it's still going on and on and on and on. So I don't understand why he's bringing up stuff that is not relevant to that topic.
They have to.
Thank you.
They have to make an excuse to continue the genocide, the Holocaust that they're inflicting on the Palestinians. So they have to speak about everything. Muslim boogeyman. They have to speak about Iran. They have to speak about everything aside from the fact that they're committing a genocide.
But do you think the Lebanese, though? Do you think the Lebanese, for example, do you don't think a good chunk of the Muslims there have a real problem with Lebanon? Iran. They didn't. A lot of them didn't want Hezbollah there either. Iran is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. No, hold on. To be honest, I'm Lebanese as well. I'm both Palestinian and Lebanese, and to be honest, Hezbollah is not a threat to us. If you go to Lebanon, you go to Shia villages, Hezbollah villages, you're not going to be attacked for being Christian or Sunni or whatsoever. Nobody cares. No one's
Am I
going to
attacked for being a Palestinian?
That's not true. I'm literally half Palestinian, half Lebanese. Who the fuck said that?
I disagree, by the way. Hezbollah is a threat to Sunni Muslims.
Yeah, since there's a Sunni Muslim that is not even from
That's
there.
why I said Sunni, because I remember when when the media was talking with Sunni Muslims in Lebanon, they were saying, they really didn't like Hezbollah. However, they saw their own extremist ISIS as being, basically demonic in comparison to Hezbollah. So
you want to know something funny, by the way? Since I'm Lebanese, I'm going to tell you this, Shias and Christian Maronites don't actually get along that well, but now, recently, they've said that they're going to be attacking all the Syrians, jihadists, I don't know what they are, Julani people, that will try to enter Lebanon. Hold on. Yeah, Julani, his people. If they try to enter Lebanon, they both, Christians and Muslims, will attack them together as Lebanese people.
I don't get.
So, hold on, let me just let me finish.
Going to be my turn, I think.
Let me just finish. Let me land.
Well, you're going to get the mic next.
People saying, the Sunnis are being attacked by Hezbollah. Actually, in Hezbollah, it's actually Sunnis.
Once you take your time, Weinstein, again.
I hear you, KP. I hear you, big bro. So it's all good.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna get her points out.
No, I'm just saying in Hezbollah, there's actually Sunnis that are fighting in Hezbollah. So stop making this whole thing, this and that. No, actually, our biggest problem in Lebanon is not the Shia Muslims. It is not the Shia Muslims. I repeat myself. It's not the Christians or the Shia Muslims. Our biggest problem is actually Israel.
No.
And the Syrian terrorists that are trying to enter Lebanon. That's our biggest issue.
But I don't get why you're so defensive of Hezbollah, a Shia group as a Christian. Why are you so defensive?
I am not defensive of Hezbollah. Didn't you hear what I said?
I tell you why, as a Christian, we would support Hezbollah. Who protected Christian churches in Syria?
Hezbollah.
Who liberated Christian nuns when they were taken captive?
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah did that. What? No offense, because you're a Central Asian Sunni Muslim. Who was imported to run around, walk over, Syrian villages, gun down Druze, gun down Alawite? That was your people, right?
Okay.
The same way your people decided to go and bomb. The same way. Shut up. The same way your people decided to go and bomb, churches, bomb movie theaters and whatnot in Moscow, right? That's what you guys do, and yet we're supposed to be literally listening to you about, the Shia are our problem. No, you guys are just as bad as the Israelis.
Under Bashar Khan, everyone was living peaceful together. And everyone was living peacefully together.
kadar
And by
başarılı.
the way, this thing that Weinstein said is correct. There are literally Sunni Muslim battalions in Hezbollah.
Exactly.
There are Christian battalions in Hezbollah.
Exactly.
There are Alawite and Druzi and all sorts of other, whichever you name it, battalions in Hezbollah.
Correct.
Where are the non-Sunni Muslims and all your Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Jolani, blah, 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 fucking thing? Oh, you know where I see the non-Sunni battalions in this? I see Israeli money. I see the IDF that gives medical aid to your Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, to all your fucking Hayat this, Hezbollah that, and blah, 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 blah. The fucking same Israelis that you guys always say, oh, we're fighting the Israelis. Why do they fund all your takfiri groups?
Exactly.
For close to 1,500 years, those areas, they were held by Sunni empires, like Sunni Muslims.
Congratulations. Look at what you did with that.
Purchased.
It was you guys that were the first to say, oh yeah, Jews can come settle the land, no?
Wait. You're saying
yes,
horrible
it was
towards
you.
Christians. Wait,
It was you guys that said, oh yeah, Jews can come settle the land. You guys who said, yeah, let's genocide 3 million Christians so that Jews can come settle this land.
Exactly.
So we can pay off our debts. Because we ran our empire into the ground. And you're boasting about, oh, the Sunni Muslims are, what the fuck are Sunni Muslims doing? That you guys have so much of a mouth to talk about, oh,
Killing their own
minorities
people,
are
maybe?
So Oliver, so this is my question for Oliver. So Oliver,
yes. You see what's happening here? Now that they have like the Jews are the monster, but once the Jews are gone, they turn on each other. They want to kill each other.
That's my question. So Oliver.
Yeah, let's hear from Edward. I'll cede my even though it's supposed to be my turn, I want to hear Edward's question for Oliver.
The entire Middle East is full of terrorists.
Okay. So you just talked about the Sunnis and the Shia. Do they get along, or is this part of your
Where? In Lebanon or where?
Many rational-minded Sunnis.
I think Mr. Edward was speaking.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah, it's gonna be my turn eventually, but I was curious about what Edward has to say because he's usually brief and quite respectful and has.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to answer.
I could answer Edward.
He asked me a question. Why?
Yeah, no, fatality. Oh, well, I don't know. I guess fatality. You said you're a Sunni, right? And you said that you guys don't get along.
That is correct.
It's a small. It's a majority sect in Shia that we're okay with, that do not theologically compromise the religion. So we do accept them as Muslims. But other than that, close to like 60% of the total Shia believers, they believe in they're heretics. They're considered heretics. So they're not considered
According
Muslims.
to you, I mean, you can
Not
also
according to me. Majority consider.
Not according to me. Right, here's the issue. You will not see a Sunni and a Shia get married. Very, like, maybe 0.01%.
That is not
That's
true.
So
Edward,
no, that is true.
Where
that
is
is true.
No, I'm serious. All right.
That is not true.
That doesn't
I
really
repeat
matter.
myself, that is not true. I'm literally from Lebanon, and that is
you know that's right. You know
Clearly, Edward had a follow-up point that he was going to make.
family, and I have.
I said 0.01%. 0.01%.
In Lebanon, we don't
Take a breath.
You know that the vast majority.
God is
very well.
All right, my friend, don't talk over people like that. Jesus Christ.
I'd like to say something that is extremely rare. And if a Sunni said to their family, oh, I have this Shia person that I want to get married, you know what will happen. Ostracized.
No, that is not true.
Okay, so I appreciate you guys giving us that little history. So the next question I have in reference to your people group, and I say that respectfully, how do you guys govern each other? Because right now we're talking about the religious aspect. What is the government that runs each of you? Like Weinstein, you say you're from Lebanon. What's the government of Lebanon? And then Vitaly, even Iran. What's the actual governance? How are you guys governing each other based on not your theocracy, but your actual governance and also your military?
Oh, they're all secular nations. There is no Muslim nation in that region. Not Lebanon.
Not Iran?
Newly established
is a
Syria,
Christian country.
maybe. Well, 1 second. Newly established Syria may be considered theologically like a Muslim nation, but that's to be seen yet. So
Yeah, they just need
literally no Muslim nations, just Muslim majority populations under secular nations.
So if I understand it correctly,
Actually, Lebanon is a Christian country. The president has to be a Maronite Catholic, and
What are you talking about? Lebanon is a Christian country. We're the minority now. No, you're wrong.
The word Lebanon, let me fucking...
Oh my god, this woman does not know her
Oh my god, the
facts.
word Lebanon... Do you even know what the word Lebanon means?
No, who are the majority in
Do
Lebanon?
you know what the word Lebanon means?
Listen, lady, your facts are so wrong.
Okay, how about this? Hold on, guys. How about you guys just have a similar conversation? Just
Okay, let me answer
Go ahead.
So, Lebanon...
No, you made a statement. He said you were wrong. Tell her why she's wrong, and then she can rebut.
All right.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll do that. Go ahead, ma'am. Here, the percentage of Christians in Lebanon is estimated to be 30 to 40%. How is that a majority, darling?
Because the Lebanese Christians moved out from Lebanon.
That's
Lebanon, the word... Give me one second. The word Lebanon is actually an Aramaic word, by the way. The country, the president has to be a Catholic Maronite. He cannot be a Muslim, he cannot be a Shia, he cannot be a Sunni, he cannot be anything. And he needs to be a Catholic, by the way, a Catholic Maronite.
And what does the prime minister have to be? What's the deal? Say it.
But I'm just saying,
you can't cut her off.
You cannot cut her. The president has to be Christian. The word Lebanon is actually an Aramaic word, by the... And the majority in the 70s, I think it was like 90% Christians, if I'm not mistaken. The Christians and the Lebanese Christians, majority of them moved. A lot of them are in Australia, a lot of them are in South America, but that doesn't mean that Lebanon is not a country. You can actually go Google it. Lebanon is a Christian country, whether you like it or not.
Okay, ma'am, let me tell you something. I am Christian from the Middle East, all right?
Hold on, let him go.
There was a time it was majority and they became 50%. But the Muslims overtook the Christians. Now they're at 30 to 40%. And yes, you are
from the Middle East.
Hold on, Sebastian.
Let me just finish. And what she's Coptic.
It doesn't matter. Let him fucking finish. You can go now.
Talking about my fucking country.
Now she's very clever. She gives you half facts.
Sam, you had your time.
I didn't
know it was Sam's time. It's Sam's turn. It is Sam's turn.
She forgot to say yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sam, the male. Yes, is your clock.
The deal arranged when they were 50-50 was that the president would be a Muslim, the president would be Christian, but the prime minister would be a Muslim. That would be like a 50-50 equal. But right now, the Christians got overran, so they're 30 or 40%. So it's not a Christian country that it used to be anymore.
It is a Christian country, whether you like it or not. Even Lebanon was divided. We were a province of Syria. It was actually mainly for the Christian people. The word Lebanon even is in Aramaic as well. We have more churches.
Yeah, I know you said that.
How many churches are there in Lebanon, and how many mosques
you
are
could
there?
at least respond to their point about how the population has changed. You could at least acknowledge that multiple people have said to you, but that the population
What the fuck has this to do with you? I'm just telling him there are more churches in Lebanon than there are mosques.
Yeah, but you're occupied by Iran, by Hezbollah.
Oh my God! We do not have any issue with Hezbollah. I've said it many times. No, we do not. We do not.
It's occupied you. What are you talking about?
Okay, but the question was not if it's Christian or not. I'm trying to find out the governance. What is the government of these Muslim countries? That's what I'm trying to find out.
What does this mean?
It's a secular government.
Like each time we keep trying to talk about what Jews
can-
were doing
just
to
direct
Christians. Somehow,
Stop
we
trying
ended
to
up
evade
talking
the
about Islam.
question.
I don't know why you guys
So
keep
you're
doing
talking
this.
about so Edward, you were asking who runs the countries that are predominantly Muslim, they're surrounding Israel.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Okay, so that's okay. So somebody answered that question.
That would be a direct question.
Egypt has a military.
Yeah, but if the Lebanese people return back to Lebanon, there's going to be a majority Christians. Just
They are not run by secular governments. They're not run by secular governments. Lebanon is probably the closest thing outside to being somewhat secular, but it is a sectarian government. It has to have a Christian president, a Sunni Muslim prime minister, and a Shia Muslim what do you call this? Parliament.
Head of the parliament.
Speaker of the parliament.
Yeah.
This
is accurate.
that is true. But if the Lebanese people return, it's going to be.
Hold on. I know. If they return, we know. I'm just trying to let somebody answer the fucking question so we don't stay stuck on it for half an hour.
So all of the other governments of these Muslim countries are run by governments that are mixing in Sharia law into their governance.
Do you guys
mixing in Sharia law doesn't mean they're.
We don't have any Sharia law, thank God.
So
Lebanon does not.
No.
Obviously, Saudi, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar have more Sharia mixed in. Those are Muslim
We have
governments.
more. We don't even have Sharia law at all. Zero.
Okay, I agree. You have close to a parliamentary democracy. However, it is religiously run. You have a government that is split among Christians, Shia Muslims, and Sunni Muslims. That's all he's saying.
We have actually
It's a
more
fact.
than that. We have Druze, we have Lebanese Sunnis.
But they don't have guaranteed seats in the government.
This is why I despise Sunni Muslim fanatics. We were pressing these guys about what they were doing to Christians. Of course, the retarded Sunni Muslim fanatic comes in and starts preaching, oh, when it was under Sharia law, when it was under the Khilafah, oh, this was good.
Exactly.
Now they've been able to wriggle away, make it back again about Judaism versus Islam. Which pile of shit do you want to choose? Halakha or Sharia?
Israel is not run by Halakha. Jews are not a pile of shit. I take offense at your characterization. You have no right to say that.
See, they love it. This is what they want to
No,
talk
we
about.
don't. We hate anti-Semites like you,
We
Shabuki.
went from the title to talk about what Lebanon is.
No, but it is interesting what this lady's saying and Oliver's saying. A lot of Christians left the Middle East because of the Israeli conflict over the decades.
Not because of Israeli conflict, because of
Yes,
because of Israel. You
because of
Israel.
Yes, no. Yes, well, as a matter of fact, my family.
Let's see him. Okay, he's a Christian, Middle Eastern. We have a few Christians.
Yes, my family did leave because of the war in Egypt.
Let's hear what they have to say.
What war was there in Egypt?
In 1973, my family left in 67 to the United States because of the Israeli-Egypt war. The conditions were so bad. My family got to the States in 1969.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and just let me finish, I'll be really quick.
How did the war affect your family?
Hold on. Let him finish.
Well, first of all, my uncle got drafted and he had to go into the war and was literally in the Sinai in tanks and fighting. I mean, his life was on the line.
He left because he was drafted, not because of the,
No, he didn't leave. No, my uncle was in the war.
Fuck up, you old cunt.
And then the economy got.
With female genitalia, this is not my problem.
Now, normal. Yes, he is correct. There's a lot of discrimination. My dad told me there's tremendous discrimination. He had to leave because he couldn't get equal opportunity there. But the conflict radicalized the region over time, and so then it just got really bad. So that's why the Christians, a lot of us, left that region.
You had Nasser, who was a Muslim Arab nationalist, and he tried to dominate the region together with Syria and expunge Israel. Israel fought back. That's not Israel's fault. That's the fault of the failed attempt to commit genocide against the Jews of Israel. Not Israel.
Whoa,
If you notice,
Israel's the one that started the 67 war. What the fuck?
Norm, if you look at Egypt during Nasser days, there were very
forget about the war. What was the last thing?
Israel was the one who started the war in 67.
No, Israel was not.
Yes, they were.
Egypt expelled the UN peacekeepers and assembled its troops on the border with Israel. That's called a casus belly.
And it
Israel
was
never responded to that.
That's why I called it belly, because
They had already
international
blocked
law.
Israel from using the Suez Canal, which Israel said would
That's
be
Egyptian territory.
1956, that's a different war.
It's really like a globally shared resource.
There was
It's Egyptian
during Nasser.
territory, but it was established with the French to be a
And they
resource
kicked out
to be
the
shared by
French.
the world.
It's still Egyptian territory. It's still Egyptian territory.
So basically, the argument is you are not sovereign over your own land. If you do something on your land that we don't like, then we're gonna invade you and
close the Suez
Just
Canal.
like they also always
If you
invade.
close the Suez Canal to one country and it's the Jewish country, we can consider that an act of.
All right, KP, I gotta do something for a few minutes. So can you like hold down the fort, make sure
Gotcha.
you know.
Gotcha.
All right.
It's going to be a one mic policy, guys. Let's have civil conversation because I'm trying to learn all this stuff.
Just like they invade the Lebanese airspace as well. They always try to invade and be over Lebanon.
Well, hold on a second. Let's just do a reset. I think.
Go ahead.
Sam was speaking, and then we can go back to L, and then to you, Weinstein.
You didn't hear me.
And my friend, you got 4.
I just wanted to say
And
to you.
5. Hey, what's going on, brother Edward? How we doing?
It's the best day of my life.
Nice.
Before you
Always.
I just wanted to say hello to you. That's all.
Always nice to hear your voice, brother.
I would also like to say hello to Sam. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I do miss you, brother.
I could say something real quick, KP, because I was waiting a while. It's kind of past the point now.
Let's go to Sam first.
Okay, Sam.
Let's go to Sam.
Thank you.
L, then my friend.
Yes, Norm, you were bringing up Nasser, but if you look at Egypt during Nasser days, there wasn't a lot of hijab. There wasn't a lot of Islamic fundamentalism. The region became Islamic radicalized after, in the 70s and in the 80s. And then in Egypt, a lot of Christians left. And in Lebanon, the conflict going there, the Christians like, oh, we got to get out. It's just getting Islamic radicalization. There were secondary ramifications as a result of Israel's presence in the Middle East. I'm not saying whether good or bad, but there were ramifications that people are not aware of significantly, the migration of Christians from the region as a result of the Israel conflict in the region.
So are you trying to say that by establishing an explicitly Jewish state?
No.
It wasn't to you.
It's not a Jewish state.
It wasn't to you. Wasn't to you yet. L.
Hi there. I missed a little bit. My signal went out. Could you please tell me what I'm addressing? What is the question? I'm happy to address it.
Well, don't worry about it. We can circle back to you.
No, I definitely want to weigh in.
Yeah, you just come back in a minute. Hold on a second. My friend, he was waiting.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say I had two things from a while ago. Lonzo left the room, so it's not super relevant anymore, but Edward is still here, and a while ago Edward made the point about colonialism and how it was good for many nations, if not all the nations of the world. It was overall good. And I was gonna ask anybody who disagreed with that argument if they could possibly steel man Edward's argument, if they could reiterate Edward's argument and try to imagine from Edward's perspective why would that be good. And I could do that just real briefly and just say that we've benefited a lot. I would say colonialism for humanity has been good and bad. We've benefited a lot. We've got modern medicine. We've got modern technology.
You stick to the topic and not filibuster.
Why are you interrupting?
Yeah, fuck you. How about this? Shut the fuck up.
Oliver, hold on a second.
Yeah, I fucking hate
We're not gonna do that.
So, I have waited a very long time. Shut the fuck up.
My friend, I have you for a second. Just give me a second. Oliver, we're having a linear conversation. It's going smooth. Please stop.
I was just waiting. I just was, when Edward was talking, it was granted it was like half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago, so the conversation has moved past. I acknowledged that before I said it, but that was the thing I wanted to say, and I'll land it there, that basically it's been good and bad. People have suffered, obviously there's been a lot of bad, whatever, residential schools, and people have lost their language, and a lot of bad. But also there's been a lot of good.
We got smartphones, and we can all go to the hospital, and that is good. And then the other thing I wanted to say, just real briefly, is people were asking, I think it was Weinstein who was asking, why weren't the Jews moving to Israel before the establishment of Israel in 1948, 1947? And I looked it up, and yes,
we did. We did.
Right, well, first of all, we did, Norm, but also, Norm, I hope you know and you will acknowledge that what I found online is that there were about like I asked online, how many Jews were living in Palestine in the 1800s and what was life like for them? And there were about 7,000 Jews living in Palestine in the 1800s, and life was okay for them. Many of them were struggling because they did live as second-class citizens and they had to pay the special jizya tax. And the reason why that many Jews did not migrate to Palestine at the time is, first of all, maybe they didn't want to pay the jizya tax, and second of all, you know, the Holocaust hadn't happened yet, so yes, they were exiles from their homeland. They were living in Eastern Europe or wherever the hell they were living, in Spain or wherever the hell. But the Holocaust hadn't happened yet, so yes, they were exiles from Israel, and they said things like, hey, next year in Jerusalem, let's drink to that. But they didn't actually move yet because the Holocaust was the straw that broke the camel's back, where they were like, all right, you know, enough of this bullshit. I'm going to land here. I'm coming to a conclusion. Hold the thought. So I've just been waiting a long time, and I had this kind of scripted in my head, so I'm just going to land here. After saying that fucking, what I just said, in conclusion, another reason why they didn't move is because Palestine was under rule of the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire made it hard for Jews to emigrate to Palestine because the Ottoman Empire was trying to protect. Shut up, God! I fucking hate you, dude. Yeah, you're so fucking annoying. I mean, I don't want to devolve into just shitting on this guy. You are so fucking rude and annoying, my friend. You have no decorum. You have like some 22-year-old energy. I've been waiting for a long time. I have been formulating this thought in my head. Yeah, that's the end of the thought, but it's just rude to be interrupted.
Because he talked over you.
The end of the thought, Norm, the end of the thought is that they, not only was it hard because of the jizya, but also the Ottoman Empire made it hard for Jews to move to Palestine because they wanted to protect a majority Muslim demographic.
That is so true. And if you look at the states, I'm gonna give you the mic next. I think Weinstein has something to say.
I can get the mic to Oliver instead. I'm doing something.
Okay, that's Oliver. Then L, you have the mic after Oliver.
Thank you.
Not only was everything we just heard false, because the Ottomans actually had one of the largest mass migrations of Jews back to the Middle East, where they fucking rescued these people from Spain after, you know, noble Catholics, for good reason, kicked them out because they invited Muslims, did all sorts of slavery and genocide in Spanish territory. The Ottomans rescued them, took them in, made them their butt buddies, by which they then went and massacred 3.2 million Christians. That's your fucking Ottoman Empire that somehow oppressed Jews. But all of this is also just irrelevant. I mean, we went from, okay, we're talking about what's happening to Christians in Taiwan, what's happening to Christians in the Middle East. Suddenly now we're talking about, but you know, we had to pay jizya back in the days. But the Holocaust. What the fuck? Like, this is why Jesus calls you people children of Satan.
Okay, I'm sorry that the points that I made went over your head. What I'm hearing from you is that you didn't understand why, the relevance of what I said. You did not understand the points that I made. You don't understand how they're relevant to the conversation. I'm sorry that you don't have a complete understanding of what I said. Maybe it's because you're a stupid, dumb little brat.
You are not.
Let's not get personal.
Anyone else is suffering other than you.
We're not gonna do personal attacks. You can attack the points, but don't attack the person.
No, I have no problem. I'm just quoting the Lord God. I'm just quoting the Lord God, dude.
KP.
But you guys are complaining, with all due respect to the mods, you guys are like saying that he's a believer interrupting my friend, but he's interrupting all of.
And again, I don't even mind.
Weinstein? I'm asking you respectfully.
It's
gonna go to L.
Thank you.
Edward, and then what was the other person? Vitaly. Oh, he left.
Yeah. So I don't know that Oliver was done.
He wasn't actually done. I was actually listening.
I just want to
It's a website. I need to just chill. Then L, then Vitality.
And
network. Gotcha.
I want to actually stick to the topic instead of retarded Jews talking about the Holocaust or retarded Muslims boasting about their caliphate. Let's talk about what is happening to Christians in the Middle East. I understand you two people have, like, you know, narcissism complex in your religious identity.
So he just called me retarded, and now he's saying I have a narcissistic complex, but you're gonna get triggered if I call him a little brat.
Personal insults, but just let Oliver finish. Don't use personal insults.
Well, let's just stick to the topic. Let's stop people.
As I said, my statements were on topic from about 20 minutes ago.
Okay, both of you guys done. Mr. Edward.
Here I am.
Go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry, L. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
L, you got it. No,
you
you got it.
a joke like that TV show about lesbians. I think that was funny. Okay, so it is. So I didn't find anything that was incorrect about my friend, what he said, including it is absolutely true that while Tabuki addressed something that he did not say, which is a yes, the Ottomans welcomed Jews in after the expulsion from Spain in 1492.
No, fuck this. Honestly, fuck both
Would you mind sending him down?
Fuck both of you.
Would you send him down?
Appropriate to let one person.
Hold on. Would you send him down?
Once again,
I'm asking
Oliver, I'm sorry, L. I don't mean to cut you off, but Oliver, you're a grown-ass man, and I don't mean to swear right now. If you can take criticism, there's something wrong with you. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, so he made a racist comment that Jews are retarded. He made a racist comment that Muslims are retarded. I reject both statements. I'm not anti-Christian, despite what he proposes to say. Like Jews we're not. Jesus was a Jew. He did not say that we were the children of Satan. This is another lie. I don't know what's wrong with his mind. So again, I just want to review the reality of what happened. In World War I, the Ottoman Turks backed Germany and lost. And the League of Nations was formed so that there would never be a great war again. Part of their mission was to return the land to the indigenous people. The League of Nations did this all over the world. Because the Brits won in World War I, they didn't colonize the region. They had a mandate, and the mandate was, a mission was, to return to the land to the indigenous people. That includes the Jews and the Arabs. The British gave the Arabs almost every country, except for one tiny little area, because the Jews are from there. They gave the Arabs all of the land and all of the oil. And again, I will repeat, the idea that the Jews, who are indigenous to the land of Israel, don't deserve a country, a tiny little country, is just absurd to me. And to blame the flight of hundreds of millions of Christians and the woes of hundreds of millions of Arabs on this tiny little bunch of Jews, 0.02% of the world population, against 2 billion Christians and 2 billion Muslims, it's just absurd. And I will tell you what's happening. The leaders of those countries steal your money, oppress their people, and blame the Jews, and a classic distraction. The same way in this country, they blame black folks for things, they use racism as a distraction for class warfare and exploitation. It's the same thing the leaders do in those countries. They blame the Jews. It's pure racism.
God, that was such a bunch
And
of
I
lies.
think it's on Edward, then Vitality, or Vitality, you flash your mic. Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to find out, which is quite interesting. You guys said that Israelis are affecting the Christians in the West Bank. Does anyone have an actual link to that? Because I'm trying to locate the link. Anybody has a link to it of what's actually taking place based on?
Well, I have one up above. It had more to do with like vandalism and intimidation and stuff. I'm talking about like recently.
What?
No, that's good. That's good. So this settler said to torch vehicles, vandalize property. Okay, and we are clear that these are Israelis of impacting Christians. Is that what we're saying?
Well, I don't know that they're targeting that they're Christians or just the fact that they're Arabs that so happen to. I don't know. It's hard to understand why exactly these settlers and a good chunk of. I'm not going to give a percentage, but it's known that some of those settlers are like pretty much like extremists.
Yeah, and there's a war going on. We're at war with the Arabs right now.
Okay, bingo. He just said it. That's the key, Norm. The conflict is causing many of the Christians in the Middle East to leave. For example, Iraq.
Let me finish my thought before you guys go, because I like this. You guys like to go down rabbit holes versus having a very nice conversation. So this is the point that I just want to make for all of us guys. I've been to Israel 3 times. I have friends that live in Israel currently, my wife and I. It is war only among armies or people groups? See, because we got to ask ourselves a question.
No, hold on. I'm from Sudan. Hold on, that's bullshit.
Can I finish?
He's speaking, sir. It's an element of both. It's an element of both, Edward. You have
once again, Sam. He was speaking.
Just let me finish this thing. You guys get attacked the topic anytime you want after, but you gotta let a person finish their thought, okay? Because my understanding, I'm just saying my understanding, when we declare war, normally that's armies against armies or military against military. When people groups are fighting, okay, like we says in this article he got, settlers or what we call people who are Arabs attacking Israel, are we considering that war, or is that a conflict among the people in Israel? That's my question.
Yeah, I can answer that really quick. When it's war, which is the minority of the time, that's when you see the large migration out. For example, what happened in Iraq, many of the Christians in Iraq just left. There are Christians in Iran, they left. Syria, they left. Lebanon, they left. Egypt, they left. But the bulk of the time, it's not war. It's like just day-to-day aggravation and harassment.
Like low. Yo, can I speak real quick though? Please, right? No, the Arabs are mad.
Who's that speaking?
Hold on. The Arabs are mad.
Hold on a second.
The Africans, they used to enslave Africans. To 2005, we're doing this. Go to Libya. What they should do in the Africans.
It's okay.
It's okay. There was a moderator speaking. I don't know what, like, Jesus Christ, and he just like wanted to power.
My phone was closed. I'm sorry, Pepe. My phone was closed because I was going to pass the mic to It's Okay because he wanted to speak.
Yeah, can I speak real quick? No.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. The Arabs are mad because the shit they did that they're doing to Africans, right? They enslaved Africans, killing Africans, and every little thing they do. Like, they support, like, because I'm from South Sudan, right? And Israel's the only country that came in and said that wasn't right. They're the only country that came in and said that wasn't right and supported us to get our independence. They enslaved us. Even in Libya right now, they're enslaving Africans. These Arabs don't give a fuck about all that. All they care about is Islam. Islam and Sharia. That's all they give a fuck about. I promise you that. They might pretend that it's all fake. All that shit is fake. It's all about, you do kufar, that means you're not Muslim. You have the right to be killed or be enslaved, and that's in Sharia law. I promise you that.
Shit. No, I actually agree with that.
Okay. He said
that was some lot there.
Wait. There's literally a verse in the Quran that says there's no compulsion in religion. So how are you going to?
Kufar, what does that mean? Non-religious, non-Muslim, right? Whatever the fuck that word is. If you're not Muslim, they can kill you or they can enslave you. You are not Muslim.
Kill you how?
No, they can kill you because you are not follower of Islam. They can kill you. I don't know the word for it, but I don't know what's the truth though. Africans all day.
Well, to be fair, he does come from South Sudan, and the reality is though is that the people who really like bear the brunt of a lot of like I guess you say Islamic extremism, where they're torturing people.
That's
is like
what I wanted to talk
it
about.
isn't sub-Saharan Africa. It doesn't make the news or get talked about nearly as much as if it's happening to Middle Easterners.
That's what I wanted to address. Like, we're trying to have a conversation.
Have you never heard of Tybar? Have you never heard of Tybar? Where
just let me get my thought across. Let me get my thought across.
Well, hold on, Sam. I'll let you go, but I'll let you go after Vital.
So we never, we haven't drawn like a baseline for this argument. Like I think we should focus on some sort of like a subject such as interfaith relationships, how Jews view Muslims and Christians, how Muslims view Christians and Jews, how Christians view Muslims and the Jews, and how we're supposed to.
South Sudanese are Christians, you know that, right?
Wait. Just let me talk.
We're Africans. That's the only difference.
So how we're instructed to interact with one another, like in daily life, in politics, all of that, right? So we could understand each other and see what guides our motives. Because otherwise, if we start talking about like just general things, there's all these nations, all these groups, all these motives pushing people to do all sorts of things, and then it's being grouped with religions and I don't know, state actors, all of that. It gets convoluted. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has different motives.
Easy, I want to say something real quick.
Can we shed away all the extraness topics such as like nations and like groups like Al Qaeda or ISIS or like I don't know who else is there? Like South Sudan. I don't know which group is fighting in South Sudan.
Yeah, I want to just say something real quick, because in America, this is why Westerners have difficulty understanding what's going on in the Middle East. In America, things are about race. It's not about religion. In the Middle East, it's not about race. It's about religion.
It's about race.
So that's
Arab versus non-Arabs. It is about.
No. You know it's not Arab versus non-Arab. You're talking
He's talking about in South Sudan. In South Sudan, you have the Arab North.
The Arabs.
I said the Middle East. I said the Middle East. You must understand, the Middle East, it's about religion.
It's also about group.
Come on, bro. Be real.
I mean, which group is
So hold on. The other Sam wanted to go.
Okay.
So I agree with Sam that it's about quote unquote religion, but we have to understand what these religions are. They are nations, right? They're nations just like we have nation states today. Jews are a nation, Muslims are a nation. And I think the Arab world has its own sort of like nationalistic identity, which is kind of racist.
Very racist. Very racist.
So we can't divorce like your Vitali was saying earlier, like the religion from the politics, because they are national entities, and these national entities have political frameworks, and the political frameworks are how we interact with one another. And that is, this is more of the reality. And yes, Israel, I believe that Israel as a state is a bit different because Israel is a secular state. And I'm very familiar with Israel and its politics. There are religious factions within it, but the vast majority of it function within the secular framework of just like America does. And Sam is correct that Westerners don't understand that because they think everybody's just sort of like doing whatever they want to do, and like they practice their religion on their own time, in their own space. But the reality of this in the Middle East, religion is not just part of your identity, and you're not an independent actor. You're a part of a giant collective of people.
Yes, but like I said, once we start shifting the focus onto like other actors such as like the Arab involvement in Sudan, we don't know what the motive is. None of us work for any sort of like government or.
No, what I'm saying is, but you can't say Israel is wrong for defending themselves. I guess, the Arab invasion. You know what I mean? Arab conquering. They're trying to conquer Israel. They want to conquer everything. They want to take. They want to take everything from everyone.
That's what I'm saying. Look, that's what I'm saying.
You can't get mad at Israel for that, bro.
If you shift the focus to race, then you're gonna start bringing up different.
It's not race. It's not race. No, it's religion and race at the same time.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Instead of like shifting the focus in the middle between race and religion, let's just focus on what everybody subscribes to, what the government subscribes to, which is religion. And that's the core of the issue here. That's the reason why, we're struggling against one another. It's because of religion. And that's the truth behind it. All of the other, if you start suddenly shifting the focus to, again, race, you're going to start drawing new conclusions. You're going to try and find new motives for what people are doing and why they're doing that. It's like a never-ending discussion.
Oh, so can you describe what LIB is?
Means slave. That's slave. That's an Arab word when they slave black people.
Is that just a slave? LIB is actually a Palestinian. It's a name for Palestinian neighborhoods where they exclusively keep the black Palestinians.
Bead is a word they use for African slaves.
It's okay. Dude, don't stop just chiming in because it like totally fucks it up. And then I'm seeing Sam is even having to pause, so just let him finish.
So even in the Muslim territory, in the Palestinian territories that I'm familiar with, where you have majority black people who happen to be Palestinians, Afro-Palestinians, who are the descendants of slavery, because slavery ended in Ottoman Palestine when the British took over, and it still continued until a little bit in some territories until Israel became a state. So now, even today, you still have these people who are regulated to their own territory in isolation, and they are treated as second-class citizens even there. And they're all Muslims. So there is this racist component within the Islamic world.
Within nations, I don't know.
Within Muhammad, nigga. What you mean? What are you talking about? Within Muhammad was a racist too. Calm down, bro. Let's be real, bro.
Didn't he instruct his...
Then he the one who would trade one black slave for like, or three Arab slaves for one black slave, right?
Do you think he only owned
one black slave? Listen, no. Muhammad is a racist. Let's be real.
Do you think it was just about...
Let's be real. Islam is founded on.
Okay, that was Jesus Christ. I don't want to get into like is Islam racist? We know a lot of Arabs are racist because like understood. You don't need to talk about it. So, I mean, it's kind of going off topic.
The reason we're going off topic is yes, this gentleman does have legitimate. Yes, he does have points. The problem is the Arab sub-Saharan topic is that's a whole other topic. What we're discussing is the Middle East itself, and in the Middle East, it's religion based.
I have a question. I live on Khartoum, and I lived in Egypt. I was born in Khartoum. I lived in Egypt, right? So Egypt not part of the Middle East. Sudan is not part of the Middle East.
No, Sudan is not part of the Middle East. That's sub-Saharan Africa.
I lived in Egypt.
And Egypt is part of the Middle East.
Okay,
yes.
what makes it part of the Middle East? Because it's not African now.
Sub-Saharan Africa is not considered the Middle East. Northern Africa.
It's not part of Africa, right? What makes it?
Oh, now we're getting it. No, yes, Egypt. Yes, is also part of Africa.
What makes Egypt not African?
Because okay, they put the Middle East and North America. I mean, North Africa is far more similar to the Middle East than it is to sub-Saharan Africa. It's like, I mean, that's obvious. The people look different. They speak Arabic. Why would you question why they group the countries that way?
Yeah, Pepe, you should think about something. It's Sudan, right? Look at Sudan, look at South Sudan. Sudanese culture, it has Berbers flowing through it. Like they have similar cultures because they're between Algeria, Egypt, and
they're the ones who've been genociding primarily the black Christians in the south.
Susan Arab means black, right? Means black. We have more pyramids than Egypt. Not even close. Like we got more pyramids than Egypt. We got history in Sudan. All Sudanese people, we got history. We got more pyramids than Egypt. We got all that stuff are older. We done it. We done it first. You know what I'm saying? Even when you go to the pyramids, half of them are African names. Piap, that's an African name. You feel me? Piap. You know what I mean? The second pyramid, second biggest pyramid.
I specifically.
So what I'm saying is, what makes Egypt non-African? That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, no offense. I don't want to. I know.
Egypt is in Africa. Egypt is definitely in Africa.
Yes, it is. But this is. Yeah, but we don't need to talk about it. Let's just. There's no reason to talk about this. I don't want to. I mean,
why are you speaking about middle?
Hold on. It's okay.
What are you talking about?
It's okay. Hold on. Okay, I understand what happened to the Sudanese is absolutely horrible. I'm sorry that you guys had to go through that, but I really do not want to talk about race and what happened in Africa. Just like it's not really what we were talking about.
The title. We're trying to address the title. There's been Christians attacked by Jewish settlers, and we're trying to figure out why the I don't know the word for it. Like how is that like not addressed by Israel?
But I think I think he's trying to address it because the settlers, to my understanding, are Arabs. Correct?
No, the settlers are Israeli.
Well, there are also Palestinian settlers, but when you think of them, you're thinking of Israelis or Jews. But there's also Palestinian settlers.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But we're talking about which ones. But when we talk about which ones would have done the fucking attacks, we obviously know they're going to be the Israeli settlers.
You're talking about Jewish settlers. They may not be Israeli. But there's also, Palestinians are also settling that land.
Yeah, I don't care about them. Like we're not talking about them. We already know that if they're
Palestinian settlers, where are they? Are they in Tel Aviv or something?
In Judea and Samaria.
No, hold on one second. So FBI.
Oh, that's the rat. The fucking rat is talking. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Alright, guys, no name calling in this.
Are you an anti-Semite? What's your problem?
No, I'm not anti-Semite. I'm just a sewer rat.
What was your question, Edward?
I'm a man.
Guys,
hold on, guys.
Go ahead, Edward.
So I'm just trying to find out, Pepe. Am I understanding correctly that the settlers are Jewish settlers only? Is that their ethnicity?
Of the ones that would have done this, will you shut the fuck up? It's okay. God damn, you keep on doing this, dude. When it comes to, yes, they would be the ones responsible for the attack. Yes.
So
nobody questions that.
So I understand.
Jewish people, that's their homeland. Gee, my bad, bro. But I'll let him talk if he ain't on some bullshit. But what I'm saying is,
all right. Sorry. So Pep, Israeli settlers are attacking Christians. So in my understanding, Israeli settlers who are Jewish are attacking the Christians in South Israel. Am I understanding?
In the West Bank?
Two cases. There's like two cases of it.
Okay. All right. Yes, that's basically the claim. What I can't tell is it because they're Christian or is it because they're Arab? I don't know the difference. I don't know if they even differentiate.
We're at war with the Arabs right now. That's why. Not because they're Christians.
It's one of
Christian settlers
systematic.
You're not at war with Arabs, normal. Stop it.
It's the systematic.
Yeah, we're at war with Arabs in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. You didn't hear about it? There's a war going on.
My understanding is.
Hold on, I'll let you guys go. Hold on. Like Vedo, I'll let you go. But Edward, try to make your point.
My point's really simple. So there's all different people groups that settled in Israel, correct? It's not just Israeli. They're like Norm
In the
said.
West Bank?
Yes, there's Palestinians, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's all different people groups. There are Arabs that's settled there. I've been to Israel 3 times. There's people settled in different areas.
Sure.
So I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding which settlers are actually attacking the Christians, because we need to know that first.
Yeah, it would be the Jewish settlers.
No, but what he's asking you, the far right Jewish settlers.
Yeah,
the left,
they're probably going to be like fringe far right. I mean, I don't think you even really have to guess.
You're drawing attention to 2 cases, which in both cases those kids are violent young kids, and they should be prosecuted and brought to task. We're talking about a couple of cases. It's not like it's a regular thing.
Hold on. What was your question, Fedo?
I just wanna comment on what you think. Like, guys, just all you have to do is to go to Google or YouTube and write Jewish settler spitting on Christian nuns. This is like hundreds of videos. So I don't know what you're trying to deny. We're now here discussing why is this happening. So please do not try to ridicule him and attack him when you ask the question. You can answer why is this happening.
Well, I will say this. Because I do know people would say it's rare, but people would, I would hear people say like, oh, it's rare. Apparently, it's not rare.
No, it's not rare.
Specific parts of hold on, in specific parts of Jerusalem, and that is where you get what appear to be Orthodox Jews, very very religious people, and then you get, especially if you're somebody who's outwardly Christian, like like for example, a priest and nun, or if you're but in especially it's a case if you're somebody who's evangelizing, there will be specific Jews who find that just to be like intolerable, and so they'll yell at them, debate with them, sometimes spit on them, but it's not like it's not something that occurs in throughout Israel.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I mean, we've all been to Israel, including Christian people. We cherish our Christian tourists. There are regular trips of Christians to Israel. They go to the holy sites and everything, and we cherish them. I mean, the idea that we're anti-Christian is just absurd. We're not. We live in a
sort of.
No, it's just YouTube.
We live.
Wait,
I
can show you a video
right now. I know, of course, these videos are spread by people who want to make Jews look bad. It's like TikTok and stuff.
What about the people who are doing the things in the video?
Yeah, I know. You just
you
burn their churches. I know you like just to burn their churches.
Yes, guys, hold on a second.
I want to say something.
Hold on.
We're not expecting you to be that.
Yeah, you can afterwards, Abby.
Normal.
I'm going to.
We're not expecting either of you to be the sort of.
No, I'm going to.
I need to also to say my comment.
Okay. Hold on. Let Abby go, and then I'll let you go again.
I spend a lot of time with the Christian community in the United States and in Israel, and I go on some of these trips, the pilgrimages, when they go over there. So what you have to have perspective is the majority of the tourism, the largest percentage of tourism in Israel, is Christian pilgrims coming there. The areas that they go are mostly in the Jerusalem area and then up at the Sea of Galilee to the churches around the Kinneret, where Jesus spent most of his time, according to the New Testament. They also used to go to Bethlehem. However, Bethlehem, which used to be an 80% Christian city, now is about 5% Christian city, if that, and it's not safe for them in Bethlehem. Bethlehem is not under the control of the Israeli military or Israeli police. When you go to the Christian sites, whether it's the Church of the Holy Sepulchre or the Stations of the Cross, or you go to the Mount of Olives, these areas are protected and patrolled very, very carefully by police to make sure the pilgrims are safe when they go there. Remember that prior to 1967, these areas were controlled by the Jordanian authorities, and these churches looked very different. The Stations of the Cross looked very different. The Wailing Wall looked very different. They were used as garbage dumps, literally where they put their garbage. After 67, they completely changed and cleaned up. So when the Christian groups go, they go to Jerusalem and then they travel within Israel up to the Sea of Galilee, which has always been part of Israel, the area around where the church, and help me out, some of these churches, Beatitudes, and where the multiplication church, yes, up by
this is where Jesus
Sermon on the
walked on
Mount.
the water. This is where Jesus
the Sermon on
walked
the
on
Mount
the
as
water.
well. These are very holy sites and also very, very protected. And I welcome anyone who's Christian. It's a marvelous experience to go and experience it for a Christian. And I've gone there with many groups and Christian friends as they go through the experience.
I have a question for you.
Very, very sacred and treated very sacredly by the Israeli authorities to protect the Christian pilgrims when they go there. And if there are people that hurt other people that do so, they should be prosecuted, they should be caught. That's wrong. And I know that the Israeli government and the police force take that very seriously, especially around the Christian holy sites and when the pilgrims come there. So, and that's firsthand. And again, I welcome all of you. Go experience it and experience the roots of the religion, because they're beautiful sites there. Now I'm done.
Christians get spit on me all the
Alright,
time.
resistance.
Don't get arrested. Don't get arrested, and nothing happens.
Resistance.
She's lying.
Resistance. I've seen all of the videos.
That's fine, but she's lying.
Shut it. No, she's not lying, because the police and the military are literally fucking there. They're the ones who always end up separating them. Okay?
They don't arrest them. They do not.
Shut the fuck up.
You fucking fag.
Oh my God, resistance. I'm gonna.
I
Civil conversation. We're having a civil conversation. I don't like. I know it's your thing to come up and talk shit. And
No,
say,
I said what was back. I didn't interrupt. All I said.
Okay, I get it. I know. We know. We heard you the first time. Yes, I've seen the fucking videos. I've seen the fucking videos. Stop.
Yeah, but what Abby's saying is that there is a lot of validity to it. As a Christian from the Middle East, where I would feel safest are two countries, Lebanon and Israel. I would be treated best in those two countries, and that's interesting. To say Israel.
The Armenian quarter.
You'll get treated better in Israel than you would in Saudi Arabia, really? You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Liar. You been to Saudi Arabia?
I've been 3
'Cause
times
I have.
to Saudi Arabia. 3 times. As a Jew.
And the hospitality there is great. And the hospitality in Dubai is
Resistance.
way
We're
better.
doing one at a fucking time. Resistance.
Don't tell me about Saudi. I went as a Jew 3 times in the last 4 years. With respect to the area in Jerusalem, I forgot to mention the Armenian quarter and the Christian quarter, which have been there through many different empires in Jerusalem. And it's actually where most of the top merchandise and I would say the commercial area within the old city. And also, I would recommend, if you go there, to go through the Armenian quarter and the Christian quarter. And they're very safe. The Muslim quarter are not so safe. And it's a bigger risk for an American tourist or a Christian tourist walking through the other areas.
Well, I know Fero wanted to go, and then Sam.
Yes, Fero. I'm trying to get Fero in here. Go ahead, Fero.
Alright, I'm just gonna ask for one thing, and I hope we can agree on it. Can we all just agree on the principle that any religion, any ideology, any thought that makes you feel entitled, that makes you feel that your race is better, your religion is better, your physical body is better, your language is better, your nationality is better, and you should have better treatment than other people living with you, then this should be condemned. Either this is Judaism, Islam, Christianity, any ideology that makes you feel superior to other people, it should be fought, and we should fight our own ideology once this appears. And I can tell you, the problem is not in the core of the religion or the ideology or anything. There's always some people who try to interpret it this way. Can we all agree on this? And that if we find our own people doing this, we say it's wrong.
No, we can't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's not happening. It's not happening in the Middle East. It's really toxic.
No, that's not what the reality is, though. Yeah, you see.
I want Sam to go and then
Let me give you examples of what I go through here. I'm now in the Middle East visiting. I have a national ID card. On every national ID card, you have your name on the front. On the back of the card is your religion. Everywhere I go into a government building, just to go do something with my phone, the first thing they do, these folks, is they flip the card to see my religion. But they BS and say, oh no, I'm just checking for expiration date. Really? So it's that kind of aggravation every day.
Wait, which country did you?
Go ahead, Sam. Hold on, Sam.
They won't do that to you in Israel.
Yeah, I know. In Israel, you're
How good do they do that in Israel?
No, they're treated. If you're an Israeli citizen, you get treated well. Stop.
Yeah, Israeli citizen.
No, hold on, Sam. Then Masri's been wanting to go. So.
And I want to say something. Real quick. Did you not hear the question he posed? Federal, would you repeat the question again?
I agree with Fedo. Nobody is superior.
Yeah, I think all of us here agree not to mistreat others. So. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the other like which country he's in, because in Israel it's different.
Oh no, I'm talking about in Egypt. I mean, I've always said it. I'm a Coptic from Egypt, and this is what I go through. Just today, I go. The first thing they do is they flip the ID card, check my religion. Once they know I'm a Christian, I get a really aggravation treatment. Oh no, come back next week for your paperwork. Oh no, come back. Oh no, it's missing this, it's missing that. Oh, it's just really They won't be overt about it because they don't want to be called out. But it's very subtle and it's aggravating and it's discriminatory.
The Coptics are part of who cares for the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. There's 8 different types of Catholicism that oversee that church. A lot of Coptics come from Egypt to Israel for pilgrimage. It's very common.
Oh yes, we get nothing. We don't get any bad treatment over there.
Nobody in Israel ever checked your religion.
Thousands of years. No,
I didn't even finish what I was going to say because I was interrupted.
So
okay.
Go ahead, Sam.
So yeah, so thanks for answering my question, Sam. Otherwise, I want to say that the people that I have seen people in Israel get aggravated with are evangelical Christians that stand in the middle of the city and in the middle of Jerusalem and tell people that they're going to hell because they reject Jesus and they need to accept Jesus in order to be redeemed, and that they are all going to hell. So the Israelis have a big issue with those types of people. Normal Christians, they don't necessarily have a problem with. The people tend to have an issue with Israelis because they believe that they are quote unquote secular. However, it seems to be the religious people, which people prefer to be in Israel, that seems to be more of the problem, right? Because the secular people are against the settlements for the most part. The secular people are not bothering Christians or anybody else for any religious reasons, and the religious people, again, who people seem to prefer to be in Israel, tend to seem to have similar conflict in some ways as other religious people in other communities, such as Islamic Christianity.
Yeah, I did notice that in almost all of, I did see reports of priests and nuns getting not treated well, but almost all of the footage you see where they're getting cussed at, and often in English, because these people are preaching in English, is they're people that are like in Jerusalem, and they're preaching, and like then some religious. It's often kids, to be honest with you. It's kids that end up fighting with them. But I saw that Masri wanted to say something.
Yeah, from a long time ago. Thanks for giving me the chance. I will not take long as usual, but I have just 2 comments. Abby, you know that I love you. You're a friend of mine. I really respect you. But my comment to you is that you are pro-Israel, and that's your right, of course. but what I don't really like here is that you just highlight the good things of the Israeli community or the Israeli society without the negative sides, which are there as well. For example,
I did say they should be prosecuted if they do. Didn't you hear me say that?
Yes, I heard you. I heard you. I'm not attacking you.
He said you don't highlight the things that they do. We know that
I highlighted my
highlighted nothing.
Hey, I highlighted my experience with Christians when I go there.
But it's dishonest. We're talking about religious extremist Jews attacking Christians. And he never talked about you, nor El Normo. Why this room would expect you to behave that sort of way?
Yeah, why would I not feel pride when I go there with Christian groups and I see how they love and cherish their holy sites?
We're talking about religious extremist Jews. Nobody in this room expects that sort of behavior from you.
But you have people talking in absolutes, that absolutely all Christians are treated.
Yes, I understand.
I was coming on to say,
may I continue without interruption?
I understand.
Hold on. Let's let Masri finish.
Please let me, Abby, I say...
No, I just wanted to say a couple words to the lady who keeps visiting the Holy Land, okay? I understand.
Well, hold on, I don't think Masri... Jin, I'll let you go after Masri, but I want Masri to finish, because I don't think he finished.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I haven't. I kept interrupted. So please, no interruption in order to finish my words. Abby, I repeat, you are my friend, I respect you. Okay, so I'm not attacking you, but I say that you highlight just the positive things. But there are so many negative things as well. If you are talking about the Christians and Muslims who are in the Israel, who are the population is 21%, why are you not talking about the building of mosques that they are totally or almost forbidden to be built? There is no legal prevention in that, but at the same time, practically, they don't. They don't really build.
I'm sorry, because
they don't. No, according to the population of Israel, which is 21%, according to you, the number of Muslims are very few.
Slow down.
And how many of them? Please
slow down. Where is it forbidden?
I listened to you, Abby, without interruption.
No, but I didn't understand what you're saying. Where is it forbidden?
My question here.
Where?
Why you highlight the positive things? Please, why you just highlight the positive things without highlighting the negative things which are there as well?
I didn't understand what you said. Where is it
So
forbidden?
stop talking and listen. You're asking a question.
Resistance, shut up. It's between these two.
I ask you kindly to let me without interruption, please. Okay? Maybe you can talk about that later. You know you are totally welcome. That's number two. According to Sam, just a quick comment. You're Christian from Egypt. You say that I'm Egyptian. I'm proud being Egyptian as well. But you are commenting about mentioning the religion in your ID card. Well, why not is that? You are totally proud of being a Christian. Then why not it is not written in your ID card? You're talking about the deal or how to be dealt. Well, let me tell you something. Almost all the Christians in Egypt, they already have a mark in the right hand about the cross, the symbol of Christianity. So you're proud of that. Then why you hold this one in your hand that you used to be mentioned in your ID? That's number one. Number two, my friend, you're talking about, you're talking about maybe so many different reasons, including security reasons. How many names are common between Muslims and Christians? Like Hani, like Noor. But Muhammad is a Muslim name. George is a Christian name. So if someone is named Hani or Noor or something like that, without any reference to his religion according to his name, when he enters a church or something, how could you be sure about his identity? Maybe he's a Muslim brotherhood or a terrorist who wants to do something in your church. Then according to his ID, if the common names between the Muslims and Christians, which is not really clear if that guy is a Muslim or a Christian, then for security reasons or for logic reasons or for so many different reasons, the ID will be mentioned, the Christianity in his other religion. It is very important. So respectively, your comment is not convincible to me. Respectively, of course. Thanks for giving me the chance, Mott. And
got it. So respectfully, you're full of shit. Let's talk about
Adams.
Why are you screaming?
Adams, because No, are you okay? Because we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Okay, I'll go back down to the audience. I can't back.
Yeah, no, but we were having people go in order. Okay.
Okay, so if there's a queue, then say that there's a queue. You don't need to scream.
Okay,
That's
but
what
you
did.
were
You
letting
started
me.
screaming.
Yeah, you.
No, I didn't.
That's why I had to raise my voice.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Holy shit. So Abby was talking to Abby, so I needed Abby.
Yeah.
She's the one who gets to respond.
And he and I have great conversations also as we talk about the beauty of Egypt and what culturally is in his country. And I do really enjoy learning a lot from him. But Israel built mosques, so I didn't know where you were talking about because Norm may know the number. It's like hundreds and hundreds of mosques that they have built for.
Which mosque Israel built? Come on, tell me.
Norm, hold on. Let me see
I'm
if
not
he
Norm.
has the
I'm
number.
not Norm.
I'll
Tell me
pull
what-
it up. I'm
Yeah,
just
tell me
trying
which
to
one.
respond to him right now. I can't multitask and deal with my dog at the same time. I'm doing my best. Okay, I'll get you the number, but I know that they build mosques, and it's in the hundreds. With respect to answering his question, nothing is forbidden there. What they do in Egypt with having that on an ID card is your law in Egypt. It's not the law in the United States, and it's not the law in Israel. Every country uses its own security methods. So again, I'm not casting aspersions on what you do in Egypt. That's your choice and how you want to run security there. But it's definitely not the way we do it in the United States or the way they do it in Israel.
Well, I'm reading it right here, and it says in the last 20 years, that Israel does not only do they not fund any mosques, but none have been built. I'm reading it right here.
Destroyed. How about real research? Do you know how to do that? Did you go to school?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
How about doing real research? How many mosques are in Israel?
Even if Israel built 1,000 mosques in Israel, it does not matter. It's their internal policy to build mosques for their 20%, I don't know, non-Jewish population. Why does it matter? Why are you talking about this?
It doesn't matter, but you need to ask how many mosques have they destroyed. Okay? Not how many they built.
Israel proper? In the land of Israel.
Excuse me, I can point you to a mosque which is a fucking bar now.
In Tel Aviv? Where? Like where?
Yeah. I can look at that.
In Real? Like where? In Akko? I don't see mosques destroyed.
You don't see any mosques.
Israel proper? Show me where.
Yeah.
Abby, how many synagogues and how many Christian churches have been dismantled in Islamic petting zoos?
Well,
Right, we're not
there's
gonna know, Adam, we're
not a
not-
synagogue in Gaza, and there hasn't been a Jewish person there until they took hostages since 2005. Oh, excuse me, there was one kid with a disability that was there, and maybe a soldier.
Hey, I'm gonna leave, because this is annoying. Like, you're letting everybody else speak.
No, ask everybody
Alright,
on stage right now. Ask everybody else on stage right now what has been the rule for the few hours this room's been open. You said Islamic petting zoo. But you know what Muslims are not allowed to do is use slurs to refer to Jews, and Jews cannot use slurs to refer to them. That's just how this room's being modded today. So,
Pepe, you built this house calling people the N-word. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This room is different. I'm happy to be a neutral moderator. That's why I've only had one person moderated, because there's people with strong opinions on both sides, and so I'm just trying to avoid,
Hey, you don't think that people have strong opinions where you're dragging black people?
Okay, but we're not talking about this, Adams. You're taking it personally. Just stop.
Put me in the queue, Pepe.
Go ahead, Alan.
because,
Go.
Oh, you want me to go?
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, well, this is the reason, listening to the fights back and forth. Long ago, I came to the conclusion that Islam and Christianity are not compatible, and Islam and Judaism are not compatible, and Judaism and Christianity are not compatible. The Middle East is mostly Muslim, mostly Islamic, and the fight, if you're a Christian and you're listening to these battles back and forth between Muslims and Jews, it should be a lesson to you that you're not going to, as a minority, you're not going to do any better.
Well,
So as an Armenian or as a Christian, loyalties in the Middle East are changing all the time. There were a time when Arabs were fighting for Armenians. They don't do that so much anymore. There were a time when Jews were fighting for Armenians. They don't do that so much anymore. And yes, Abby, I don't want to offend you. I know you're a good person, but this is a conclusion that a reasonable person can come to when you look at the entire history of the Middle East. So just, again, my message is to Armenians. Don't put your faith in Jews. Don't put your faith in Muslims, and just be careful, because this back and forth, that goes on between the two of them, we don't want to get caught in the middle. And as a historical reference, when when Christians and Muslims used to fight, there was a point, and I can't find the link anymore, where they would sever the heads of their enemies and catapult them back across the battle lines to their enemies to discourage each other. I think it was during the Crusades. It's not going to get any better. So at least if we could at least admit that, then we could proceed forward, and not have to say, oh, well, yes, we're Jewish, but look at all the nice things we're doing for Muslims, or, oh, we're Muslims, but look at all the nice things we're doing for Christians. Majority populations rule, and in the Middle East, it's majority Muslim. In Israel, it's majority Jewish. Why are we going to apologize for protecting each other? Why is each side going to apologize for protecting their own interests? Please.
Because the Jews are not protecting their own interests. It's Americans that are doing it, and the Europeans.
Well, Americans are
so
giving
let the Jews start defending themselves to see what really happens.
Resistance, that is a very good point. So Jews are getting Americans to help them do that. It seems to me Egypt is getting Americans to help them. Where you get the help, stop pissing and moaning because Jews get help from Americans, or Egyptians get help from the Russians, or Armenians get help from the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's the Middle East. This is the fucking, the hotbed of chaos that the Middle East is and always has been. That's all I got to.
Yeah, and based off of what I was saying earlier about the numbers in the Middle East, there are 466 million Muslims surrounding Israel as a state. So say that America is protecting, quote unquote, helping to protect Israel. What these 466 million people are crying about is that they don't have the opportunity to kill 7 million people.
That's a leap in logic.
That's not what anybody is crying about. Everybody's saying you're being belligerent in a region towards all of your neighbors. That's what people are saying.
The neighbors are belligerent.
Nobody's
That's the bottom line.
Nobody's belligerent because you don't control us. You don't control Jews. You don't control us. You don't tell us what to do in our own fucking country.
That's true when you go into
But it ain't your country, it's an American country. We founded it for you.
For instance, when you're bombing Jelani in Syria, and I mean, make no mistake, I despise Jelani. I'm happy he's getting bombed.
Jelani
But that is invading someone else's country. You guys, in addition to bombing, I'm just gonna keep speaking.
We bombed him to protect the Druze. We bombed him because he was committing genocide against the Druze.
Hold on a second. was Sam finished speaking? I'll let you go, Oliver.
I thought it was done.
Was Sam done?
You don't give a fuck about Jews, bro.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, we do. There are.
Okay, so Sam, okay, but we gotta let Sam finish, so please, I gotta restart my app. KK, I brought you up here just to mods. I don't want it to go to some random person. Thank you.
So yes.
Boom it, KK, boom it.
Don't boom it. I was saying there are 466 million Muslims. There are at least 13 terrorist groups around Israel. Those 466 Muslims and however many countries, 7 or 10 countries, are not controlling, and they don't expect Israel to protect itself or to enlist the assistance of allies in order to protect itself. So this is just insanity that people.
It's insanity because Israel doesn't protect itself. It's America that protects them. It's the American angle. It's American. It's the American money.
Okay,
let Sam go, please. Soldier done that.
No, there's American soldiers in the IDF, you idiot.
Sam is not done.
There's not.
Sam is not done. Sam is not done. Please finish, Sam.
I'm done. I just wanted to address that there are no American soldiers in Israel. There are no, I guess America does sell weapons to Israel, but America also sells weapons to Egypt, which eventually go to ISIS.
And Jordan and Saudi and UAE.
And all those countries are in cahoots with the genocide, so who cares?
So that's another thing.
There's no genocide happening.
If these Muslim countries...
Why? Because your dirty mother said so?
If these Muslim leaders are not okay with the idea, are a part of the reality of trying to destroy Israel, then the rest of the Muslims just say that they're actually Zionists or actually Muslim or Jews pretending to be Muslims and running their countries. So if that's true, why don't you go to Egypt and why don't you go to Jordan and kill those leaders and replace them? Start another coup or another civil war like they have been for the past, couple hundred years. And then you'll say that it's the quote-unquote Zionists doing it again, even though you did it yourself.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's another thing. People with a million lives.
Anyway, that's all lovely. Oh my god.
Yeah, I said Oliver could go afterwards, so let him go out.
Yeah, the Muslim and Jewish pig-picking between each other is all irrelevant in the context of this discussion, because we're talking about, the destabilization of these nations and how it contributes to the flight of Middle Eastern Christians. And the indisputable truth is that Israel favors actions that do harm Middle Eastern Christians overwhelmingly. They destabilize countries and regimes that protect Christians.
Actually, the opposite.
Countries and regimes that
the opposite is true.
Let's start.
No.
Because ironically, you debunked this point with your own statement. You said that.
That's also false.
Okay, so let's go through it one by one. Let's go through it one by one. You said that, Israel helped topple Bashar al-Assad. That's true. Most Christians in Syria support Bashar al-Assad.
We killed a terrorist group named Hezbollah.
Oh my god, you see,
normal, you gotta let him finish. I actually do agree that even though normal.
Okay, he's addressing me.
I know, but you gotta let him finish his point. And even I agree that even though al-Assad was a piece of shit, what's happening now? The Druze are being killed, the Christians were getting killed. So, I mean, he was protecting the Christians.
And Israel is protecting the Christians and the Druze.
Not really, because they got killed.
Really?
You're not protecting Christians at all.
Yeah, we are.
You get rid of regimes or lobby to get rid of regimes that protect Christians, like Syria. Most Christians in Syria supported Assad because Assad supported
He's a butcher.
Israel got rid of Assad and put Jolani, a known international terrorist, member of Al-Qaeda, member of Daesh, right? Of course, all the retarded, the jihadis were celebrating and cheering because they want the same things that you guys want. Right? But any person with a rational head, any person who does not enjoy sectarian violence, knew this was a bad thing. But you guys didn't care because it was beneficial to you. Now, it's just beneficial to use the just pretext of, the Syrians are killing the Druze, even though you knew those same jihadi groups were killing Druze as far back as 2012. Members of your own Knesset were literally arguing with Netanyahu, and I believe Avigdor Lieberman about this exact fact. Through MKs in the community.
What point do you think you're making right now? We
Nick,
took out a terror
I'm explaining every single way that you guys negatively contribute to the lives of Christians in the Middle East.
Norman, shut up. Let him finish.
Yeah. Now we also have other examples in Armenia. You guys sells 70% of Azerbaijan's weapons, which they've used consistently to ethnically cleanse and genocide Armenians over the past 30 or something 40 years. Thereabout. You also have Iraq. You guys called for U.S. ground invasion in Iraq, saying, "Oh, there's these non-existent weapons of mass destruction." There was a mass exodus of Syrian Christians there again, because the Syrian Christians per capita were even more supportive of Saddam Hussein's regime than even Muslim.
And you're blaming us for the Iraq war now?
You guys supported
Is this a conspiracy theory?
Jesus Christ, Nazareth, you supported the war in Iraq. Yes. Then
Everybody supported it. So what?
Oh my God. In addition to that, we also have Lebanon and your invasion of Lebanon, where you killed a lot of Orthodox Christians and Melkite Christians.
We killed Hezbollah.
There are Christians in Hezbollah. You didn't know that?
Hezbollah's a terror organization to boot.
Let him finish.
That's all fucking
If you
irrelevant.
interrupt him again, I'm moving you down. Just let Oliver finish his thought.
Yes, and these are all in regions that Israel doesn't directly control, i.e. regions directly outside of Israeli sovereignty. This doesn't even include things that happen, for instance, like the multiple sieges of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, multiple attacks upon churches in Haifa, Nazareth, done by both the Israeli police, Israeli military, and Israelis in general, and now most recently, bombings of churches in Gaza, and burning of Christian towns in Haifa, as well as Bethlehem, with the church besieging of the Church of Nativity. Yes, you guys are absolutely a hostile force to Christians, and frankly, you don't have to be nice to us. I mean, our Bible is certainly not very kind to you. What annoys the shit out of me, and basically every other American Christian, is the constant lies and propaganda that we are shoved down our throats. Jews love Christians, and if you dare call this out, you're an anti-Semite. It's not just that you're wrong, no, you are an anti-Semite. You must love us the same way we don't love you. And if God forbid you don't, you are an anti-Semite. You want the death of all Jewish people.
Okay.
Nobody said any of that. You're just you're arguing against some ghost in your brain.
Okay, can
can
you argue one of his points? If not, I'm moving down to Alan. So go ahead quickly,
of
please.
course.
Can I go after Alan?
He went through a series of weird conspiracy theories, like we control the United States, so the Iraq war is based on us. You have a terror group, internationally recognized, that kills Americans, that butchered 650,000 Sunni Arabs, and you're complaining that we killed a terror group called Hezbollah. This is insane. This is delusional. You have to bend yourself into a pretzel just to blame Jews for the terror groups that exist in Iraq and in Lebanon and in Syria. You're literally defending one of the worst butchers of all time, Bashar al-Assad. He's hated. He's a butcher. He cut people up with carpentry tools. They're still digging out the pieces of people. He ran away to Russia because he was being supported by Iran, the world's foremost sponsor of terror, whose main slogan is "Death to America." You're in America, Chabuki, in case you didn't notice, and death to Israel. What you're saying, it is such an elaborate, delusional, psychotic, conspiratorial, paranoid web of nonsense that you actually take my breath away. Please call on the next person. I hope that I addressed enough of his point.
Okay, great, Alan. And then, Oliver, we've gone back and forth a little bit. Let's get other people.
No worries. I was just saying, you didn't address it.
All right, thank you so much. Alan?
Yeah, well, I'll address 2 points here. Number one, it is fact that Israel did sell weapons to Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan did use those weapons for the ethnic cleansing of Armenians. And it not only is that fact, but Israel uses the drone footage of their drones killing Armenians as their sales presentation of why their drones are so good. So as Armenians, we get to relive those particular murders every day. The second fact is that yes, as a U.S. ally, we rely on Israel to provide us with intelligence and recommendations about other countries in the region. The problem is everybody is a threat to the Middle East. Everybody is a threat to the United States. And the fact is that yes, Assad killed all those people. Yes, Saddam Hussein killed all those people. They were killing Muslims. Who cares? And here's another point. Everybody, the Middle East is full of assholes. You don't survive in the Middle East without a fucked up dictator. That's life. That's the way it is. So for Israel to be constantly saying, oh my gosh, they're 3 weeks away from having nuclear capabilities, since 1990. Oh my gosh, we have to get rid of this guy. He's a terrorist. He's Hezbollah. This morning, I just, saw videos of entire regions of Gaza completely flattened. And was everybody in a 1 mile radius or whatever, were they all terrorists? Were they really? Everybody's a terrorist according to Israel if they want them to be. That's the problem. That's the problem with Israel. And
let me respond to Alan very briefly. Alan, you'll be happy to know I just pasted the link in the chat that Israel is in talks with Armenia right now for Armenia to join the Abraham Accords and to settle the beef with Azerbaijan. And if Israel messes with any Armenians, I'll go over there with you and protest against whatever Israel's doing to disadvantage Armenians. Because I feel close to the Armenian community, and nobody who's also gone through a genocide as we have should be subject to any further persecution. I'm on your side.
Okay, your briefly is done, Norm. Alan, do you have something retort? Because if not, I'm going to allow Sam to do so.
Norm, I've always appreciated your support of Armenia. I'll just say the gesture from Israel is welcome. Let's see what happens, but it might be a case of a little late, a little too little, not enough and not soon enough. Thank you. I forget the expression, but the fact is,
too little, too late. I know.
I want to follow up with Alan's thoughts.
Hold on, Sam. Alan, are you done or a little too late?
Well, the point is that unless it involves giving Artsakh back to the Armenian people, 130,000 of which were forcibly removed from an area that Armenians have been in for like 1,300 years, I'm not so sure it'll help.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Quickly, and then I'm going to go to Dr.
I'll be real quick. Thank you, Alan, for those wonderful points. We were discussing some of those points earlier before you walked in about the issue of these countries. First, then it was Iraq, and then Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt. It seems like there are like a lot of countries in the Middle East are now talking about, hey, what's going on here? Who's next? When is this country rotation going to stop?
Is there an order?
Are you done, Sam? I just want to make sure.
Yes, we're trying. There's a lot of countries, this just talked about 2 weeks ago, they're like, well, wait a second here. Who's next now? And when is this how it's going to be forever?
That's a fair point. Doctor?
Yes. So, I'm just going to be very honest. I feel like these pro-Palestinian people did a lot of people in Gaza a disservice because the more y'all come into these spaces and continue to whine and complain, make up a bunch of bullshit, rewrite history, recruit allies that, quite frankly, you enslaved and sold over to the Americas as, chattel slavery. It's very funny to me that, we need to cry for Gaza. I'm going to be very honest. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. And to be very, very frank with you, you did not see any Jews flying planes into the Pentagon or Lower Manhattan. So if I'm going to, take any side, I'm definitely going to take sides with the Jews, okay, for many different reasons as a Christian, okay? Aside from that, everywhere y'all set up an Islamic Republic, okay, whether it be France, whether it be you invading the UK, it turns into a shithole. It turns into an absolute shithole, okay? An absolute shithole. And again, sexuality or not, okay? You pull up to me with some of the grievances and complaints that you have, I'll blow your fucking head off, okay? So at the end of the day, you should watch your fucking mouth. Y'all fucking Arabs have gotten too damn comfortable coming up into America. And I'm telling you, and I'm telling you to go jump off a fucking bridge, okay? And scream Allah Akbar on your way down, you piece of shit. So at the end of the day, in fact, why don't you put on a hijab and hang yourself with it?
Doctor, all right, we're moving on. We don't want that personal attack, please. That's not. I hear your fury, and I got it. I think I saw. Are you done?
So I'm gonna land, and I'm gonna say this. Everywhere they fucking go, there's an issue. Okay? Let's look at the UK. Let's look at other places around the globe. Everywhere y'all go, there is a fucking problem. We are tired of you. We are absolutely fucking tired of you. And you want to taunt this narrative, there's 2 billion Muslims. Guess what? There's 2.5 billion Christians. And there's 700 million fucking Hindu people that are tired of you too. Stop it.
Okay, thanks, Doctor. I saw you come off mic. If not, I'm going to go to someone else.
So what? Does he want all-out war? What are you calling for, Adam?
Excuse me, Okay, Ill's not there, so what?
I want you to have a bacon hamburger and shut the fuck up. That's what we want.
Adam, we heard you.
May I speak to AK?
Well, I think Vitality wanted to first, and then Oliver. So go ahead. Oliver.
What's funny, I actually agree with what Adam said. The problem is it doesn't always just apply to Muslims. You want to say Muslims have a problem everywhere they go, that's fine. There's another group of people that have had a problem in, 109 different countries, 1,000 different times, 4,000 years. All the things you complain about Muslims, too many Muslims are entering the West, too many Muslims are coming into the U.S. So which groups are lobbying for Muslims to increase immigration into the U.S. and Europe? That's there's a lot of Jewish groups. Shut up, Mullah.
Like what? Like
Israel. And shut up.
Like what?
Don't cry. Shut up.
Not crying. I'm asking for evidence.
I know, normal. Just you gotta let people finish.
Yeah. Groups like B'nai B'rith constantly lobby that, Muslims need to come to the West. Israel, literally, their whole solution. That absolutely is true. We've discussed this many times on Clubhouse. We've discussed this many times on Clubhouse.
Why wouldn't you want Muslims to
There you go.
Please, I don't need to
Yes, he is not being productive, so go ahead and finish, Oliver, and then I'll bring you back up when you're
Israel, literally, their whole solution to the Gaza crisis is to deport or, evacuate Palestinian Muslim refugees from Gaza into places like Ireland, Spain. So the Israel you support actually supports all the things you supposedly hate. They want more Muslims to come into your country. They want Sweden to be turned into Swedistan and all the things you supposedly care about. Yet you cuck for this community. Another thing that's funny, you talked about, I didn't see any Muslims fly into, any Jews fly the planes into 9/11, but we did see Jews dancing, celebrating, cheering, and recording when the Twin Towers were collapsed. Interestingly, many of those Jews turned out to be Mossad agents. Interestingly, after getting extradited back to Israel, one of them even commented that yes, he did in fact have prior knowledge of it, because he and his people were there to document and record. In addition to the other, 60 Israeli art students, mysterious building repairs that were done in the weeks before 9/11, lucky Larry Frink, I wonder what his ethnicity happens to be, but of course, you don't have to make any conclusions for this. You can find this all on Wikipedia and ABC News, right? But, but if you don't want to take my word for it, well, I'm a Catholic like you, but I just want to read one last word. I just want to read one last word from the Bible about, this is what our Lord God says about the Jewish people. For you, brothers and sisters, became imitators of the churches of God in Christ Jesus that are in Judea. For you suffered the same thing from your own compatriots as they did from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus Christ and murdered the prophets, and drove us out. They are hated by God, and are enemies of all humankind, by hindering us from speaking to the Gentiles so that they may be saved. Thus they've constantly been filling up the measures of their sins, but God's wrath has overtaken them at last. This is what your God tells you about the Jewish people, and yet you're here sitting here saying, oh no, the Jews are our allies. The Jews are our friends.
May I respond?
Okay.
May I respond?
Yes, well, in just a second, Oliver, can you please put in the chat your sources that for all your claims? Because you claimed a lot.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Doctor.
Yeah, so Oliver, what country do you currently live in?
The United States.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this, your whole entire household, right, should have their door kicked in by the feds. You should be armed at gunpoint.
Dude, why are we doing the first
and put back into whatever fucking country that you came from, okay? You are not American. You are dirty, dirty, dirty trash.
Djibouti is his name, by the way.
Okay, Adam, that was, we don't want to do that. That's not productive, but I hear your rage. I'm trying to find Norm so I can bring him back up. Was there anyone else on stage that hasn't been able to talk that would like to now?
I just came back in to say something. Has there been any discussion about in the room, and I left for a bit, about freeing the hostages?
I didn't see Christians getting killed. No, we have to talk about that.
Have we talked about the hostages were Jewish, Christian, Thai, they were Baha'i, they were Buddhists that were taken? Have we talked about the 50 hostages that are still there? And
that's not the topic of the room. So.
Where are they?
No, has anyone had any outrage about that?
No outrage whatsoever.
Think that it's okay that civilians in Gaza hold hostages in their homes?
Is it okay that civilians in
and if you'd like to hear it, specifically, we can ping Shalomi in the room, and he can tell you what life was like as a hostage in the private home of a doctor and a journalist. You can hear it directly from the hospital.
Please be quiet. Be quiet. Abby, finish, please.
Yeah, just
go on mute, Aziz.
As we talk about the outrage here, how about the outrage about these hostages and freeing them? Anyone have any concern about that?
How about let's talk about the Hannibal directly?
I asked that question. I asked a direct question.
Can I go now?
Anyone give me a direct answer? Everyone else cannot. Be quiet.
I'll let somebody answer it. But I just want to say, like, I was purposely trying to avoid the Gaza debate, mainly because everybody talks about it, and I don't, just didn't really care to do it again. But I mean, whoever wants to answer, go ahead.
I mean, the hostages still being alive, it's like unexpected, to be honest. I would expect that they would have been executed already after all those dead Gazans. But
they believe that there's
Frederick, can I ask a somewhat relevant but slightly off-topic question?
Hi, Timothy. Yeah, you.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, buddy, or pal. I just want to ask, like, are there any Christians in the room that want to respond to what Oliver said about the 2 Thessalonians, whatever chapter, I forget the exact chapter and verse, but the verse.
I know you, Timothy, are in religious rooms a lot. I'm not. I don't really know how to even respond to it.
I mean, I'm an atheist, right? I don't believe any of that.
But I think there are a lot of
Alright,
Christians.
so we don't want to hear shit to say what you gotta say about the Bible. You're a fucking atheist.
Adams.
No, but I think there are a lot of Christians who are proud Zionists, and I think gentleman raises a good point, namely Mr. Cromwell, because he's saying, look, if you have the doctrinal commitment to like what's the contemporary wisdom would refer to as anti-Semitism, that's what you'd be committed to if you're a Christian and you accept the inerrant word of God. So I'm just interested to know what Christians say in response to that.
Sam?
KK, can I go next too?
No, not yet. I understand. I appreciate your patience, resistance, but I believe Sam unmiked so he can answer his question.
Well, no, I apologize. That was a mismatch.
Okay. Anyone else who would like to respond to him?
Yes, very quickly. I'm sorry he identifies as an atheist. I'm not listening to anything this shitpig has to say about the Bible.
Dude, we're not insulting people for the last time.
We're not doing that. Anyone like to respond to him? Excuse me. All right. He was trying and he's challenged today. All right. Anyone want to respond to Timothy?
I mean, if Oliver has, maybe Oliver's probably the only person on the stage that can answer that as a question.
I mean, the only Zionist I see is Adams. So.
Yeah, can I go? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it seems like no one's speaking. I'm gonna...
Sure, sorry, the app is glitching. I'm just going to stay unmiked to help you. Thank you, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Thank you. Yeah, it just seems like there's like selective outrage. I mean, we're going to talk about the hostages and that's fine. But, I've heard so many things on stage. Doctor was talking about Muslim extremism and how it's spreading to the West, but we're sort of like, it's selective outrage. We're not talking about half of Congress trying to fulfill some messianic belief. Ted Cruz confirmed it. Many people have confirmed it. There seems to be selective outrage. We can talk about hostages, that's fine, but there doesn't seem to be any attempt to address a wider context here. How we got here, I'm not justifying October 7th, but the reality was that was a terrible year for the Palestinians leading up to that point. That didn't happen. That wasn't an event in isolation. I heard people talking about, I heard Doctor talk about 9/11. I mean, what was the response to 9/11? It was numerous wars, completely unrelated to the events that took place on 9/11. All of the veterans that fought those wars that have been abandoned today, those veterans completely reject the notion of going to fight in those wars. They completely understand it now. And then this is a long history of America supporting wars, going all the way back. It's typically about demonizing a population. After the Vietnam War, they changed the name of the war budget to the defense budget. They knew they could no longer demonize the population. They had to victimize themselves. And this is a long legacy of the military-industrial complex. So everyone's sort of ignoring the elephant in the room and just falling for the Fox News narrative. And it seems a little disingenuous. It seems as if we can't step away from the obvious path, and we have to just sort of touch on the CNN talking points and nothing but that. I'm happy to talk about the hostages. It's terrible and it's something that needs to be condemned. But the people that keep bringing up the hostages don't seem to have any compassion for the people. Because I have criticisms of Hamas, but they don't seem to have any compassion for the people that are governed by Hamas. It seems as if they've it's joint enterprise, and some people call that collective punishment. But I just seem to see no nuance in these arguments, so that's just what I wanted to say.
You're right, we don't give a fuck. Return the hostages.
Right.
Hold on, and I want to can I speak now?
Yeah, I'll give you just a second. Aziz, you made a lot of points. Some of them I don't agree with. One in particular, you were talking about the U.S. military veterans that you feel are not in support of their actions. So I would like to see where you have that information so I can read into that, because it is the complete opposite within my military network and community. Yeah. Resistance, go ahead. Thank you for being patient.
No, I just wanted to point out, like my beautiful brother Aziz said, is this selective outrage. And once again, you can easily point it out, because once again, the same person that was speaking about all these great things but doesn't want to speak about the negative, bad things, did it again. She says, let's speak about the hostages. What hostages, though? We include the 10,000 hostages that Israeli has taken? Are you going to include the other 5,000 they took since October 7th without a charge that are in detentions? Are you talking about those innocent Palestinian children that are sitting in detention right now? Over 400 of them? No, she's not talking about them. She's just talking about those white Israeli hostages. Mind you,
She never
God
said
bless them.
white. She never said white.
I'm calling them white. It doesn't matter what she said. I'm calling them white. But anyway,
Don't miss.
hold up. When Adams is obnoxious, you don't say shit to him, so let me talk.
No, I'm just
Yeah, he was a...
finally don't misrepresent and turn this into a race thing.
So anyways, like I was saying...
No, hold on a second. No, I'm sick of this fucking shit. Okay, you keep on playing the white thing. Half of the Jews, or more than half of the Jews, just the Jewish population there, don't even have ancestry from Europe. They literally did.
They're Europeans. I think that's just how.
And then the 20%, the other 20% are Arabs. Like it's a majority not.
Do you think I'm excluding them? Do you think I'm excluding those 20% of Arabs? See, that's the problem with people like you.
Over 50% of the Jewish population is not even white. So like
they're white. Their ideology is white. Their fucking criminal enterprise is white.
It's the Middle Eastern religion, you dipshit.
So once again, like I'll finish. She's not talking about those innocent people. She's just worried about her innocent people. Mind you, yes, we condemn Hamas from taking innocent women and children. They should have never done it. It's wrong. Because in Islam, we don't stand for that. It's forbidden in our faith. So, once again, I don't care what they decided to do. That's their business. But why are you at Raw? Why aren't you upset at your government for doing the same thing? Why are they kidnapping people? Why are they destroying people's homes? Why are they putting innocent people in concentration camp and detention centers? Abby, why are you not worried about that?
This is a fucking stupid argument, dude. Like,
no, it's a logical argument. Why?
It's
You're
not
worried about a specific.
No.
Not all of
It's illogical. This is low IQ. This is so low IQ. Holy shit.
She's worried.
Holy shit.
Sir.
Okay.
Not all the hostages.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
You're not saying free all the hostages. You say free all.
Right. Amazing. There's a big difference between you getting caught by the police or the IDF or something like that, because a lot of these people are fucking terrorists. I'm not going to sit here and ignore that. And so they end up getting detained. But to compare it to just like random fucking Israelis that ended up getting dragged across the border and their kids when they were doing nothing, literally doing nothing. That's one's like basically kidnapping. The other one is you're getting detained. You can bitch and say it's not fair, yada yada yada, but to even try to say that they're comparable is just fucking stupid. And I don't want to waste my time on that argument.
And then Resistance, perhaps you weren't listening to really hear what she had to say, and it's selective, but Abby did talk about the Christians coming over and supporting them, so she wasn't talking about just her own faith. So maybe you missed that part. All right, was there someone else on stage that would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet?
Yeah, I don't want to make it about race at all.
Okay.
But I did want to, but thank you, Pepe, because it's more than 60% of the Jewish population come from originally areas and Arab nations, Iraq, Morocco, from North African countries, and from Middle Eastern countries. There is also in the IDF Muslim soldiers, Druze soldiers, and also the Ethiopians that have immigrated to Israel make up a portion of the army. If you saw Netanyahu's speech in Congress, he had with him several members of the IDF trying to illustrate that the IDF is diverse. So to say that they're all white is disingenuous. It's also a lie. It's not what makes up the composition of the country. The country is mostly people that came from Middle Eastern nations, as well as North African.
Yeah, that's why I kind of had to interrupt that. Spike Threes, you've been up here a while, haven't shared. Would you like to speak on the subject?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on the subject, but once again, somebody brought up the selective outrage. I mean, Adams got highly disrespectful. You guys didn't seem to have much to say to him about that, but as soon as somebody else...
Good, then don't.
Well, actually, sir, I did. And I muted him. And I muted him. Well, I asked you to speak on the subject.
Okay.
And you didn't.
Well,
And you put in like my mod skills. So now I'm gonna have to correct you and say, one, I apologize that you feel that way. It's hard when I have a bunch of rabid assholes up here. And two, I did mute Mr. Doctor.
You sure did. You sure did.
I sure did. So there you go.
If he would get that cloth off his head,
All right, doctor. Doctor.
Doctor. All right, go ahead, Spike 3. Let's talk about the subject.
So it's crazy to bring up the hostages. I mean, we've seen the testimonies from the released hostages, especially the first group. They had nothing bad to say about Hamas. I'm not pro-Hamas. I'm pro-resistance. I don't know much about Hamas. I've never even seen a Hamas to even be talking about the Hamas. But, I mean, all the proof is in the pudding. Like, the Israeli hostages that were released spoke nothing but good, said they were fed, kept safe, had to get moved around because of the bombing. I mean, you also had the 3 hostages that ran out to the IDF holding their Israeli ID cards and still happened to get shot by IDF. I believe all the hostages should be released, but once again, they're like it's so evident. The selective outrage is so evident. Like, I don't understand the whole debate about any of this. It's all wrong. But I don't see how we can hyperfixate on those hostages when it's been over 100K innocent Palestinians slaughtered. They were told to go to safe zones just to be bombed in those same exact safe zones. Like, what? Are we ignoring how this whole war has been going since the beginning? Israel has done nothing but lied and manipulated the civilian population just to obliterate that same civilian population, just to also starve the same civilian population, just to also leave babies in incubators to die slow, painful deaths of starvation. I just don't understand. I don't understand like how anybody could be selective and be leaning towards supporting Israel at this point. I mean,
can you prove any of that stuff that you just said? I mean,
the videos are out there. I don't have to. I mean, we all have devices.
Video person.
We all have devices. A simple Google search, simple searches, you will find all the proof. I mean,
but how do you know that those videos are real, and how do you know the things that you see online are real?
I mean, you know what a real video looks like when somebody has half their head blown off. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, really. You can't, as an adult, can you not as an adult tell the difference between what's real and what's not at this point? Like, have you been wasting all your years on this planet?
Like the BBC, because I just put an account of some hostages from the BBC. I'll just load you up with a whole bunch of different media outlets so you could see the accounts from the hostages, the rapes, the tortures. Yeah. No, alive.
Are they dead?
Alive.
Spike 3.
Okay, so Hamas didn't kill them.
Oh my God.
Okay, Spike 3, to Pepe's point, he's saying, how do you know those are true, not true? For case example, a major publication that actually showed up in, I think, the Seattle Times, one picture, but another picture that they were saying of the children starving in Gaza was actually a picture from an Afghani child years ago. So it's like, that's the question for that. Well, that's the question that he raised. Now, I find it interesting that, I love your passion to understand, but you even said at the beginning that you don't know much about it, but you know, you have your thoughts and opinions. But I want to ask you, if you don't know much about Hamas and what is going on, then what is on your head, and why do you feel so enchanted to, you know, really project that leaning into one side or the other if you feel like you don't know a lot?
Okay, so have you guys seen the video that was put out by the creator of Hamas. It has nothing to do with Jewish hate.
Oh,
He even
God.
said himself, don't cut me off. I did not cut anybody off. He even said himself, this is solely for resistance. And that it doesn't matter if his own goddamn cousin tried to take his house. He would even put that man to death for trying to do the same shit, as should any man protect his own castle. So here you have a bunch of refugees, and I'm not saying all of them, but Israel was built off granting asylum to refugees from World War II. I don't see it makes absolutely no logical sense that Palestine should have to donate all of this land when Germany was initially the victimizers of these Jews. Why not Germany make a settlement there, since Germany is so pro-Israel, as we've seen, right?
Because
Why not donate their own land?
Because Zionists were already had been building in Israel, and the Zionist movement was already
but come on though, can not the perpetrators against the Jews pay up what they owe to those same Jews that they victimized?
They do.
So let's just ignore what part Germany played. Let's just ignore the part Germany played in displacing these people, and let's go ahead and hold these Palestinians accountable for World War II. Let's hold these people accountable for what the Nazi regime.
I understand. Yes, I do think that any group of people of any religion, of any ethnicity, that there would, even if they weren't Jews and just other Muslims, there probably would be a resistance, and people would not like them moving down there. I think that's human nature. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think people were trying to punish the Palestinians, obviously.
Well, it might have not started that way, but you look at Gaza right now, and it definitely ended up that way.
There seems to be like selective outrage and also a bit of selective logic. I mean, Pepe asked, how do you know what you're seeing is true, Spike, right? Well, I could ask you the same thing, right? I don't ask you the same thing, but I could, right? But I'm taking your word for it. Anything you tell me about Israel, I take your word for it. But there seems to be an unwillingness to accept what we're seeing in Gaza to be true. And what is that? There's the undertones of that. It's either too hard to handle, or you don't want it to be true. But I just don't understand. And then also you saw, he made a great point about German accountability. I mean, I keep hearing people like Doctor talk about European migration of the Muslims, right? Well, that same sort of outrage that you're experiencing in Europe, nobody's questioning that, but suddenly, the inception of an ethno-state, that's what I refer to as in the Middle East, which is a shared holy land for a very long time, that's supposed to not be problematic, that's what we call selective outrage and selective logic. And that's my point of contention. That's what I don't understand.
That's a fair point. I do think a lot of the pro-Israeli or Zionist narratives and stuff are definitely, a lot of it's propaganda. Just like if Britain was to say whatever they would put out there, or the U.S. even, when we were in war, I think put out quite a bit of propaganda to put a spin on things. I take it as that. When it comes, the reason I was pushing back on him is because, I'll listen to people who really are study what's happening there in Gaza, and like, for example, when it comes to the number of people, even they don't have an actual number. They don't really know. Are people actually, how much is starvation actually happening?
I think
a lot of this shit people don't know.
I think it's a
flower massacre, though. Look at the flower massacre.
Hold on. Let El Normo finish.
Yeah, I'm getting so many videos of the Palestinians stealing the aid
and so many videos of the well-fed Hamas terrorists. It's just staggering, and so many pieces of evidence. This whole starvation and famine thing is one big lie, and that Hamas is like they're using pictures of Yemeni children, and they're taking kids who were injured, because they've got some spinal thing or something, and trying to pass them off as victims of Israel.
And it's
just
usually
a
like
massive-
and I've noticed like a couple of those pictures, you had an overweight mom, holding her bony child, and I'm thinking to myself,
Good point.
that's not natural. So yeah, there's a lot of things, and of course I've seen a lot of AI generated photos. And
Totally. It's like Soviet propaganda. The Soviet Union is like, the capitalists are fascist, and they're oppressive, and they're racist. It's the same level of lies. In fact, they learned at the feet of the Soviets. Remember, there was no such thing as a Palestinian movement until a person whose name was not Yasser Arafat. That's a fake name. He was Abdul Rahman, something that was born in Cairo, goes to Moscow and comes back and creates a terror movement modeled after the Bolsheviks. There was no Palestinian movement before
he
that.
was born
It's
in
typical.
He was born in Egypt.
He was born in Cairo.
Okay, but where was his
In
parents?
Cairo.
Where were his parents?
I don't know where his parents
They
were.
were born in
He's
Palestine.
Egyptian.
They were born in Palestine.
Dude,
That's the point.
that makes him an Egyptian. He's not from Palestine.
all right, go ahead, Oliver.
I would just
So what does that make you, Norman?
I would
That
just
makes
like
me a
to point out
Jew.
the,
All right, let's let
Exactly.
Oliver. Okay, let's let Oliver go.
I would just like to point out the irony of a Jewish person talking about the Bolsheviks when captains of the U.S. Army during this time period concluded, 300 of 384 commissars happened to belong to one ethnicity in the Soviet Union. Of the Central Committee of the Politburo, 40 to 50% of them
What year is this?
happened to come in 1919.
1919?
Yes, 1919 report to the U.S. Congress, Captain Montgomery Shorter.
How would you know this?
Because I read-
their
I read-
religion?
I read-
How would you know this?
I read.
No, actually, I'd be curious
Yeah.
if you can.
Yeah,
you said
show us the
390
evidence.
I've seen that there was I remember with the Bolsheviks there was in the very beginning there was an overrepresentation of Jews, but I don't even think it was majority Jewish, but it was the central.
Soviet Union was massively anti-Semitic. There was a
But no, if you have a link, and I mean if you have the source, I'd be
Yes,
You're like a fountain of conspiracy theory.
Captain,
Let him
All
finish.
roads lead to the Jews with
Norm,
you,
let him
Tabuki.
finish. Oliver, provide the link in the chat, please.
yes, I'll provide the link.
I see. Thank you so much. I think Ruben Sheik is new to the stage and came
Can I
up.
finish what I was saying here?
Oh, I thought you were finished. My bad.
More Jewish conspiracy theories, please.
All right, Norm.
Norm.
Anyway, these reports are from two reports of Captain Montgomery Schuyler, Schuyler, I don't know how it's pronounced. He was a captain in the U.S. Navy or Army. He sent this directly to Congress. He literally details one of them, the exact ethnic percentages of the Soviet commissars. Most people, though, do defer to sources like Solzhenitsyn, Yuri Shapoval, etc., who say that, no, the number isn't 80%, it's only a meager 50%, right? But either which way, it doesn't matter. U.S. historians, British historians like Leonard Shapiro, who's also Jewish, the Russian historians, they all conclude that, at a minimum, about 50% of the people making important decisions in the Soviet Union and the Soviet Politburo were Jewish.
Out of the initial group, and so what was kind of weird is that, you saw this with Jewish immigrants from Europe, are you okay?
Is he good?
So you had the German, the Jews that came here from Germany, that this is what they said, they were very hard to tell apart from the Germans, the Christian Germans. But when it came to the Russian, the ones that came from Tsarist Russia, they often didn't even call themselves Russian, and they were not assimilated to those that came from Tsarist Russia that were Christian. And I know that they had a lot of a shit ton of restrictions that were set upon them in Tsarist Russia. So out of all of the what could Jews really get behind politically? They would why wouldn't they kind of be a part of a communist party that would treat them similar or treat them better?
Soviet Union is one of the most anti-Semitic institutions in human history. Just bizarre what you're saying. And we're talking, by the way, about the lies of the Palestinians. We're not talking about 1919 Tsarist Russia. We're talking about the Soviet-style disinformation and lies and propaganda manipulating the public so that you've got gay folks and trans folks and leftists embracing an ideology, Palestinianism, that would kill them in a heartbeat. They'd string them up, all the blue-haired kids and all those, climate change protesters and your Greta Thunberg. This is all Soviet-style lies and propaganda, including the famine thing, blood libel, including the genocide thing, blood libel. It has Soviet lies and propaganda written all over it.
Okay, to answer your question before, the thing is, if you read Solzhenitsyn's final book that he wrote, and he made sure specifically to start this as his last publication, 200 Years Together, he actually goes in depth in the detailed history of the end of the Russian Empire and the beginning of the Soviet Union, and he concluded that no, Jews were not actually treated worse than anyone else in Russia. You could actually find far more evidence of the Russian czars taking actions against Catholics, against Tatar Muslims, than you do against Jews. In fact, some Jews, like Karaite Jews, were treated with every single same right as Orthodox Russian Christians.
You know what the word pogrom is? Have you ever heard the word pogrom?
I know exactly
What's
what pogrom is, and that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. So if you please let me finish.
It was like little Holocaust.
All right, let him finish. Hold on. Let him finish, and then
He's
Abby.
rambling.
Abby can go. Well, that's fine. Just let him ramble. But just try to wrap it up, Oliver.
Yeah, no, I'll try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Speaking of pogroms, if you want to look at pogroms, look at the amount of pogroms that the Red Army did on Ukrainians and other white and
we agree.
This is not as in skin tone, but as in literally their political identification, white Russians that were in support of the Tsar, which was the majority of the population. Anyway, the same Soviet government that was then established, 11 of 13 major gulags run by Jewish people, 1/4 of all the money given to Jews. Yuri Shapov, an accredited Russian historian, in his volume about Pritulak, Chekan, and KVD, which is basically the precursor of the KGB, concluded that of the KGB officers during the time of the Ukrainian Holodomor in Ukraine, 57% of them had Jewish ancestry. What's ironic, people frequently detail the overrepresentation. Yeah.
Oliver, wrap it up.
Yes.
Norm, hush, child.
The point is, in all this, okay, if you type Latvian overrepresentation of the KGB, you will find a plethora of articles, which is true, there was an overrepresentation of Latvians. But if you type the same thing with Jews, even though there was far more Jewish overrepresentation, it's all just labeled as all false, lies, conspiracy theory, blah, 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 even though most Jewish authors and historians till this day in the West say that, yeah, actually, this is all true.
I'll have to look into it because I
making stuff up.
All right.
I gotta respond to this because this is my
Okay, hold on just a second. Oliver, since you're done speaking, can you please put the links that you were talking about? Because the one that you were talking about is the U.S. military reporting this number of demographic. I highly don't believe that one. So if you could do that as well, because knowing how the military works, there's no way that they would be able to come up with that number. So what Norm was saying, there's like a lot of propaganda. It's on both sides. That's the problem. That's why we have people that are confused, don't know, and all this, I'm right, you're wrong, and what about this? It's confusing to everyone. And we're not trying to have you say like our point is wrong, as we're trying to gain understanding and insight. That's what I'm trying to do. So I think, excuse me, Norm, I think Abby wanted to reply, and then after that I would like to know.
This one hits me. Hold on. This one hits me personally because my grandparents fled this. Exactly what he's claiming didn't happen is what actually happened to my family, and they fled. And we can go through the famous pogroms if you want to talk about the 1903 Kishinev pogrom or the pogroms in 1905, or the pogroms that happened during the Russian Civil War. Tens of thousands of deaths. and Jewish families had to flee. They were massacred. Whether they came in, they attacked their homes, their businesses, and the anti-Semitic sentiment was so bad that, I mean, we only have to look at our American history and the wave of immigration here to see when the flood of people came in from that region to flee the persecution that they were experiencing. I mean, go visit the museums of Ellis Island or the history of immigration in those years. I mean, this is exactly what they were fleeing. Go and totally go see Fiddler on the Roof. It's the story of in that show. I mean, this is like bizarre what he's saying. I mean, it's like when you hear the Holocaust denial and you try to figure it out, and then like where does it come from? And then you hear now we have pogrom denial. I mean, it's just absurd. You can go to the Ukraine, you can go visit these towns in Kiev or in areas. My family was Odessa and Dnipropetrovsk. You can see the history there. Like some of it is still preserved. So it's just insane. And I take it personally because this one is like there's so many families that if you look at their grandparents or their great grandparents, this is what they were fleeing and why they came here. So I just had
what's
to.
funny though is that if you look at a lot of the, even with the Nazis used like this really strong anti-Semitic propaganda, that was a lot of that was that came from Tsarist Russia.
Yeah. And
so this is they were not, and it was with the immigrants that came from Tsarist Russia. Like I said earlier, there was a marked difference that they noticed between the Jewish people that came from there and the Christians, and it's because they were not allowed to take part and they were basically kept sidelined, or I'm trying to think of the term.
Stop doing drugs. This is crazy. The world's most famous anti-Semitic text, The Protocol of the Elders of Zion, is a Russian creation. 100% BS. This is the source of these crazy conspiracy theories like you're hearing from Djibouti, who's going now by, I don't know what, general, since his account was canceled so many times for his anti-Semitism and Jew hate. And then you have the Khazar myth.
Nonsense. There's a Jewish oblast in Russia, guys. There's a whole area devoted.
Well, there was in Siberia. Yes.
Who wants to live in fucking Siberia?
They tried to.
If I may, can I chime in?
Dude,
I mean, time zones away from Moscow.
Normal, you were in the Matrix.
Wonderful.
You're in the Matrix.
Wonderful. I said yes. They exiled Jews to Siberia, Moscow.
Your internet's
hang on. Everybody calm down. Everything is going to be fine. Yes, they exiled Jews to Siberia, and they called that the Jewish Oblast, 10 time zones away from Moscow.
Yeah,
yes, they exiled
1652.
Frederick, shut up!
Can you be quiet, please?
And
wrap it up, Norm.
Sure. I said the two main, the biggest myths about Jews, the most anti-Semitic text, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a Russian creation, and the Khazar myth. The Jews are not.
Okay, move him down. Just move him down.
The Khazar myth, the Jews are not Jews that were some other Turkic Khazar thing, which like nobody's ever heard of. It's like a complete myth. That also has its source in the Soviet Union and in Russia before it. I just want to point out to you that Jews were so stigmatized there, subject to such horrible persecution. You know, they didn't call us Russians there. They stamped our passports Jew. Just the same way that Sam said that in Egypt, if he's a Christian, he's got to show his identity card and he gets, you know, it says Christian on it, and he's the subject of discrimination. Same thing for the Jews of the Soviet Union. Discriminated against, banished, sent to gulags, sent to Siberia. It just had their lives ruined. Pogroms in which were massacred by the thousands. All of this happened in Russia and the Soviet Union.
Okay, thank you. I think Rubinstein, I want to go back to him because he wasn't able to go after Abby. Rubinstein?
Hello, everybody. Good day.
Hello.
I hope everybody's great. I just want to say that the person who said earlier he was questioning the authentication of certain reports. I encourage everybody to do that on both sides. I don't think you have to have any prior knowledge of something to be impartial. A court jury can be impartial. They don't need any prior information before going to the court, you know, if that makes any sense. So that's what I do. I do the same. I think it's a valid question to ask. How do you know if something is authentic if it's just a report? And if you notice, a lot of the reports, words like genocide or whatever, ethnic cleansing, they contain speech marks, quotation marks, if you know what I mean. So I think it's okay to ask questions to find out if something's authentic or not. Does that make sense? Or do you think like if somebody's called to a courthouse as a juror member, do you think what they see on the television and news should be sufficient, and what's said in the court should go through one ear and come out of the other?
I mean, the experts on genocide, the international experts on genocide, did say that there is in fact a genocide being committed.
That is a false claim, sir. That is a false claim. The international court,
the ICC didn't feel that way, so they placed
the ICC did not feel that it was a genocide.
Let him finish, bro.
He did finish. I'm responding to him. The ICC considered whether it was genocide. The ICC considered whether it was genocide and considered the evidence and could have, it could have stopped the war. Excuse me. The ICC considered whether it was, excuse me, mute up. The ICC considered whether it was genocide. The ICC considered whether it was genocide, saw that it was not, did not stop the war because it saw that it was not, and said, Israel, you need to do X, Y, Z to prevent the potential or plausibility that the Palestinian people need to be protected from genocide. Israel then went through the checklist and provided every single assurance and precaution and protection of civilians required by the court to show that it was not a genocide. That's what happened. It's all been reported. You can watch. Hang on. Answer your question. Hang on, I will answer your question. Calm down. And you can watch this on TV in real time. It was all recorded. Watch the videos. The hearings went on for 3 days. You can see the evidence of in detail of what I just told you. Now, what's your question?
Is that why Israel doesn't allow third-party investigation?
In fact, Israel does have third-party investigators. Douglas Murray just published a book-length account of the war in Gaza. This fellow named Chilton just went in there and published a massive video. He's with the Christian News Network, showing that there is no starvation, that there are trucks of aid that the UN is refusing to distribute. Today we're seeing evidence that Hamas is stealing the aid. There is ample investigation going on in Gaza. What's the guy's name?
John Spencer.
John Spencer, thank you. John Spencer of the United States War Academy. He teaches urban warfare at West Point, has been there numerous times, saying that Israel is the most moral army in the world, takes more precautions to protect civilians and non-combatants than any army in the history of the military.
Well, it makes no sense to me why you have a fucking Martha Stewart rag on top of your head.
We're not doing that, dude.
Take that Martha Stewart towel off.
Okay, everyone shut the fuck up. Quit interrupting. Norm, land your fucking blimp, and then we'll go on. Thank you.
I'm landed. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just push back on what he said? I mean, the man who coined the term, Raphael Lemkin, he coined the term genocide. He repeatedly issued genocide alerts on Israel's actions. Ilan Pappé, an Israeli scholar, he confirmed that this is a genocide. The UN, the leader of human rights, the Commission of the UN Office of Human Rights, Craig Mokeba, he confirmed it. I mean, it goes down to aid organizations. And again, I'm going to be discredited, as I typically am, but why do we not allow the third-party journalists in? I mean, more than 140 have been killed, and you can argue, are probably going to be told that they were all part of Hamas, which I simply cannot agree and do not agree with. But why are they not allowed? I mean, I've always been.
I just named three of them. Three journalists. I just named.
Hold on. Normal.
Wait, just be quiet, please. Thank you.
I didn't cut you off not once. So give me that.
Because you're too stupid.
I don't want to hear anything from the Jeffrey Epstein guy were you friends with Jeffrey
Okay,
Epstein?
stop. We're not doing personal attacks. Shut the fuck up. We're not doing personal attacks. I know my rooms are usually like the most like horrible places where the most nasty shit is said, but this is, I'm actually just trying to moderate today, so I'm not, no.
Yeah, I got a question. Were you friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Be honest.
It's none of your fucking, you're going to the audience.
Excuse me, Prince Ali, you can just calm the fuck down. There's been other people that have been up here in the room listening and participating productively before that. So just sit down and calm down. El Normo, you're done talking for a while. We need to get other people. Aziz, did you get your question answered, or are you
just gonna wrap it up? Yeah, I just
okay,
wrap up.
I think Spike 3, he's flashing his mic. He would like to.
Can I wrap up my point? Because I was really
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to make the most compelling argument. The Genocide Scholars Association, which includes 800 scholars and practitioners of genocide study, they confirmed that what we're seeing, and that's 800 scholars, by the way, of all different ethnicities, backgrounds, and all types of religions. This isn't an exclusively, propagandized Muslim perspective. No, this is from all types of scholars. 800 of them have confirmed what we're seeing as a genocide. Now, if you don't believe them, then who can we believe? Point me in the right direction, because maybe I'm lost.
I mean, briefly, I would say that you do. Hold on, Norm. I mean, it's not hard to believe that you can find 800 people that would come to that conclusion across the world. And even then, I do think I can understand why they're not allowing more. I think it might be better if they allowed, Fox News and CNN. Granted, there's a good chance they'll be killed. They'll end up walking over a booby trap or something like that. But that's the risk they take. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. I think it probably would be better if there was transparency. Then there'd be less. People would be less likely to resort to just claims and conspiracy theories.
Wait, did you just ignore what he said? He said there's a general consensus of scholars and the studies of genocide that confirm it's a genocide. Do you know what that means?
But there's always going to be an opposite parallel of that mentality. Do you see what I'm saying? We're recognizing it, but then also there's going to be a flip side.
Where is that?
We're not anymore.
We're sure, but I can get 800 economists, and some of them are going to be highly revered economists that are going to stand by communism. Okay, now, does that mean because 800 people ended up experts? What?
But where are they? Where are
diminishing what he said? He said there's a general consensus of scholars in the study of genocide. There's general consensus.
No, amongst that 800.
Right, but where is the other 800 that say it isn't? I just can't see 800 that saying there is.
I haven't looked for it.
There's no consensus.
Well, actually, maybe if you define it, and you hear the word ethnic cleansing and genocide. So in 1948, there were 700,000 Palestinians. There's now over 7 million in the region. So I don't see the ethnic cleansing there. If you could show me how that happened from 700,000 to 7 million during the course of the 75 years Israel's been a state. And with respect to genocide, I put the definition in the chat. You have to intentionally be targeting the civilians, which they are not doing. They're intentionally targeting terrorists who use civilians as human shields to hide out. They hide their tunnels under schools, under mosques. The entrance to tunnels are through children's bedrooms.
I mean, there's no question. The 800 people that you just mentioned will all also tell you that the method of fighting of Hamas is to unfortunately take innocent Gazans and use them as shields. So if you can show me the intentional targeting of civilians, which is what Hamas did on October 7th, and what Iran decided to do with its missiles shooting into civilian areas of Israel, then we can talk about that. But there's no intentionality here.
Well, Abby, you
Ruben, I'm talking,
clearing up.
Ruben, you wanted to talk about a courtroom and what a jury sees, so I'm talking with the logic of the definitions, and I'm talking about the evidence, and I'm also talking about the actual intention, which if you look at what you decide as a jury, you have to look at what the intention of the actor was. And if the intention is to root out an enemy that's a terrorist entity, that's different than the intention which has been absolutely unequivocally stated by Hamas and by Iran to kill civilians. Two different intentions entirely. Correct, Ruben? Can you acknowledge that, Ruben?
But you just
I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing to Mr. Aziz, if that's okay, then I'll shut. Can I, please? Or no?
Yes, quickly, then
Okay.
Spike. Sorry,
Okay.
Spike.
Mr. Aziz, you was calling for independent journalists to go into Gaza, right? Was it?
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah.
Okay, for what purpose?
For the exact purpose that we're having this room, you know, I'm being discredited and I'm discrediting people, right? How do we determine who's truly right? We have to get non-partisan people to enter the war zone and document. And you say, okay, well, if they go there, they may die. Well, a lot of the news stations are willing to die. There's journalists willing to die. Sounds crazy, but they're willing to document. And they're willing to record what's going on. So let's
Unbiased journalist,
what is the
Ruben?
logic?
What kind of journalist, Ruben? Like an Al Jazeera journalist?
I think we should have one kind. We should have CNN in there.
That kind of journalist?
We should have Fox News in there, CNN, and Al Jazeera.
Is
and all
CNN
kinds.
unbiased, you think?
That's not.
None of them are unbiased. None of them are
Correct.
unbiased. Right. But this is the thing. This is what you fail to understand. I mean, you mentioned a couple of things, Abby. You said the population went from 700,000 to 700 million. Well, the population of the Jews since the Holocaust has increased. That does not undermine the reality of the genocide that was
Wait, could
placed
you
on
give
them
me
by
the
the
number?
Germans.
Could you give me the number? How many Jews were in the world prior to the Holocaust, and how many after, and how that
It's
grew?
more
Could
now.
you tell me the numbers?
I believe it's more now.
Wait, could you tell me what the numbers were? Do you know?
And I'd like to say by the definition of genocide itself, you don't need to
Okay,
reduce
so
the total
it's
population.
easy. It's easy. We could do the numbers if you'd like. How
But
many
you don't
Jews
need
were
to
in the
reduce
world
the
prior?
but you don't, by definition, you don't need to reduce the population of the people to actually the total population by a period of
Right,
time.
but how many Jews were left in the world after the Holocaust, and how many were prior?
But
And
that's
it
not
took
part of the
75
definition.
years to grow it, correct?
That's not part of the definition. I can keep
Yeah, actually, it is
8
part of the
years.
definition.
Sorry, 8
Yeah,
years.
Aziz, the problem is though, I don't know, was it roughly half the world's Jews were,
Yeah, roughly half.
or was it a third? What was it?
It was roughly a half, between a third and a half.
And so we know that there is like a clear attempted genocide. That's the only real explanation. So it's do we see that kind of a blip with the Palestinians?
The issue is though that
Would you say that October 7th was a genocide?
No, I'd say it's a terrorist attack.
Right, but some people argue it is, and the reason, some people argue it is, but that's neither here nor there. Another thing Abby said as well, she mentioned the population number, and then she made another point. It was what was the second thing you said? I can't remember, but
the population has quadrupled of Palestinians. Think about that.
Okay, thank you, Norm. Let Aziz get his second point off with Abby, and I have to go to Spike 3. So
Yeah.
Aziz, wrap this up, please.
So she mentioned the population decreasing. I can't even remember. I lost. You can move on. It's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Spike 3s, and then Ruben.
So, like, it's so audacious to me how Abby and Norman keep referring back to the Holocaust, but what they fail to also do is cite what the surviving Holocaust, cite the fact that the surviving Holocaust victims actually speak out against what Israel is doing right now. They go to say, never again doesn't only mean not to us, but all
Which ones are you talking about?
Stand up on the other side of it.
Spike, how many
Which ones are you talking about?
Holocaust survivors do you talk to? How many? Do we have one on the app? Would you like to talk to Sammy? We'll see if we can get him in. I just left the Indian commemoration of Auschwitz liberation with eight of them. There's not many alive right now.
No, the thing is, you asked a really stupid question. And I guess my other question is, why did those same?
Fact check me. Fact check me before you call me stupid.
It's pretty.
Fact check me before you call me stupid.
You are
stupid. That's all I had.
Okay, but why? Yeah, I'll fact check you. But
I'm trying to too.
Sure, but I guess, but if you see when the Holocaust happened, and then you see when Israel was created, you see they immediately went into war with the Arabs, the six Arab armies.
They had a Nakba that they bragged about.
I know all about the Nakba. Now, when it comes to these, why were these people fighting against Arabs that didn't want them to live there? If they were not again.
Okay, so
these are the Jews that had to suffer through the Holocaust.
It's weird to me how you can hyperfixate on the generalization of calling these people Arabs, when in fact all three Abrahamic religions have been living peacefully in that area.
That's bullshit.
Okay, close.
No, we fought religious war. What were the Crusades? What were the Crusades? Yes, I'll fact check you. What were the goddamn Crusades? What were the fucking... I'm asking you a question. What were the fucking Crusades?
Don't yell. You're making a good point. Don't yell about it now. The whataboutism is so crazy to me.
It's not whataboutism. He said they lived in peace.
Listen, Crusades were delivering pizza. That's all they were doing, okay?
So back to what I was saying. It's just crazy to me how it's so much. It's like you guys select the information instead of looking at the broader spectrum. If you're gonna call me stupid, please fact check me. I'm still gonna say what I'm gonna say, and I'm waiting for the evidence.
Do I need to fact check whether or not the Crusades happened?
If you want to convert people's ideology.
What happened in the Bible?
Real quick, let me finish.
Who was fighting in the Bible?
If you want to convert people's ideology to...
Have you heard of the Armenian genocide?
Being an ass about it is not how you do it.
Just let him finish.
Being an ass about it is not how you do it. I didn't cut anybody off. I'm not name calling. I didn't.
Okay, George, dude, just get to your point. Just get to your point.
It's crazy to me. You have so many Jews that's speaking out against it, but y'all like pick your citations and purposefully ignore other citations. If you haven't done the research, I'm not gonna speak bad about you for doing it. However, what I'm saying is,
this is how you probably don't know this, but generally when you're the one who asserts the claim, it's your job to provide the source. So go ahead and
but if you're gonna disrespect somebody, make sure you open your mouth and disrespect them. I would never openly disrespect.
No, it's disrespectful. You came up on this page.
No, stop, doctor.
Not disrespect.
Got a whole fucking Martha Stewart.
Okay, stop, doctor. Doctor, dude, I told you none of that fucking shit. Okay.
But he's got a towel on his head.
Fucking dude, doctor. Just like they're not allowed to call El Normo, like Resistance likes to call him El Nostro or some stupid shit. We're not allowing that, dude. So it has to be consistent on both sides.
And let me add another thing. When's the last time we saw journalists being censored? When's the last time we saw that?
Journalists are always censored during war.
No, not during the Vietnam War.
Yes,
not during the Vietnam War.
Journalists are always censored during war.
Not more. Get to your point, Spike 3.
The last regime that we saw journalists being censored on this level was the Nazi regime.
Incorrect. The Americans censored during war as well.
Okay, well, where's your proof? Are you just talking shit, or where's your proof?
Well, I'm a professional journalist. I've been raised in journalism. I practiced it for probably longer than you've been alive. Yeah, absolutely true. I graduated from Columbia. But it's true. I've been nominated twice for a Pulitzer. I graduated from Columbia University, considered the best journalism institution in the world. I studied with the best. So I'm very familiar. And by the way, I've worked in war zones on behalf of the United States. I've done journalism in war zones. I know how.
Isn't that exactly the best example when it comes to war? It's not the best.
Well, you asked a question and I answered you. Now I want to answer the other thing. Let me just relax with him for 1 second. Spike, you have a sense of what you believe genocide is, Spike Freeze.
Yeah, I
You have a
mean,
sense of what it
recent
is?
reports say. Recent reports. Let me finish. You asked the question.
Yes or no?
Look, now you got
Hang on. Do you have a sense of what you think genocide is?
recent low estimates.
No.
Okay,
Yes
don't let
or
me
no?
answer.
Okay.
Don't let me answer.
Okay, it's a yes or no.
This is what you guys do when somebody
Let
tries
him
to
answer the way that he wants to, L. You
can't
micromanage
control
the
my
words
answer.
coming out of his mouth.
Okay.
No.
I'll continue then. Forget the question. Genocide is the attempt.
This guy's hijacking this thing.
You can go next, Oliver.
Listen,
No.
you can't.
Genocide is the attempt.
Norm, no, sir. You can't micromanage his words because he's not saying what you want to hear.
No, I
If you
asked him
ask
a yes or no question.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask you to shut the fuck up right now. You asked by threes a question. Let him answer it the way that he wants to in the capacity that his mindset is. I know it's not in agreement with you, but maybe we can all learn why he thinks the way that he is. Spike 3, do it quickly, please.
Recent low estimates have just recently been published that already 20% of the Palestinian population has been wiped out, and that's not counting all of the bodies not found and confirmed under the rubble. So yes, that's when you wipe out 20% of a country, of a city population. Yeah, that's definitely genocide. That's a huge percentage.
So 20%.
Already 1/5. That's already 1/5 of the population and counting. I don't know, like what?
Thank you, Spike. So
Would you rather be 75%?
I got it. Your figures are absurd. The best estimate is something between 55 and 60,000.
Only 55, 60,000.
No, I'm just being accurate. You just told a massive lie. So your idea of genocide is a massive lie based on your own words. I'm not saying that it's good. It is bad.
Cool. I'll
Never.
post the link.
I'll be done in a second. Yes, we will see. Never in the history of humanity has there been a genocide that you can stop with a phone call, or a genocide that was started by the attacking country or people, in this case a people, not a country. So the Hamas picked up the phone and said, we give up, we'll put out our guns, we won't commit genocide on the Jews anymore, and here are your hostages back. This thing would have ended on October 10th of 2023. That's not a genocide. That's an attempt of Hamas in its charter to wipe out every Jew and Christian, by the way, on the planet, and to promise to keep doing October 7th. So what they're doing is they're projecting their intentions on the Jews. Sure.
Right. The 20% is wild to me, but he asked you, I think he asked you personally to get an idea of where your mindset is, right? I see Abby coming off mic. Do you want to talk about what Spike 3 was talking, or
on Spike 3's comment? So Spike 3, let's go with the number of 50 to 60,000 at the Hamas Health Ministry, which we'd have to take Hamas for their numbers. Of that number, we know for sure at least 20,000 were combatants, and of the so-called civilian non-combatants, probably a good percentage are additionally part of the fight, and how they, they don't all dress in uniform. A lot of them blend in with the civilian culture. There were 2 million people initially in Gaza? I forget what the number was. Someone tell me the population. So let's say 2 million in population. For almost 2 years, what does a population of 2 million normally have of natural cause death just curious, like, how many people do you think die of natural causes of 2 million people in 2 years? Like,
Exactly. Are you reaching? So in this conversation,
no, I'm just asking.
you decide. Hold
Just
on.
answer,
Out of all
answer
the
that
arguments,
question. Answer that question.
out of all the no, don't micromanage. You cannot micromanage me.
I'm
You
not
cannot
finished speaking
micromanage
then.
me.
I'm not finished speaking. I'm going to answer it for you then.
Oh, okay. As soon as I speak now, you're not finished.
So let's assume of 2 million people. Let's assume maybe 6,000 people of 2 million people might die of natural causes in a 2-year period of 2 million people. I think that's a pretty fair assumption.
That's
so
a
we can
crazy
start
reach. That's a crazy reach.
I'm not building a strong man. I'm giving you, you want, someone was on the stage saying, let's look at facts as if you're a jury. So here's the facts as if you're a jury. You have, of that number, at least 40%, 35 to 40% that we know are combatants. Then we add on natural causes. Wait, may I finish?
Hold on, Vitaly.
I'm not done yet. You add in natural causes, which I said 6,000, make it 5,000. Then you add on how many were killed by Hamas themselves. How many people in Gaza were murdered by Hamas? How many of the clans, the different clans that live in Gaza that were fighting with Hamas, did they kill? Also, there is a percentage from the rockets that they shoot and of their attacks that landed within their own borders. There's about 20%, usually within battle, that never made it across the border and landed in their own villages. So we can add in those numbers as well. So start breaking down the numbers. Pretend, as the guy said, you're a juror and you're taking in facts, and add all those facts up. And then tell me of actual civilians to combatant ratio, how that number fares with, I don't know, World War II, and how many Germans were killed by the Allies, or Japanese were killed by the U.S. forces. So, like, where is the number so extreme and a genocide when you've got a population of 2 million and you have an amount of deaths, and now break down what those deaths are. Now
I think it was my turn to speak. The issue with all this is...
Can I respond to that quickly?
No,
Oliver was waiting, so let Oliver...
Oliver, then Vitaly.
The issue with all this is that all those numbers that were posited are just purely conjecture. If you look at how the IDF defines a combatant, it's a person who took part in hostilities against the state of Israel, whether directly or indirectly. So yeah, if you give a rock to a 13-year-old kid and he throws a rock at a soldier, you're a combatant. Much less the 13-year-old who's like throw a rock at a soldier. If you look, our testimonies not just from Palestinians, but from people in the Israeli army, both, some of whom who are actually proud of this, that are like, yeah, we view them all as combatants. We don't care about which of them we kill, whether they're in Hamas or not. There's a story of a Palestinian Christian in Gaza who got detained. I don't know, was it detained? No, yeah, detained by the Israeli army in Gaza. He tried to appeal to them by saying, oh, I'm not Hamas, I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Christian. They told him, you son of a whore, you're even worse than Hamas. Fuck you, they don't care. There's this whole idea that, oh, there's this low number of civilian casualties, complete, just pure conjecture. Based on whatever nonsense numbers an idea wants to pull out. I'm not, thank you, Normal. There's another problem too with the whole logic of, oh, the population is growing. Aziz's point is correct. See, if you want to make the argument that, oh, there's no genocide in Gaza because the population is growing, well, based on this definition, if last year someone were to kill 2.5 million Americans, there would be no genocide in America, because exactly 2.6 million new Americans were born that year. This is like with population replacement, right? It's actually 3 million if you take the numbers that were just born. So yeah, if you want to go by that logic, if you want to see that, now we're doing this ridiculousness again. If you want to go by that logic, if Canada, Russia, China, or whoever decides tomorrow that, yeah, let's bomb 2.5 million Americans, there's no genocide. Because guess what? The population still grew.
That's correct. It would not be genocide. You're absolutely right. It would be an act of war. There's a difference
Okay,
between war and genocide.
Norm, Oliver, please don't hijack his time. Oliver, are you complete, or would you like
No,
to
I'm not complete. No,
Oh, okay.
I find hilarious. I mean, look at the psychotic reasoning. Yeah, if we kill 2.5 billion Americans next year, it's not a genocide because more people were born. This is literally how these people fucking think. And yeah, we're supposed to take them seriously when they say there's no genocide in Gaza because, you know, they just had more babies than we killed, right? This is
Oliver,
the whole...
can I pause you
Why
just
do
for
we
a second,
care?
sir? Hold on a sec. I hear you, and you're like very much on one side, but you are going back in history and try to compare. The problem is the equation. Oh, I thought someone was talking about Holocaust times and looking at those numbers. So, would you be so kind to let me finish my thought, okay? So if you want to come to an answer, it's very difficult to do so because the factors are very different and distinct compared to the actual groups that are impacted on both sides. So that's the reason why it's difficult to say, like, oh, what is the legal term per se or whatnot. I hear that you think it is. Good to go. Roger, go. All right, great. All right, thank you, Oliver. Vital.
I didn't even finish, but okay.
Oh, okay. So, do you want to finish, Oliver? I don't want you to get your boxers in a bunch, sir. Would you like to finish? I thought when you were done laughing that, sorry.
Respectfully, ma'am, the only people who seem to have their boxers in a bunch.
It's really quick what I want to say. Look, at the end of the day, we're all just like armchair philosophers on Clubhouse, right? There's actual scholarly work being done on the subject, and there is a consensus of scholars that there was genocidal violence inflicted upon the Palestinian population, specifically I think Gaza, and at this point it's unanimous that there is a genocide or a genocide has occurred.
100% false.
So
100%
it doesn't matter
false.
what you say, El Normal.
Just
It
let
doesn't
him
matter
speak.
what I say. It doesn't matter what Abby says, doesn't matter what Oliver says, doesn't matter what Epe says, okay? Scholars have agreed on it, there's a consensus, period, it's done.
This is unbelievably childish. It is neither of you, it's as if none of you have any idea. It's as if none of you have, you landed. You landed, sir. These people have no direct contact with Gaza. It's as if you have no idea what genocide is. So I will refresh your lacking memory and your lack of education.
You're a joke.
Genocide is the attempt to wipe out a people. It is clear that Israel does not, has not, and will not wipe out the Palestinian people. As we pointed out numerous times, their population has quadrupled in Israel. There are no different laws for Israel and Palestinians or non-Jews in Israel. Not one. 100%.
We can Matala has 84
You
laws
can be quiet now. You can be quiet now. This is a lie. This is a lie. We've gone over this many times. There is not one single law. There is not one single law that discriminates against non-Jews in Israel. Not one single one. Okay, you want to send them down? Okay, it's time. Okay, it's time to send them down.
Okay.
Next time. You can send them down next time.
Israel is doing that, why would you blame them? Listen to you. Listen to you guys.
Hang on a second, Adam.
Norm,
Yes, I
Adam,
will finish it up.
Doctor, he has it, and
Okay.
then go ahead.
Israel's Declaration of Independence guarantees equal rights to Jews and non-Jews, and even to our neighbors equally. Israel has defended the Palestinians. Israel has fed the Palestinians. Never in history has an army had to feed its enemy. Israel provides safe passage for Palestinians. Israel provides humanitarian aid zones for Palestinians. Israeli taxpayers are now feeding their enemies Hamas. The idea that there's genocide against the people whose lives we're protecting, who we're feeding, it just boggles the imagination, and it makes me think that you have no purpose in making this accusation, except, as we know with Tabuki, you hate Jews. because genocide is an attempt to wipe a people out. And we've never done anything to wipe out the Palestinians, except we fought back against them when they've attacked us. They attacked on October 7th. They took our hostages. We want them back. Give them back. Hamas has said they will do October 7th over and over and over again. We want them to stop. It's non-negotiable. That's not genocide. It's a just war.
Yes,
Can I
thank
respond?
you. Yes, please, Aziz. I was going to go to you. Go ahead.
So just quickly, the UN Genocide Convention of 1948 has a definition for genocide. It's an act committed with intention to destroy in part or in whole. It does not matter how many you kill. It does not matter if the population increases or decreases in that time, as long as you have intent to destroy in whole or in part. So now that that's pushed aside, I just want to talk on
Intent
the
for
manner in
whole
which...
or part of what? Could you read the full definition?
So
Is
I'll
whole
read
or
the full
part of a
definition.
civilian population?
I'll read the whole thing out. Acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group as such. So it doesn't matter if
The
you
intent
destroy
to
them in
kill a population based on their ethnicity, their religion. What was the third?
The national, ethnic, racial or religious group.
With the intent.
Which one is that?
The intent.
Right, so I mean, it overlaps a little, right? But that was
But the word is intent.
So that was just a little rebuttal to what Norman said about the population decrease.
That's not a
large
rebuttal.
point for me. Yeah, well, I just wanted to, because I wanted to include a definition, not the
That's not a rebuttal.
That's the definition. So make of that what you will. That's the definition. That's not my perspective or yours. That's the truth, right? And so that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say make a larger point. I mean, we talk about civilian casualties in Gaza, and we compare it to World War I and II. I just don't think that those are great yardsticks for the way we should conduct ourselves going forward, especially after World War II, and we came up with the Genocide Convention, all these kind of groundbreaking discoveries we made, and deals that we made. But the real problem is this: if you can strike a man in Tehran in his living room, right, halfway around the world, I'm pretty sure you could do a better job of sort of tackling an armed militia in the most surveilled part of the world that doesn't have a navy, doesn't have an air force. You give them food, water, and electricity, and you've got a radar, sonar, you name it, any form of technology you have drones and everything. I'm pretty sure you could do a better job of just comparing it to World War II standards for civilian casualties, because I'm pretty sure Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the Blitz, and Dresden are not, shining examples of how we should be conducting ourselves, especially given that we're conducting a moral, quote-unquote, war. That's my point. And
a moral war? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's the perspective they give. They claim it's a moral war.
You're gonna go onto the battlefield and use pronouns?
Did the U.S. commit genocide in Germany? Did the U.S. commit genocide in Germany?
Some people, some argue they did, and some argue they didn't. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say.
Well, is it hard to say? I mean, that's just it. You just read the definition. We just read the definition. We killed how many Germans in Dresden alone? How many did we kill in Dresden?
By definition, I would say so, yeah.
Many?
By definition, I would
25,000 in 32 hours.
Okay, so 25,000 people in 32 hours. Was the U.S. committing genocide in Germany?
Yeah,
I mean,
Unofficial genocide.
Hiroshima, yes, and Dresden, yes. I believe so, yes. By Dresden and Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Abby, this is what happens when this generation is raised on Teletubbies.
This isn't about generation.
Okay, they're completely stupid. A war is a fucking war. A genocide is a fucking genocide. You are stupid. You are stupid.
Yeah, you're an intellectual. You're an intellectual.
Your opinion's about as useless as tits on a nun. You're a fucking idiot.
Come on.
Yeah. Don't get your knickers in a twist, little man.
Aziz.
Learn to speak English.
Aziz.
Says the American.
Aziz, can you put in the chat, and this is for anyone that wants to come up on stage and offer a point, but then they don't have the link for it. Can you just put it in the chat then? Great, thank you.
If there's anything you need me to...
Are you in England?
Yeah, if there's anything you need me to...
Aziz, you sound British. So
I'll
if you're...
answer your question.
Are you in England?
I am in England. If you need any sources
So
for anything
how
I've
would
said,
you
I'm
have...
happy to provide.
Do you have parents that were in England when the Nazis were bombing London? Were your parents there?
Yeah. Not
Did
in
you ever
England,
talk
no.
to your parents or your grandparents about when the Nazis were bombing London?
Not my grandparents, no.
You Pakistani, Abby.
I'm not,
Okay,
actually.
So,
You
was your
are.
family in
there's
London
nothing worse.
when the Nazis attacked Europe? Was your family in Europe then?
No.
Okay, so you're calling what we did a genocide to the Germans, but you'd have to get context on it, and how someone sitting in London was feeling at that time when they were part of the Allied forces, or someone who was sitting in Europe as their country was invaded.
But
Okay.
I understand the emotional element of it. I
It's not
understand.
an emotional element.
I do understand that, but
The country being
objectively-
bombed. London was bombed. You're in London, right?
Right, but
Go walk down
Winston
Regent
Churchill.
Street. It was bombed.
Winston Churchill
They tried to
said-
hit the BBC. They hit the Langham Hotel.
Right.
Do you
But
know that?
Winston Churchill said, "I will strike them in the night, while their children are sleeping." You know, these are the things he said.
And would
So
you
I don't
think
know.
Winston Churchill
It's a
was a
matter of
great leader?
perspective. If you don't feel it is, that's your opinion, and if I feel it is, that's mine. But you know.
So you're against fighting the
You fought
Nazis,
against
I see.
Winston Churchill then? You would have
You're on the
stopped
side of the Nazis, right?
No, I'm
Been
not.
on the side of the Nazis? Yeah.
I'm not.
This is such a
I'm on the side of
ridiculous drop.
Don't try to gaslight me.
No, I'm not
I'm not
gaslighting you.
saying
You're
no.
defining genocide. You just said America committed genocide in Dresden.
In
Like, making
Hiroshima
you
and Nagasaki, I
explain
said.
I asked,
said
you said
Hiroshima.
Dresden. You specifically also said
You said
Dresden.
Hiroshima and
You also
Nagasaki.
said
I said
Dresden.
Hiroshima.
No, we said Dresden. We didn't talk about
We got the
Hiroshima. We
transcript.
only
You
said
said
Dresden.
Oliver, would you shut up? He doesn't need your help.
But this is like, no,
Oliver,
it's like a
shut
5-1.
Adam,
It's a
Okay,
five-
this is, excuse me, this is between Aziz and Abby. Let them finish it out, please. Thank you.
So you would have been on the side of the Nazis then, with
No,
the
I think-
decision of the
I-
Allies to take out Dresden.
I'll
How
tell
many,
you what-
Ruben took, what was it again? How many people died in 32 hours?
I'll tell you what it is. You asked a question of me. I'll tell you what it is. Sometimes I can look back at history and not just be red team, blue team. You know, I can see things for what they are objectively, knowing that I was not part of decision making and I had no emotional nor personal interest in the situation because I was not involved, nor was I alive. So I can take things for what they are, given the objective facts, and put them in a box, knowing that given the sign of the times, maybe in the moment you have to make a particular decision, and it may have been the right one or the wrong one, but I can still be.
So this is your
Churchill made the wrong decision.
This is your defense of the Nazis, Aziz? Good job.
Don't try and gaslight me.
This is between Abby and Aziz, and they're gonna finish
Do you
it
think
up.
Churchill made the wrong decision and it was genocide in Dresden, which is what you said earlier? Are you still standing by that? That it was
No, no,
that in 32 hours that many people were murdered or killed?
Yeah, I think there could have been another approach, but again, that was the
What would
decision I
you
was
have
making.
done if you were fighting World War II and you were sitting in London getting bombed on Regent Street? What would you have done to stop the Nazis?
You know, again, I don't want to make a decision without having all the facts, you know. But I just think that was aggressive military approach. That's
Do you
what
think
I
it was aggressive? So
But you're doing that for Gaza. You don't have the facts in Gaza, but you seem to have made
I
the decision.
do, because we're live,
No, you
we're
don't.
living through that. It's easier to get
You
the
don't have
facts.
the facts, though. You don't have the facts.
Well, you know, I could argue you
I'm
don't.
going to argue that the United States military did not commit genocide by bombing Dresden. I'm going to make that argument.
And, you know, and I respect that opinion.
Okay,
I'm
thank
not gonna.
you.
I don't have.
Can I?
It's. You know.
Can I have a minute, please?
Go ahead.
Aziz, thank you, Aziz and Abby. I'm gonna pass
Okay.
the mic over to Ruben Sheikh. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, can I invite everybody to, at your leisure, you don't need to do it now, Google the World War II bombings of Dresden and look at the damage of the city, okay? Nagasaki, 60,000 innocent people killed, reported. Hiroshima, 140,000 people. In 32 hours, 25,000 people, innocent civilians killed in Dresden, right? These three are not gone down as genocides, okay? And the other question that I want to ask again to Mr. Aziz and other people who have sent this, if you have, I don't know, 80, 100 scholars in genocide, right? All the news agencies are reporting it, all the humanitarian agencies are reporting genocide, and you have to accept, because of that evidence, and you have to conclude that Israel is guilty of genocide. What is the logic in sending journalists into Gaza if the world already knows?
Well, this is the thing, you know, I gave an example of the Genocide Council of the World, you know, 800 scholars, and I was told that, you know, that's not sufficient evidence. So giving an opportunity for both the left, the right, both the Israeli and Palestinian, pro-Palestinian reporters an opportunity to objectively or attempt to objectively report what we're seeing, that would alleviate any concerns you have or I have of there being a biased reporting, right? Is that not good? Is that not a good thing?
You've already concluded it that it's genocide. You say it's unreasonable for everybody to think otherwise.
Right, and you've conceded otherwise, and that's why
I have not. I've not made any claims. I'm open that it could be genocide. I'm open it could not be. You're the one making the claim. Right. Please provide the concluded objective evidence.
I'm willing to even forego my opinion. I'm willing to accept the fact that I simply just have a perspective.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Can I say why it is genocide? That's to do with the second part of this definition, the intent to destroy in whole or in part a specific group of people. Yes, what the British Army did in Dresden was evil. It was a war crime. Ironically, I mean, you mentioned before the Luftwaffe bombing of London. This was actually done in response to Britain hitting civilian targets in Germany beforehand. Not that I'm defending the Nazis at all, but you know, let's give proper context to everything. But still, one second, let me finish. The difference is what the RAF did in Germany, as bad as it was, and for that matter what the Luftwaffe did in London, as bad as it was not with the intention of either destroying the British people or destroying the German people. It was still wrong. It was still a war crime. But it was done. Oh my gosh. It was done to militarily take over a territory and occupy it. In the case of Gaza, though officially the stated goal of the IDF is to destroy Hamas, there are more than a few, and by this I mean a lot, of people both in Israeli society, the Israeli government, and the Israeli army who actually said, no, we want all of these people out. We want them to go somewhere else. Europe, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, wherever the fuck, doesn't matter. We want Palestinians gone. The whole land is Israel. It belongs to the Israeli people. There are no Palestinian people, and they need to get the fuck out. So yes, this does meet the qualification of trying to destroy in part or in whole an entire group of people because you want to remove them from their homeland. And your population, I mean, you can say that, oh, I don't, but, you know, we've had surveys of Israelis that they constantly say this constantly. But yeah, for instance, the West Bank, the majority of Israelis do not believe that the West Bank should be sovereign Palestinian territory at all. The majority of Israelis are in favor of annexing the West Bank and not extending any type of rights to the Palestinians living there. You also said earlier that you can't name one, that there's not one single law in Israel that discriminates between Jews and non-Jews. One of my friends actually in the chat posted an article that has about 65 and counting. The number is actually right. Number. Okay, so let me name a few laws, right? There's the discriminatory housing law, which basically is like the Israeli version of Jim Crow and redlining and zoning, whereby Arab Israeli. I'm telling you the law. You can't hear the law if you don't want to listen. I'm telling you, you can't hear the law if you don't want to listen. I understand you guys have an issue.
Read up the law.
So why don't you talk?
Just let him say what he's gonna say. I can already tell. You guys aren't gonna agree. That's fine. Then he'll have to. Then you guys can call him out because he don't have it or whatever. Just let him finish.
Anyway, this law effectively bans Arab Israelis from living in about 66% of communities in Israel because the communities are allowed to determine who is fit to live in the neighborhood. Now, these communities tend to be dominated by Jews, and they basically say that, yeah, if you're not fit to live in the neighborhood because you're Arab, which is why even most mixed cities in Israel do have a substantial amount of segregation. Another is the right of return law, which is applied strictly to Jews. It is not applied to the... You see, what I don't get, is no offense, KK, you said I was having my panties in a twist, put me down, but normal is allowed to do it
It's a bunch. It's the American idiom is a bunch. El Norma, please be quiet.
Anyway, another example is the discriminatory right of return law, which applies only to Jews, and not to Arabs.
It doesn't apply to Israeli citizens. It's external. It's immigration
I mean,
policy.
I said it applies to Jews.
No, it applies to people that are not Israeli.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Okay, let him get to the point.
There are
He's just rambling again about conspiracy theories.
Really
Okay,
not
well, you
giving
can ramble
direct
down in
facts.
the audience. Go ahead, Oliver.
There
No, I'll bring you back up when he's done. It's not productive.
there are plenty of other laws like this. I'm trying to think of another immediately off the top of my head. I have to go back and refresh myself.
So you want the nation-state law?
Oh yeah, the nation-state law. That's a very good one. The nation-state law. This is a unique thing about Israel. Israel is defined as the state of the Jews, not the state of the Israelis. The state of the Jews. So, per the Israeli constitution, if you were an American Jew without Israel, Israel is your state. So you have more of a right to Israel than the...
Only Jewish people in Israel have a right to self-determination.
Exactly.
Yeah, the right of return law, we already stated that.
Yep.
It's a Jewish state.
I have a
Do you have a problem with being in a Muslim state? And
Jewish, you're not a Jew.
Yeah,
Isn't England an Anglican? Someone just reminded
No,
me.
it's not. It's not. I don't live in an ethno state, and the problem with it, with you. Yeah, but that's not the point. It's a constitutional monarchy, but that's not the point.
But
The point here is you're so. Just can you stop asking the same question after it's been responded to? You parrot. The point is anyway, is that it's an ethno religion. So the difference between saying a quote unquote Muslim state or an Islamic theocracy is that anybody can be a Muslim. But when you're talking about a Jewish ethno state, anyone can be a Muslim, anyone can revert to Islam. However, when it
So I
comes to
can't live in
today,
Saudi Arabia. I'd like it there. It's
of course
great.
you can live in Saudi Arabia. Look, just stop. Are you a Norm's sister? Just stop for a second. The point here is that the dissimilarity, the asymmetry, is that when you're talking about an ethno state for a particular ethnic group, right? Like that is just like fundamentally, inherently racist, as opposed to an Islamic state where you might say they don't offer religious freedom, which I would agree with. But the difference being, they're saying anybody can become a Muslim, right? There isn't some real difficult process, some arduous process for you to become a Muslim. Whereas with Jews, there is obviously, even if it's the case that you have an
we don't proselytize. We don't go out in the world
that's
and
not
turn
relevant.
the whole world Muslim.
Yeah, but if you endorse an ethno state, you're a Nazi.
No, we're not Nazis.
You're a Nazi. Not like you, I'm saying you.
And it's a Jewish state. And
I denounce all ethno states. And I did, just like I would Nazi Germany.
Are there 57?
Yeah, I would be happy to do so. I'd relish in the opportunity to do so. However, that also allows me to call people like you Nazis. Because I'm consistent, and obviously you only like it. You only like it when it benefits you.
And the Amans, we call them all Nazis too, right?
Yeah, when this is something like I'm gonna say it one more time for you. I've been seen pretty below. So if it's an ethno state, it's based on ethnicity. It's not like just a religious. So it's not just like this is a religious, like theocratic state where if you're not a Muslim, you have to pay the jizya or something, right? Because obviously anybody can, all ethnicities can participate and can comprise this theocratic state. Whereas what you're saying is you have to be a Jew.
No, I'm not allowed to
not
live.
just religiously.
I can't live in those places. I'm not
I mean, what do I care about your whataboutism? You're just like a Nazi
But
anyway.
I can't live in
You can point from your little like Nazi ivory tower. Everybody else is a Nazi. You're a Nazi together.
How about you shut the fuck up and allow her to speak?
That's not
Why? She's just a parrot, just like you.
And you sound like a dirty Arab from a shithole country that lives in the UK.
Doctor, we're not doing that.
Yeah, but he's calling her a parent. Nobody's saying anything.
I know. Well, he's not using ethnic slurs like sometimes trying to avoid.
How about no
He
slur?
called
You just called Abby a Nazi.
Yeah, that's not.
Yes, he
that's
did.
not gonna
That's
happen.
a
By the way, Pepe,
Yes.
Pepe, I appreciate your moderation, and I take back a lot of what I said about you. I apologize.
Okay,
Now he's
we're gonna
trying
just.
to honey
Yeah,
pie you up.
that's-
because
No, he's
Yeah.
being a decent
No, no,
moderator.
no.
I have to credit where it's
Okay.
due.
Okay, that's gonna be closed now. Please.
May I go now? Let the record, thank you, let the record show that Shibuki, who's calling himself general these days, he's gotten canceled so many times, did not name one single law. He said discriminatory housing. I said read the law. He didn't. Then he said that Jews who are not in Israel are allowed to go to Israel. Well, that doesn't affect people who are in Israel. That's not a law that discriminates between Jews and non-Jews in Israel. Israel is in fact the most diverse country in the region, with the Yazidis and the Baha'i, all the people that were kicked out of all the Arab countries, South Sudanese, Christians, Muslims, Samaritans, all of them in it. Yes, they're all in Israel. And there's not one single law, there's not one single law that you didn't read a single law, not one. There's no housing law, you just lied about that one. Then you said that Jews, yes, Israel was formed, it's not an ethno-state. It is a state that is formed for a refuge from Jews all over the world. We consider ourselves a family, a nation, a people with a text that is the Torah, with a set of laws coming from the Torah, with a language which is Hebrew, and with a land which is the state of Israel. We're a family, a people, and a nation. Self-defined. And we don't deny that same thing to the Arabs around us. The only requirement we make is that they not attack us. It's the only thing we ask. And we have a peace deal that lasted for a long time with Egypt. We traded them land for peace. Same thing with Jordan. We traded them, we just made a peace deal with them, with UAE, with Bahrain, with Morocco. We have a peace, by the way, with Saudi, but it's not public. We all work together to fight our common enemies, Islamic jihadism, and the Iranian genocidal terror regime. There's no apartheid, there's no difference in the laws for anybody in Israel, according to our Declaration of Independence. He didn't name any laws. He said there were 65. People always mention that number. They never even look at one single law. I urge you to read us the law. By the way, what is it? They said that self-determination is a Jew. Yeah, so what does that mean that non-Jews can't do? What is one thing that non-Jews in Israel cannot do? There is nothing.
Mr. Elmore, I have one.
Anyway, it's like I literally listed.
No, I want to hear from Ruben. You went already. I want to hear from Ruben Chick now. You didn't read one law. You had the chance. You had the chance to read the law. You didn't do it because there are none. You got nothing. You're not. You got nothing. Read us the law.
You can keep rambling there.
No, read us the law.
And I'm sure my lungs are quite a bit.
Read us the law. No, they're not. You're a little nothing. Go ahead, Ruben. Thank you for looking. You had the chance. You had no law.
I didn't want to address them because that's what you've been doing this whole room. Filibustering and saying a bunch of
Name a law.
Anyway,
Name a law.
you got another thing that
Name a
you
law.
said is false.
I'm waiting for you to name a law.
That's our allies against Islamic terrorism.
Name a law,
You literally have been
Jabuki.
caught funding Al-Qaeda.
Jabuki, name a law,
Jabuki. In Al-Qaeda.
Jabuki, you're running. Okay, KK, why don't you put him on the call with somebody else? He's not gonna say one. You've been defeated again, Jabuki.
Okay,
That's another day.
if you guys aren't going to play nicely, and if you're not going to give a law or name a law,
I gave the laws. I gave you 2 laws. You didn't
ignore
listen.
it.
I gave you 2 laws.
No, you didn't.
And my friend posted the link in the chat. 265.
Read us the law. I'll wait.
There
Read
is
it right now.
a link in the chat from.
Read it right now.
No.
Or shut the fuck up. Seriously. Read it.
You're not my master.
Okay, well, that's because you got nothing. Fair enough. Okay. Let the record show it had nothing to say.
I described.
All right, KK, let's move on.
I
You got
described to
nothing.
you
Thank you.
3 laws.
Thank you,
Thank you,
I
Oliver.
described 3.
Thank you. I don't want. I can't right now. The filibustering is just
There's
not
only one person
productive.
filibustering, and that's not all.
Excuse me.
I
You
understand
are
you're
talking
trying to be
over
shy
and
as you,
over.
but like, come on, it's not even
Oliver,
funny.
Oliver, shut up! Having their period, and it's just really bothersome. Like really.
I find Shabbos boys very bothersome.
Thank you, Jabuki.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. How's that? Aziz, I'm still looking for your council link.
Oliver, put your hijab in your mouth and be quiet.
Dude, doctor, I'm getting sick of your shit, dude. Like, this isn't, you're like just being disrespectful. Like, I told you not to do it.
Because she's being biased.
Christian, by the way.
She's being very biased. She keeps saying I'm
I know. You're a victim now. I'm gonna link you a Twitter.
she's a
for victim.
Well, to be honest with you, I purposely today up, and it's just because if you know, technically, like, you know, I'm a Zionist and all that, but, you know, I'm not. I know there's people way stronger opinions on both sides, and I don't even know what KK's
and that's the problem.
Can we also resolve the issue with the American Army? That's
And the lady describing 65, and she's saying that we're bringing them up. It's literally in the tweet already.
Can you stop?
As a Zionist boy, I have to say, you know, we're gonna wipe out God.
Can we get resolution that the U.S. Army did not commit genocide? I'm really bothered by his comments on that, and I wanted to be clear that that was an absolute
that was
ignorant statement. Yeah.
Aziz's claim. I read the article that was in the leak. I forget who brought it up. That was saying Holocaust survivors were trying to compare whatever. And then Aziz, I still haven't found your council. I've looked for it, and it says it doesn't exist.
It doesn't
with
exist.
Your 800 scholars. So it says, thank you. I've asked a couple of times, and I still haven't seen it, because I want to see where this council is, but is it an arm of the United Nations? So, no, I don't want the name. I want the link of the information. Thank you.
Okay.
Ruben Sheik.
Yeah. 5 links.
Thank you. Thank you. Ruben Sheik. Thank you.
So do we resolve disease that you don't think the U.S. Army committed genocide? Can we get through that?
I think that I'll clarify. I think that was a military overextension. I don't, you know, you could call it a genocide that based on whether the intent was to wipe out the population, but I'm assuming there was a bit more of a militaristic approach being taken. They were in the middle of a war, so I don't think the true intention might not have been to wipe out a bunch of people, but the reality is the outcome, you know, it has shades of reflects. It looks as if it looks like, sounds like a genocide.
But
You know,
the intent wasn't there, right? And isn't intent what we were talking about?
It's
That you don't have the intent.
It's a big part of it.
Genocidal intent. You're in a war.
It's a big part of it. I mean, if you know, I just think it was a no.
According to the convention.
So if you look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I mean, Japan were on their knees. You know, they didn't. You know, it wasn't necessary. If you again,
they weren't on their knees. That's why we dropped the bombs. That's also
right. They weren't. You know, there was no.
We've got a bunch of cities.
There was no existential threat when we.
There was because it was. I don't think you understand. Also, like, you have to look at it in context. Like, even with Dresden, the Germans wanted to fight it out on the streets. World War II was a lot different from the.
No, you're talking about Germany now. I'm talking about Hiroshima.
Yeah,
okay, but even
they were more fanatical.
The Japanese
it was estimated that 5 to 6 million American troops would die to conquer the 5 main home islands. And
They were committing genocide
of the cities. There were firebombings of the cities that were made Hiroshima and Nagasaki pale in comparison, and they didn't surrender. And they didn't surrender after the first atomic
After Hiroshima.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I got a
But the problem, the thing is though, is that in a weird way, I know it's a ugly thing to do math over, but it likely saved lives and it put an end to the war.
And on the Japanese side too. I mean,
exactly.
If you look at the Iwo Jima and the number of Japanese to American ratio of death, Japanese lost far more than the Americans lost. The Americans lost a lot. It would have, if we lost anywhere, the estimates were 5 to 6 million troops, they would have probably lost to the order of twice that amount. In civilian, much worse.
They were literally committing genocide against the Koreans, the Chinese, and the Filipinos as they were losing the war. As they retreated, They were gratuitously slaughtering Filipino people. We literally stopped a genocide by dropping the atomic bomb on them. It's the opposite of a genocide. The same way that Israel is committing the opposite of a genocide with the Palestinians.
They're completely unrelated. Don't think we can draw many parallels too much.
What's unrelated? What is unrelated?
What we're seeing I mean, it depends on how you define it. I don't consider
what is unrelated.
I'm answering the question, Norman.
Yeah. What's unrelated to what?
Right, I'm answering the question. Do you want to just keep speaking?
So hold on a second. Hold on.
No, let him finish.
He did bring up, and I know that's you were trying to say, give examples of what you think might have been a genocide, and then that was kind of why it was being compared to Gaza, but that's when you brought up Dresden and Nagasaki.
Yeah, and I did make the point
civilian targets.
I did make the point that I can't definitively confirm or deny. It's a bit more difficult for me given the circumstances, given the circumstances.
Yo, why did that faggot Norman have to say that we dropped the atomic bomb, you little bitch?
We did.
Really thinking it.
Dude, shut up. We're not doing that.
My father served in the army and I also served
living in Israel. There's no we.
Oh my God, shut up.
Dude, we're not doing that. Look, first of all, he got moved to the other. Yeah, dude, we're not doing the calling people Jews and Muslims, whatever names people like to call them.
I'm an American Jew.
Can I also say that my
grandparents and my father served.
My father was in the 1st Marine Division in the Solomon Islands fighting that. So in his honor, this idiot that said that, please advise us in the chat, all of your family members that fought on behalf of the United States.
Abby, we don't need to call him an idiot. It's not. That's a personal attack, so I have to be fair with that.
I got a quick question.
Before we go there, Spike 3, Abby, did you finish your conversation with Aziz and clearing off the American soldiers did not cause genocide, or does that need to? Did you get what you wanted?
I mean, I hope that he realized, and thank you for some of the other information regarding World War II to try to get context on it. Aziz, so it's people are quick to make these statements out of context and not understanding actually what militarily was happening and what was happening in order to stop something worse. So I hope you can see that, and I hope this conversation was civil about that.
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I do think the context between the two are slightly different as well. There's significantly more existential threat during World War II than there was, and that's why I'm so passionate about what we're seeing in Gaza and Palestine, because I just don't think that Hamas can wipe out Israel. I just do not think that's a possibility. I know October 7th was terrible. I can even condemn it. I'm happy to do so, but I just don't think that Hamas can wipe Israel off the face of the earth. Post October 7th, the death toll of Israelis is.
But that's not the definition of genocide, whether they can.
I'm not talking about genocide right now.
Aziz, I'll agree with you. I don't think Hamas would have ever been able to, quote unquote, wipe out Israel. But I mean, what happened on October 7th was like so egregious that there is no country that I can think of in the world that would not have like a military response to go after the group responsible. I mean, I think you would agree with that.
I agree. I've even said, I to not expect a military response would be naive of me. Obviously, every country in the world would have, but then there comes a moment where you say, is there another way? And obviously, other ways haven't worked. Maybe diplomacy hasn't worked, or maybe a military approach hasn't worked. But I just think that you're significantly more capable than Hamas, and so the onus is on you. Given the fact that they are a proscribed terrorist organization, we cannot, and we should refuse to conduct ourselves at least the same, if not worse, in many people's eyes. I just think that's not good enough, and that's my opinion, and you can have yours.
Well, they deliberately attacked civilians in
We did the opposite. We deliberately preserved civilian life.
We're going to give Ruben Shika an opportunity to speak now. Thank you. I think he wanted to respond to Aziz. Go ahead, Ruben Sheik.
Oh, thank you very much. By the way, I wish I had a more masculine name than Chick in my surname. But anyway, I just wanted to say, I can tell you something which is discriminatory in Israel. I would say the law that Palestinians or Muslim Arabs in Israel do not need to serve in the IDF. Jewish Israelis must do. And I'm thinking about one thing in America.
Not the Orthodox people.
I'm thinking about another thing in America, employment discrimination, where people with national origins would never ever be allowed to serve in some positions. United States the president, for example.
Ruben Sheik, will you concede that when Jewish Israelis and Druze serve in the Israeli army, they're also protecting the Palestinian Arabs or the Israeli Arabs who live in Israel?
Of course.
Of course. So Israelis are risking their lives to protect Israeli Arabs. That's a fact.
And many Palestinian Arab Israelis are protecting the state of Israel from terrorists too.
100%, as well as the
Just
Druze
because they're Palestinian in Israel, don't sit here and try to act like the Israelis that are fighting against the Palestinians are doing it on behalf of Palestinian Israelis.
You said Israeli Arabs.
Israeli.
No, they're doing it to further their own agenda. It just
What is their agenda? What is their agenda? You don't even know anything about Hamas, but you
greater
have to
Israel. For greater
what is the
Israel.
greater?
Obviously,
What is
they
okay?
said
What is that? I get it, but I want you to tell me. I don't want anybody to help. What is the greater Israel? To where?
To expand their territory. Like what?
To where?
What is it? From there to goddamn Iran, Syria, all that, Lebanon, all that, like all the places they've been bombing. Like, what are you talking about?
We've been around for almost 100 years.
Bro, I sent you links, Pepe. I don't know if you did the due diligence to go look at the links, but it's like you keep taking this, you keep being combative towards me whenever I say something. I've sent you some links. How about you go look at the links? The same shit you called me stupid for, I sent you the link to prove you wrong. I deserve an apology for. But
what did it bring? I'm sorry, I'm driving right now. What was the link?
You could go. I did it on my own time. I went and found the links on my own time. You could read them on your own time. I don't care to discuss it on here, but I sent the links like I was supposed to.
What did he call you stupid about? What did you refute?
Well, I don't know, work on your listening skills. Other than that, when you guys talk about
I asked you a question. You made a claim.
No, I'm talking about. I don't care. You don't run the room. You don't run the room, Normal.
Let him finish. Just let him finish. The reason why he's called stupid is because he has a Martha Stewart living towel on his head.
Okay, Adam.
Oh yeah, Martha Stewart.
Spike
Yeah.
3,
How
please,
funny.
please go. Spike 3.
You're hilarious.
Go ahead.
Okay, people bring up diplomacy. Benjamin Netanyahu has repeatedly, throughout this whole ordeal, turned down ceasefires with hostage exchanges. Why are you guys ignoring that Bibi Netanyahu had no intentions of actually squashing this shit through diplomacy? Like,
Did they want to? When did Hamas offer to release all the hostages?
Please do your due diligence. It was over 8 different times when they offered. Yeah, they never did. Bibi Netanyahu fucking turned it down every single time.
They never offered to return all the hostages.
He was so headstrong on driving the world into World War III. Like, I don't understand how you guys are like, are you pro-war or are you against war? Like, don't sit here and talk numbers, talk racial, ethnic backgrounds. Like, you're either for it or against it. There's plenty of ways they could have went in and dealt with Hamas. Not by killing civilians. That is the bottom line.
How do you go into
that is the bottom line.
Okay, cool. So I want you to tell me, because no military has been able to do it. How do you go into a densely populated area and only kill bad guys?
This country is the same country that killed Gaddafi in Libya. Did America bomb the whole Libya, or did they send in a recon team to assassinate that man? Recon
was killed by his own citizens.
Recon, and
was one guy.
Yeah, because they bought out the surrounding countries to turn on him. Like, come on, do your research. Anyway, Anyway, special ops units aren't anything new to fucking America. I'm friends with Marines that are special ops. They're also too manly to think that it's okay to kill innocent women and children. How many people on this stage could sit here and point? Hold on, let me finish.
You're not getting.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Special ops. No, I can't let you finish because special ops. No, I can't because special ops exist.
Let him finish.
Special ops exist in small numbers. They literally do small operations, and if it is going to involve like a conflict with a bunch of people, where they'll have to fight a lot of combatants. They have a reaction force or what do you call it? Like basically backup to along like the special forces would rely on the Rangers. The Navy SEAls have to utilize Marines. It's their.
That's what you have to do.
They do small.
Then that's what you have to do.
Okay. You say that, but hold on a second. There's only a very small number of special forces in any given country. They can only be in a couple places at a couple times. You cannot go through the territory of Gaza with just special forces. There's not enough of them. That's impossible.
Bro, where are you getting this from?
It's simple.
Where are you getting this from? Cut the head off the snake.
Oh my God.
Cut the head off the snake. You don't take down civilians.
We did that.
You don't take down civilians with them. You don't take down civilians with them.
Okay, excuse me, Spike 3. Listen, Pepe is correct. You can't just do that. There's a lot of, there's strict laws and standards for which to be able to utilize our U.S. military, right? Logistics-wise, it's a whole nother thing. Okay, when you say chop off the snake, we've done that, but guess what happens? Another snake, excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. I'm just trying to give you perspective so other people can understand maybe. When another snake is going to pop up and appear. So you're like, we have special forces. So I will share this with you. My family member was an infantry Marine officer. He did knock, knock, bad guy, get out, all along the Syrian border in Iraq. Okay, so understanding what that cause and what it needed to be done, there was no SOP, standard operating procedure, to be able to do that. They created it due to just this actual circumstance. So they have to eliminate, separate. So you have to separate the women and the children from the adult males on one side. You have to vet them to determine who is what compared to the tribal leaders. It's not as easy what you are saying to do. Like, it just literally is not. I'm telling you, coming from an infantry family, it is not able to do.
Yeah, it's harder to invade a school and take out the school shooters. So let's just bomb the whole goddamn school.
I don't think you're understanding.
You're not understanding the point.
Even if you were to not drop bombs, for example, you would have. Let's just say you had infantry, right? They don't just have guns. They have other small arms, but.
Wait, why are you guys ignoring
when it comes, hold on. I don't think you realize that just in firefights, okay, innocent people get killed. They get struck by gunfire. There's friendly fire accidents that even happen. It's not. You're asking for like a surgically precise, clean way to wage war without any civilian casualties, that's never existed. I think that's the part you're not understanding.
When was there ever a war, especially an urban war, in which non-combatants did not die?
Civilian city. You don't flatten the whole entire goddamn city.
All right.
Why not?
Excuse me.
Why not?
Yes, excuse me.
Serious?
Excuse me, both of you. The reason why they have to flatten the city is you have to remove the compound and the ability, the operations for the terrorists to be able to operate in that area. Because if not, they'll just come back. They'll just literally come back. That's the reason why they had a whole operation called Operation Iron Curtain along the Syrian border to cut that and infiltrate that up. Prior to doing that, They cleared out 8 to 9 cities along the way in the capacity that I did. What do? They send in special intel. They get the intel, understand potentially where are the bad guys. They talk to the leaders. They have an idea, all right? Then before they go in, they have to do a sweep. There is in the military infantry, there's a direct line of how they have to operate things. Now, after they cleared all the men and women and separated the women and kids in one and separated the men, the ones, because they tell them, they notify them, they drop leaflets, they say, we are going to come here, please come out, please come out. And that's what they do.
And they killed
the
them
bad guys
anyway.
say, and excuse me, fuck you, they did. Okay, so what they did then is they have to go in and find those bad guys. They have to find the terrorists and they have to shoot them because they have ill intent. Also knowing these terrorists are using the women and children as shields in front of our U.S. service members. That puts them in a whole nother predicament. And listen, after we have, if there is a group, and even if it's a mosque, they will call to fire and have an airplane come in and to destroy that, or the actual tanks. That is the reason why. So they can't go back literally for that. That is literally the reason why they do that. So maybe it's not, to your liking, but guess what? War is not to anyone's liking. There's always casualties of war. There's always innocent lives that are killed. There are always buildings that are bombed up. And it's not going to be to anyone's exact liking. But that's the reason why they flattened the cities out, because they've already separated the off. Now listen, and the IDF actually did this because they had MARSOC with IDF, not with them inside doing raids, but they coached them on how to do the knock and cordon. Like that, they literally went over there with them. So they've tried.
We don't know what MARSOC is.
Okay, so they were so diligent
It's
that
like
they
they're
killed
special forces. They're special operation forces. It's the Marine version of the SEAL Team 6 or the Elite Rangers Army, etc. That's what I meant. Sorry, Al.
So they were so diligent that they killed their own hostages, shot them right in the back.
They didn't shoot him in the back. They shot him in front because it was a mistake.
Oh yeah, even better. They shot him in the front.
It was friendly fire. Yeah, it was a horrible action. So what's your point?
And it happened.
That's not being diligent. How many accidents? How many times?
Happened.
Hold on, wait.
Spike. Every single combat, it happens.
Spike, I don't think you understand. With the best, even amongst who's the name of that guy? He's from here, or at least he went to school here. Pat Tillman. He was an Army Ranger. They're as far as infantry goes, they're considered pretty elite. He got killed in a friendly fire incident. That fucking happens. There's no. You have this weird like movie fantasy of how war is supposed to be, but like it's not.
It's not all Call of Duty.
The justification for deaths of innocent lives is just crazy right now.
There's no justification. There's no justification.
Innocent survivors. I said the military goes in there and they separate the women and the children in one tent. Then they go ahead and vet the adult men to ensure that they're getting the bad people out. Because guess what? The people that live in that actual community will be able to say, we don't know that person. We don't know that person. That person hid guns in our floor. This is where we live. Like they literally clear and they mark it on the door after they cleared each house to ensure that that everyone, all the innocent civilians as much as possible are out. That's what they literally do.
That's why the casualties of non-combatants is so small. That's why we didn't just drop a bomb on the city and flatten the whole city. No, we evacuated.
More to you, because we already established over 55.
Okay, yeah, John Spencer. So that's kind of where John Spencer goes. Now I understand. You're going to hear the numbers. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, you'd have to look. It's basically a ratio. It's the number of non-combatants killed versus combatants is at least from what John Spencer was saying, it is pretty low, even especially in comparison to, you know, our wars in like Fallujah, and I forget where else, but Mosul. And so basically, the reason I'm bringing those two up is you would have to compare it to urban fighting, excuse me, as opposed to like, you know, rural Afghanistan, which is, you know, it's different. But their non-combatant versus combatant death ratio is pretty low. So
I think it's the lowest in human history, to be honest with you.
I mean, it could be that Israel is over-responded. It could be that, like, once we get clear information, is that you can't really get the trustworthy information, I guess you can say, out of Gaza right now. It could be, maybe, yeah, they did overreact. I don't know. I'll call them out if they did, but you can't I just think it's weird. There's so many people prematurely saying that, oh, this is definitely happening. It seems like even most experts right now don't even amongst the kids, what is the total number? And what percentage of those quote-unquote kids were actual Hamas fighters? Because, you know, in that area of the world, teenage boys they're definitely trusted to fight.
You have missiles launching from a school or a hospital. If you have Mohammed Sinwar hiding under the European hospital, which he was, what are we supposed to do exactly? And the tunnels are booby-trapped, and there's hostages in the tunnel. You know, they deliberately put us in an impossible position. They take our people, and then they dare us to come and get them.
What?
So we're
coming and getting tunnels that had the calendar in it that said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
No, not that tunnel. Not at all. The tunnel
What other tunnel?
No, I'm sorry. I'm telling you. Just listen. I'm telling you. I tried to.
The footage of the 40 beheaded ladies too, right?
Listen, dude. We have the footage of Mohammed Sinwar hiding in a tunnel underneath the European hospital. We filmed the whole thing. By the way, we filmed all of this stuff. So if there's ever anybody that wants to be called to account, we're going to show them the video. That hospital you're mentioning is Al-Shifa Hospital. Do you know that we went back a couple of weeks later and we fought a 2-week pitched battle in the maternity ward and the emergency room? The Hamas fighters were in the maternity room and in the emergency room. Now, what the hell are combatants doing in the maternity ward? That's a war crime. Does that mean that we're not going to go fight them?
Israel has literally killed so many children.
Did you hear what I just said?
Those fathers are going to fight.
Did you hear what I just said?
Those fathers are going to fight. They have nothing to lose. They lost their homes. They lost their wives. They lost their children. What the fuck are you talking about? What have you lost?
What I'm talking about is, if they're going to keep our hostages, we have a right to go and after them. That's a fact.
Benjamin Netanyahu rejected every hostage exchange.
That is not a fact. That is not true.
It is a fact. I just sent Pepe the fucking link. Like, be quiet, bro.
It's not true, sir.
Be quiet. I sent him the link, and it's coming from the Times of Israel.
Let me tell you something.
My links are all Israeli sources.
Sir, you're false. You are false.
Yeah, exactly. Israel are liars.
This is what Hamas
one at a time, please.
They want like 1,000 of convicted prisoners from Israeli jails of terrorists, and exchange for each one of our hostages.
And not convicted. They haven't even been put to trial.
A lot of them are convicted.
Yes, they have.
They haven't even been put to trial.
Convicted under the Military Code of Justice, 100%.
That doesn't require a trial.
They are convicted under the Military Code of Justice. I don't know why you're bringing up irrelevant shit. We're not going to give 1,000 people for each one of our hostages, our grandmothers that they took in their pajamas out of their farmhouse in the middle of the night. And after raping and slaughtering her daughter in front of her.
Yes,
we're not very kindly disposed towards these people. They do have the option to surrender. The Jews did not have the option to surrender in World War II. The Armenians did not have the option to surrender to the Muslim Ottoman Turks. The Muslims of Srebrenica did not have the option to surrender in those genocides. The Houthis did not, I mean, the Tutsis did not have the option to surrender to the Houthis. It's not the same, sir. This is why it's not genocide. And of the people who have expressed these angry comments in Israel, not one of them has command and control of the IDF. And I should point out that I think it's something like 70 to 80% of the Palestinians are in favor of October 7th and of doing it again. So yes, we are at war, but not every war is a genocide. And I defy you to draw a distinction between this war and any other and explain to you why this one is genocide and the other wars are not. I defy you. Who gave me the 100%? I appreciate it, whoever you were.
I think it was Miss Elizabeth down there.
Oh, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. I met Miss Elizabeth in the real world. Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. Spike, do you have any response to anything I just said to you?
Yeah, I'm responding with links. That's how I respond with proof.
Well, why don't you use words? Because this is an audio.
No. Because I use words, then you ask for proof. So I just jump straight to the conclusion of the proof.
That's right. Start with the word, and then I'll read the proof. What's the word?
No, you don't know. I'm not going off of your sources. I'm sending people my sources.
Well, I'd say
which happened to be coming from Haaretz, Times of Israel. Even fucking Israeli reporters are reporting on this shit.
What is your response to my words, if any? Or you have?
I don't care to like your bias. Like,
okay.
Honestly, this whole time. Hold on, no, don't ask me for a response. This whole time, you've shown absolutely no humanity. You guys like justify the dumb shit, bro. You justify the dumb shit. Over 250 billion American dollars have been given to Israel, but we somehow don't have a budget for special ops.
I think we spent $1 trillion.
We don't have a budget for special ops after 250 billion has been spent.
We spent $1 trillion in Afghanistan, another $1 trillion in Iraq.
Are you saying that we don't have money for our special forces?
When I brought up special forces, this is the argument. We don't have enough soldiers. We don't have enough.
We don't have enough soldiers. But we do have a lot of military spending. I mean,
bro, we got drones and all kinds of shit, bro. We don't have to kill civilians, bro.
Sicario.
You don't understand.
Like what? Even in America, when you had a Texas sniper. You had a sniper in Texas that was shooting police. You know how they went in and killed them and minimized casualties? They sent in those little fucking robots that could go up.
That was one guy.
It doesn't fucking matter. Then you do it on a mad scale. Then you take that logic.
No. This is where I just think you just simply don't understand. So they literally had probably half of the fucking Dallas Police Department out there that night. They had dozens and dozens of fucking men, if not hundreds. Basically cordoning the area off, and then they have to send in an expensive fucking machine to blow them up. How many men do you? How do you do that at a large scale?
Bro, it's not my problem. I'm not over here stealing people's houses and land, bro, and claiming it as my own.
Okay, that's the West Bank. That's not what we're talking about.
Like what? No, that's the problem first. That problem right there of figuring it out is upon those that are wishing to go to war. If it was up to me, there would be no war over the dumb shit.
Hamas started the fucking war. You did?
No, they didn't. This war has been going on since the fucking 40s. Are you kidding me?
Excuse me. Please don't yell. So you are advocating for U.S. military forces to go into
Israeli military forces. U.S. ain't got shit. They don't have a dog in this fight. I don't even know why we got involved.
That's the difference. You're talking about Israeli. I'm talking about U.S.
It's not a war between U.S. and Palestine. This is Israel and Palestine.
It's not Palestine. It's Hamas. Our special forces are been.
No, you've fucking been killing the whole Gaza.
No, we're not. We just
we found other houses.
Okay, Spike, I'm getting really sick of your shit. Like, I don't think you understand. Can you tell me, first of all, I didn't know this. There's a guy I talk to pretty frequently. He was Marine infantry. But, you know, for example, going into homes, you know, when it got to a point to where they suspected combatants were in the home, they weren't going to go through the front door. They were going to try to put a hole through the wall.
Exactly.
Because they were not going to risk getting shot going through the doorway.
Yeah, like how they put over 300 bullets on a car with a little girl hiding in and trying to.
That happens. The police do that in America. I mean, and these are
that
people
doesn't
that
justify it though. And that's a problem. That's a whole nother
We're
problem.
not trying to justify. We say that we have said and admitted that there
I can't
are
tell it's a tragedy from the tone.
Excuse me.
It's a tragedy.
You don't need to yell. Okay, it's terrible that any innocent civilians, as much as possible, that should be avoided, right? You're saying conclusively that that's not the case. And that's wild to me. If you want us to be so certain, I'm trying to be respectful for you, so I'm just going to be quiet for right now because I'm getting heated.
I mean, I've read articles that you guys still have not read. At what point do you read any article and you say, you know what?
What article?
I kind of my opinion was kind of like fucked up.
What article?
I didn't know Bibi was this fucking inhumane of a guy.
Show me an article.
No, reporter. Ain't you a journalist?
Yes.
Ain't you a journalist? Ain't you this Nobel Prize winning journalist?
He never said he was a Nobel Prize.
They don't give Nobel Prizes
But
for
he
journalism.
doesn't know which article you're talking about. You can't assume
Bro,
that he's
it's
going to know
all
exactly
readily
what article
available.
you're talking
I'm a journalist.
If
I'm
it's
not a mind
readily
reader.
available, then I'll post it up at the top of the room on the Jumbotron. How's that for everyone?
I mean, I've already sent you like three articles that I doubt that you read yet. Like nobody's tone.
I have
is,
not
like,
been
off
able
the brick
to
wall.
because I've been trying to control the stage while Pepe's been driving.
Which
I'll say this, I did just
understand.
check my DMs, and I see that you sent me something about Israel apartheid. It's the only thing I got for you. I'll be able to read it in a couple of minutes.
No,
But
I
would
also
say,
sent you with 13 Holocaust survivors. 13 Holocaust survivors. There's not that many left surviving. 13 of them already have compared what the IDF is doing in Gaza, has compared them to fucking Nazi Germany.
13 out of 6 million. Okay, well, you're on
Out
your
of
way.
6 million survivors?
No, out of 6 million dead. So, Pepe, send me the article that
Where's
you
this
sent
number?
Send me the
Where's this
article that you
number?
sent you. I'll have a look.
I'm gonna post the articles. I'll post the articles in the chat.
All right, well, send it to me back channel. I'll read it.
Oh, because Norman.
Oh no, I would rather. I mean, I want the whole.
I'll read
I want the whole.
Put it there.
I put first one in the chat, and I'll put the second one. Somebody's fucking stoplight. And the second one, I just want to say, one of them, you did use Amnesty International, which I remember my freshman year at college, when it, criminal justice class, they said that was going to be kind of a biased source. So, I would just say they're known for being leaning one way.
And so is Israel. They conduct their own investigations on themselves.
That's why you don't read official. That's why I wouldn't read an official Israeli statement to prove anything, because it's obviously going to be.
But some of my sources are coming straight out of. Some of my sources are coming straight out of Israel, just to prove you guys wrong. Just so you can't say
anything to support your position. Yes, there are 13
You haven't even read the
survivors.
articles, Norm. Stop it. Stop what you're doing.
No, I just read the first one. Yes, there were 13 survivors who are unhappy with the way Israel's conducting the war. What else is new? Half of Israel is not happy with the war. What is your point exactly? What's our alternative? What exactly should we do? Hamas says they're going to do it again and again, and they're not going to quit. What would you do to them? What's your name again? Spike 3? Hamas says they're going to do October 7th over and over. What should we do about that? How would you handle that?
I don't care about what they say they're going to do. Look at what has already been done in Gaza.
Right. They said they did it once. They said they're going to do it. Wait. They say they did it once, and they say they're going to do it again. And by the way, don't forget Hezbollah is in league with them. The Houthis are in league with them. Iran is in league with them.
Bro, what is this fixation on hypotheticals? You cannot fixate on a hypothetical and use that to justify killing.
This is not hypothetical. They did it already. It happened. Wait, Spike, it already happened. They did it. And they say they're doing it again. What's your answer? What would you do about that?
Bro, I would not kill women and children off a hypothetical.
No, not what you wouldn't do. Let's say you're right. What would you do instead? Let's hear it.
Well, when Hamas offered a ceasefire to release the hostages in exchange for the Palestinian hostages that are wrongly jailed.
Yeah.
Bibi said fuck off.
That's correct. Because
Yeah,
they're not wrong.
there was no one
That was correct, but you were just gaslighting me minutes ago, gaslighting that he didn't do that.
They're not
Okay, but
wrong.
hold on a second. The problem is that, first of all, like, during our war on terror, it was like largely known we don't negotiate with terrorists. There is a reason why you do that. Because that just
then you don't look.
Yes.
Then you're not looking for diplomacy. Then you're not looking for diplomacy.
Okay,
that's not diplomacy.
Okay, I don't think you understand. That's akin to saying, somebody wants to rape you, and you said, hey, well, instead of raping me in my vagina, how about I bend over and you rape me in my butthole instead?
Don't do that. That's too explicit.
So why is the
Well, no, but I mean, it's really that stupid. Like, you don't, just like you would not have, quote unquote, diplomacy with a bully. Like, that's just dumb.
I asked you a direct question, Spike. They say they're going to do it again and again. What would you do about that?
I wouldn't. Honestly, if a guy tells you he's gonna punch you in the face but never does, what do you want to sit here and cry about it?
But they did do it already.
Are you retarded? Are you actually retarded? I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
don't make a problem.
If I'm advocating on behalf of not killing civilians, then call me retarded. I mean, fuck it.
No, Spike, I want you to really think about this. They said they're going to do it again. What would you do?
Not kill civilians. I know
what you wouldn't do. Okay, I got you. You wouldn't do that. So what would you do?
Not practical.
No. I just want to hear what you would do.
Not kill civilians.
I agree with you. We're not killing civilians.
Go after my target.
I'm with you now. You and I are.
I would not sign missiles. Okay. I would not be signing missiles.
I got what you would.
I would not be drawing hearts.
How would you stop them? How would you stop them? How would you stop them?
Honestly, there's no fucking telling, because with all the information that's come out of Israel, everything has been debunked. You guys haven't revealed not one tunnel.
Okay.
The tunnels,
yes,
the tunnels that you guys revealed, that allegedly have
hours of tunnels. We have hours of tunnels. I can put it in the chat.
Israel does. That's crazy. Israel does.
We have hours of footage.
There's footage of the IDF turning.
Okay, don't change the subject. Hang on. I said to you, they said they're going to do it again and again. Now, the Iron Shield is not infinite, right? So Hezbollah had thousands of missiles, right? So it's possible to overwhelm the Iron Shield.
Thousands is an overstatement.
Say again? No, it's not an overstatement. They literally have thousands.
They probably didn't even shoot over 200 missiles in
Hezbollah fired far more than that. They have thousands of missiles.
Yeah, they have thousands. Even Hamas had thousands.
Well,
Hamas is destroying tanks and fucking Adidas flip-flops with makeshift bombs.
That's correct, they are. But that's not what I'm saying.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm telling you, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You know what Hezbollah is and where they are? They're in Lebanon. Southern Lebanon.
Lebanon that also has absolutely nothing to do with Palestine. You can't even...
Oh my God.
Hezbollah does. Hezbollah fired thousands of rockets missiles into Israel. Did you not know that?
So Hamas is the problem. Hezbollah is the problem. Even Iran had nuclear weapons that still weren't found.
Wait, one at a time, Spike. I just told you that Hezbollah had thousands of missiles. What are we supposed to do about that?
Bro, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's responsibility on behalf of his own people.
Okay,
to make the smartest decisions he could make. If he could have ended this war if he could have ended this war 2 years ago by negotiating, I don't even give a fuck if he negotiated.
What gives he to negotiate?
Hold up.
What is it to negotiate?
What deal are you offering?
For the hostages, you guys give so much fucks about hostages, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
Or are you in agreement with the Hannibal Directive?
They never offered all of the hostages back, by the way, just some of them. You know
so
they
what?
still
You
have
keep
them.
negotiating and you get your fucking people back. Look. This is the thing. This is the thing. Let me tell you.
Why should we release criminals?
Let me put it in a way you might understand, right? Let me put it in a way.
Okay, sure. Well, so far
I don't.
Okay, this is getting retarded. Okay,
No,
since
I wanna hear
October
your
7th. No, I know, but I want to tell him no. Stop, Norm. Okay, they have in the negotiations. They have never offered to give all of the hostages back. However, they've had egregious demands for releasing tons of fucking terrorists from Israeli detention.
Bro, terrorists You had one group of people take some hostages, and now the whole fucking Gaza, which Benjamin Netanyahu has already referred to as an open air prison.
The people, no. Okay, all right, open air prison. No, what I'm referring to is the people that are in detention in Israel from terrorist activity that took place before October 7th. There's, thousands of them. And so they wanted them released in exchange for the hostages.
BB never used the term open air prison. It's far from it. There were luxury buildings, luxury beach clubs, BMW dealerships.
Yeah, and fences wrapped around cameras monitoring the people.
Correct. To keep them out
like
of
our
Israel.
southern border.
And they can't even take a metro. They can't even hop on a metro bus up there.
Why can't they take a metro?
Jews only.
Well,
they don't have a Jews-only metro.
What are you talking? Wait. What are you talking about? Are you talking about? You don't know where Gaza is.
First of all, Pepe, you still haven't apologized to me after calling me stupid, and I sent you the link.
I saw your links. It doesn't.
Don't prove your point.
They don't prove anything.
Don't prove your point.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
should
let's go back to the metro comment.
to come into LA? Like
He's
out of
so weird.
Mexico? Like that's the weirdest comment. They're two different countries. So why should someone from another country jump on the metro to
into
what's
Israel?
that comment?
Well, that's why he said something about walls and cameras. I do agree they have a pretty militarized border, but if you look at the Mexican border, we have cameras and fences as well.
Cameras on our border. That's
That's not a country. That's a city. You're comparing Mexico.
No, Gaza is not a city.
Country borders to city borders.
What's a city? What's a city, Spike?
Gaza is the city.
Gaza is not a city.
It has a few cities. It's a territory with a few cities.
You never looked into it. There are a bunch of cities in Gaza, Spike. You really don't know, do you? There's a bunch of cities.
Okay, let's get caught up in this syntax. Cities,
no,
territory.
you just said it was a city. It's not a city. You're just wrong on the fact.
It's not
a country. It damn sure isn't a country.
It's definitely not a country. You're right.
It's not Israel, so why
should they come into Israel monitoring them when it has nothing to do with Israel?
They're monitoring their border. Why can't we monitor our border?
Because they're terrorists.
Yeah, please.
Because they're violent.
Thank you.
They're violent, Spike.
They're monitoring the borders, so they have outposts and they have surveillance, electronic surveillance on their border. We have Customs and Border Patrol that do the same thing, and they have guns and they have handcuffs and all of that stuff. So I don't quite get why you're making a big deal out of this. Hold on, Norm. Let Abby speak.
By the way, some countries, like if you go to China, China has special administrative regions, which is Hong Kong and Macau, which is actually controlled by the Chinese government.
Well, I just came back from Shanghai. China's beautiful.
I'm talking.
Nothing like Israel.
You have to have border crossings to go from a part of China
One
that's special administrative.
One province to the next. You're
Exactly.
absolutely right.
So
My
what
daughter
are you
is
talking about?
Israel
You have
is
to have your
beautiful, by the
passport.
way, Spike. I was just there. Israel's gorgeous, and it's not a police state like China.
It's funny you say Palestine like that.
I don't. I'm talking about Israel. I couldn't find Palestine. I was looking for it. It wasn't there.
I prefer.
I think it's a dream.
You would
It's not a country.
Accurate if you said
It's
British
not a country.
mandated Palestine.
Mandate ended in 1948 on May 14th. You don't know much about this, do you?
No, he doesn't.
Same here in the
Okay, hold on. I want to ask Spike something. So, is that you in your picture?
Yeah, that's me. Go ahead, screenshot.
Cool. Okay. I'm not. No, I don't.
I don't have to have
Nothing.
Can you just let him ask you a question, please, sir? Thank you.
I mean, you look like you're like a mix of like Asian, maybe, and black or something. Or if you're comfortable, I'm not making fun of your race whatsoever. I'm just more curious about your background.
I predict he's an American black guy.
Yeah, mixed. Yeah.
Okay. And so you're an American. I'm just curious, what got you so interested? I kind of am interested because it's relevant. This like conflict in the region's relevant, and it's kind of sucking in. The whole world is kind of has something to say about it. So it's
I want to know his age.
The reason I'm so passionate about it because everybody who claims to know history know that you have many oppressed people worldwide. I stand against oppression. There's nothing that I've seen coming from this war that doesn't scream oppression.
Oh, really? How about
You're colonizing me. I'm calling
Wait, how to finish, Norm.
They even refer to the fucking communities in Israel as Israel settlements. You're colonizers. You're settling.
Yeah, that's not
You're
colonizing.
colonizing. You even have a video of that one fat guy talking about, if I don't steal your house, somebody else will.
No, I think a lot of us, and a lot of Israelis too, Norm, to be fair, I do think that
It's decolonizing.
there's some dude, stop, Norm. There's a lot of Israelis even people like myself who I understand there's the settlers that are kind of in the middle of nowhere and they don't really fuck with anybody. I'm not talking about them. But there are definitely settlers that they did take people's land and house and they definitely like to start trouble. And,
Okay, I kind of disagree with you.
It's not normal.
And there's Israelis that for decades that have bitched about this, and especially because the IDF, their kids, these extremists were the IDF has to show up when there's a skirmish, and it's potentially the children of one of these Israelis that's going to end up dying, in one of these skirmishes while these radical far-right Jews, don't even have to fucking serve. At least some of them don't in the IDF.
Of course they serve. Of course they serve. So
all of them? Wait. The Orthodox, they don't have to serve.
The settlers serve.
They petition against it. They
The settlers serve. The Orthodox who study Torah all day are not settlers. They're in Jerusalem, and the Haredim don't serve as of now, though that might change. And I'm on the fence about that because we do need people to study Torah. So Spike, do you know? I can tell you don't know the area very much. Judea and Samaria, which many people call the West Bank. Well, who do you think Israel occupied that from, if you know, and when? I'm happy to tell you.
So they did occupy it.
Wait, I'm asking you what you think. Who did they occupy it from and when, according to you?
From the people that's been living there this whole fucking
Just
time.
tell us who. Who?
The Palestinians.
Wrong. So Jordan attacked in 1967. Israel begged them not to attack because Israel wanted to have a deal with Jordan. Israel pushed them back and occupied Judea and Samaria from Jordan. Did you know that? That's what they called it. But you did not know that.
But Jordan occupied it before then, Norm.
Well, say again?
It wasn't even Jordanian territory before 1948.
Jordan occupied it before then, correct. Okay, so what happened after that, Spike? When was it ever so-called Palestinian land, if you know?
Bro, this is the.
Do you know what happened then?
This is the point. This is the point. Look, I don't single. I'm not even. The reason why the discussion is fixated on Israel because that's the current ongoing.
That's fine.
Conflict.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Judea.
I don't agree.
You say somebody took somebody's house.
I don't agree with colonizing. I don't agree with colonizing.
Okay, great. So who did the colonizing? Was it the Ottoman Turks? Was it Jordan? Was it England? Who did the colonizing? Who's indigenous to that land?
Who's colonizing right now?
Who's colonizing
exactly.
right now?
Yeah, tell me who's
This is where
Tell me whose land it is.
Okay, Norm,
Wait a second. So wait. So Jordan attacks Israel. Israel pushes them back and takes the land, as is their right in a defensive war. We took the land from Jordan. Now what? Now what are we supposed to do? Who does it belong to? Who does the land belong to?
Norm, I think this is a disingenuous argument. I mean, first of all, okay, sure. So even if we look at the original, 700,000 or whatever Palestinians, I would say they're 10 times, way more indigenous to that region of the world than except for the exception of the Jews that had remained there, for
It's not like
centuries.
how indigenous you are. The Jews are indigenous and the Arabs are indigenous.
Jew is not a race. Jew is not a race.
Yes,
I never said Arab is not a race either. Arab is not a race.
Polish, like Benjamin's real
Okay,
last
we
name.
don't need a lesson on that.
Okay, Arab and Jew are not races. They're not different races.
Can I ask Spike a
Yeah.
question? Spike, do you think Israel has a right to exist?
Not the way that it's going about it.
Do you think
no.
it has the right to exist as a country?
No, not the way that it's going about it. No, not through
So
violence.
the whole nation shouldn't exist. What should happen to that?
No, you do that. Jews are known for having. Jews are known. Let me answer your question. Jews are already known.
What should happen to that nation?
Okay, so no, stop. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop moving the goalposts.
You're Jews,
Jews are known. Hold on. Let me answer. Jews are already known for hoarding a massive amount of wealth. Buy some fucking land like some regular fucking people. You don't have to kill innocent.
Okay, wait, so what happens to the 9 million?
No, it was given from through the Balfour Declaration.
Right, so what happens to the 9 million people, the 7 million Jews?
All right, Ludwig, don't cut.
Wait, so Spike, what should happen to the 7 million Jews that are there?
They should go back. Germany should fucking create housing complexes and let them come back.
Should go to Germany. That's what you think should happen? That's what you think should happen. But what if they're not from there? What if they're actually
every time
from
I answer your question,
that
you want to move
and they were born there. They were born there. They were born there. What if they were born there? And they're
there was already Jews being born there that wasn't boring. There are Palestinian Jews.
What would you do with them? What would you do with them? What would you do with them? With the people that live?
Germany needs to open up its borders and take them back and give them land.
How would you want them to get to Germany forcefully?
No, fucking like every other country that gives reparations to its oppressed people. Like
they're not German, Spike. They're from Israel.
Hold on, God damn it, Norm. You're doing your pedantic shit that you like to do in debates, but I'm just don't do it right at this moment, please.
I mean,
now when it comes to, so, do you think, like, for example, that okay, if the 7 million Jews were like, no, I like it here, we want to stay, this is where we're born, it's our home. Do you think they should be forced out at gunpoint and I don't know,
they should
change? Shut the fuck up! I'm asking him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you think they should be rounded up and forcefully relocated to Germany?
I mean, let's get real. You give people incentive. You offer them the houses that they rightfully deserve in the area that they were displaced from. You don't fucking just designate a nice place that has palm trees that they're not from. You don't I like.
It was a shithole. I don't think you understand.
Hawaii
I don't think you because there's people who live in Hawaii. You want?
But there's people that was living in Palestine.
Okay, but hold on a second. So, actually, that nice place with palm trees. I don't want to be mean, but Israel. It was a fucking dump.
Gaza was beautiful. Come on, let's go look at the pictures pre-war. Gaza was.
Yeah, it's been. So then it's not how it used to be.
Not a prison, right? It wasn't a prison, correct? You just lied about that.
I mean, have you been to prison? Have you been to prison?
Yes, I have many times.
Well, that's not something to boast about. I've been to prison too, so you should know that when people get a cell. Let me answer the question.
I went voluntarily as a journalist.
I've been there too, Spike. I went as a lawyer. Why were you in prison?
Is that when you converted to Islam, Spike?
No, that derails from the point I'm making.
Why were you in prison, Spike?
Is that where you converted to Islam?
Norm, you're doing too much. No, we can't. There's no such thing as having a debate because you shotgun questions and derails so much that it's it never works. I understand why you do it. Just don't do it right now.
So because I beautified my jail cell, that makes it so I'm not in prison because I somehow beautified it to make it more comfortable for me while I have to spend my time in there. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that you're trying to make it sound like you're trying to make it sound like they went to this beautiful piece of land but really wasn't that pretty. If you've seen old photos of it, it's gross.
They called it. If you take note, they're calling the Gaza Strip a wonderful, beautiful place. Now look at it, what Israel's done in the last 2 years. That's what they've said. They've labeled it beautiful themselves and a wonderful, amazing place.
They want to build resorts on it now. Now they want to build resorts.
And you're not.
It's so ugly.
Can I go back to my question, Spike? What do you do? And Pepe's question. How do you get the 7 million Jews that are living there?
On a plane to Poland. That's easy.
Okay, Ludwig. Okay, back in the audience.
How are you gonna get them? How are you gonna get them?
Well,
leave there.
If you turn down the incentive to go back where you were displaced from, to continue on fighting a war, then that speaks more on your character
What are
and
you
your
gonna
beliefs
do?
more
How are
than
you gonna
anything.
do it? You're in charge. How are you gonna get the 7 million?
Well, you
And what
care
if-
so
and-
much.
I
You care
know
so
you
you feel so threatened, right? You feel this
I have
existential
no
threat.
connection.
We're asking
I
you,
don't
you're
feel
in
threatened.
charge.
I don't have a
No,
connection.
okay,
You're
Israel.
Norm, be quiet.
Let me reword it. Israel always plays a victim card, feeling like.
Okay, once
they're
again, you're not answering
You're
the
not
fucking
answering the
question.
question.
The question is this simple, okay? You give them incentives. Let's
It
just
should
say
be no
magically.
problem.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, I don't think you I think you underestimate how much people are attached to their home country and their land. That's the part I don't think you understand.
The home country being Germany.
People like literally will die for their country and put themselves in harm's way for their country. People, they're patriotic and stuff. So what I'm asking is, what do you do if they said no? We're absolutely going nowhere. We refuse. This is our country. How do you get them out if all incentives fail?
Have we even
just
tried
answer
this
that
option?
question?
Have we even tried this option yet?
No, answer the goddamn question. I asked you. Jesus Christ! I don't know why you're allergic to answering the question.
Okay, hold on, Pepe. Listen, what you're doing is you're creating a non-existent situation.
Yes, because I have to. Yes, because I have to.
No, you don't have
yes,
to.
I do,
There's no
because
hypotheticals
yes,
to it.
no, I have
you
to.
You have to try another way.
No, I don't. No, sometimes the only way.
There it is.
Sometimes the only way you win, okay, the only way you get what you want is through war. That is just a fact.
Nah.
So, what do you mean? No, that is a fact.
Not a fact.
So Spike, it's
an option.
Spike,
What are you talking
you're the
about?
one that said that they shouldn't exist as a nation, even though it's a sovereign nation. So you're saying it shouldn't exist. So it's like the same thing. If you went to Japan and you just said to the Japanese, you shouldn't exist as a sovereign nation. You all need to leave Japan. How are you going to get them out?
That's
what are you
exactly
going to do? So what are you going to do? How are you going to get 7 million people that it's their sovereign land? Most of them, by the way, came from countries in Iraq, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon. But leaving that aside, because Germany, most of the Jews were killed. There weren't that many German Jews that actually survived the war. They were the first to get killed, along with the Poles. So if you could tell me how you're getting the 7 million Jewish people and their sovereign nation out, tell me. Because incentives don't work. No one's leaving. It's their land.
Who tried it?
As Pepe said, they're patriotic. It's their land. If someone told me I had to leave the city I live in, I asked you what you're going to do if that doesn't work.
You're
in charge.
No, you
You're
asked
the
me
leader. What are you going to do?
No, you can't move the goalpost. You asked me
The fucking goalpost. We're not moving the fucking goalpost. Okay, I'm gonna make this as simple as fucking possible for you. Okay, if China had said that, and let's just say they were a little bit more powerful than us. If they said you guys have to vacate the United States, it's just no longer going to be your land. You guys are no longer American. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to pick up and leave somewhere else. I guarantee you, Americans would say, nope, fuck that. We're staying. We're gonna fight.
What does that have to do with Palestine?
So
makes no sense.
shut the fuck up, Ludwig. You're such a faggot, dude. Now, when it comes to,
am I a faggot?
dude,
look at you.
Goddamn.
Exactly. Get rid of that fool.
But when it comes to, okay, so Americans, for example, we would fight. I think you agree with that. We would fight. We would not leave. Now, I think that when it comes to Israel, they do the exact same thing. The people say, nope, fuck that. We're not leaving. It's our country. We have,
Yeah, but Pepe, they're stealing people's homes and land and.
I get it, but we're asking what you would do. What would you do? What would you do if they said they're going to stay there and that the only way you're going to leave? Hold on. The only way they're going to leave is, well, let's just put it like this: they'll die trying to protect their right to stay there.
If they stay there,
how do you
at
stop
that point, they are the ones that are labeled as terrorists.
And what do we do to the terrorists? Shut up, Norm. Norm, shut up, because he's about to answer the fucking question. So you consider them terrorists if they say, nope, we're going to stay. In fact, we'll fight to stay. And so you label them as terrorists. And then
we're gonna justify killing innocent people and use Hamas as the fucking excuse to kill innocent people. Even though if you were given the option, like I said before.
No, imagine Hamas. Even if the war is over with Hamas, they're no longer fighting Hamas. You think that Israel should leave because they colonized the land. Now, if we try to do the just and rightful thing, like you said, okay, and they are patriotic and they said, nope, we'll die defending our right to stay here. What? You said you would label them as terrorists. So what do we do?
How do you label somebody as patriotic that's fighting for a land that doesn't belong to them?
Okay, sure, but I'm just telling you that's how they would view themselves. So I
hear what you're saying, but then you do what regular fucking people do, and you buy land and you buy houses.
Okay, but how do we get the pesky Jews out of Israel? How do we do it? I mean, we know they have a lot of money, like you said, but they're just not willing to. They're not willing to buy land anywhere else. Then what?
I mean, but that's not what we're saying, though, Pepe. We're not saying people offering Palestinians money for their homes. We're saying them being ejected out their own fucking house.
I know, but how do we get the Jews out?
How about we just take a non-violent approach? Why does it the fact that you guys are making violence a condition of happiness is really
I'm about to read you to the audience. You know why? Because you're not having an honest, good faith conversation. You're not answering very succinct questions. We are wasting our time and energy on you.
Hypothetical.
I'm about to put your ass out into the goo because you're not having a good faith conversation. I don't even know why Pepe has to put up with your shit at this point. So I ask you kindly to have a good faith conversation, quit moving the goalposts, and ask the basic questions. It's not fucking rocket science. Come on now, I know you're smarter than that.
Exactly, it's not rocket science.
Okay, I'll just answer a direct question. Do you think that if the Jews are unwilling to go back to Poland or Germany or wherever you think they're from,
then you label them as terrorists?
And
at this point, they're going for a land grab and they're terrorists.
And so does that mean that like the military from I don't know, other countries or even just Muslims across the world should go in with guns and force them out?
I mean, isn't that what you're doing in Gaza?
I don't think that. No, they're not forcing them out.
That's exactly what's happening in Gaza.
Amazing. But I'm asking you, is that what you want?
It's okay for it to happen to Gaza.
No, it's not a whataboutism, Spike.
It's not okay for happening to Israelis. You see the double standard?
I'm asking you a fucking question. It was yes or no at that point. I narrowed it down so much.
I mean, yeah, get them out. Get them out the fuck. Get them
with guns if you have to.
I mean, fuck it. Get them out of there. Lock them up. No, arrest them. Get them out of there.
And it means necessary?
It could be handcuffs. It doesn't have to be guns. I don't know why you jump straight to guns. Handcuffs. Cuff them.
How else do you do it? Cops have guns for a reason.
Cuff them and extradite them. Interpol. I don't know.
Interpol.
That's the point.
Because you think that they're occupying someone else's land. That's your reason, right?
No, they are in fact stealing people's land.
Okay, so I have a question, Spike. Do you think then we should all be locked up in America by the Native Americans because we took their land? You think they should come to Philly and just lock up all the Eagles fans in Philly because they're on what was once Native land?
Excellent question. Excellent question.
What do you think? Should they take all the Philadelphians? I'm sure people in Dallas would be happy with that.
Well, yeah, at the time that it was happening,
but
fucking
we're asking
colonizers
now.
were the bad
So
guys.
Israel's been a sovereign country for 75 years.
75 years is young as shit. That's young.
So they've been living in that area.
That's young for a nation.
So do you
They're
think?
probably the youngest.
So do you think 75 years after America was formed that the Native Americans should then have come in and taken all the Philadelphians out by gunpoint and the people from Boston?
I mean, how are they going to do that when they were already killed?
No, the Native Americans
They already killed them.
they're living on reservations still. So you tell me.
Killing each other for hundreds of moons. It doesn't.
I mean, white people were killing whites too. I mean, you probably got Jewish.
So do you think the Native Americans
why does that matter?
If you think it's because they took someone else's land, then you think Americans should be locked up or forcibly removed off of American land by the sovereign nations. Is that what you believe?
You guys want to bring up America, right? So before America was colonized by Europeans, right? About one third of this country belonged to Mexico. But yet,
What were the Mexicans that were inhabiting this land?
Their territory was like.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna ask you a very specific question.
Boy,
So-
let him go.
Those Mexicans were largely, first of all, the Mexicans who were in control and the ones who had the land were Spanish. They were also white colonizers. So why would we give back the land to? Why do you care? It's white colonizers taking land from other white colonizers.
I mean, I don't know how factual what you're saying is, but the Mayan Empire,
They didn't have power.
Stretched all the way to fucking.
Yeah, but they didn't. The Spanish came and conquered them. They became irrelevant, and so then you had New Spain. Most of it was New Spain. Okay, so this land was Spanish first, and then it became Mexican. But they weren't. The people in power were Spaniards. It's not. Nobody really
It was
debates
French
that
for
part.
a while too, by the way. Before
Yeah, for a couple of years.
Yeah, but you're comparing colonizers with other colonizers, not
That's correct.
any of it. That's the
I
whole
want to
point.
see if you're consistent.
It's all ugly business.
Okay, we agree. Now
Yeah. It's ugly business, you said, colonization.
Yeah. But if we're indigenous to
Spike.
the land, then we're decolonizing, aren't we, Spike?
No, you're not decolonizing. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu had to change his Polish last name to sound more Israeli.
No, that's his name that he was born with, Spike.
His last name is Milkowski.
No, it's not. He was born that in Tel Aviv.
No, he
Native
wasn't,
Israel.
bro.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Look it
This
up.
man went to high school in Pennsylvania.
Look it up. Look it up right now. He came to America. He's from Tel Aviv, and he was born Netanyahu. Look it up right now while we're on the app together. I want you to look it up.
I don't think the majority of the Jews that when that first showed up in Israel, I believe, spoke Yiddish, and then they made it so that they'd have a universal language would be Hebrew, and so because it was kind of a common language between all of the groups.
Also Ladino. There were all kinds of languages because they were coming out of Arab lands. So they had Arabic and variations. Of colloquial languages. Ladino were the ones that came from Spain and then went into some of the Arab countries as well. They brought that language with them.
We spoke a variety of languages. We spoke Farsi. We spoke Arabic. We spoke Ladino. We spoke Yiddish. We
Yeah,
spoke
because
Russian.
being a Jew is not. You guys call it a race.
It's not called a race.
But
It's not called a race.
Like, shocking. You don't get to tell us what we are. I know that might upset you, but you don't get
you're
to
different
define
races.
to us
You come from all over parts,
you don't get to
all
do
parts
that.
of the planet.
You just don't.
Yeah, it's factual.
Bro. That's the point.
Okay, but Spike, just to give you a little bit of history, okay, about the language thing. All right, when the state was founded, they went through a lot of trouble to Hebraize their names, and so that's why the leaders had to change their names to things. And so, like Golda Meir, I think her name was Goldie Maybovich, and she wouldn't change her first name, but she. Okay, I'm sorry, forgive me. But her name was she changed it, and all of them. They all agreed that she said when I read her book, My Life, it's called her autobiography. Her Hebrew was so bad at the beginning, but she still had to learn how to speak it because that was the language of government things. And even though she did speak very good Yiddish and English too, by the way, she said that they tried to like minimize Yiddish in favor of having like Hebrew as a national language, and it's been successful.
There's a guy that actually had to create words because it's an ancient language. So you have words that are modern words that didn't exist. So the language comes from 3 letters. The root of each word can track back to 3 letters, and they build words based on those 3 letters. But words like machine,
Arabic.
Excuse me, words like machine, newer words that were modern words got reworked from the ancient roots in order to create the modern living language.
That's true, and it was Eliezer Ben Yehuda who did that.
Exactly. Wow. Yes.
And I think, did he say? Oh, Spike, you said it comes from Arabic. I don't think you realize that the people that lived on that land, eventually they spoke Arabic, but they actually spoke other languages.
Yeah, but
Aramaic.
I'm speaking in regard to the revival of the Hebrew language. They had to revive it, recreate it. It hasn't been spoken in that. It was a not obsolete language at the point.
Right, but it was the common, but it was the common religion that they used to read the Torah and all of that. So it made, I guess it makes sense that they would pick that language. I don't know.
About the language, let me give you a little bit more information. Okay, for Spike, about the language, what I'm telling you is, if you read like these books, I got a book sitting right next to me here called Mishnah Berurah, and that was published even before the state of Israel was founded. People have been using the Hebrew language for like liturgical purposes and to write things for like a very long time. So it was just a matter of making it actionable so that more people could use it, but it's never a time that it wasn't used. And this book that I'm looking at, the Mishnah Berurah, is talking about things like if you want to make skin off of an animal for a scroll, what's a kosher animal. It's like very technical stuff. So they had words for that all along. All right, it's just making it so that it fits in people's ears and there's more people that talk about it. But it was used the whole.
What primitive lines of thought have we went on because of Spike 3's with his towel?
All right, let's not do the towel.
Multiple. In Spike 3, I just put some information that Netanyahu was born in Israel.
But I do like Spike. I do like. I don't know that you're a bad guy. I think you. I can see how maybe like I could be in your shoes. Like if I already kind of maybe had a certain political leaning or was like really interested in, I guess, like promoting justice and fairness, and like I could see. I'm guessing you probably have like read and even been in circles and maybe conversing online with a lot of people that are. They feel about the plight of the Gazans, and so you have these like really strong opinions. But I do think that I think a lot of what you're saying is just not that factual, and I think you're, in a way, it just kind of comes off as, and I see this a lot, as like you kind of reiterate a lot of the talking points that Nazis and Arabs, well, they can share a lot of the same views, like a lot of their points. And there's a lot more that goes into it than I think you might understand. Like, this isn't like new.
I don't know what facts you guys could give me that justify the killing of innocent people.
Nobody's
justifying it. It's just war, man. They could surrender any time, and they should.
Okay, you say there's no justifying, then you follow that statement with but.
Yes, there's no justification. It's war. They have the opportunity to surrender and to get back our people. That's their opportunity.
War is fought between two armies.
That's right.
No, it's fought.
Civilian.
That's not. Well, you say that, but like when we went to Afghanistan, we didn't go fight against an army. These were, I guess a lot of them were warriors. To be fair, like they've been in the battle in that country for a long time, but they weren't a standing army.
Yeah, but Afghanistan is a whole nother problem because we funded Al Qaeda to help us secure the oil over there.
No, it's to fight the Russians.
Can we not go down the road?
How do you feel about Chechnya?
Over the oil pipeline, they had to build.
How do you feel about Chechnya? So Chechnya fought with the Russians, and Chechnya, they were like non-state actors, but they fought with the Russians. So what do you say about?
Fought with the Russians where and what? I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, remember Russia stayed in Chechnya fighting with them for a long time. Okay.
Where that is.
Okay. Let's use a different example. Let's say, okay, you pick it. You pick whatever non-state actor that's fighting against the government, and you tell me what do you think about that? Are you saying that there was no war because the actors that were fighting on one half were non-state?
I got one. How about the
fighting against
attacking the Saudis and the Emiratis?
Fighting against militants and fighting against, and then trying to, I don't want to use the word justify because it seems to trigger you guys, but trying to find an excuse in order to an excuse to justify a large death toll of civilians. It's not gonna, like,
But
I don't know, I haven't been convinced.
there's a large death toll of civilians, but you're not getting. Like, we were trying to explain this to you, like when we went to war in Iraq, in Mosul and Fallujah, the civilian death ratio was much higher.
Yeah, but we went to war
like 1
with-
million people were killed in the war in Iraq.
Which is ugly, and we went to war with Iraq under what premise?
Well, I think it was a shitty premise. I agree, but
Weapons of mass destruction that were never uncovered.
Sure,
the same shit that just happened with Iran. They had nuclear weapons.
But don't you? But it sounds. But you don't agree that after October 7th, they had an actual justified reason, because it wasn't speculation. Like, Hamas took credit for it, and
it's true, and you backed into that one, Spike.
Right, but then you fight. You're not fighting. See, what's happening is, first of all, the civilian death toll over there outweighs the actual militant combatants.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, Abby.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
You didn't hear?
Yeah, it absolutely
does.
does.
Come in the room later?
You said 20,000 combatants and like 50,000 civilians. I mean, you like.
I
what are you
said
talking
natural
about?
causes is about 1% of the
Come on, that's a
population
reach.
per year.
That's a reach,
It's not
Abby.
a reach. Google. Hey,
You can't
you're
prove
good with
this.
the
You
internet.
can't
That's how you
prove
learn.
that.
That's how you learn. Google. Why don't you pull out the Encyclopedia Britannica and learn about that? What's the average in the world of natural causes for a population in a year? What percent of the population?
How convenient
die
for
of
you to live in a
cancer
city?
and heart disease and diabetes related? What's the natural percentage? It's about 1% of a population per year.
There is no proof of that. You are going off speculation, Abby.
No, actually, you can look this up. Had a heart disease.
So,
Because I tell you what, it's 3.8 million deaths in the United States every year for any reason. That's actually a little bit over 1%. And when everybody was going to die of COVID a few years back, people were mentioning that, like 3.8 million people would have died anyway. All right, so is it really that big of a thing? You put it in context of the number of people that die every day or every year anyway.
Oh yeah, so.
But in any case,
let's bomb them because they're gonna die anyway.
No, the point is this, okay? This is a cost-benefit calculation, and their question is, how long do they want to continue with this fight as opposed to some number of lives that it costs? And every time you have a war, that's what the calculation is. You have two sides, and they both make a calculation about how much they're willing to pay for this, and the actual events of war clarify what the calculation should be. So I don't know how many people, what they thought this was going to turn into when they did those attacks, but I think, and on behalf of Hamas, it's turned into much more than what they ever thought that it would be. And now they're like figuring out, okay, we lost 95% of Hamas leadership. We lost this number of like tens of thousands of people. How much is it worth to pay to keep this war going? And so that's what they're trying to figure out. Maybe they'll get to it. I don't know. In the United States, when we had the Civil War, okay, that dragged on for like 4 years, and the South, they lost a whole bunch of people, and then they finally said, okay, we paid enough lives, enough blood and treasure, we have to sit down and negotiate. When we had the War of Independence, like a century or so before that, okay, Britain decided it was not worth their time to try to keep on with this colony, fighting with them. The cost just wasn't worth it. And so they just left it. And so the United States became a country. And in the other case, it became a unified country because the South wasn't willing to pay those costs. So the Arabs, they can make those calculations like anybody else.
We tried explaining this to him earlier, but he has like this very fairy tale understanding that you can like send special forces in to do surgical like takedowns like all over a city, which would mean,
well, but a lot of
when only a handful of these people exist, they're not meant to fight a war all by themselves.
Yeah, but that's
some of the takedowns were surgical. Remember when they did the beeper thing? Okay, they blew up the beepers all at once. That was very surgical. But there's only so many surgical things you can do.
Yeah, but that's the responsibility of the people, the political leadership to figure out how to.
It's not possible. You're asking for some. There's no military that can do that. They don't exist. They're special forces for a reason. They're very specialized, highly trained. It costs millions of dollars just to train one of them. like per service member, and obviously most people are just not cut out for that work. And only a small percentage of the population can even make it through that kind of training. So there's not enough of these people to go around. So it's just not possible. And not to mention just financially not possible to spend millions of dollars training every fucking person.
You guys talk about like the possibility of being surgical, right? And then I don't know if you guys remember the incident when you had those people that offered to cook for the Palestinians. They got bombed on the beach. They survived that first bombing. They hopped in another car or another van, drove up, not even a mile, got bombed again. The survivors of those hopped in another van, drove a little bit more, and got bombed again. That's surgical as fuck. That's surgical as fuck. And they spent those resources surgically removing people that were offering aid to the civilians. So, like, yeah, I understand you guys, okay, you want to have some casualties, but come on, man, they've, like Lee said, the beeper situation, like, we've seen situations where they do have the resources to be surgical, but they're taking the other option. Like, it's
I don't think you understand. It's not like special forces, for example, would go after like high value targets, right? Or do hostage rescues. That's what they're designed to do. That's only but there's tens of thousands of Hamas fighters in very urban areas. The special forces can't even go in. They would have to bring in reinforcements just to like form a perimeter around like whatever building. Like when they rescued some of the hostages in Gaza, like they had a lot of soldiers that had to basically shoot it out with people that were trying to stop them from getting in. It's not.
That's correct. Yeah,
you think this is like child's play. It's very messy. It's and violent. I don't know what. Well, like, how do you think this happens? I don't get it.
They rescued our friend from the Zap and they murdered another one from the Zap. All they were doing was dancing at a music festival. They just came and they swooped in and they butchered them like they were cattle.
Okay, but don't ignore the Apache helicopters that also did.
Yeah, no, I saw the goddamn. No, you see, I have to put up with this shit in mirrors rooms, but I saw like the body cam footage from it was an Israeli police officer that was there, and I saw him walking into the festival. I saw the people dead in the. It looks like a little stand where they were serving drinks. There's dead people everywhere, and they look like. I mean, just looking at them, you could tell that they were shot, up close, and you don't see. I even remember like the cover for the stand where they were serving drinks or whatever. I didn't see like a whole shit ton of fucking bullet holes coming through the roof, like you would expect to see with an Apache helicopter.
But you did see the vehicles scattered, blown to pieces, right?
So what? That doesn't mean a helicopter did it.
I mean, you don't when you show regular guns. There's drive-by shootings that happen every day.
Spike, I want to give you Spike. Hold it.
They're not blowing up like that.
That's 50 millimeters mounted on technical.
Norm, hold it. Spike. Those of us that you're talking to in the room, people in the audience, we lost a friend that used to be in clubhouse rooms with us that day, and we take it very seriously. And he was shot in the head. I forget. Norm, tell me how many times did they shoot Jake, and they killed him on the spot. And he was at that music festival. And we have another friend that's on the app that was there right with him, and they took him as hostage. So we take it personally, and it came right into our spaces as we were in rooms.
Does Palestine have the right to exist, Abby?
Okay, was that an answer to her fucking question? Like, are you
not? Palestine has the right to exist.
No, you smug piece of. Hold on a second.
Under what condition?
No, you smug piece of shit. You're sitting here talking about. You have the nerve to sit here. I don't know if it's just like a game for you, but like you're talking about. you're talking about a group of people that, I mean, realistically, a lot of Israelis knew people that died that day, and you're sitting here making a fucking mockery of their deaths and claiming that, you know, the Israelis murdered their own people and coming up with all of these loony fucking conspiracy theories. I mean,
You need me to send you the article?
there's video of them coming down.
You need me to send you the article?
With paramotors. There's video of them with their paramotors coming down with AK-47s. They were obviously not there to party. I saw the goddamn footage of the dead people. It's pretty clear what happened to them.
They took the footage. The people that shot took the footage. They had GoPros. They took footage. They sent it out on the internet. Do you understand what we're saying?
Footage that was never released. That Biden lied and said he witnessed, and then days later said he didn't.
This is where it gets like. I don't know how long that guy was doing government service, but it did a number on his head.
He's already gone. I was getting ready to tell him. I mean, it could have been.
Hold on just a second, Lee. Sorry, sir. I moved him down to the audience because I told him an hour ago I would appreciate it if you would have a good faith conversation instead of a poor one. So he keeps moving the goalposts. He's trying to talk, and he keeps talking over her. So basically, Street's doing a Norm, and we've already got Norm. We don't need a double Norm.
Well, I'll just say this. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but I'll just go there. It should hurt. I mean, it sounds like you've made bad choices in your life. I have too. It's like I don't want to be too mean, but I mean, I personally do not see how you can make good decisions in your day-to-day life, and quite frankly, I doubt you're ever going to be able to. I just don't think you're that intelligent. But I'll just say this: like, you should feel very stupid and ashamed for having the views you have, and the nerve to want to argue them. Like, I would feel very embarrassed and just shitty, and you should feel that way about yourself too. I mean, just realistically. And so, I don't know. I'm not trying to bully you, but it's like it's really hard talking to someone like you.
When somebody's out of the jumbotron, temper lifting and do that stupid. But what I'm saying to Spike is the death toll could have been much worse because people have military technology called daisy cutters. They've sacrificed a lot of lives of Israeli troops trying to go in here and be a little bit more surgical about it. Now, an option that they might have had would have been to say, okay, we lost those people, and then just go in and drop several daisy cutters throughout there, and the death toll could have been much higher. All right, so this is just to let you know. So I think they're being pretty ethical about this. But seriously though, I mean, maybe I know what you might like, Spike, it's a movie called Lawrence of Arabia, okay? And this is something you don't have to read a single book. You can watch it as a movie. And it talks about this Englishman who tried to make a confederation of Arabs in order to fight against the Ottoman Empire. And two things that you will see. One is that, the Arabs have been subject people for many hundreds of years under Turks and under different sovereigns and things like that, and they got by just fine. And one of the best lines in that whole movie was, old men send young men off to war, and then once enough young men have died, then they sit back and then they make a deal with each other. So, like, these very old leaders in this Arab leadership on Gaza, they do have that option, like anybody else who wants to bring a war to conclusion. Calculate that the cost has been too high, let's just make a deal. I might mention that Jewish people lived as subjects after, the first and second temple destruction for a long time. Assyrian subjects, Babylonian subjects, Persian subjects, Roman subjects, they got by in that whole time.
Shooting going on, or shooting, I don't know what you want to call it,
New York City?
In New York. You may want to put it in the jumbotron to play it live in the room. Mayor Eric Adams is there now. That should help his election prospects. That's
I saw somebody posted a picture, and it was like,
one of the two needs to back out of that race, or we're gonna have.
The shooting, though, you want to play it in the room, Pepe?
A guy dressed in black with body armor it's the headquarters for Blackstone Private Equity Fund in the NFL.
I see
He's
a
on
picture.
the 34th floor.
I see a picture.
It's 50 second apart.
No, I see one. Someone just posted one. Viral News NYC. It looks like a black guy in a suit with an AR-15.
Pepe, where is it? I can play it if you just tell me where you want me to play it.
Let me look it up. It's New York. Live.
YouTube and just put in New York City shooting, it'll come right up. I happen to be watching it on, I can't even see what it is. One of the local New York stations. New York Now. But it'll come right up for you. It's live.
Okay, stand by.
Still at large. There's cops everywhere. This
Why is everybody so quiet?
I was trying to find something, sorry.
Just trying to find the shooting. There's the mayor's talking about there's like a mass shooting in New York.
to YouTube and search New York City shooting, and a lot will come up. It's big deal.
Russian people, somebody said gunshots. And then I didn't hear anything. And then I sort of started walking back to check it out. And then somebody said gunshots, shooter after shooter. And then I saw cops going into the Bank of America building. And then that's when I just kind of backed up and just to see what was going on. Then a bunch of people started running out of that building. And then that's when I saw 4 police officers bringing out another individual that was in a uniform that looked injured. They were carrying him out.
Okay, all right. So the gentleman that carried out was wearing some type of a uniform, but again, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
what his job.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a security guard or if it was a police officer in a blue uniform, and they're carrying him by his arms and his legs out of the, rushing out of the building.
And the thing of it is too, because we are in the news business, where whenever anything like this happens, we just don't walk by it. Matt stops, of course, and he starts taking video of the different things that he had seen, and he posted that video of showing it was multiple police officers with their guns drawn at the door, and then you saw the SWAT team showing up.
And I saw the SWAT team later on. I saw the SWAT team going in. The police presence became much more heavy. More police officers, lots of sirens, ambulance. It all started that you see right here.
Matt works for Fox 5. Yeah. Some of my colleagues here from some of the other TV stations thinking that Matt is just somebody else who's walking along the street here who saw something, so they wanted to try to do an interview with him. Which is understandable. So now, then you overheard people talking, some witnesses. What did you hear?
I was there with my camera, kind of recording as much as I could. I did speak to an individual that was closer to the church, where there's a lot of people that kind of sit there and wait for, I think it's food donations, or they're there. And they said that a woman said that she saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building, and then so that confirms what Dr. Chen said in the photograph, confirms what the eyewitness saw, that there was somebody walking the building with AR-15 and sneakers, just go right into the building.
And once again, I'm looking at that video that our colleague Peter Fassini, from a law enforcement source, and it is the picture of the alleged suspect. And again, walking, it's really stunning to me. Walking after everything that we do in this business, it's still shocking to me when I see something like this. It's broad daylight.
Yeah, especially across that Esplanade, which is wide open. You wonder if he had to get out of a car. How did he get there? He obviously did not walk down the street with an AR-15 all the way the entire way. So you just don't know where he came from, if he got out of a vehicle or what. Because I didn't see anything that looked like that, and nobody was reacting until people just started running after they said they heard gunshots. And later on, when I was going back and checking these out, I did hear a gunshot. So,
okay, now And something else, and this is information again that's coming in from our colleagues who are back at the station and other locations, and they are reaching out to their sources to get the information. My colleague Arthur Chan reporting from a source. Now again, all this information is preliminary, that the shooter ended up shooting himself, self-inflicted gunshot wound found on the 33rd floor. Okay, let me see here. The person that you saw being carried out of the building was taken to New York Presbyterian, which is not far from here at all, one of the best hospitals in the world. And apparently that person is in bad shape, according to my colleague, Arthur Chan. I mean, we can only pray that whoever this person is, that they pull out of this. But again, he is hearing from a source that the shooter shot himself, that he is down on the 33rd floor of the building. So talk to me a little bit more. Hold on just a second. The gunman walked in with an AR-15 again in clear view, which you and I have been talking about. He was also wearing sunglasses, dark sunglasses, navy jacket, black jeans, and sneakers. Let me see if anything. Okay, hold on. Confirm. Okay, all right.
We were there for a while. They were.
Sorry, cops are coming through here. I gotta move. Get over to the other side. You gotta get over. Just get over. Okay, we got an NYPD vehicle coming down 50th Street here. We don't know if they're parking there to keep us at distance. That might be the situation now. Because all of the police officers that are out here, they're dealing with, no, it looks like he's backing up to park. The situation that they're dealing with, not only do they have to keep the area contained, where the active shooter went into the building, but they have to keep pedestrians safe. And New York City is one of those areas where, and it happens to us all the time, and we see it all the time being in the news business, that you could be 2 blocks from here, could be a major explosion going on, and you have no idea that anything is even happening because you're 2 blocks away. And unless you come into that street or that area where it's happening, you still don't realize. So that's what police are dealing with. They're having to push back literally hundreds and hundreds of people who are walking along the sidewalks on 50th, 51st, 52nd, 53rd, between Lexington and Park and Madison, because they have to keep the public away. And they keep pushing back the media, which they just did, and now, let me try and see what's going on here. There's some officers getting out of the truck here. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. What's up? On air. Okay, all right. So we're going to stop here for now. Okay, folks, hold on just a second. I have to call into the station. They're going to take us live on the air right now. Give me like 30 seconds. Fox 5 News. Tune in to Fox 5 News. Also stay here, but you can watch both at the same time. Okay, so just give me a moment. Again, I'm Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News. I'm here with Gus Batista. He's my cameraman. My colleague, Matt Onimus, who was on his way home from work, saw all of this happening. So he's been filling us in. Give us about 30 seconds and we'll be back with you live on air.
That is just some of the coverage there from Fox 5 New York. We will definitely be keeping an eye on their coverage. Thanks to Linda Schmidt there on the scene that continue the updates. A really, really fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. And we are continuing to bring you these images that are playing out on this Monday evening, just past 7:30 in New York City. I do want to bring in our next guest to help break down this breaking news that we are seeing right now. So please, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox, Jamie Copenhaver, law enforcement analyst. Thanks so much for being here with us. And first off, what are your thoughts here on this huge response that we are seeing right now play out?
Yeah, my first thought is, our thoughts and prayers to everyone involved, especially our first responders. But I've got to tell you, Mike, New York City is no stranger to these active shooter events, and they train quarterly for this. So, you know, the men and women of the NYPD are ready for this because we see with the huge presence that they have around this building on the corridor. And, you know, they're just now going through the process of locating witnesses, making sure that scene is secure for crime scene.
And let's talk about what is it like when you are looking for a suspect in a downtown setting with, you know, you have the big buildings there. It's just past 7 o'clock in New York. And what goes into that type of effort when you have reports of a man with a gun?
A lot of manpower, and you see that, you know, we see an emergency service vehicle here, so there are elements of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, I know in fact, is on the scene. But here's the deal, they've got to make sure the shooter is contained within that building, Mike, because it's a high-rise, like you were saying, and God forbid if he's alive, he can still take shots from that high-rise. So we need to, number one, secure that shooter, whether he's deceased or not deceased, and make sure that shooter is secured, and then you go to the backup of starting the process, this crime scene, etc. But it's an undertaking to locate especially if it's a single shooter on the 30th up floor of one of these high rises. So you're going to have to clear that building methodically as you escalate up the building.
And when we see images like this, when they're horrifying going on, and it seems like it's happening at random, I mean, what possesses a criminal to want to try to do this in not only New York City, where they know that there is going to be a huge response, but also just knowing just what type of elements are out there in New York?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know the motive for this particular shooter, but I can almost assure you that once that shooter, everything's
All right, looks like we did maybe lose there, Jamie. We'll be keeping an eye on that. As soon as we get Jamie back, we will bring you more from him, as he was just trying to explain. But now taking you back out live right now, we are continuing to follow the very latest is coming from New York City. Obviously, a very, very fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. You are seeing the huge police response that is coming. It looks like we have reestablished with Jamie. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment, Jamie.
I'm sorry, I'm traveling back up to DC, so I apologize into the airport. But as I was, as I was saying, the building, it's a high rise, so you have you're gonna have to secure the outer perimeter of that building, and then, as I was saying, methodically might go and clear the interior of that building floor by floor. We heard rumor that he's on 30th or 30 and above. But you've got to make sure they're not a secondary shooter in this situation. And it's just, officers say at this point, but also there's going to be a quick step in their step because we just don't know if he's down or not down, for lack of better words.
Sure. And just talk about the response. What is it like for those first arriving officers that are coming on? And, like you said, you don't know at that point, is there multiple? Where is the actual shooter? How do they do that in such an urban environment?
You're depending on those 911 callers that are calling into the emergency system for information and intelligence. So as you're arriving and responding to that scene, you're collecting that information from the call. So once you arrive, then you want to get eye and ear witnesses to find out who, what, where, and when. And in this case, it was supposedly a single shooter with multiple victims. So you want to start assessing that situation. But but you have to protect anyone else from madman. So you're going to have to eventually go after him. We've seen this in training on an active shooter training. You want to go to immediately.
And Jamie, how at that point when you're just seeing it all unfolding, how do you know that there's not maybe explosives in the area? How do they kind of try to locate that if there is some of those elements?
Yeah, we've seen that play out in the past. Just recently, I think up in Idaho, they had something similar where they actually found an IAD after a shooting. So you're going to have to methodically clear that crime scene with a lot of personnel. I can assure you that the NYPD and the Joint Terrorism Task Force has bomb units on the scene just in the event they find an explosive device, so they can obviously make that safe so they can continue searching for the gun.
So true. And now we're just taking a live look here at the scene. And a couple of times they were pushing back the general public as well as the media members about a couple of blocks away while this was still unfolding. It was that just that they weren't sure of the location maybe yet, and they just wanted to make sure everyone was safe.
Yeah, keep in mind you have personnel that's clearing that building and securing that inner perimeter, but also you're going to have an outer perimeter keeping the public safe and the media in this case. So, they want to make sure that everyone's back far enough. And just as you mentioned, what if there is an explosive device somewhere on the street? So they want to clear that street along with that building simultaneously to make sure that the outer and inner perimeter is secure, not only for the shooter, but a potential device that may be implanted before the shooting.
Absolutely. Well, Jamie, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox, giving us your analysis here. Very fluid, early stages right now of the situation out in New York. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, well, we are staying on this right now. I do want to take you now back out to the coverage from Fox 5 in New York. Let's listen right now.
When all of this started to go down, this is Matt Onimus. Matt, you were on your way home from work. Tell us in your own words, what did you see?
Yeah, I was walking home to Grand Central to catch the train to go home, and I had my headphones on, which I won't do ever again because it was just a flood of people running past me, more than just one or two. It was just a ton of people. And I turned around, somebody said, shooter, gunshots. And so I didn't hear anything. I took my headphones out. I started walking back towards, because I saw some people were kind of walking back towards 51st. And so when I walked back there, I saw police officers with a gun drawn. I called Fox 5, I called the newsroom. I let them know there's something going on. And then I just started recording on my phone, seeing officers going into the side entrance of Bank of America with gun drawns. A few minutes later, a bunch of people come running out. People that look like they worked in the building. And then there were 4 officers that were carrying, which I thought was another officer. It could have been a security guard or another person in a uniform that looked like they were injured because they were carrying them out by their hands and their feet across the Esplanade to another car or ambulance that was waiting.
Okay, and then also you were talking to some of the people who were around here even prior to you arriving on the scene. Talk to us. What did they say?
Yeah, a bunch of people that were sitting by the church said that one witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building, and that's what they heard, automatic gunfire. I heard gunshots, not so much rapid fire like an AR-15, but just I heard like a pop-pop that kind of supports that. But,
all right, go ahead, continue talking. Police they want us to move further back, so hold on. We got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So police are moving us, hold on. Go ahead. Police are moving us back here. They want us to get as far back from Park Avenue because this incident that happened just around the block from where we are right now. So we have to keep walking to the location where they want us to stop. My guess is they're taking us to Lexington.
Okay, I'll just share this. It looks like workers that are in the building are being cleared out one by one, and that's why they were asked to back up because the police has the building front door secured, cordoned off, and it looks like just regular civilians are trying to exit the building. So they probably did a floor-to-floor clear to get all the innocent people out, and hopefully there was not another shooter.
From Lexington to Park, which is just where we just were, and then 1 block beyond that to Madison. So they're getting us down here. Okay, great. Thank you. Stay safe. So police are escorting us, and they want us to be on the other side of Lexington. So away from this. Matt, while we're walking, just tell me real quickly what it is that the witnesses told you that they saw.
The witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw someone walk in with an AR-15 into that side entrance and then heard automatic gunfire, and that's what they told him.
we are at Lexington and 50th Street. Did you guys want us to keep talking, or do you need me to wrap, or what do you want to do? I'm sorry. What? Okay, all right. So for right now, Natasha, I'm going to toss it back to you. They keep pushing us further and further away from the scene. All right, Natasha, I'm going back to you.
Linda, thank you very much. All right, we want to go to Kendall Green right now with the very latest. Kendall, what can you tell us? Looks like we're having some issues with Kendall's setup there. I want to recap really quickly what Matt Onimus was saying. His sources told him, so he was out there on the scene. He said that someone saw him walk in with an AR-15 gun. Witnesses say that they heard pops. What we know confirmed is at least 2 people have been shot at a Manhattan office building. In that area, there's Bank of America, a number of banks, to a very, very heavy police presence in that office building in Midtown Manhattan. We do have Kendall Green now with the very latest. Kendall, if you can hear us, where are you and what can you tell us?
Hi, what's going on, Tasha? We're here along 54th and Park Avenue. The building in the middle of the scene is right there near 943 Park Avenue, not too far away from us. And they've been pushing us back for quite some time as well since we've gotten here. We talked to a bunch of witnesses who told us they heard some of those shots ring out. They also heard warnings coming from other citizens that there was a shooter inside that building. And I have some of those witnesses right here. I'm going to be joined by one of the individuals who was inside pretty close by. Talk to me about what you saw, what you heard. Just tell me about it.
I was city biking home from work today from downtown. And I pulled up and I saw, 3 or 4 cops, going in with guns. I saw a car, black, BMW parked right outside the building, which looked like, the shooter's car. And then I saw, 5 minutes later, 2 people getting dragged out by police. I'm not sure if it was a shooter or civilians, but I saw 2 people, immediately put in the ambulance. Couldn't tell if they were alive or dead, but it's pretty scary.
You said that you thought there was some sort of robbery or something going on.
Yeah, it looked at first like it was a robbery, and then they, transitioned into I believe that's the Blackstone building. And then, 3 or 4 cops immediately went in, and then, 5 minutes later, a couple hundred cops and, first responders showed up, and, two people came out, in the hands of law enforcement. I'm not sure if they're alive or dead, but it looked like, they looked kind of dead to me.
And to see this type of response here along Park Avenue, a bunch of businesses, including where you work as well. I mean, really surprised about it.
Yeah, sorry, say that again.
To see this type of response here along Park Avenue, I mean, nobody could imagine.
Yeah, it's shocking. I've been living here for 7, 8 years, and I've never witnessed something like this. Very sad, and I hope everyone's okay. And shout out to the police and first responders for showing up within minutes to the situation. So I hope everyone's okay.
There's other witnesses here, folks here in this area who are evacuated. They've been here for a while. We're going to bring a couple more in. Just what you got here. Just talk to me about it.
So my office has an exit on 52nd and Park, so I was just leaving to go home, and I go east, and we were on the block, saw just a few cop cars, a few machine guns running around, and then out of nowhere they started pushing us down to 53rd because they realized that the shooter was in the 30th window, and we were in the shooting zone. And then, cops and ambulances have just been coming like crazy.
You've been here for how long now?
About an hour and a half now, trying to wait. Originally, we were back over on 51st and 52nd, and they started coming right away, saying, get back, get back. Then you started hearing and seeing cop cars coming from all different directions, ambulances shutting down the roads, and then we've just progressively been shut down more and more. And when we asked a police officer, they did confirm there was an active shooter, as if we didn't already know. But
Yeah, Kendall, witnesses there painting a really terrifying scene, talking about a shooter perhaps on the 30th floor with police officers running with machine guns. I know that officers are pushing a lot of our reporters around this perimeter. As you can see behind you, still a very active scene. Maybe you can tell us about what's in that area in terms of the building. So I've heard Bank of America, potentially Blackstone building as well. Any idea of the different businesses that are in that building?
Particularly, I can't tell you the particular buildings that's well, the businesses specifically, but Blackstone, I believe, owns 943 Park, well, 349 Park, and I believe Bank of America is housed within that building as well. So all of the different buildings, not specific. I can't give you specifics on it. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. So you're on Park Avenue near 52nd. Where are we seeing? And I think right now we're looking at Skyfox video too from one of the vehicles here. Again, just you're joining us right now. We know that 2 people have been shot at a Midtown Manhattan office building. This is 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. We've been hearing a lot of witness accounts there on the scene with a number of our reporters in that area. Please avoid it because, as you can see, it's still a very heavy police presence. We've heard that people saying that they heard gunshots. They saw someone walking in with an AR-15 gun. We do know that at least 2 people have been shot. Our Kendall Green is on the scene, as well as Linda Schmidt. They're just being moved around in that very active scene. Again, a massive police presence. We're hearing a lot of information coming in, drips and drabs. At least 2 people, again, have been shot. This is out on 52nd and Park Avenue. Wondering if we can go to any of our reporters there on the scene and see if we can get a little bit more witness accounts. Okay, we don't have any reporters, but what we have been hearing is that it's been a very scary situation. Again, just to paint a picture of where this is. Yeah, this is Midtown Manhattan, a very busy area in terms of there's an MTA station, subway station right there, 53rd and Lexington. You have a number of corporate businesses there. This all unfolding in the middle of rush hour and people getting out of their offices. So let's get back to Kendall Green, who's on the scene. Kendall, looks like you've got a witness there.
You were evacuated from the building right across the street. You were watching from a corner building. When you saw everything unfolding, talk to me about what happened. What'd you say?
Well, I work across the street here at 399 Park, which is 2 blocks away from where the shooting occurred. And it was pretty scary from a perspective of this is where we work every day, and there's an active shooter 2 blocks away. So, yeah, it was pretty scary for a solid 30-40 minutes.
You know the amount of businesses that are on this strip. How many different businesses are right there where you are?
There's hundreds of very high-end financial firms, hedge funds, law firms that were all working at 5-6 p.m. when there was an active shooter on Park Avenue here. So a scary time for a lot of us.
And when you guys were getting evacuated, they were telling you you were in some type of zone or a shooting zone, or you were in danger. What did the authorities tell you?
Well, they were telling us not to evacuate. They were telling us to shelter in place and to get away from the windows because they didn't know where the shooter was.
Obviously, it's a scary situation.
Very scary, yes.
Well, he was there inside the building that was evacuated right across, and he was told to shelter in place because that active shooting was going on. So, yeah, definitely shaking up people here in this area, Natasha.
Yeah, all right, Kendall, thank you so much. And look at this. We just got a picture in of the suspect. In his hand, looks like that is an AR-15, or at least an assault rifle. Very scary situation, as that man just described. Again, there are a lot of hedge funds, law firms, banks in that area on Park Avenue, Midtown Manhattan. And this is a picture now we're getting of that suspect. 2 people have been shot. That man that we just heard from was one of the men who was evacuated 2 blocks away from where this active shooter scene was all going down. He said that he was evacuated for 30 to 45 minutes. Also hearing some reports that people had to shelter in place. So while this is all unfolding, really towards the end of the workday for a lot of people in that area, and so many businesses in that one building too, high-end hedge funds, law firms, banks again. So quite an active scene, a lot of police in that area, understandably so. It's a very active scene, 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. Let's go back to Linda Schmidt, who, when we last checked in with her, she was being moved due to that active scene. So Linda, any new updates of what you can share with us? I know you're with Matt Anonymous right now, who was walking by when he heard some of this scene unfold.
That's right. He actually shot some of the video that you guys have probably been showing on the air and also streaming. We are located right now. We're at Lexington and 50th, where this happened, and they pushed us back. Where this happened is one block that way, 51st, and about halfway up the block. And it was one of the side entrances to the building. Now, Matt, who works with us, we've worked with each other for more than 20 years. He was on his way home from work. And so, Matt, I want you to describe how people got to see what you got to see. Talk to me about it.
Yeah. I was walking home, going to Grand Central, take the train home, and about 6:20, and all of a sudden I had headphones on, and all of a sudden there's a rush of people running past me, and more so than just a couple people. So I took my headphones off, and somebody said gunshots, shooting, and I turned back and I saw some people. It quieted down for a second, and some people were walking back towards 51st Street. So I started walking back to check it out. I saw officers with their guns drawn. I immediately called Fox 5 and talked to our news director and said there's something going on. And then I just got my phone out and I started shooting video of just the officers around the Bank of America building, about to go in, just hiding behind trees and the planters that were there.
Right.
And then they ended up going into the side entrance, and then a few minutes later, people started coming out. People that looked like they worked in the building, running out, and then 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to be another officer that looked injured. They were carrying him by arms and legs, and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running, basically, with him.
Yeah, and it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long time, and nobody knew what to do, so people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and go back, and that's where we are right now. More than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy. It looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy. And he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers. And he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15, carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. In broad daylight, walking down Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work, and you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue. Walking with purpose, and you can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something, and you get the same feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too, so walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him, and you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire. And that's what she told this story.
Okay, now the building that we're talking about, again, is right around the block from where we are. 2 of the primary businesses that are in that building, the NFL, which it was reported that they told their employees to shelter in place when all of this was happening, and also Blackstone, a financial company. Again, this is along Park Avenue here in Midtown. Lots lots of financial companies here. They're not just down on Wall Street, they are here as well. Nobody knows at this point who this person is, who the suspect is, but it is being reported that he killed himself on the 33rd floor. So he went in to do something. We don't know what floor that he did that on, but we are hearing that the moment that he entered the building that he started firing. That's what we are hearing. But again, so much of this information, this is breaking news, this just started happening around 10 after 6 tonight, so this information can change as the night progresses. What we do know is that there is a suspect, he has killed himself, and multiple people were shot. Now, I just want to take a look here real quickly at what they were saying here with the Associated Press. Associated Press reporting at least 2 people. The AP is reporting at least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, have been shot in a Manhattan office building. And a person familiar with the matter tells the Associated Press. We don't know the conditions of any of these people at this particular time. But you know, you come and go, this is your route that you take every day to work. So you're not really thinking, you got your earphones on, like so many people today, even on the subway, paying attention, because it's just how we live our lives now. And then this happened. So, you know, tell me more about how you're feeling.
I'll tell you, I won't wear the headphones where it kind of muffles the sound ever again, because you have to be alert when you're walking down the street, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And thank goodness I saw a rush of people, because who knows what could have happened if I was, you know, left from work a little bit later, and I was right there when the gunman was walking by. It seems that I was lucky enough that I walked past the area before the gunman came past me. So it's just luck on my part, but certainly with the headphones on, I wouldn't have known what's happening.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Linda, just a terrifying ordeal unfolding there in Midtown Manhattan. We do want to let you know that NYPD Commissioner has said that this scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. I have to leave a special report there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much to Fox 5 in New York for their coverage. We want to stay on it here for you on live now from Fox. This is Skybox aerials that are happening right now. And they are taking a deep look here at this car. And we'll take you now out live to more of the ground that we are getting these images in. We have this shot here as well for you, just showing you the huge police presence that continues right now out in New York. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to watch with us here worldwide.
If you want, we can close the room. I'm just gonna go out. I don't want to leave you here if you don't want to stay.
Oh, it's up to you. It's your room, it's your house, your club.
I don't care. You can hang out here still, or it's up to you.
Well, do you want to go back to the conversation you were having?
Honestly, it was kind of like I was trying to have a serious conversation for once, and I couldn't do my troll bullshit.
Yeah.
And I was like trying to be the neutral moderator.
Yeah, I was trying to, you know.
You did a good job. You're an awesome moderator.
Get everyone in. It's up to you. If you want to just cruise, that's fine. I'll just shut down the room. What they're sharing right now is not been any different. We've been streaming for the past 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're not going to know anything different. The only thing that they're showing are people being evacuated and people in like street clothes. Obviously, it looked like workers are running out of the front door. Yeah, that's just about it. There's really not. Oh, and he shot himself on the 33rd or 35th floor. That's the only thing that they've been able to report. But also in the news, they have identified 4 suspects in the Cincinnati violence.
I saw that.
Gets the white women. So that would be interesting. Vivek had a whole comment about it, and he wrote up on X that the victim, the woman, has not heard from any city officials at all.
Such bullshit. Like, if they were black, the double standard is so fucking annoying.
Well, I told you in the Telegram group what I think would be a great room, but probably not today.
Well, it's up to you if you want to keep this room streaming, or we just want to just shut it down.
Hello, sorry. Sorry, is the guy Middle Eastern or is it confirmed?
They didn't say.
They didn't say.
He looks kind
No,
of.
it said in the information on Twitter.
They have a picture of him, and he has sunglasses on, but he has.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would you say he looks
Like, he
kind
doesn't
of
look
like
Arab.
he's part black?
Yeah.
He doesn't look Middle
yes.
Eastern for some reason.
He does look part black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he could be Hispanic or Latino.
We have no idea.
No, I don't think so. I think black, which is weird because blacks usually don't have a high percentage of committing these type of mass crimes. But
I think he's just a Pakistani, to be honest with you.
Like mass
This guy
shooting.
had like Afro texture hair and all that.
Yeah.
So is it mass shooting or stabbing or?
We don't know yet. We don't know how many. They haven't released that. It says possible mass casualties, and that was 34 minutes ago from the New York City police.
Yeah, it
But
sounds
the fact
serious,
that he walked in and got up, obviously, to the 35th or 33rd floor where he killed himself, he obviously probably had an agenda. If he didn't just walk in and just sprayed the lobby and then killed himself, right? Like,
That's
there's
crazy,
a reason.
yeah.
I don't think, and I watched, I saw a bigger picture of him, like he's a little dot walking on the entry sidewalk to the building, and he looks kind of tall compared to the other people that are just kind of in the area. So.
But do you think these are like mental cases, mental illness cases?
There's no way we can know.
There's no way to know, but there's one thing, you guys remember, I think it just happened the other day, the Walmart guy, the Walmart knifing, he was supposed to, they released him several times even after mental health checks.
Yeah,
it's not good. Yeah, so that's the only update. I'll check the chat real quick.
I mean, the guy looked, just, it doesn't mean he's not, like, nuts, but he looked well-groomed and
he walked
casual.
Yes, with distinct purpose. That's the scary part. Let me, I'm on X right now, and let me see if anything is latest.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, they look normal day-to-day life,
Yeah, so he had on a navy blue looking like jacket with a buttoned, a regular like dress shirt buttoned up. Like I'm looking at the news reporter right now from the news station live, Fox 5 news coverage, and he's wearing basically the exact same shirt, just a regular work kind of shirt.
Yeah, he probably works in New York. Yeah, he probably works in New York,
Yeah, he has a mustache, and it looks like maybe a goatee, and his beard, he has a little bit of facial hair underneath his chin. But he doesn't, his right hand is down by his side, and his left hand is just walking, with a normal sway when you walk with your step. So he wasn't, holding it in an aggressive manner while he was walking in.
Was it in Manhattan, or?
It was, it was Upper East Side.
Manhattan, yeah? Oh.
I'm surprised, why, I don't get why he wouldn't have used his fucking, what do you call it? Sling. Like somebody could just take your gun from you.
Right.
I saw the sling dangling from it.
And it's a camo. I'm seeing a bigger picture now, and it's almost like a camo color, and the sling that he has looks like a desert camo, not a green camo, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Dark pants, dress shirt, nothing stands out like he's in a dark trench coat with, a hood on or anything like that, like a ski mask type of situation or scenario, but, and he looks tall, he's tall and slender kind of looking, he doesn't, You know, he doesn't. There's no other really features, so. Someone wrote in the chat that he looks Somali. Yeah, he has a little bit of a bigger forehead. His hairline is receded a little bit. It looks like a puffy little bit rougher texture. But he's like cappuccino black, like milk.
Yeah, he might be Asian or Middle Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah, but he looks milk chocolate black.
The picture,
not
the picture makes it look like it's hard to tell, but it's almost like he has a suppressor or something. I don't know what that is. But it looks like his, goddamn, dude, why do you keep on interrupting everybody? You just keep on, yeah, like, why everybody's talking. But that looks like, in his buttstock, it looks almost like a pistol brace. Is it?
Yeah, what kind of gun is that?
AR-15, but people need to understand what AR stands for. It's the actual brand of a gun, but anywho, that's a whole nother room. It's a rifle.
Yeah, it looks like a bigger rifle, yeah.
I need that gun in Call of Duty. It's a nice gun.
And then this is at 345 Park Avenue near East 52nd Street in Midtown. So I'm now seeing video footage of a guy being on X that was carried out. I'm trying to see if it looks like a civilian or a police officer. It looks like a civilian because he has a light shirt on. It's a male with black pants, black shirt. Like literally they're cutting open his shirt on the side of the sidewalk.
TikTok.
Yes, doing CPR. And actually, the man looks like he's African American, the victim that they have down. So, because they have his belly up, so, and the compression.
That means he's not breathing.
Yeah. Hold on a second, I'll put it in telly.
Is it common over there in NYC and mass shootings or not?
No.
Yeah.
Not mass shootings.
How many got shot and how many died? I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I can't like watch.
We don't know anything yet, sweetie.
Oh, but he did shoot an officer. Did the officer die?
Well, no, they haven't confirmed the identity of those, but I'm telling you from what I'm seeing on personal camera phone video that's just popped up on X is they carried a man out, white dress shirt. He looks to be of African American. He has a dark belly. They're doing chest compressions on him. He looks like, you know, like an office worker. Dark pants, dark shoes. That's.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
And he's not the shooter, right? He was someone who was shot.
Yes, correct. The shooter, they said, is identified on the 32nd floor. I don't know if it's accurate. They haven't shown it on the TV live feed, but it says at least 2 people, including an NYPD officer, have been shot.
Oh no.
But I think he might be American. He might be American, the mass shooter. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely could be, so.
Yeah, in the picture that I'm seeing with him, he doesn't look Middle Eastern, to be honest.
Yeah, he looks American.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a nice fro that he could pick out.
Yeah, like what's he doing?
Yeah, he got puffy hair.
Yeah, but what made him angry? Something must have made him angry or switch. I don't know.
Well, of course.
I mean, it could just be that he was, I don't know, like a fucking, for all I know, he's killing his ex-wife or he got fired or some shit.
Yeah. He must see his job or something, yeah.
Honestly, NY.
Just saying like 2 people got killed right now, so that doesn't sound like a mass shooting.
I know a lot of people have.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I know a lot of people have like vendetta against the NYPD for like so many reasons, and I think people are just getting fucking brave now, and just doing that. It's so crazy how dumb people have gotten to go after the police and all this shit. Like, it's just.
But what I don't get is if it was just he only killed 2 people, then like if it was targeted, why would you just use a fucking handgun?
Yeah.
I mean, that gonna.
But they went into what's the headquarters of Blackstone, yeah.
And of course, the conspiracy nuts already going crazy because it was in the Blackstone building, it was the NFL building. If you look at this article, that's the shooter right there.
And he's reportedly he killed himself, supposedly, so far as what they...
Yes, he killed himself on the 33rd floor. I don't know what his agenda was.
That's why now, my daughter, you are now fighting here. You don't know what you are fighting for. Because the government is the government.
On someone just letting it all move in this TV, he told us just took them in.
Sister asked to.
But you do agree, right? You know that the norm of those cases where they're Zionists. Hold on. There are Zionists that actually do this on purpose, right? To prove that the Pope-Allies are terrorists.
These people are getting more and more violent.
They've done it at the church. They've done it at the church. They've done a whole bunch of shit.
These people are getting more and more violent, Amir. Everybody's been worried about this, including the FBI.
They probably arrested that picture. We're gonna find out the truth, and I don't think it's the guy that has the Pope-Alley shirt. I don't.
Okay, this is what it says. It says 2 people were initially taken into custody at the scene. Woman reportedly had a cut on her head, and the man allegedly said, "Free Palestine, I'm not the active shooter." However, police have yet to confirm if they were actually involved in the shooting.
If it was a protest today, so this could just be.
And there was a protest today.
Hey, look, maybe they got the wrong guy.
We know. You know what? I know because the NYPD be arresting anybody.
We'll know in a few minutes.
What's the latest?
Unless the other people that are arrested have full weapons in their hands, and they're probably not part of it.
No, I think they're looking for the right person. They're not looking for the wrong person.
Yeah, no, they have the right person.
They neutralized him already.
Well, apparently there was a team involved in it.
Do you think he's a terrorist? He's a criminal?
Who?
Right away, you want to
hold on. Do you think he's a criminal?
Well, I think who's a criminal?
The guy in the sister's picture.
So far, all I know is I see a picture. I need more info.
So is he a criminal?
So far, all I have is a picture. It's not enough information.
So you don't think he's a criminal?
Amir, I need more info to answer your question.
He's not a suspected criminal.
I didn't say he wasn't a suspected criminal, but I'm willing to go with what the police say.
So he's a suspected criminal. Can we say Netanyahu's a suspected criminal as well?
He's not.
Yeah, I mean, just like we're going with based on the
absolutely not.
No, you said
the
suspected. You just said.
They threw away the head of the ICC. By the way, he's a Pakistani guy. His last name was Khan, because he was found to be corrupt. He was trying to cover up some sexual scandal. This is why they disbanded the ICC, pulled the funding. They can't even get their email. I told you this a long time ago.
Alarma, we don't care about his personal life.
We do care. We do care, because he was exposed as being corrupt.
Look, you just used the logic. You said he's a suspected criminal. The one
I said who's a suspected criminal?
The one active shooter right now.
I did not say that. I pointedly did not.
So apparently right now is an active, Netanyahu is an active suspect as well in terrorist activities.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. I know you want to give Israel a black eye, but it doesn't work, Amir. You don't know enough about the situation.
They give themselves a black eye, so they don't need Norm's help. Or Amir's help.
What's that?
I said Israel gives itself a black eye all the time. It doesn't need Amir's help.
You know what, Edward? If you think so, that's okay. That's not going to get you any closer to what you want.
What do I want?
What's that?
What do I want?
Well, I think you want a state, but unfortunately, I don't think your countrymen or the people from where your parents are from are really. I don't think they want it. They've turned it down too many times, and now they've destroyed all trust. So I don't know what's going to be. But
I don't think it's dependent on Israeli trust or Israeli anything anymore.
Well, Israel's not going to allow monsters on.
I don't think it's dependent on what Israel wants anymore.
It's not dependent solely on Israel, but Israel is going to have to sign off.
It has very little input now. It has a lot less input than it did before October 7th.
Israel is not going to allow monsters on its border. That's not even negotiable.
It's not. No matter what you call them.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Israel. It's not going to be Israel that's going to decide. It's going to be the world that will decide.
The world.
You lost opportunity, Norm.
The world doesn't have any say about sovereign nations.
Yes.
No.
The world. The world isn't going to. It's not going to tell. It's not going to go into Israel. The world will decide on the West Bank, Jerusalem, Gaza, Jordan Valley. This is not part of Israel.
Jerusalem is Israel.
It's not part of Israel. It's not recognized as part of Israel.
I'm sorry, but okay.
Well, you don't have to be sorry, because I know it's not.
Okay.
The UN doesn't recognize it as part of the Israeli border.
It's not a question of the UN doesn't have anything to dictate
jurisdiction over national borders. I think they do.
Absolutely not.
Oh, they don't have jurisdiction over national borders.
We can argue this if you want to argue it in court. Israel's more than ready to do so.
They're already doing it in the ICJ court.
And if you want to go to well, this is not being litigated in the ICJ right now.
This is under occupation.
This was that done South Africa. Who? Under occupation of who? By what? From who? When did
you sound like somebody that got caught robbing a bank?
What other nation has sovereignty over the land that Israel is currently on? What other nation?
We're not talking about Israel. We're talking about the West Bank. You don't have sovereignty over the West Bank. It's not yours.
Listen. Well, we have sovereignty over B and C, and A you guys have. So now that's as a result of a treaty signed in Oslo. Now, if that's going to proceed, I said Palestine has sovereignty over Area A.
Oh, no, it doesn't work that way. No, it doesn't work that way. You don't have sovereignty over them.
By the way, you signed the treaty, Edward.
No, we didn't. That wasn't the treaty.
With the Zionist barbecue and Dirbanah. Didn't I tell you that your hands was turning to like a fucking oven? They did that to you guys. You fucker.
Amir, I don't know what he's doing.
Let me just.
You're getting real excited.
Listen, you fucker, I'm talking now.
I'm talking to an actual Palestinian. We're talking to an actual Palestinian. Edward.
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk over an actual Palestinian.
Shut up.
So listen, you can curse all you want. So Edward, Israel has sovereignty over being shared with Palestine and C. And Palestine has sovereignty over A. That's the deal that you signed.
I would never allow you to talk now.
Now, if we want that, can you have a right? That's dependent on peace, Edward.
Shut the fuck up.
You understand, Edward?
Oh my God.
Come back. Hang on.
You're ignorant. You're ignorant.
You got some guy cursing and being
One second, guys. One second.
Okay, Amir.
Sekar, you go and make your point, and then Norma will respond, and then we can pass the mic around because it's
No. Because it really pissed me off. You know, when the Zionists, okay, they are the ones who ruined, Oslo. Okay, they accepted Oslo and they ruined it. And the agreement, was like there was like how can I say this? There was like a period. There's like a time frame where all the the text of Oslo, the agreements, they would have applied, on the West Bank, and the Israelis refused to do so. They refused to let's say to move on with the Oslo agreement, and they came with like a bunch of pretext, and then the American, following the 2001, the American government, they tried to save the agreement of Oslo, and they couldn't, and it was like basically ruined. Oslo is gone. And now they talk to us about Area B and Area C. Well, you assholes, you refused that. You didn't want Oslo. You just wanted, to play the game. You know what? Hey, we are going on with our occupation. We would like infest the West Bank as fucking parasites and eat of it each time, a part of it, and this one, and this one, and
that sounds anti-Semitic.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. You have your time. So let's build a new settlement here, a new settlement there, and the whole world is like frustrated with that. Hey, you fuckers, you stop occupying the land. You should never.
You wanted to be cursing in there?
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking.
Tell him not to curse in there.
Shut the fuck up.
Amir, I think you should not be cursing.
They kept going on with their plan. They kept going on with their plan.
Brother, can you make it short? One second, brother. Hang on, secret, brother. Can you make it short? Because look, everybody on this app, including Omar, has a short attention span. If you go past 30 seconds, he can't pay attention anymore.
So
just keep it to the minimum so we can get an answer out of this.
So the thing is, we talk about Oslo now. It's just bullshitting you. This guy, this fucker, is bullshitting everyone with Oslo. Like back in 2014, I guess I can go now and look for the UN Security Council resolution. Well, everyone, including Obama administration themselves, they abstained from voting. They didn't say no. While France, Britain, and everyone else is that, hey, Israel, they should respect, the borders of 1967 and withdraw from the West Bank. It was like the most Western high call, okay, for Israel to withdraw from the West Bank because it was illegal. And these fuckers, they keep pushing everyone with Oslo. Oslo is done. Respect. Go. It's like, hey, leave just the Palestinians. Go from the other side of the 1967 borders. That's the talk. Forget about Oslo. You are pushing everyone with it.
So all I'll say is that the only time the so-called Palestinians obtained any sovereignty whatsoever over what the Jordanians
No, they're not the
called the West Bank.
so-called Palestinians. They are Palestinians.
Over what the Jordanians called the West Bank, over what Israel calls Judea, and the United States called Judea.
No, the United States does not call it Judea.
Yeah, they
The United States calls it the West Bank.
No, they
calls
changed
it the West
in
Bank.
Congress. They
No,
changed
they
in
did
Congress.
not.
Yeah, they did. I'll show you the
Prove
bill.
it.
I'll show you the bill.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Did it go through?
Yes.
Did it go through?
So
Let me see it.
And what the Palestinians
I'll
call
find it out.
what the Palestinians call the Dafa, as Edward has taught us, the only sovereignty they've ever had over it is as a result of Oslo. That's the only time. And that's by treaty. So the treaty says that Palestinians get the Palestinian authority over Area A. They share the authority with Israel over Area B. And Israel has authority over Area C. Israel is allowed to build in its own areas. And Palestine is allowed to build in its own areas.
You're such a fucking liar.
Both sides are building in the areas that they control, and that's legal. So I don't know where you want to go from there. The only legal right that they have to that land is in Oslo. Other than that, there is none.
All right. It says, does the United States of America acknowledge the West Bank as Judah and Samaria? No.
Yeah.
The United States does not officially recognize the West Bank as Judah and Samaria. Here's the breakdown. What the U.S. does recognize.
Judea.
The West Bank is the term the United States government used in its official communications and documents. 2. The U.S. considered the West Bank to be territory, not sovereign Israeli territory. The U.S. does not recognize Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank, though it does recognize Israeli control in parts on the current arrangement, like in Area C under Oslo Accords.
That's what I
Trump
just
administration ship.
That's what I just said.
You did not.
Yeah,
no, you're so
You
fucking
called it a treaty.
You said You
It's a
said
treaty.
the United States of America acknowledges the West Bank as Judah and Samaria. And I went and said no.
I'm sorry,
It
that's
said
the
no.
Secretary of State.
You're such a fucking liar, bro.
Secretary of State Marco
I'm not
Rubio
finished.
and Ambassador Mike Huckabee both acknowledged this. Sorry.
It doesn't
No,
make that
it doesn't.
law. I don't know.
Bill,
Maybe you
there's
don't
no
know
bill. You're a
how
liar.
U.S. law works.
And I'm not finished. Trump
Yeah,
administration.
it is the way it works.
In
The
2019,
Secretary
I'm
of
not
State
finished.
decides these matters.
In 2019, the Trump administration declared that Israel settlement in the West Bank are not so in consonant with international breaking from
That
decades
word
of U.S.
is not
policy.
inconsistent, meaning they
Mike
aren't consistent.
Pompeo, the Secretary of State, did refer to Judah and Samaria in some speeches aligning with Israel terminology.
So does Marco
Used mostly
Rubio,
by
the current Secretary of
used
State.
mostly by right-wing Israeli politicians. However, this was rhetoric, not an official change in the U.S. naming a recognizing policy. See, you are a fucking disingenuous piece of shit.
Basically that's a personal attack.
Judah and Samaria. That term is used primarily by
the
Israeli,
Secretary
especially
of
by nationalists and religious factions
By the
to
U.S.
assert
Secretary of
historical
State.
and biblical ties to the land.
By the U.S.
Internationally,
Secretary of
including at
State, by
the
the
UN
President.
and most countries, including U.S. allies, the region is referred to as the West Bank. Where's the bill? There's no fucking bill. You lied.
Norm,
You lied. You're a
areas
liar.
A, B, and
Where's
C.
the bill? Where's the bill? You're a liar. You're a
Areas
liar.
A, B, and
You're a
C.
liar. You're a liar. Where's the bill?
Areas A, B, and C have never been considered by Israel or by any other nation to be a part of a border or recognition of any borders in the West Bank. They're called zones, not borders. And the United Nations, U.S., and not even Israel recognizes them as borders.
I never said they were borders.
So if they can't be borders, then they can't belong to you. Your border is
I never
the
said they
1967
belong
line.
to us. I said we
see
have
no bill.
jurisdiction
You
and
said there was
authority.
a bill, and you said a bill passed.
Yes.
There's no bill. You're a liar. You're a liar.
I don't
And now you're moving the goalposts and saying
I'm not moving
some
the goalposts.
politicians are calling it Judah and Samaria.
No,
Some
the Secretary of State.
It's not. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric.
It's official U.S. policy. It's written
No, it's
done
not.
by the Secretary
It's
of
rhetoric. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar, sweetheart.
We don't need to repeat over and over. We know Abnorma is the biggest Hezbollah agent.
The Secretary of State determines U.S. foreign policy.
We can move on from this point.
We don't need to keep going back and forth.
I agree.
Calm down.
I agree because he's a liar and disingenuous.
We all know.
I agree with you.
You're a liar.
Anyway, going back to Abnormal, can you please tell the room?
Yes.
Are there any Israel, is America thinking about parting ways with Israel? America is going to part ways with Israel. Are you for it or are you against it? Can you tell the room, are you for the idea of America parting ways, American government parting ways with Israel? Are you for it or are you against it? Nathan was for it. We have Nathan in here, hardcore Zionist.
America and Israel are great partners, and as long as that partnership is working, I'm in favor of it. Of course, I'm guided by the official policy of the United States. I'm guided by the President and the Secretary of State, as everybody should be.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. The follow-up question for you, because you're so genuine, you never lie.
That's correct.
The next question is.
That's correct.
Yeah. Next question for you is, do you think that America is trying to control Israel?
Well, I think it's mutual. I mean, nations, they act according to their mutual self-interest. So Israel serves certain interests for the United States and, by the way, the civilized world in Europe and so forth. And the United States serves certain interests of Israel.
So do the Palestinians. They've served the civilized world as well.
I don't dispute that.
I mean, Alabama is Palestine.
Oh.
And Edward is a Zion. You and Edward.
Oh.
He's a Palestinian.
Uncivilized world.
I don't know what to say.
What do you think about that? He's a Palestinian.
No, we'll give them back. We're part of the agreement. You know, when we come up with an agreement, we'll be, you know, who would take Norm, and you know, both sides will be arguing.
Ukraine, he claims to be Palestinian.
And the Israelis will give it back to us, and we'll just go back and forth.
So I got another follow-up question. Now, America, Trump is sort of trying his best to part ways, right?
I don't think so.
If it happens, are you for the idea of parting ways with America?
Look, this is a little bit above my pay grade. I don't think that I dispute your premise. I dispute your premise. By the way, I'm putting this into the chat. The U.S. bill called Recognizing Judea and Samaria Act has been introduced to replace the term West Bank with Judea.
It's not passed yet.
I
already know about it. I know about it.
With Judea.
Let me stop shouting, please. Stop. I'm speaking. Come on. I already know about the bill. Okay. It hasn't passed. The only state that passed is Arkansas. Arkansas passed the ruling that they're going to be calling Judea and Samaria, and they just passed, the white supremacists. They're going to be,
U.S. bill.
Yeah, God has promised the white supremacists a piece of land is about 40, 50 members and located in Arkansas.
Well, if you heard me on Twitter last night, you know I'm against that. I gave that guy a very hard time. I roasted
Which space are you in?
I'm sorry? We were in that big Twitter space. We interviewed the guy who was trying to do
Mario Napo?
No. We interviewed this guy and I gave him a really hard time.
Are you in the stealth space? Are you in stealth?
What?
Stealth?
But anyway,
who was your main host?
Lou Fax.
Oh, Lou was running a space on Twitter. Okay, cool.
Huge. And we interviewed that guy that was on MSNBC. Lou got him into the room, and I gave him a really hard time. I told him this was illegal, violation of civil rights. Oh, we gave him a really hard time.
What is illegal violation
the
of
whites
civil
only
rights?
town.
Oh.
Yeah. And I showed you the bill to change the name of the West Bank to, which is a colonial name. It's a colonial name from Jordan.
You could never go after Medina. You could never go after Medina.
What do you think?
I said you could never debate Medina.
I could never what?
Debate Medina.
Who is Medid?
You don't know who Medina is. Forgot it.
No, I don't know Medid. No.
You
Huh?
Hassan Pike. You could never debate them.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, because you're a little stressed.
No, it's just I just don't know these people. I debate other people.
No,
I do know this.
Everybody knows who Hassan Pike is.
So do you believe, Norm, do you believe that the United States should name the West Bank what they want to name it? Or should it be up to the
I believe
Palestinians?
that they should follow Israel's lead.
Wait,
they're doing.
So you believe Israel has the right to name the area where the Palestinians, the West Bank, which is Palestinian territory, they have the right to name
I
it?
dispute your claim to that territory.
Well, you can't.
Huh?
It's not disputed. I mean, Israel doesn't dispute it.
Yeah, Israel does.
It does not.
Is the Knesset just voted to annex it?
It was a symbolic, non-binding vote, and it had to be non-binding because they don't dispute it. They can't dispute it.
It's disputed territory, I agree. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the Supreme Court said that it is a belligerent occupation. They're not. So Israel does not dispute the West
We
Bank.
occupied it from Jordan, and Jordan surrendered its sovereignty.
You may dispute it, but Israel as a nation does not dispute the West Bank being Palestinian territory. They may not like it, they may want it, but legally they can't dispute it. They don't dispute it legally.
So I'll just remind you, the only treaty that covers that territory is one treaty, and the Palestinians signed it. It's the Oslo Accord. It's a treaty.
Okay, treaties are between countries.
That's
so
correct.
it's not a treaty.
It's a treaty. It was signed, but I
It's
don't know
between
why
countries.
Again, I don't know why you say treaties are between countries.
Because
The
they
Oslo
are.
Accord, it's an agreement.
It's an agreement.
Between two different bodies. Fine.
It's an agreement,
Okay.
right? It's an
I don't know
agreement,
why
not a
you're
treaty.
getting why
Because
stuff
treaties
about
are
it.
between countries.
I don't know if your definition is correct, so I want to put that on the side.
Okay. So you're fine. Okay, okay. Listen, you're not okay with a whites only town.
That's correct.
Okay, but you're okay with taking over where people live and making it Jewish.
No, I'm not okay with that.
So then you are fine with, and should be fine with, if you're consistent, with the West Bank, with whatever the international,
Samaria.
Okay, listen, no.
We have a disagreement
You
over
should
that.
you should be calling it whatever the Palestinians want to call it, because it's not
I
your land.
I disagree with
Okay,
that.
so then white people could have land here and have white only towns and cities.
Well, this is a racist thing you're saying. I dispute your racism.
Well, you have to be consistent.
I am
If you don't agree with one, then you can't agree with the other.
They're very different situations. They're not
into their white land.
They're not
If they let Jews into those white land, would you be okay with it?
No. I think it's racist and it's unacceptable, and it's a violation of the Supreme Court precedent, 1954, Brown versus Board of Ed, as I told the racist guy last night. No, I'm not using ChatGPT. Also inconsistent with the 1964.
Morty, you think he's on fire? Morty, you think he's on fire?
Oh yeah, of course I'm on fire. I agree with everything.
What kind of fire are you on, Elron? What kind of fire have you been smoking?
I don't smoke.
I think the only thing he's missing, the only thing El Normo didn't say, I think to dispute Edward's claim, is that Judea and Samaria is disputed territory even within our own Israeli society. The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says one thing and our people say within our Israeli society. The Supreme Court says one thing and our society says another. So it's disputed within Israeli society and external to Israeli society.
Morty, I do have one question. Hang on. I have one question for Morty. Morty, why does Israeli, Egal, right, and somebody that's not Israeli, that's imposter Israeli, normal, why do they have both difference of opinion? I
am not an Israeli or an imposter.
You're an imposter. You're an imposter.
No, I'm an American Jew. I'm an imposter.
This is slander. El Normo is the real deal. He's the real Jew.
No, we're not talking about Jew. I'm talking about somebody that's an Israeli.
I never claimed to be an Israeli. I'm not an Israeli.
He never said he was Israeli.
Who are you to make the decision on behalf of Israelis?
Well, I
It's
decided
Jewish homeland.
every Jew on the planet has a portion of Israel according to Israeli law and God's law.
I'm not talking, you're not getting that. You're not getting my point. Right now, you're not an Israeli citizen. You're not Israeli citizen.
That's right.
So if you're not Israeli citizen, and if Egal is Israeli citizen, he was born over there, raised over there. Egal has the choice. He can vote on, saying that Netanyahu is a criminal. But then where the fuck do you coming from? From fucking New York, right? Don't have any fucking connection to that land, from Poland or Ukraine or whatever. I just don't get it. Edward, you get my point? Edward gets it.
You're a Pakistani with no connection to the land.
I don't really give two fucks about Pakistan or India. I don't care.
I understand that, but I do when I do care about Israel, unlike you.
Every Jew can be an Israeli.
That's correct.
Egal, they can be. Look, Egal, they can be. They can be Israeli. But Egal,
he's not voting, but he has a right to voice his opinion.
Okay. Egal, let me ask you this question. Egal.
Egal, thank you for being an Israeli.
Egal, let me ask you this question.
Thank you for risking your life for me, Egal. I love you, Egal.
Egal, let me ask you this question. I'm in America. Hold on, I'm in America, right? We have an imposter American called Normal that lives in America.
I'm an imposter. I'm the real deal.
He came from Poland or something. He's from Polish.
No, I'm not from Poland.
He's a Jew.
No, you're Poland. You're from Polish.
No,
you're a Polish person. You came from. Okay.
That's a lie.
Egal, let me give you some hypothetical. Let's say I'm a Canadian as well, okay? Me as a Canadian, if there's something going on in my fucking country, and this abnormal has connection to that land from 3,000 years ago, and he doesn't have any fucking citizenship to that country, how the fuck does he have the right to say anything about my Canada country?
Just by opinion.
I just don't get it. Why does he? And he thinks differently than you. He thinks way differently than you.
That's okay.
He's coming from a privileged background. He hasn't served the idea. He hasn't killed anybody. We don't know what he's on about. Maybe he's a fraudulent CIA or Mossad or something. We don't know what he's on about. He's a freeloader. He's a smoocher. He likes to smooch off other people's countries.
Smooch, not smooch.
My point, ego. My point is ego.
Smooching means kissing, you know.
I did.
Smooch off other people's country, off their lips.
Yeah, your English is lacking, Amir.
So Ego, my question to you.
Your English is embarrassing.
Yeah, English is my fifth language. So Ego, my question to you, I'm a Canadian, right?
The first
Canadian, hold on, I'm normal. Stop getting triggered. Stop getting triggered. Stop getting triggered.
I'm not triggered.
Stop getting triggered. So Ego, my question to you, I'm a Canadian, right? And I have somebody like El Normo that said he has a connection to that Canadian land from 3,000 years ago.
No,
me as a Canadian, hold on. Me as a Canadian, born and raised in Canada, and I have the right to make the fucking decision. This guy comes in and he has a difference of opinion. His opinion doesn't matter. It's like an asshole. The opinions are like asshole.
He has no right to make the decision. He has a right to voice his opinion. But he will have a right to make a decision once, in one day, any time you want to join Israel, to become Israeli citizen.
Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, thank you. Baruch Hashem.
But he hasn't certain the idea. How does he have the fucking right to their land?
Yes, I did, Amir.
He did not do anything to create the Jewish state. He lives in America. He doesn't say anything. Where does he come in the picture?
Israel is a peace for him, for any Jew on the world.
Thank you.
You say, Norm, Israel legal position is that the occupied territories is disputed. Now, I did mention to you the Israeli Supreme Court says it is occupied territory, and that the Geneva Conventions do apply. No, hold on. I haven't asked my question yet. Hold on.
Who did it occupy?
I haven't asked my question. My question is that.
I disagree with the.
Let me ask my question, and then you can answer, and say whatever you want. Well, hold on. Okay. It's very quick. One sentence.
All right.
If you're saying that it is Israel made a legal argument that this is disputed land, okay?
100%.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask. Then, can you show where Israel has formally?
Yes.
Put in a request with the ICJ.
Yeah.
Regarding and using the argument that this is disputed land,
okay.
And not an occupation.
I'm not sure that it has done that, but the
then legally Israel has not disputed. Okay, go ahead.
You didn't let me finish. Yeah. So under the international law of Uri Poseidadis juris, those borders with Jordan are Israeli borders, and that is the basis of the legal dispute.
Wait, but you just said there is no legal dispute.
Haven't finished. I disagree with what you just said. Now,
No. Which international law? You should mention that.
I just told you. I'm telling you the law.
Yeah, he did say the law. He did say it doesn't apply here, but he did say the law.
So my question to you was, who did Israel occupy that land?
You haven't answered mine.
Yeah.
Did Israel formally request and put in a formal legal brief to the ICJ?
I have to look that up. I don't know.
They did not.
Okay,
They've never done so.
Well, I heard
They've never done so.
I heard your opinion.
What you're saying, though, and to break it down for the room about your position.
Hang on. Israel occupied that land from Jordan after Jordan attacked it in 1967. That's how we won Jerusalem, which, by the way, will remain undivided. Now, Jordan relinquished its claim. Jordan relinquished its claim in 1988 to that land. I don't know why you think that makes.
Did Jordan have the right? Did Jordan have the legal right to
me to the space, Lisa.
Okay, so I don't know the answer to that.
I do.
That's between you and Jordan.
No.
Okay.
Everybody knows the answer. Jordan did not have the legal authority to occupy the Palestinian land. As a matter of fact, the United Nations would not allow Jordan to occupy it and did not recognize Jordan as sovereign over the land. Even after Jordan gave Palestinians passports, the United Nations said, no, Geneva Conventions still apply. You cannot take this territory. This is Palestinian territory. Period. If they couldn't take it, you can't take it. No. So you're saying, okay, your dispute, that's an internal dispute. You have not presented anything to a legal body, to the ICRC, to the United Nations, whatever.
I'm not sure about that.
Nothing.
I'll have to check.
This is all internal. You presented internal memos.
We occupied it. When you say we occupied it from a belligerent body. That's Jordan. We didn't occupy it from anything called Palestinian.
Okay, so you just said a belligerent. Okay, so belligerent body. Yeah, let's take your argument. That's that is under the United Nations Charter. You cannot win land by war. So you just said it was belligerent. Therefore, you cannot keep that land. Period.
It doesn't mean that it goes to you.
Who does it go to then? Doesn't mean it goes to you.
Well, then it would have to be decided. Well, we have.
No, it doesn't go to you. The law already says it doesn't go to you.
We already have it.
No, but you're not keeping it. You're not going to keep it.
Yes, that remains to be seen.
It's already slipping out of your grasp. It's already slipping out of your grasp.
I don't see it that way, but what do you have? Do you have
France? France, a G7 country, has already recognized the state of Palestine. Canada said that they are going to recognize. That's another G7 country. G7 countries are doing this. Is Israel ready to fight the G7? Is Israel ready to fight the G7?
It doesn't say what the borders are, Edward.
Yes, they recognize on the 1967 lines.
I don't think
never happened.
It's a stretch.
That will never
That's what it says. That's what they recognize Palestine as. Yes, it does. Of course they do. Of course. What do you think? Does it say they recognize it on Area A? No, it doesn't. They say we recognize a Palestinian state on the 1967 lines. That's what they say.
Okay. Are you sure it says that? No. Okay.
No, I'm looking at it in GPT right now.
Let me answer this.
Okay. So you're not
answer this. Hey. Let me answer this.
Go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
Back in 2016, France and all permanent members of the Security Council, they voted on the resolution number 2334. It was the 23rd of December 2016.
Okay.
And on the paragraph 1, the resolution says, reaffirms that the establishment by Israel of settlements in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity and constitutes a flagrant violation under international law and a major obstacle to the achievement of the two-state solution and a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. Let me just remind you.
What year was that? What year was that?
Let me remind you. Just I will with this.
What year was that?
One sentence.
What year was that?
Let me remind all of you that this resolution was voted by 14 members. All of them, none of them opposed the resolution. Just the United States, they abstained, which made all the Israeli politicians crazy as hell. The attacking Obama administration for not voting no. So all of them, they were okay with that. All of them said, yes, we recognize that Israel is occupying the West Bank and occupying it from the 1967 borders, including the Eastern Jerusalem.
Okay. When was that?
Eastern Jerusalem is a part of Palestine.
When was that?
Resolution number 2334.
What year?
2016. December 2016.
I guess we have a dispute.
Go on,
What? I guess we have a dispute. That's what I said. It's disputed. Israel, we dispute your claim.
what authority recognized East Jerusalem as a part of your country except your corrupt American politicians?
Oh, if you don't like America, that's fine. That's fine.
These are the only countries that matter.
Sorry?
That's fine.
These are the only countries. They're the only countries that matter.
That matters.
You're entitled.
No, dude. No.
You're entitled to your opinion.
That was back in the 1990s, not now.
You're
Now we have
entitled to your
a country that really matters.
I don't think so.
You're entitled to your opinion.
I don't think so.
If you're here,
Living in a fantasy.
if you are here to talk about global dominance and who can beat the shit up of the other, okay, we can talk this language.
No, this is a legal dispute,
If you are here to discuss this based on international law, just add
this is a legal dispute.
Let's discuss this based on international law.
I'm discussing it right now. I dispute your claim. Sorry.
Go on. But don't
disputing your claim.
France and Canada are both when discussing the recognition of a Palestinian state, they are discussing it in terms of what is according to international law, which is the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza.
What law would that be? What law would that be? What law would that be? What law are you claiming?
What do you mean?
What international law?
Okay, the ICJ came out last year with a an opinion. What do you call it? A ruling of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza belonging to the Palestinians, and they even said that Israel needs to withdraw, and I believe they even said to give reparations, if I'm not mistaken. So the laws are there, and the laws are very clear.
I don't think they have jurisdiction.
The ICRC also has said the same thing. ICRC has said the same thing. The UN.
I have named the law. You have
no. You named the law. You named the law that does not. That way. You named the law that no international legal body has recognized as being valid. Oh, okay. Can you show? Can you show me? Show me what international body has recognized that as being valid.
If you're done talking, I will answer you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Are you done? Okay. Every single international border that has been formed after an empire has withdrawn, think of the Soviet
No, Norm, just Israel. I'm talking about.
You're interrupting.
No, because you're not answering the question. I asked you, show me where this law, where the United Nations or any country has recognized this legal argument that you're putting forth right now.
I get it.
I can answer the question.
You don't want to hear that.
I can answer it. It's Morty.
So, hang on, Morty. Under international law, the only other alternative, by the way, is Oslo. Under international law, when an empire leaves, like the Soviet Union or the Spanish Empire, the borders that remain are according to the previous borders of the entity. In this case, the British mandate of Palestine.
So can you show me a legal brief? Can you show me anything? Any international body that agrees with you?
Save your questions to the end. Now, unfortunately for you, the Palestinians, Arabs, did not accept the state when they were offered one numerous times. Therefore, you have no legal sovereignty over that land.
So can you show me anything in international law that agrees with this position when it comes to Palestinians? Not Russians, not Spain, Palestinians. Show me where this was, there's an international body that agrees.
Say, when did you ever have a country? I'll wait.
No, I'm asking you to show me where your argument, the argument you put forth, you said it is, international law.
That's correct.
Show me where that law was recognized to apply to Palestine.
In the United States.
The United States?
Correct.
No, the United States says the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza is Palestinian territory.
The United States says Jerusalem is one city, there's no Palestinians on there.
Their position, they moved the embassy, but the position of the United States is that East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza is Palestinian territory.
Incorrect. The United States recognizes Jerusalem as one united city and the Golan Heights as annexation as Israeli. I'm sorry, those are facts, Edward. Now,
Okay, let's say Jerusalem. Let's say Jerusalem, which I don't agree with. West Bank, Gaza. Can you show me where anything in international law that says that?
Link in the chat, Edward. Gaza is formerly Egypt. Egypt doesn't want it.
Okay, you're saying no.
That's all.
I got it, Edward.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying right now is,
what's this nonsense? Please, no. Let me.
What do you want to say
here? So from one side you say, hey, UN international law, and then you go back to the United Nations, the United States. Like I don't get you here. And then you mentioned the ICJ. You know, you refer to the ruling of the ICJ. And when it comes to the genocide, you say, no, we don't recognize the ruling of the ICJ.
Can I address this?
That's
not my opinion.
I think we should allow Morty. We should not suppress another Zionist voice.
No,
Morty is sitting around. Morty is not serious.
No, he's a Zionist, Morty.
I dropped the link in the chat.
He's an Armenian.
Check out the link. Okay, there's a link in the chat. It's Donald Trump's. And they're asking him if he would support an annexation of the West Bank. And he says, I'm not going to talk about that, but I will talk about Israel. And the problem is, if my desk is the Middle East, then this pen is the size of Israel. And that's a problem, and that has to be addressed. So
I ain't gonna say that.
From the, yes, I dropped the link in the chat. I dropped the link in the chat, so everyone can look at it. There's a ruling from the best president of the best country of all time, and that's all we need to justify what we do. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Well, we also have possession, which is, as you know, 9/10 of the law.
Yes, possession is 9/10 of the law. Yes.
And we also have the Oslo Accord, which is the only deal the Palestinians have ever signed. You've never signed any other deal, so that is the only operative agreement. Oslo.
Wait a moment. You keep talking about Oslo, but you don't even know about what the content of Oslo, except from the areas. No, seriously.
Seriously.
Oslo, wait a moment. Oslo had like this interim period that ended basically in 1999. Okay. And in 21, there was an attempt to revive Oslo in order to bring, the government in Tel Aviv and Palestinians to an agreement, but it failed. So,
I don't know, like the Palestinians walked away from the thing. They were in 2000.
No, they didn't walk away. They didn't walk away. No, sorry. You are throwing accusations. Without any proof. You are throwing accusations. It's more like this vague which out the
Palestinians, and they walked away from
That's not true, but we can walk away if we want. It doesn't mean we keep Palestine.
Well, that means you have no state?
No, we didn't say we have a state.
Okay, good.
That's not the claim. I gave you a legal argument. I'm saying the ICRC, the ICJ, and over 140 nations recognized the borders of Palestine. France and Canada have said that they will.
What is Palestine? What is it? It's not a state. What is it?
You know what I'm talking about.
It's a what is it?
We have international law and we have consensus in international law recognizing Palestine.
It's not a state. What is it?
Norm, show me any legal consensus.
Everybody in the room answer.
Can you answer first? Can you answer?
You've been running.
Can you answer? Where are you getting your legal precedents from? Where are you getting your legal arguments
This one. From international law.
Go ahead.
Bring out the text. Bring out the text.
I have this.
Based on that.
I have it.
I just gave it to you. I told you before. It's Uri Posedetis Juris. I told you before.
And the ICJ recognizes this. The ICRC recognizes this, right?
It's the only law of the land.
And they recognize this, and you make this formal argument to them.
Your question.
So you made this argument to them? Let me find it. Hold on. Let me see. Nope, can't find it. Israel never even made the argument. Israel never even made that argument to these parties.
That's incorrect.
Show me.
Ding, 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 ding.
Show me.
Everybody's quiet for a second. I answered your
You said it's incorrect? Show me.
When did it become yours? When did it become yours?
Okay, I know you're drinking your tea. You're taking extra cups of that ginseng tea.
I'm walking to synagogue.
He's taking extra sniffs with the cocaine.
Well, I don't take coke.
I think so. I think you do that.
I have never even seen coke.
I'm sure you do.
No, I don't. So
I'm not a betting woman, but I'll put money down on you that you have done it in the past. You are doing it now.
When did the land become Palestinian?
I'm asking you. Okay, the land is Palestinian. The land is. Okay. The international, the ICJ, the UN, the ICRC all agree it is Palestinian territory and it is for a Palestinian state and there should be a Palestinian state. That's the legal stance of the international bodies of law. That is the legal stance. Now I'm asking you to show me. I can show you multiple legal, international bodies that can back up what I'm saying. Can you show me one that backs up what you're saying?
Yes, I can show you numerous. I'm walking to synagogue. I'm not going to look
at okay. Because I'm asking GPT, and it can't even give me one. It can't even give me a time when Israel has submitted to any international body this legal claim that you're making.
This is our position, and I'm pointing out to you that you cannot show me at any point in time when this came out of Palestinian sovereignty. Ever. Never happened. So I know you would like it to be.
Is that necessary? Is that necessary to become a state? Is that a prerequisite to become a state? Is that a prerequisite? Is that a prerequisite?
The answer to the dispute. If it's yours, you're going to show me how it.
No. Is that a prerequisite? Is that a prerequisite for Palestinians to have a state? Is to show you that we've already had a state?
No, we had sovereignty.
No. Then why are we even on this topic?
So when did it become yours?
You just said it's not a prerequisite, so why are we even bringing this up?
No, it's never been yours, but you'd like it to be yours.
You just said it's not relevant, but yet you want to talk about it.
No. So we have
George
relinquished sovereignty in hang on. We occupied it from Jordan in 1967, so Jordan invaded. We have every right to do that. Jordan relinquished its sovereignty in 1988. You had Jordanian passports. Up until that moment, you were Jordanian. Now you want to be something new, which has never. Hang on, let me finish. Now you want to be something new, which has never existed before Palestine. And Israel was okay with it. It had one requirement, and that was to stop being terrorists.
Let me ask you something.
I haven't finished. You can ask me. Let me finish, and then you can answer. So Israel offered Palestine a state, and they declined it. We had one requirement, no more terrorism. Failed to meet that requirement. I don't know if you think they have sovereignty over Gaza, but Gaza has voided any claim to anything as a result of its belligerency to Israel. So Gaza finished. Now, the Judea and Samaria, if they are peaceful, there's a chance that there would be some sort of self-governance and sovereignty. If they are not peaceful, then we're going to have a fight. And that fight, as you know, you're fighting a superior army, not to go well for whoever is committing terror. So that's our position. And I don't know why you're claiming something international. We've made this argument many times. It's a very complicated. When you think about international law, close again is the law of how borders are formed. Because you made the mistake of not accepting a state when it was offered to you in 1939, in 2005, in 2001, I think it was, from Clinton and from Carter. And
you ever get tired of lying? You ever get tired of lying?
When did I lie? What's the lie? What's the lie?
Everything you say is a lie. When you wake up, it's a lie. You eat, it's a lie. You breathe, it's a lie. Everything you do is a lie.
You're cheating. I was waiting for him to finish. You finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm finished. Let me ask you a question. Earlier, you mentioned the ICJ ruling about the West Bank, right?
No, I didn't mention that.
No, you said like the West. You mentioned like everyone here was listening. You brought up a ruling made by the ICJ about the West Bank.
No, I did not mention that.
I did. I said that.
Oslo.
You did it just earlier. Are you lying in front of
No, I'm not lying, and I didn't say that.
No, you said that. You said that was a ruling
that
by the
was
ICJ. And I was then. No. And then I asked you, why do you refer to ICJ when it comes to the West Bank, and you refute the ruling when it comes to the genocide? No. You mentioned that. You said that, hey, there was ruling by the ICJ about the West Bank that it belongs to the that it's not Palestinian territory and it belongs to Israel.
No, that wasn't
that just earlier.
Yes, I do have to abandon.
I did not.
Guys, unless you were doing something else. That's what I heard.
I probably just enjoyed the rest of the summer.
I asked you about a legal text, referring to your claims about the West Bank. And I came up with the ICJ ruling.
No, I said international.
No, I said the ICJ and ICRC, but he was not able to come up with a single legal international body that put forth any legal argument regarding his claim.
That's the point. This guy, he talks about international law.
It's time for me to pray. I'll come back later. Thank you for your time.
You got cooked. Pray, oh God. Okay.
He has to pray after that one.
What the fuck? Look. Okay, I just checked now a ruling made by the ICJ, and I have the text here in front of me. Okay, it dates to 19 July 2024, and it explicitly mentioned, like all over it, the illegality of the occupation of the West Bank. Okay, by Israel since 1967.
But then Israel's Supreme Court in 2006 also said that it is a occupation in the West Bank, and it's against the Geneva Conventions. That's Israel's own Supreme Court. That's why I was asking him, give me any legal position that Israel has taken to any international body, because they have not taken, he says it's disputed, but Israel has not taken any their argument to any international body to argue for their position. They have not.
Yeah, but Edward, they get the point here. Like if you mention like the Israeli Supreme Court, the Israeli Supreme Court, like literally, it's a part of one party. We have two parties, conflicting about, in disagreement about the situation, and the ruling cannot be made by Israeli Supreme Court.
No, I know, but the Israeli Supreme Court agrees with the ICJ ruling, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because when it comes to the international law, the main authorities or the only legal authorities, or recognized authorities that would made any ruling here, it's either the ICJ or the United Nations, and both, they confirm and they recognize that Israel is occupying by the West Bank.
No, that's right, and that's not really the argument, though.
There, hey, no, and I should really highlight this, that Eastern Jerusalem, all of them, they agree that Eastern Jerusalem is a part of the Palestinian territory.
Yes,
and that Israel has no legality being there.
That's not that's not my argument. My argument is when Norm and others say, well, it's not occupied, it's disputed, then my question is, okay, show me where you have disputed it. Show me where you went to court to dispute the legality of Palestinians having the right to the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. Show me. They can't, because Israel has never gone to court or got any ruling or any opinion from any international body, claiming that this is disputed land, so therefore it's not, it's up for grabs, basically. There's nothing. They haven't even gone to court to even ask for it.
They won't.
No, so they're not disputing it. That's the thing. They're disputing it to us, but the government is not disputing it.
Even if they want it, they won't, because they know that they won't have like any reason to present or any argument.
Exactly. That's why they won't. That's why they won't go.
They won't have any chance there. Yeah, and not just Israel, by the way. Like if you look, for instance, to the large picture. Okay, let's consider the ICJ and the ICC. Like countries who don't recognize them, or they don't really address them for any ruling. You look to away to like dictatorships and third states, including Israel and the United States. And if both of them if both of them has recognized the authority of the ICC, sorry, okay, half of their military high command will stand for a trial there, but they won't do it because they know that they messed up hard time and for long years. They know.
Well, the U.S. is not claiming it's disputed territory. Our official position is that it is occupied territory, controlled by Israel, and it is Palestinian territory. So the U.S. is not disputing it. Now, the U.S. under Trump last term moved the embassy, but he also said that this is not a final recognition of the borders. He also said that. It was a political, he was not talking about legal, because he can't. America can't make that decision. No one can except the United Nations and the ICJ or the Security Council in the United Nations.
Exactly, and you say both of them earlier. They just kept referring or going back to some, how can I say this? Like they try to create this legitimacy based on what the United States says about the situation. Okay, hey, they recognize Jerusalem as a capital of Israel. Yeah, but if the United States has made such a move, doesn't make it legitimate. It doesn't mean that. The United States is just a country, just like all other countries. If you are gonna talk about, hey, it's the main military power on the planet, and if you are going to talk about this tough guy discourse, then you cannot refer to international law at the same time. You cannot. It's either you respect international law, or you're gonna go there and talk like this tough, tough guys talk, hey, we do whatever we want, and we don't care about anyone, we don't give a shit about international law. But if you're gonna refer to international law, and you don't speak about the United States, here it's United Nations, the ICJ, and the ICC, that's it. Those are the only...
I agree. Can I just interrupt real quick and ask Amir, has there been any new news or developments, Amir?
On the ceasefire?
Or humanitarian aid or ceasefire or anything?
Humanitarian aid, yesterday I think we had 3. He said they stopped the aid again or something. But they did a pause, right? It was
10 hours every day. 10 hours a day is, they'll let 8 in. That was the agreement.
But then you have Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, he was fighting in the Knesset.
Yeah.
You know, why are you doing this? They should be sent bombs or whatever. Did you watch it? Did you hear it?
No, I watched a YouTube person I follow talking about it, and talking, I think I said this the other day, that Netanyahu did not include Smotrich or Ben-Gvir in the meeting to allow aid in, and he had the meeting on Friday, he had the meeting on Shabbat.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for coming here out on the offer. Thank you. Not even down in the audience. Get lost.
That was
annoying as hell.
Oh, normal left? Thank God.
Yep. He said he had to go pray after the ass whooping he got.
Yeah, pray.
Yeah, and I was reading up on that bill. It's still in committee. It's been in committee since January.
Yeah, no, it's not going anywhere. No, it's not going
And then the likelihood, ChatGPT says the likelihood of it being passed is not even high.
No, it won't pass. It's not. It's, you know, there's a lot of bills that's a problem with the U.S. There's more bills put forth just for like political points and they're not meant to pass them. But we spend more time on that crap than we do on passing bills that actually help people and the citizens. Yeah, there's, what was it called? I gotta see if it's still around. There was an app that you could download and it shows you all the bills in real time, who's sponsoring them, who's co-sponsoring, like how many people they have on them, what the bill is, what it's about, how far in committee, or, you know, if it's in the House or the Senate, and you'll be surprised to see how many bills are there just like as a, you know, to make a political statement, not to actually be passed.
It's crazy. I'm getting all my notifications really late.
What's going on with the shooting? Have you found anything else?
Oh, the Mayor Adams is talking now about it.
What's he saying? I'm not finding it.
I don't know.
I haven't found like what Norm is talking about. I mean, there's a bunch of shootings in New York, so I couldn't find the one that Norm was talking about.
You're talking about the shooting today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the last story I heard was 3 dead. The shooter, there's 1 cop and I think 2 civilians, and the shooter turned the gun on himself. And it was in I think Midtown neighborhood, right after work, like whenever.
It's in the BlackRock building. It's in the BlackRock building, which is
BlackRock / I think NFL shares that office, I think too.
Which that's a lot of conspiracies about the BlackRock people.
Yeah, exactly. And fortunately, though, they quelled. I heard one broadcast where they quelled the an actual rumor that the shooter was screaming "Free Palestine," which was not the case.
No,
they made
it wasn't.
distinction.
It wasn't.
It was some rando person, but that was starting to go on social media already.
Yeah, well, this chick, what's her name, sister, she put the thing there, and I said, because Reverend said that's not the same shooter she saw, and I was like, I don't believe anything that girl's sister says. She's a little weirdo. So I was like, that's not the same.
So the shooter, what is the shooter? Do we know his name or anything?
Yeah, he's a Canadian guy. He apparently, I think, former football, like pro football.
Wait, that's why he said NFL?
I don't know if it's like,
went to the NFL.
I don't know if it's American football though or soccer football though, because it's Canada. I don't know what.
So those Canadians then. So we should now start.
Yeah. He was irate over Trump's tariffs. Like,
yeah. Is that true? Or you?
No. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't even jest. No, I don't. As far as I know, no manifesto has been found. I'm sure not going through his apartment now and wherever in Canada, or I don't know if he's living here or visiting here. That wasn't clear.
Is he a white guy?
I believe. Actually, no. I think I haven't seen a photo, but in another room they were describing him as he could potentially be a mix of Middle Eastern and Mexican.
I have his picture. But
They're
it's
Middle Eastern and Mexican. That'd be too convenient.
No, right? Jesus Christ.
No, he looks like he's mixed race though. But he don't look Middle Eastern. He looks mixed race, like black and white.
But we don't know, like, what's her name? Reverend was saying, okay, that's a picture she saw or she didn't see. Because we had two different
She's
pictures.
saying the picture that I have is the picture that she saw. The chick's sister tried to bring up a picture with the Palestinian person in it. And I was like, no. And BB right away was trying to say, it's the Palestinians, it's the Palestinians.
I don't think the Palestinians have done anything in America in a very long time.
But Pali people know there was a protest. This was the evening time. There's always a Palestinian Gaza protest, especially now, since they're being starved to death. So the guy was like, free Palestine, but I'm not the active shooter.
Wow.
I think you might want to change that picture when it's like I'm talking to a normal again. So you have a picture of a normal. It's like a Christian normal. It's funny as hell. But Miguel, my whole point was somebody that's from New York that doesn't understand Israeli politics, that's just a Jew. Okay? That's just a Jew. It doesn't make him that, oh, he's part of the fucking Knesset, he can talk on the government statement. When I talk to you, or when I talk to Amos, or when I talk to Israelis, they have fucking difference of opinion versus New Yorkers. Then why should we even engage with fucking New Yorkers? Only you can change the law. Only you can do it. Not this motherfucking normal can do anything. He's just a fucking big talkative.
They have a right to speak.
It's not about the right. It's about what is this fucker doing here? What is he talking about Israel?
Only Israelis decide, but they have a right to speak.
It's confirmed the shooter is now dead. He is dead now.
I think in the chat, front line of Haaretz just now.
He was from Canada, but they were saying he's born in Hawaii. And he looks like kind of, I guess, Japanese, Hawaiian or something.
Is he related to Obama? Obama was born in Hawaii.
Oh my goodness. Everybody in Hawaii is related.
He has that dude. Somebody said that he played football.
Well, there's a picture of him in some football uniform. Looks like when he was in high school. I mean, I don't know how that's.
I think that's pro football.
Shooting.
I think it's pro football.
I don't know, because they said he was fired from his job. Apparently he was working almost somewhere on Wall Street. He's 27. He was only 27.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Canadian?
Like, it's so weird. He looks Asian, or I don't know. But they say he's from Canada, but he's born in Hawaii. Like, I don't know what the fuck this dude is, but his last name is Japanese.
Okay, what's his first name? Or do you know his name?
Hang on a minute. Yeah. Shane.
Shane?
Shane Tamura. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I don't know where. Like, it's weird. Like, where is he? Who is he? But he got a Las Vegas concealed carry permit.
Shane Tamura. He doesn't sound Palestinian to me.
From Canada, but born in Hawaii.
Oh my God.
And got a Vegas ID.
That's crazy. I wonder what it's about. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, that's what. And the other people they arrested, the one guy, that big dude who had the Free Palestine, and the woman, they all seem unrelated. Like, they don't know each other. I don't know what those two.
Well, I guess they Wednesday was saying that they have protests every day. I guess around the area, and so they were just arresting people, and the NYPD just arrests everybody, then sorts out, the mess afterwards. Which I've seen before, which is, so that's probably what happened there. But at the same time, the Zionist side was probably, was looking for, you know, some Palestinian connection.
The Zionist side?
Well, I mean, that's, yeah, because people want him to be either Palestinian or pro-Palestinian or something to do with Palestinian. Things like that.
They can blame on, let's say it's like related to the war.
Yeah. But
this seems like he's a disgruntled former employee. It looks like he was fired from his job, and he was just taking it out on. So it wasn't like a mass shooting. Those people were targeted.
Yeah, I guess it's Wednesday said it's the Black Rock building. So, you know, very interesting.
He used to work there? Was he fired?
I think she said this was the Black Rock building that it happened in.
Well, he did kill one police officer, so that was the confirmed death. Oh, Wednesday, you still there? Yeah. But I don't know what happened to anybody else. Like if there were anybody else, are they just like in critical condition? But there were, I think, 5 other people who were shot, not confirmed deceased. Y'all gotta be careful out there. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, you never know. It could come from anywhere.
How many on here? Are you licensed to carry? Do you carry a weapon?
No, I don't.
Are you gonna start? Do you think you should, maybe?
I don't think so.
I am.
Oh, you are? You're in California?
No, not, thank God, no.
California is hard to get CCW though. It's impossible to get CCW.
Is that where you are?
Yeah, California. I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, I thought you were in Canada.
Oh, no. I go to Canada every once in a while to visit my family, but I live in California, Los Angeles.
Are you gonna move, or are you gonna stay in California?
I might move down the road. Just a matter of time. We'll see.
Would you leave the country though?
Would I leave the country?
Yes.
No, I'm still gonna be in America. Probably on the East Coast side, New York or something.
Amir, let me ask you, or anybody else in here, do y'all think America is fucking cooked, and it is time for us to start over again? Like we need to like what the founding settlers of this country did originally. I mean, not do what they did. I mean, obviously, not be a genocidal fucking your whole human race of people. But do y'all think that we're in a police state right now, and we're going too far, and there's no turning back?
I mean, we need so first thing we need to do is part ways with Israel. That's number one thing. And then we have a lot of pedos in the Congress that we need to get rid of them.
But then, I don't know how that's going to happen. I think it's going to take like a small contingency of us to first of all, I don't know if we have to separate by races. Like the blacks and the whites, like we got to find us a little island separately and then start over like that. That might make the best sense so that we won't repeat the same mistakes. Y'all heard about that white city they starting just for all white people, a white neighborhood or community?
They were talking about this earlier today.
I mean, I don't see nothing. I mean, I'm not against it as long as they don't use any of my tax dollars. But like those people, I wish all white people would think like that. They're just all racists, as a matter of fact, would go and just let me know where they are so I know where not to go. Like, because I ain't got no problem with it. I wish they would all do that. I think that would be a lot easier for the rest of us who want to live without their shit. But yeah, I just feel like I think those people have the right idea. They seeing the writing on the wall. I think they're going to be safe when shit finally jumps off in this country, because it's like we're all just like sitting ducks here.
Yeah, and then technology in the mix. We don't know what's happening, you know, in the next few years, how our society is going to look like. You know,
technology is the least of our problems. It's the people. It's the crazy motherfuckers like this shooter.
But technology has, you know, technology shapes society too, and has a great influence on society. So.
No, I think technology
Good or bad.
is a tool.
Anybody else looking to pay?
Can you?
Oh man, you should see the food that gets thrown out in these restaurants.
You're hot, Mike.
It's technology. It's just a tool that people can use. That's all. It's not the guiding force.
It's but it's becoming more than just technology that we use now. You know, like social media shapes world opinion.
Well, you never stop technology.
You know,
it's not like okay.
No, I'm not asking. No, I'm not going to stop that. I'm just saying.
Here.
Who?
Michael. My name's fucking Michael. You dumb bitch.
Oh, you don't like that, okay?
Calm down, James. James, calm down. Stop cursing women.
What did he say?
He called you a dumb
I said, my
bitch.
name's Michael, you dumb bitch.
You're not again. American.
Okay. So to the audience, like, good boy. I don't know why they even come up. Just because I have the hand raising off because I was doing something, you know, people like him, they tend to come up. I don't know. Even a normal came up like that.
Normal came up there like that?
Yeah, unmute
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Norm came up and he was cooked.
Yo, you did cook him though, Edward.
You just gotta wait for the right time and then pounce on him like a praying mantis.
This is like the beginning, of praying mantis. And people are ignoring this. Do you know in the very beginning of World War II, in Germany, Hitler, his regime started just cutting off things slowly. It wasn't like all at once. Everything didn't happen like all at once. It was just little things that would take away from people. They took away, and people they would see how much people would tolerate, how comfortable they would be with things. And I feel like that's what Trump is doing now. I'm like, can nobody see this? Am I the only person who sees this?
No,
like the erosion of our rights?
No, we don't see it. I mean, he doesn't even let the media, like NPR and Reuters, is it the Oval Office or the press?
The press.
What do you mean the press?
Or I think
the press.
The Oval Office.
Not the Oval Office, it's the press. Sorry.
Yeah, like he doesn't let them. He threw him out of the press corps, which is like they have an area in the White House where all the press have little offices. They have desks.
He threw them out. He closed their office down.
He threw a few of them out. He threw a few of them out. Did he throw CNN out? I'm not sure.
No, CNN is owned by a rich Republican now, so.
Yeah, I mean, y'all, this is what I'm saying. If the smart people who can see the writing on the wall do not do like whoever the original founders of this country did and all other countries, like whatever happened in fucking Thailand, not Thailand, but when the Chinese Revolution, Taiwan, right, when they formed that, they picked up everything and they just literally, half the country left, well not half, but a sizable amount, they went over to Thailand. They just emptied the fucking country and said, we out of this bitch. Doing a revolution, because they realized they couldn't win, they couldn't change things. And I'm not too sure.
Well, I'm sure a lot of the white supremacists would like a lot of the minority people to jump the vote so America could be an all-white nation. Bring up his numbers from I think it's 67% whites for the 2020 census compared to the 1980 census, which was about 85% Caucasian. But don't quote me on that. But the numbers have been dwindling. Yeah.
Anyways, I think if anybody else want to come on up, James, I'll bring you up, but you gotta be respectful to women now. Be respectful. Don't curse at women. Okay? I know you do that in your culture, in the Iranian culture, but we don't do it here.
Are you in the Matrix? I can hardly hear you.
No, I just.
They wait. Amir, they wait until they're in the concentration camp.
Amir, we don't do that. Silence, Amir, we don't do that.
No, I meant to say Pahlavi culture. Sorry, I apologize, Mazi. Not in the Iranian culture, in the Pahlavi culture.
Pahlavi?
It's a movement. They want Shah of Iran to come back to Israel and take over. To come back to Iran to take over Iran. There's some. They justify the killing of Iranians. Like a recent attack that happened in Iran that killed about 50 kids. They justify it by saying, these are IRGC kids. IRGC.
Who killed the kids? Who was responsible for killing the kids?
Israel. But they claim it was IRGC. It's okay to justify what Israel did to.
What if they attacked a school? They bomb a school or something?
No, the recent attack. Robert, you don't know that Israel did the attack.
Yeah, but I didn't know that they targeted like 50 children, a place where
they killed over 900 people in Iran. What the rocket attack?
No. I thought you were saying that they targeted like a school or something where children were.
No. They targeted buildings, residential buildings.
Yes, I heard about that. 900 people already. Jeez. They hadn't killed that many Palestinians in a year.
They have. What are you talking about?
No, in the first year, they didn't kill like 900 people.
Yeah, they did. They killed way more.
In Gaza?
Yeah. The first, like 8th of October, they killed like 300 or 400 right there on the 8th of October or 9th of October.
Is that true?
Yeah, you just look up the fact. Hey, they're thirsty for blood, man. What's up with you, Chucky?
Chucky.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
Yes, sir. I'm good, man. I'm just looking into going to yeshiva, man. I'm ready to become a rabbi.
Oh, you ready to become a rabbi?
Mm-hmm.
All right, no problem to you.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all, man. Please keep me in your prayers.
Sure. You heard about that active shooter in Midtown?
No, I didn't. What happened?
Went to the Black Rock building that's shared by the NFL. The person is a Canadian.
I never heard of that. Did they catch the shooter?
Yeah, they neutralized him. They killed him. Killed a police officer and 3 other civilians.
They killed an NYPD officer?
Yep.
Well, we don't know if the other folks are dead though.
I don't think the other 2 were involved. NYPD always picking up somebody. If you look suspicious, you look at them, they want to pick you up.
Well, they gotta justify their job now. Crime is down, right? Crime is down nationwide. It has been for the past 30 years, and they have to justify their jobs. You notice, like for any little call, like 8 to 12 of them will show up for a call.
Yeah, that's shit.
Yeah,
but part of that, but I have to break it down though. 2 out of the 8 one is the other officer's backup, and the other ones might come because it's bored. They're bored.
They're bored.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You said crime is down in America. It's been down for like the last 30 years. So I'm saying, and if you call 911 when the police come, you have to expect another car because that's the officer's backup, and then the other patrol might show up because it might be bored. That might be the only call on the board.
They're bored. Yeah. Okay. I've seen that happen.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were saying bored like BORED. But I understand backup.
I was saying bored, yeah.
But that doesn't explain like 12 people and like 4 squad cars and like.
Yeah, sometimes they do that though, because they got nothing to do.
See, that's what I'm saying. And so they gotta make justification for their
why
they
put them
out themselves.
I mean, it's still a call for service. So, like right now, we only have one job pending. If I choose to go to that job, then it'll be it'll be like 5 of us there. You see what I'm saying? It's just there ain't shit to do.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Crime is down, but you know what you can do? You can get another job in another field. But a lot of these people are not qualified for any job that will pay that what they're getting. Pay that kind of money. Without requiring a 4-year college degree and some experience in technology.
I don't think something like that. For police, you don't need you just need a 2-year college degree.
Sometimes not even that, depending on
military experience.
Not anymore for the NYPD. They got rid of their college requirement.
Really?
It used to be. You used to have
stupid cops in the force.
You used to have to have 60 college credits.
Yeah, but the reason why they put this, I know. I was going for criminal justice at one point. The reason why they made it mandatory for the NYPD because there was too many dumb cops in the street. Like sometimes they didn't even read the Miranda rights. They couldn't write reports.
So why do you suppose they're doing it now? They're removing all of these requirements now. Because if crime is down, they certainly don't need the officers. They should be making their requirements more stringent.
Yeah. Still.
It's their union. It's the union.
Especially
That's
when
what
they
it
hold
is.
a weapon.
Exactly.
Quick to shoot somebody too.
Yeah, I mean, this shit is going to blow. It is going to blow, and I wonder how many people are. I am already looking at an exit strategy. I swear to God. And if my family won't come, then that's on them. But I'm already looking at it. One of the territories outside of the U.S.
I got land in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I say go for it. Cause I mean, if nothing else, have it as an escape route. Because I do see another civil war happening. That shit just wasn't a movie. Because you see it. You see with the demographic shift happening in this country. The white people are not accepting their position as a minority. They're not going to take that, they're not going to go softly into the night with that position. You're going to see more mass shootings, more crazy ass, 24-year-old white boys living in their mom's basement, snapping, run up in the store, shooting innocent people. Most definitely.
Pretty scary.
But Amir, what would you think would be the easiest way to encourage, let's say just 10% of the population to start communities outside the U.S., to build like an administrative zone
I don't know. We don't need to build any military zone. We could just we just need to start raising certain countries and get rid of the pedos in the Congress. I think it'll be okay. Back on track.
I'm sorry, but then we're gonna be left. But we're gonna be left with all these maggots and shit, like these crazed people. It's the citizens.
No, but we need that one person, one vote. We can't have this. What is that? The voting system that we have. That's a fucking disgrace to the people. Yeah, the college system is a fucking fraud.
Yeah, I agree. I don't agree with the electronic system.
So we gotta have that.
I think it should be in there.
Yeah, we gotta have the. We need to fix that. Get rid of pedos that are in there, and get back on track and part ways with Israel.
And how you gonna determine who's a pedo? How you gonna determine that?
So there is a list. I mean, you have Donald Trump. You have a whole bunch of people on there on the, and you can see it in the pictures who's on it, who's not, and they would need to release the Epstein file.
He was elected. These people are cultists. If it's the people that put him in there, if they don't care that he's a pedo, the problem is not the people they elected. It's the people. It's not the public servants. It's the people who want them in there.
Exactly.
The men and women you live next door to. They're the problem.
The ones that did January 6th.
Yeah, those motherfuckers. They're all out now, and they got clean records. It's crazy. And I know there are Trumpers who are absolutely losing their fucking mind.
Yo, is it me or I don't think Pepe is white. I think he's Mexican. I think he pretends to be white.
Who cares? I'm sorry.
Anyways, did you want to say anything, James? Or you got people in the audience if you want to. You want to say anything, James or Mazi? Let's talk to Bruce if he wants to come up. Let's have with you, Bruce. He's the staunchest Dwight supporter.
That's the one who was cussing out Wednesday for no reason?
No, that's not. That's James. James on the stage. He's not. They know each other, James and Wednesday. Apparently, James gets triggers when you call him out from his country. He's Iranian. Right,
He's
James?
Ugandan.
No, he's from Iran. Yeah. Anybody else want to come up? You guys welcome to come on up. Let me turn off the hand raising so you guys can come up on your own. I don't have to send you invite. Unmute and but what it is the we could sit here and talk to these Zionists, right? But when it comes down to the genocide and whatnot, they're not willing to accept the genocide claim. And the starving kids and whatnot inside Gaza, the situation is getting very, hard and whatnot. Some of these countries agree to doing the airdrops. If they do the airdrops, that's still not enough. And airdrops, there's a chance of people dying as well with the airdrops because they might fall off on somebody, And in the past, there's been people that actually died.
We're talking about starving children. You disingenuous cunt.
You didn't know that?
if you genuinely cared about starving children, you would push for the release of hostages and have Hamas surrender.
So the Smotrich came out. He said hostages don't matter. You have the President Herzog. He said hostages don't matter.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Release them.
No, but this
doesn't matter what idiots say.
James.
What matters
is the government officials.
You're losing. Bro, you're fucking losing.
James.
No, come on, man. Come on, no, this is such bullshit. You got the Palestinians for years have been saying, oh no, we gotta martyr ourselves. What are you martyring yourselves? What the fuck?
James,
do you on the world?
Do you agree with what the Israel did to Iran by killing 900 people?
I don't care. Maybe powerful prevail. It's always all right. Well, we've seen it.
So you don't care? There was 50 children that got killed. That's your home country.
Well, shit, man.
You don't care about your home country?
May the powerful prevail. It's not my country, bro. What the fuck?
It is your country.
It is not my country, bro.
Okay, Ali.
No, James is
you're trying to do something. That's not logical at all. Why should I talk about a group of people that I know nothing about? I know something about them.
Do you call your family members?
That's where you come from?
Is James a self-hating Muslim?
Are you even
He's a self-hating Iranian.
Stop.
He's a Pahlavi supporter.
Oh, I think
she's definitely not. She just wants company from me.
I never said I was Palestinian.
No,
Are you okay?
Oh my God, are you retarded? Oh fuck! I keep forgetting. Are you retarded? Come on! I didn't say that you were. I said that you come on here
said that you're gay?
The Palestinians.
That you have homosexual tendencies?
Right. That's me, alright.
So James,
I know.
James, what do you think about Canada? They're very careful who's going to be allowed into Canada. The Israelis.
He said something today. I don't know what he said. I'm gonna have to go look.
But they're committed crimes. Do you want baby killers inside Canada?
No, I don't want the Palestinians inside my country.
No, I'm talking about.
You think they're gonna come to Canada and not be fucking pissed off with the Jews?
I'm talking about baby killers, Israelis.
Yeah, and I'm talking about women rapists.
Well, yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, they rape men as well inside Israeli prison. That's what I'm saying. Idea. Do you want the idea to have kill babies?
Yeah, they are.
You want them in your
And Hamas has raped women.
No, they haven't. You need to provide me names. You need to provide me names. Provide me names.
Provide me with the names. One of the hostages.
Yeah. Provide me with the name.
Well, provide me with the name of the baby then.
Yeah, I can provide you. Hind Rajab. James, Hind Rajab. Go look it up. Hind Rajab.
Hey, James.
Can you remind the gay community that Hamas has killed one of them?
Hey, James. No, they killed him because he was fine.
Reach out to the gay community.
Hey, James. James.
You weirdos.
James.
What?
You should go take a swim in
everybody. If you guys want to come on up,
you should go take a swim in the Ganges River, man.
I should take a swing in the Ganges.
What's up, Sam?
Yeah.
A swim.
Is this sound like American nonsense?
Oh my God. You're an idiot.
I'm not American, bro. I don't speak your stupid retarded language.
He said swim. He said swim, you fucking retard.
Swim. Doesn't make me a retard because I didn't hear him. Swim in the Ganges.
No, it
You
does.
said you don't speak.
What the fuck does that even mean?
You don't speak stupid. You said you don't speak stupid American, but you sound like a fucking American when you speak English. You stupid piece of shit.
Bro, why would I know or care what the Ganges are?
Because you're not going to
dedicate my life to know what the Ganges are.
Who doesn't know about the Ganges, bro?
Yeah, why don't know anything about that? The Ganges, bro. I'm not fucking American. I don't
It's not
need
in
to
America.
know this information.
It's not in America, idiot.
Hey, what's up? Did you change your name again? Is this? Oh my god. Assalamu alaikum. I was confused. I'm like, who's this person?
Who is it?
No,
That's Valoria. Assalamu alaikum.
Gloria,
Phony Muslim
I know,
shit.
Sam.
James, James, why are you hating so much?
She is a massive phony. You don't know her the way I do.
You don't know me, bro.
I do.
You don't know me. Where am I? But
You want me to say
you don't even know my address anymore. I moved, weirdo.
Oh, you didn't fucking move. You can't afford to move. Get the fuck out
Well,
of here.
I have. I can't. I moved.
With Donald Trump.
I moved. Asshole. You saying I can't afford to move, and yet I'm not where I live at anymore, you fucking dickhead.
Oh,
Why are you so, wait, James, why are you so concerned about where a woman
Upset
lives?
with me. He's upset with me. He's mad because I became Muslim, and he doesn't like Muslims.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
That's the problem. I don't live for you. Fuck. You can come on my pussy.
What the fuck? You're a fake Muslim. I mean, you're the worst
And you're a fake man.
disingenuous fuck
You are
Muslim.
a fake man.
Why are you so angry? I don't get it.
Why is she a fake
Why
Muslim? I want to know why she's a fake
so
Muslim.
angry? Have you heard her talk to the Jews? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Fuck the Zionist.
No, you hate the Jews altogether.
She's nice to I said fuck the Zionists.
Maybe not the aesthetic Jews.
Chucky.
Wait,
Chucky's a Jew.
where does this whole hate the Jews come from?
Chucky's a Jew. He just hasn't given me a PBA card, but he's a good Jew.
Chucky's like super Jewish.
Morty is a Jew.
Is he a black Hebrew Israelite Jew?
No.
No, he's a black Jew.
He's not.
Ezzy's also a Jew.
No, I'm not a Hebrew.
I'm also a Jew.
Radical.
Are you trying to say there's no such thing as black Jews?
That's what he wanted to say.
Shut the fuck up, man. You don't believe there's such thing as black Jews. God
Are you trying to say there's no such thing as black Jews?
Wait, James, I have to ask, now that you say that statement, do you, is there Arab Jews?
Is there Arab? Oh, yes, there's
Arab Jews, we agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, are there Asian Jews? Are there Asian Jews? Okay, so why is it so far-fetched to say there's black Jews?
No, you're gonna have to identify that you're fucking from Ethiopia first before you get me to believe that you're Jewish.
That's not true.
Black Jews don't just come from
West
Ethiopia.
African Jews, bro. There's West African Jewish tribe.
What about Uganda?
That's not true. What about the Caribbean? I will. I have. When we did the books.
There were plenty of Jews that were in a boat with Christopher Columbus.
Yep.
And Christopher Columbus was a
You
Jew.
can't say that you're a descendant from one of these people.
Christopher Columbus was a Jew.
There was a small group that Christopher brought over, and you're probably...
Christopher Columbus was a Jew too.
I
think he was a Catholic.
As a matter of fact, James, you don't know this. As a matter of fact, James, you don't know this. A lot of Jews lived in Cuba, but then after Fidel Castro came, the Jews didn't want anything to do with Fidel Castro. So a lot of them went to the Dominican Republic and to Puerto Rico because the climate was changed, was the same.
White Jews.
No, not the white Jews. The black Jews.
What you just said did not prove that black Jews came to America.
There's a lot of Caribbean Jews. That's what
you
Caribbean
weird ass.
Jews. They got Jews in England. They got Jews around the world. And guess what, James? People like you, your opinions don't matter. That's why you're so angry. You gotta go to nations like that.
You can be a black Muslim. This can't be a
American Muslim.
Like the States, Uptown can be Muslim, but not you.
Why can't I be Muslim?
You heard, James?
Americans have no idea. Practicing religion.
You can't tell us what to do and what to do.
Are you ignoring me now, James? Are you ignoring me now, James? Am I telling the truth? Is the truth hurting your feelings, James?
What truth? You haven't mentioned any scientific True.
I've said a lot of scientific proof, man. You know that you gotta get over the fact that there are Black Caribbean Jews, and we're not going anywhere. We don't need validation from anybody. And people like you, you guys are losing. You guys are becoming the minority. You guys are becoming the minority.
Wait, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
I kind of wanted to finish with Brother Mazi.
Go ahead.
You know, and people like you, James, you guys are becoming the minority, and I know you're scared, man. But we're not
minority. What the fuck is that?
We're not going anywhere. You got it, Brother Mazi.
I was just gonna ask, is James a Muslim or a Jew?
No, James is gay.
Oh, so then who are you to police people and tell them what they are and aren't? If you're neither.
Someone who knows Muslims very, very, very well.
You're neither, bro. You're not a Muslim.
No,
He's Iranian.
Bro. They practice.
So have I. So what?
You guys are a disgrace, man.
How do you know? You're not a Muslim. How do you know? How do you know?
He's Iranian like you. Mazi, he's Iranian. Talk to him in Farsi. Talk to him in Farsi.
Oh my God. No, I'm good.
Don't fucking me, Iranian, dummy.
He's Iranian like you. Person on a Farsi.
And you're Puerto Rican. Okay, great.
Yeah, pendejo sucio.
You know, I didn't know that Freddie Prinze Jr. was Puerto Rican.
Half Puerto
Oh
Rican.
yeah. You probably thought all
So
Puerto
was
Ricans
Bruno
were white.
Mars, half Puerto Rican.
I bet James thought all Puerto Ricans were white.
Bad Bunny is Puerto Rican too.
I think when he thinks of Puerto Rican, he thinks about all. You said what?
I said too bad AOC's Puerto Rican. She's kind of.
I'm just saying,
What's
man.
wrong with
Like,
AOC? Being Puerto Rican.
Well, she's a radical retard. Along with
Now she's radical.
for you not to, you know, James was interesting that, you know, for you not to be an American, you sure have American's dick in your mouth. It's interesting.
Well, gee, I can't fucking help it, bro. You're fucking coming at my country, bro.
I mean, you can go back home. You can go back home. You should 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 go back home.
Go back to your country. Why the fuck are you here in America? Fuck out of my country, James.
Go home, Gringo. Go home. We don't want you here. Get the fuck out of my country, Gringo.
Ice on speed dial.
Gringo. The fuck out of here, Gringo.
Ice gonna come after Puerto Ricans next.
Oh,
What are you talking about? I'm American citizen.
That's okay. That's
Puerto
okay.
Rico is a commonwealth, you idiot.
I do realize that. They're gonna deport you back.
That's okay, James. That's okay, James.
It's not a deportation.
Citizen.
Fucking
He's a fucking
American
idiot.
citizens.
Bro, these Republicans don't make fucking sense. My point wasn't that they make sense. My point is they're a bunch of retards that do whatever the fuck they want.
Go fuck your dog, bro.
Yeah. Go back to Puerto Rico. You don't belong.
I would love to.
Actually,
It's a beautiful place. You should go. To visit.
well, why don't you go visit? Oh, that's right. You don't like it.
I have plenty of time, especially in my youth.
Oh, no, you don't like it there. You don't like your family on that side.
I do. They're fine.
Sure.
But you know what I love though, Wednesday?
What you love?
I love that eventually. I love that. Yo,
And his
I'm talking
pronouns
right
is his dick is bigger than yours, bitch.
Yo, I just want to say this too. I just want to say this one thing. I love how at any time that I want, I can take a flight.
You're gay.
I'm not fucking gay. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, you
But
are.
anyway, like I was
You're not gay. You're not gay. You're not
Like I
gay.
was saying though.
You didn't have any homosexual thoughts.
Wednesday.
Let's keep it clean. Come on, that's
Yo,
too much.
Wednesday.
I'm here, you're hilarious, bro.
Wednesday.
Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean.
They're cursing for like 20 minutes and then I'm here finally. Come on, let's keep it clean.
I'm sorry, Chucky. What happened?
I was saying, but one thing I love is that I can get up and I can book a flight. You could book a flight to our ancestral homeland, but James can't.
Bro, you're transgender.
You can't book a flight anywhere in Donald Trump's America.
Oh, now you're against transgenders.
They're kind of annoying. I'll admit, at this point, they're very fucking annoying.
Yo, you are
I used to be like, they can do whatever the fuck they want, but now
you're a simp.
Palestine
You're a
shit.
simp.
No,
Your whole
fuck that.
ideology. Yo, he used to be the most fucking extreme leftist I've met.
I was.
Trans women,
Until they started
trans
fucking
women are real
Palestine.
women.
And I saw how retarded they
blah,
are.
blah, 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 blah.
Jesus Christ, these people aren't smart.
No, because Courtney changed you.
I don't know who's more
Courtney changed you. I hope she got pregnant by her husband.
Protesters or the trans community?
So, bro, you could even get fake vagina. So, chill out.
What? Vagina?
Yeah, I know, you don't know.
Anyways, let's,
we all know you want a dick.
hang on, James.
Got it.
I know you're thinking, Jerry, you want to
We all know you've been doing some research on
hang on.
how a vagina becomes a dick.
Hold on, man. Just stop. I was going to bring to people's attention, so Canada, a lot of Canadians are scared, and even the Canadian government is scared to allow these Israeli baby killers into Canada. And, they did allow some of them earlier on, but now they're scared, and I asked James a question. He couldn't answer it. He's from Canada. His background's from Iran. Now, we have people, I call them, I had a dumbass American earlier, and then we have dumbass Canadians. He doesn't even know about his own history, and even though he was born in Canada. So there's a lot of these things, and Canada said that they're going to recognize the Palestinian state. It's coming. So we got a whole bunch of these countries that are about to recognize Palestine as a state, and I don't think any of the Zionists will be able to do anything. So I would suggest James go learn about the Palestinian conflict, how they're suffering, and what has happened to them, instead of freaking coming up here and making bullshit claims and turning my room into a porn hub.
James doesn't think the Palestinians because they're Muslim. Most of them are Muslims. But he forgets about the Christian Palestinians too.
Yeah, there's Jewish Palestinians as well, not just Christian. A lot of them converted to Christianity and Islam, and they have lineage of Judaism in their in their blood. So if they do the blood work, it shows up as they're from that land. The problem is, I think James, anything he says above his pay grade, even if I give him evidence, he's gonna be like, no, and that's what the Pali supporters do all the time. So Ali James, his name is Ali, by the way. So James, Ali, what's your take on this whole thing? Canada recognizing Palestinian state? Is it a good thing? Are you against it? Or are you? Sam, that you posted in the chat, what is this article? Sam?
I just feel bad for James in there.
James is he's an odd fellow.
I just feel bad for him, man, because with this ideology, man, he's gonna be single for the rest of his life. He might go to the Brooklyn Bridge or the Niagara Falls in Canada and just jump. He's a very miserable soul.
Yeah, Amir. So the reason why I gave you that thing is back in 2014 and 2015, there was like some dipshit. It was absolutely hilarious. They started photoshopping Netanyahu in like a Nazi uniform, in a Nazi garb. And like everyone was freaking out about it, and it was just hilarious. I was going back through like some of my old like notes and stuff, and I completely forgot that news story exists and that picture exists until now.
I'll check it out, man. Thank you for this. Yeah. But you should look into the so these Israelis are such disrespectful disgrace to the human race. They even freaking created Holocaust War. So it's like,
yeah, no.
Disgraced community.
It's not even that. So in Russia and other parts of the world, Israelis were caught either molesting or harming kids. And one video that's been floating around for a while was like some Israeli guy took someone else's child and like started beating and slamming them to the ground, just out of nowhere, right? Yeah, so like around the world, Israelis are being labeled as like, okay, we cannot allow them in, they're violent, they're this or that, whatever. And some of these countries, they have nothing to do with the Israel-Palestine conflict. They're just experiencing Israelis for who they really are. So when you said like Canada's afraid of them, yeah, I mean, yeah, they have every right to. Here in America, we're starting to feel fearful of them as well, starting to see all the shit that's coming up too.
I really don't like that they have dual allegiance, Israel. Like that ruffles my feather.
No, I still want what Tucker Carlson said. Like anyone who has dual allegiance to Israel and America should renounce their citizenship, American citizenship. If they served in the military, they should be kicked out of America. Doesn't matter.
Because imagine, and how long do they serve for the military? Is it like 24 months?
I don't know how long it is. But all I know is the fact that they're even doing it in the first place is disgusting in the first place. Like if I sign up for my American citizenship and I sign up to be in the American Army, am I serving in the Canadian Army at the same time? No. That's grounds for me getting rid of my American citizenship.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So why should I even do that with Israel? Stupid.
I agree with you, man. I feel like you should only be able to serve into one military.
Mm-hmm.
You can't pledge your allegiance to fucking Israel and the U.S. at the same time. That's treason in my eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So anyone who tries to make an excuse about it, they don't know what it is to be an American.
So I'm gonna go to a buffet tomorrow and take lots of pictures.
James, we get it, you're a fat fuck.
I'm going to call immigration on James.
Actually, there's a Palestinian restaurant. Wait, hold on. That's not that far. Hold on, let me go. Meet up.
Does it have cafes all over the fucking place?
I don't get why this guy is so angry.
Well, you get why I'm so angry, I don't know.
No, seriously, this is my first time meeting you, and you just sound so angry. Huh?
Could it be the fucking retards that keep blocking the roads every fucking day and making me late to work? Like, fuck up.
Okay, I don't understand how people blocking the road and pissing you off have to deal with us.
Oh my god. Can you ask more of a fucking retarded question than that? I don't understand
how that retarded question was relevant to the entire conversation. I don't know who's blocking the road for you.
It's just so fucking dumb.
It's so sadistic that thinking that people blocking the road is the same as talking to me. I don't get it.
One of the restaurants is called Levin's.
You late for work. Oh my god, look at this motherfucker.
Again, I don't know how you getting late for work is what's having to do with me.
It's a nice fucking ticket from the city.
Again, I don't see how you getting late to work something
You can sit in the audience and cry. We don't care.
A group of people making me look.
Stop trauma dumping on us. We don't care. Go get us. We don't care about you freaking trauma dumping.
Call the 988, man. Call 988. Call the suicide line. We don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to.
James, I want to know. You can start a private chat room with me. I want to talk about it.
Yeah, go wave at Bobbert.
Yeah, go ahead. What is that? Maybe he'll bend you over or something.
How long have you been hosting this room for?
It doesn't matter. That's not relevant to the conversation.
It does matter, bro.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. We don't care about your trauma dumping, okay?
You're hosting a room. To do what? To do to stop Donald Trump? That is
No.
support.
Nobody's stopping Donald Trump.
Why is he shouting, man? Like we care about it.
No idea.
Mute up. We don't care.
We don't care. From what I can understand, he's angry about how he himself got late to work, and I don't know how that has to do with us.
I don't know.
No, I never said anything to do with you.
Okay, so why are you so angry then?
I'm angry.
Put him down to the audience.
Islamists.
Don't do it. Don't put him down.
It's race or religion. It's not clear.
Ooh.
What now?
No.
Put him down. He just it's annoying. It's an annoying person.
Alright. I guess.
I'm just so confused about his entire logic of point.
It's me. I trigger him.
Hey, I was in a room, Pepe, and somebody named Kiki were moderating the room. There's a lot of people telling me it was about Israel attacking Christians in the West Bank. And there were some Zionists in the room, and one of them put in the chat, it's saying basically, where's any, I don't hear any human rights organizations called a genocide. Who's called it a genocide? How ignorant. Amnesty International called it genocide. Many organizations call it a genocide. And just recently, 2 Israeli human rights organizations are calling it a genocide.
Yep.
Israelis are calling it a genocide. That's how obvious it is. Other human rights organizations called it over a year ago that it's a genocide. Then you get B'Tselem just recently. B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights organization calling it a genocide, and a Israeli physicians human rights org, I don't remember the name exactly, calling it a genocide. So human rights, the Israeli organization is called, I have to find it. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel.
I apologize. I'm really ignorant to the situation going on in Gaza, and I just want to learn more. I guess where do I start? Because all I know is that they've been hit with series of bombardments and rocket strikes. There's some hostages, and now there's a ceasefire.
No, but Bobbert, Bobbert. Have you watched any? Have you known that Palestinians have been slaughtered and they've been killed and bombed? And have you seen images and videos of them? Their infrastructure being, essentially flattened. Have you seen those videos?
To be truthfully honest, I couldn't really. This is really embarrassing. I couldn't tell you the difference between a Palestinian and Iraq. But I keep hearing about it.
I think you're just trolling. Are you trolling?
Yeah, you're trolling, Robert.
No, I'm not really trolling.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be a turd.
Thank you. Just mute up. Thank you. We're not going to give you a mic time. Thank you. Stop trolling.
Okay.
I can tell it's troll from miles away. Okay.
Yeah, we troll.
How do you know this is a troll?
I could tell right away because it's in my blood.
Oh, okay. It's because you're a troll too?
I used to be. Just in case he's not a troll. And not a troll. It's very simple, Bobber. European Jews, Zionist was founded in the late 1800s. Zionism does not equal Judaism. A lot of Jews are against Zionism. Zionism did not, as a movement, did not exist before the late 1800s. Theodor Herzl's essentially the father of Zionism. The goal of Zionism is to expel Palestinians to create a Jewish homeland. Jews are already living there. Non-European Jews are already living there for thousands of years. Muslims, Jews, and Christians living there. But European powers decided to, give essentially the European Jews who suffered in the Holocaust land in Palestine, land that was not theirs, land that Palestinians are living there, Muslims and Christians and Muslims living there, and Jewish Palestinians living there. So land was taken by force in 1948, stolen from Palestinians. Their land has continued to be stolen. They've been murdered, slaughtered, butchered, massacred by the thousands and thousands and thousands. It's been going on. It's been going almost on us, so you can learn, because you don't you can ask them questions just after to give you a little basic overview. So they've been terrorizing Palestinians. Terrorism, by definition, are acts of violence, including intimidation against the civilian population, pursuit of political, ideological, religious aims, which is exactly what Israel's doing. The founding Prime Minister of Israel, Ben Gurion, said, if I were an Arab, I would never make an agreement with Israel. This is their land. This is their country, because they live there, inhabit it. Whereas we want to come and settle down. He said, Auschwitz, Nazism, anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, was that their fault? He's implying no. They see one thing: we've come and tried to take their country. Why would they accept that? So, and it goes on and on and on. They've been stealing and killing, pillaging, murdering Palestinians, Christians and Muslims, non-Jews, to this day. October 7th was a response to Israeli aggression over the years, kidnapping and slaughtering and butchering and stripping resources. And now Israel's committing a genocide according to major human rights organizations all over the world, and including Jewish human rights organizations. Does that help? Does that help, Bobber?
I apologize because I'm very ignorant on these topics. I really haven't studied it, and I appreciate you sharing with me all this information. From what it sounds like, it sounds like the Jewish people were given land that essentially they did not own.
European Jews. Yes, exactly. That's a big part of the matter. Yeah.
Okay.
And they took land. They were given it by European powers, and they stole land. They took land by force.
They stole, and they are still stealing to this day.
At some point, they were armed by another foreign power, and they proceeded to take more land, is what I'm guessing.
Go ahead, Jacob.
I don't know. Are you asking how Israel was established as a country, as a state? Is this what you're trying to...
Essentially, yes. I apologize for my ignorance.
I don't know, do some Googling, or I don't know, read a book or something. I don't know. Yeah, after the Holocaust, Israel was established in 1948 at the remnants and the destruction of the Palestinian people and their land. And they're still doing the same stuff today as we speak. What they're doing in the West Bank now is what they were doing in the 30s and 40s in Palestine.
Well, after Dean gave like a 10 minutes monologue, let me give you the other version.
Bruce is actually not knowledgeable about this topic, and it wasn't 10 minutes, it was about 3 minutes.
Well, but it was a 10 minutes
liar, a propagandist.
10 minutes talk, and don't be scared to hear the other side. Don't be scared.
No, I'm not scared. It's just
if you're just gonna start spooning some fucking lies, we don't want to listen to you.
We don't need any lies.
Don't be scared. It's painful to hear the truth. It's painful, but tolerate it.
It's painful to listen to a Zionist and a dumbass.
It's painful to hear the truth, but tolerate it.
It's painful for an Iranian to be in California.
Why
must be very painful for you.
What are you scared of?
Bruce, you want to know what's really funny? You still haven't answered my question, and you run away like 5 separate times. So are you going to answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you as Iranian have to do? What does you as Iranian have to do with? Yeah, I love how you're still running away. You're still running
Stop
away.
filibustering. Let him speak. Let him say his thing. Let Sam speak.
No, the reason why Bruce is doing this is because he's afraid of my question. Because he's run away from us 5 separate times.
He gave a 10-minute monologue.
Nice.
Don't be scared to hear the other side.
No, he's really scared about
It's okay.
Let's hear your side. Hey, hang on. Let's hear. I'm gonna correct this bullshit narrative. Go on, Bruce. I know you're a bullshitter.
That's okay.
To understand his problem, you must know two sides.
After centuries of anti-Semitism in Europe and in Muslim countries, where Jews were treated as second-class citizens, they had to pay what's called jizya, a Jew tax on top of everything.
That's
they were
incorrect.
forced converted. After all of this, finally, Jews around the world, they came to their ancestral land, which they were kicked out of them by Romans and others. They went back there. The land was mostly empty. And the land was never self-governed. It was governed. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Stop fucking feeling like. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hang on. Bruce, let's dive into you. Made a point. Let's do one point at a time, right?
Amir, start with jizya.
Yeah, let's start with jizya. Yeah, but can we do 1 point at a time, Bruce? 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time.
For 10 minutes.
No. Hold on.
I promise I don't want to
Hold on. Bruce.
Why did you let Dean talk? What are you scared of, Amir?
No, I need to know what the jizya is. Can you please tell us what a jizya is?
Yeah, jizya was when Islam invaded all these countries. Okay. They murdered the man, they raped the women. Okay.
Hang on.
And they told them in Islam you either have to
were they protected?
Or you have to pay a Jew tax.
Did the Muslim Caliphate brought the Jews back into Jerusalem? Who kicked the Jews out of the Jerusalem? Can you tell us?
I'm telling you what to do.
No, I'm asking you. Hold on, Bruce. I asked you a question. Who kicked the Jews out of Jerusalem?
The Romans.
Okay, who were the Romans? Were they Christian or were they Muslims?
It has nothing to do. I'm telling you.
Hold on. I need an answer. Who were the Romans?
Last time.
Yes, no. Bro, you don't. Hold on. I asked you a question. Answer the fucking question. Answer the question. Who were the Romans? Were they Christian?
The two evils, still you.
Answer the question, otherwise I'll move it down.
Listen on the two evils.
Hold on. Who were the Romans? Were they Christian?
I'm telling you to be the lesser of the two evil, still you're an evil.
You need someone to stick. You need someone such a dishonest person. I'll tell you what the problem is here. Christians, right? They kicked the Jews out of Jerusalem. Muslim Caliphate, they brought the Jews back into Jerusalem. This is historical facts according to the Jewish scholars, rabbis, and whatnot.
For how many years, Amir? Tell them for how many years?
For a long time.
800 years. 800 years. They protected them.
And even under Ottoman Empire, they were protected against the Christians. Christians wanted to butcher and slaughter these people. But who protected these people? It was the Muslims. Ottoman Empire, the Muslims.
And jizya was cheaper than zakat, and they didn't have to serve in the military, and they were protected.
Bruce, next time don't lie. Instead of being a intellectually dishonest, I know you're a Pahlavi supporter, right? And fuck your Pahlavi and go shove that Pahlavi dick up your ass.
And
someone need to stick a foot up this guy's ass, Bruce. Whatever.
He would enjoy that. No, Bruce, listen. He can have his views, but just don't be dishonest about history. Like, don't lie. Like, you can have your views, you can have your stance.
Those are not views, those are lies. That's what they are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can disagree with his views, but if you're gonna lie in history, don't lie. Be honest at least about it.
May I ask a question? Yeah, we'll take that. I guess based on the ideology that Jesus was the Son of God.
What? This has nothing to do with ideology.
Nothing to do with.
Yeah.
That Jesus was like the Son of God. This has nothing to do with that. Just out of curiosity. I'm not gonna.
No. Has nothing to do with religion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. I'll give you a very fair point of view here. You first have to understand that yes, the Jews were kicked out by the Romans. But also at the same time, you have to understand this entire thing. we had, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Educate these. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what we had, especially seen from the Europeans, was something known as pogroms, right? Pogroms was the ideologies about eliminating the Jewish people. Hitler even said that he wanted to be the final solution. Now, before this, during the Irish, genocide that was going on, and the British were doing this, there was a Zionist movement where the British wanted to find a way to kick out all the Jewish people instead of killing them, right? So the Zionist movement was the idea that they would take a place, whatever country they wanted, and they would just start exporting the Jews there because the British and the Europeans wanted nothing to do with the Jews itself. This is the extent to what the religiosity would come into question here, because Christians really didn't want anything to do with the Jews. And the Arab Jews and all these other Jews, they were completely fine under the Muslim rule. Now, the Ottoman Empire fell, the British went ahead and instilled their Jewish population into what would be Palestine. Palestine said, you know what, it's fine. Go ahead and come here. We'll allow you to have a home here. It's no big deal off of our backs. But what they didn't agree to was the people that were basically visitors would instead make their their generosity their own curse, which would be these Jewish people now all of a sudden said, this will be our land, right? It is not your land, it is our land. Something no one agreed to. This just a lot of Arabs out. Think about it in the American perspective. If a bunch of Mexicans came over to, I don't know, Ohio, right? Out of the kindness of our hearts, and then said Ohio is now, the new Mexican state, do you think America would be happy with that? Absolutely not. We'd kick their ass immediately, right? So, same thing happened. And then we have to fast forward to just before 1942. We had something known as the Havara Agreement between the Israeli Zionists, who were already classified as terrorists throughout the world. They were terrorists by the British, they were terrorists by American standards, they were terrorists by everyone's standards.
Sam, what year was that? What year was that, Sam?
I forget exactly the year off the top of my head, but I think it was the 1930s.
Okay.
Before 1942, yeah, before 1942.
Right.
Yeah, so this was before 1942. The reason I highlight this is that we also have the Havara Agreement, where the Zionist Israelis...
with Havara, 1930.
Yes. So in 1933, the Havara Agreement was an agreement between Nazi Germany and the Israeli Zionists, right? And their entire thing was, we'll go ahead and have a currency exchange, we'll have this agreement where you give us a bunch of these Jewish people who you say you have no use for, but in return, we'll keep on trading with you. When there was blockades on Nazi Germany, and as the war ramped up, especially towards the 1940s, right, the Israelis have been staunch supporters of the Nazi regime, knowing full well what they were doing to the Jewish people. They didn't care that the Jewish people were being exterminated. They cared more about the fact that they were having a close tie with Hitler. Now, moving on from that, we also have the fact that a lot of the Israeli terrorist gangs, known as Lehi, Stein, and all the other ones, were basically made, they were made and trained by the Nazi regime in a way, right? I won't say completely, but in a way they were basically training them. When the Nazi regime fell, what later happened was there was an arms blockade that happened on the terrorist state known as Israel. And this is when the USSR started arming Israel with weapons and bombs and everything. They used that as a way to conduct the first Nakba, the first genocide, right? The first Nakba, the first genocide, was carried out to kill and ethnically cleanse the Palestinian place to make their own quote-unquote Jewish state. And the USSR and a couple of other countries were heavily in support of this. No one else was. They bullied their way. They made terroristic threats. They even attacked the United States over the idea of being recognized as a state until they finally achieved that. Throughout the years, they've still echoed their same Nazi sentiments about taking a certain population, like their ethnicity, cleansing them or killing them through means of genocide or ethnic cleansing, and instilling their own ideology. The same way a Zionist did that is the same way the Nazis were doing that. The Zionists were doing exactly the same way. I mean, they learned from the best, right? They learned from Hitler. Fast forwarding towards now October 7th, you have to understand that this entire thing that the Zionists were doing to the Palestinians, killing them, butchering them, taking their land, all of that stuff was going on for several years, several decades. And October 7th basically was a response to the last 70 years, basically. Now, do I agree with October 7th and how it was conducted? Absolutely not. I'll never agree to that, and this is something I am famously known for. But what I do also understand is you can't go ahead and call the kettle black without looking at yourself, or the pot calling the kettle black without looking at yourself. Because what the Israelis were claiming and saying was exactly the same shit they've been doing to the Palestinians for the last 7 decades. Now you've come to today's conflict, right? Today's conflict is a highlight of what they've been doing for the last 70 years, but now everyone is looking at it. This is what has been known as the live stream Holocaust. We had Israel even pointing out and saying how they want to make concentration camps, how they want to basically kill as many men, women, and children, innocent women and children, for no reason whatsoever other than the fact of their race, not having to do with religion, not having to do with anything else. If they actually cared about Palestinian Jews, Palestinian Christians, and Palestinian Muslims, they would not be calling all of them human animals that they need to kill. They can't tell the difference between them. So this entire idea that is a Muslim versus Jew thing is not it's not true at all. In fact, the funniest thing here is they say they're fighting Hamas. Hamas, and the Israelis are very poignant on this position, Hamas is not a jihadi organization, as some Israelis fail to understand. And the Knesset knows this very well, hence they don't call them jihadis. In fact, Hamas is made up of Christian, Muslim, and some Jewish people that still reside within Palestine till this very day. They are fighting against the Israeli IDF, and they don't want them around anymore. And in this entire case scenario, we are seeing them starve, being killed, so on. Now, another question we need to point out, or another thing we need to point out here to fully encompass the entire conflict is there has now been a social media proxy war, basically trying to get people to curtail to the side of either Palestine or Israel via whatever means necessary. Israel has been saying for the longest time that to be against Israel is to be against Judaism, to be an anti-Semite. However, many Jewish people, including Jewish organizations within America, like the Jewish Right for Palestinians or something, I forget what they're called, they even point out that they are fully Jewish and they do not support Israel. Many other Jews have even pointed out the fact that they have no care, nor do they want anything to do with Israel, and that they want no bearing on this conflict. So stop using the name Judaism to conduct your genocide, is what a lot of Jewish people have been saying. It has now completely flipped the script on them, and they're losing this social media war. Hence, you will see them be more belligerent, especially when it comes to addressing the facts. The facts here is that we are having a very, very conservative amount of people that have been genocided, right? The conservative amount, I think, hit 60,000 finally, while a more studied amount is saying over 100,000, closer to 400,000 people have been killed so far, right? We have many organizations, as Amir has pointed out, has said that this is nothing but a genocide, wolf in sheep's clothing, and that we should denounce it in every way. Taslim, like Dean has been saying as well, also sees what Israel is doing as a genocide. Some of the most prominent Holocaust historians have even called what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, and I quote, what Hitler did to the Jewish people back in 1939.
I'm sorry, can I pose a weird question?
Yeah, sure, what's up?
If the government, sorry, not trying to be rude. It was really informative. It was really.
No, you're fine.
But like, if the
You're lagging.
Membership in fact, if the government posed a question, if I put, am I still lagging?
No, now you're not. Can you
still lagging? Okay. If the government was going to put a small microchip in your bag that always says who you are, how do you think a vast majority of people would feel about that?
When did we come to microchips?
The troll. This is the problem with the trolls.
I'm not trying to be a troll. It was just
you're a fucking troll. You're nothing but a troll. You're a piece of shit troll.
Yeah.
I don't even know why the troll is coming to
I'll leave.
Just get lost. I don't want your fucking energy. Get lost. Fucking bitch. It should be cursed out. These cyber trolls, they should be cursed out. They would never come back into this space.
Yeah, but I'm a little disappointed that I went on that entire spiel just for that.
It's okay. We have people in the audience that are listening. It's okay. We use them as a punching bag.
Yes.
Not a big deal. Yeah, so the Halal transfer was in 1933, and then you had the White Papers 1939. You had the M37, they did the Black Sunday. Sorry, I'm washing the container here.
No, you're fine.
The Black Sunday was like the craziest shit that these Zionists did to the Arabs. You know, booby trapped a bunch of shit, killed a bunch of Arabs, Palestinians. And it was basically created by force. This is a big problem with these people. They do not want to agree to the facts. Hey, welcome, Saya. All right. So, and then we had Bruce in here, freaking lying every 2 seconds, lying. You know, and how do you lie this much? Like, and then you actually believe in the lies. That's pretty fucked up. What else is new with you guys? And we have James in here as well. I don't know what the entitlement is, James. He thinks that he can be up the mic, make all this noise. Like, go off the mic if he's not speaking. We're using a cheap mic from Dollarama. They got a dollar store called Dollarama inside Campbell. You know, I told him go get a better mic, man. Anybody?
Norman, I really wrecked you people earlier today. We were debating.
You're just adding fuel to the fire.
Yes, I really did.
Okay, now we can have Bruce up here because we need another punching bag, right? So Bruce, if you want to come back, and unmute, come on up. And he needs to stop with the bullshit, man.
Yeah, Bruce, we got facts. We don't need to make stuff up. Come on, we have a just cause.
Just cause.
They don't have a just cause. They're just Arabs. They think being just Arabs is a just cause. They don't understand the definition of just. They get confused.
Yep. So, what do you gotta ask you about the Peel Commission report, right? What was the Peel Commission report about?
How do you spell Peel? P-E-E-L-E?
I thought you ordered me.
Peel Commission report. No, I don't know it. I'm gonna look it up now. Published in 1937 was the British Royal Commission's proposal to partition mandatory Palestine into separate Arab and Jewish states. It was a response to escalating violence and aimed to address the irrevocable conflict between Arab and Jewish aspirations in the region. The report recommended a two-state solution with a Jewish state and Arab state and a neutral zone under British administration. Oh, of course, yeah, and the Arabs didn't want it.
But then what happened with the White Papers? I mean, they denied it, right? And then British decided not to give them a state, correct? They stopped the mass migration.
Oh, let's see. Let me look up White Papers. White Papers had a year, right? Like 1939 or something?
1939.
White Papers of 1939. Let me take a look. I don't know all this history.
What?
Yeah, I mean, just Dr. Jordan, maybe they drew the gun and they weren't willing to use it. And that's a way to get killed. You know, if you display the gun, you better be ready. So that's all I'll say about that. But I think, Dr. Jordan, what you're describing is something that other people who don't have guns often tell me, which is that if they had a gun, they would think about using it on, like, you know, all kinds of circumstances, like shooting birds and all this kind of stuff. And they ask me this kind of stuff, like, don't you ever think about shooting a squirrel or shooting a bird or something? And it's like, no, I don't, because this, like, part of carrying a gun is knowing when you can display the gun and when not. You have to have thought about that if you're carrying a gun. Just carrying a gun is itself taking on a responsibility that you have to pursue in a deliberate, conscious manner. And you can easily get in trouble with the law if you are irresponsible about that. So I don't think that's just like, I don't know, every time you pick up your phone and put it in your bag, you aren't necessarily thinking of making a call or using, you know, Apple Pay or whatever. Every time you, I don't know, get in your car and put on your seatbelt, you're not thinking about getting in a car accident. And it's the same thing with carrying a gun. If you did do that, just like if every time you put on your seatbelt and freaked out thinking about car accidents and violence and so on, if you did that every time you carried a gun, you'd go crazy. No one can take the stress of that. So I think that's pretty bonkers. And if you just like put the pepper spray on yourself, eventually you forget about using it. You know, and then you would, in a dangerous situation, it would come to mind. But it would not be top of mind all the time for most of the time. It's the same thing with all other kinds of things in our lives.
I pinned a new article to the top. New York City mom and Detroit football coach found fatally shot in car in Miami. She was down in Miami looking for a stripper job. He's a football coach.
No, I was just confirming or affirming what
All right, well, let's see. Tony's on the stage, and I think that the IQ has just been reduced. He says otherwise. Go ahead, Tony, say something really intelligent.
There's nothing to say right now. That's the best intelligence I can do for you.
That might have been the best share you've ever had.
Touche.
JB, this is why I didn't want to come to this room. I will speak facts, and the room will get quiet. This JB, can you vouch? I said I didn't even want to come in here and explain why.
Mojo, you're probably JB's probably the only one that disagrees with you. I think everyone on stage is kind of a general consensus.
I don't think JB disagrees with me. I think JB
Not everyone.
Wait, hold on a second. Mojo, like yourself, I have no idea who this jerk off is. And he wants to speak for me, put words in my mouth.
You told me I don't need 7 guns, and it was bullshit.
You don't need 7 guns, you fucking idiot. You're a fucking sensitive little cunt. Shut up.
Did that not come out of your mouth, JB?
Okay, do what? I'm sorry?
You told me I don't need 7 guns, and it's bullshit, and no one needs 7 guns.
I said it, you fucking moron. Clean your ears.
So is that not exactly what Mojo just said a minute ago?
I wasn't there on the phone to hear what Mojo said. I know Mojo's stance on the Second Amendment, you moron. You don't even know who the fuck you are, neither do I. But here's the deal. I did invite him in. He didn't want to come in. You know why? Because of schmucks like you. That's why he didn't want to come in. And that's really the fucking truth. I had to pull a friend card and say, Mojo, do me a solid as a friend. Come into this room. Because I wanted him to fucking get it off his chest dealing with some of you fucking lunatics. So get out of your panties, put your big boy pants on, and get off my dick. Respectfully. Thank you.
You know, on the whole gun thing, I do want to speak on that. I agree with Mojo. I don't know JB's standpoint on it, but if you're a person that's highly emotional, you don't deserve a gun at all. Dead ass, because you're gonna be if you are a scared person walking on the street and jump anytime you see something that scares you and you're ready to pull your gun, or you have road rage, you don't deserve a gun at all. Keep it.
Well, Tony, according to some people in this room, no names, Mojo, everybody deserves a gun. You can be mentally ill, you can be psychotic. Damn, the Second Amendment trumps all that. No pun intended.
Well, listen, there's been erosions to it, and people try to infringe on these rights. I think that the infringement that we have today at the state level and at the federal level is misguided. I think if we cared enough about people that were mentally ill, we would look at the statistics and we would recognize that you are more likely to get harmed by a gun if you're mentally ill than to harm someone with a gun if you're mentally ill. That doesn't necessarily mean that all people should own guns. You know the people that shouldn't? The people that don't want them. If you don't want them, you shouldn't have one. If you're not prepared to train with it, I highly recommend that you don't get one. I wouldn't restrict your right to own one because I don't think I have that right to tell you that. But my advocacy would, as a friend, I would tell you, please don't get a gun if you're not going to train with it. I think that's a very important thing. The other thing that I would also argue is that since the people that want to grab the guns have done such a fucking piss poor job of reducing violence, and they've done a piss poor job of legislating in a way that takes guns out of criminals' hands, I would say the smartest thing that they could do, the next time you have like a Democrat circle jerk, normally like they just let somebody die, especially a child, at the hands of a gun, and then what happens? Democrats, politicians, the pundits, they fucking pull their fucking wiener out and they jack off on the dead body. They love it when the kids die. You know why they love it when the kids die? Because it's the only thing that they have to be able to say, this constitutional right, we're going to take it from you because we don't fucking like freedom. But
Well,
you know,
I have
if they
pushback for that.
well, before, let me land my plane. If they were fucking intelligent, what they would do is they would put the onus on people like myself and Jason Ducin. They would say, hey, look, we failed miserably with policy regarding firearms. We want to reduce violence, and here's the specific type of violence that we want to start with. And what they should do is they should go to the people that understand firearms, that also have a vested interest in not seeing violence in their community, and ask them, hey, since you understand these things, help us figure it out. I would much rather go to Jason, who understands firearms, for a solution on reducing violence than to go to somebody that's never fired a fucking BB gun.
Thank you.
And I'm
Tony, hold on. Let me just jump in here. Because I'm going to stir it, I believe, just a little bit, but I'm going to get dismissed by these gun lunatics. People love to stand on their square with the Second Amendment. It's our fucking right. Mother, you can't take the right away. Adam, you can't take the right away. What about the 14th Amendment, the birthright? Nobody's screaming about that. Everybody just wants to stand down. Hold on, Mother. Everybody wants to stand down and worry about their guns. But there's another amendment that nobody talks about. What about the birthright amendment? That's being trampled on right now by Donald Trump and his administration. But that's okay, as long as you guys can have your AR-15s to go shoot a fucking doves. I don't know.
Well, look, after somebody makes a very valid point, like I did, about the way that the gun grabbers go, the response to that is to pivot away from the Second Amendment and to talk about another amendment. If we're going to talk about amendments, why don't we do this? Why don't we play this game? Next time you come up to somebody, you come across someone that tells you that they're a constitutionalist, really it's going to be the Republicans. They're going to tell you they're a constitutionalist, right? The next time they tell you they're a constitutionalist, just whisper to them. Don't yell at them. Don't give them any attitude. Just whisper to them, hey, what do you think about that Third Amendment? And then just watch their eyes glaze over, because they don't know what the fuck the Third Amendment is. So I think there's a lot of people that pick the amendments that they like. I fucking totally get that. And I'm a zealot when it comes to the Second Amendment. No argument there. But that doesn't mean, like, the whataboutism thing that you just did, flipping into the 14th Amendment. I mean, if we're gonna change the topic of the room, we can do that. But like that was classic.
No, mayhem. No way, mayhem. I'm just saying, you people love to get on your little box and your little square and call out the exact amendment that gives you that right to own those AR-15s, to shoot dogs and turkeys. Turkeys, by the way, the dumbest animal in the world. You could probably beat them with a fucking stick and kill them. But that doesn't matter. So when I say, wait, you're going to stand on that fucking square about shoving down everybody's throat, but it's my right. It's the Second Amendment, baby. I'm saying, wait, we trample on all the amendments, but we just talk about the ones that matter too. Gun nuts.
Yeah, just real quick. Hold on real quick. Can you define gun nut?
No, I'm not gonna. Brian, I'm gonna boot you, man. I don't like
why
you.
You hate me. There's no. I don't
like you.
With my stance.
I don't like you because you're a sensitive little bitch.
You're literally fucking crying on everything, JB. You're crying.
It's my room, asshole.
I know.
You see that? Should I shut the fuck up? Yeah, I know. Wow. Goodbye. I didn't throw him out. Hold on a second, Tony. I didn't throw him out. He lost like the bitch he is.
Just real quick.
What the hell? Hold on a second, gentlemen. Let me say hello, Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve, how you doing?
Happy Monday, everybody.
Happy Monday. Steve, you're a gun owner, right?
Yes, and allow me to say, please, I'm 65 years old, and I never owned my first gun until I was about 60. I had fired guns, but I had never owned a gun until the pandemic, when they started talking about defund the police. And by the way, that's when gun ownership in the United States went up literally like 33%. Yes, I'm a gun and a pit bull owner.
I've heard good things about your pit bull. Hold on, Tia.
Thank you, JB. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't there, but somebody in the room was in your house and met the pit bull. Says great dog. Well, anyway, before I continue,
hold on, JB. Can I just say real quick? Dr. Jordan and I were at Steve's house, and we were very careful to sit on the human couch. You do not want to sit on the dog couch. That was the one piece of advice that we were given. But he's a lovely dog.
She.
Okay, she is a very lovely dog.
Roger, when I heard your story, please don't beat up. I want you to piggyback off this. When I heard your story with Uncle Steve and Jordan, for some reason it had like Hunter S. Thompson flair to it.
No, you know what it was more like? It was more like the scene in Boogie Nights when they're sitting there playing like the 80s music and doing the cocaine. Actually, we were set to the music. We had like the Beach Boys. We were playing like, he had like Paul Anka.
Oldies rock and roll, yes.
It was phenomenal, and the volume was set at just the right level where we could have a conversation. He was. I don't want to talk about all of his habits, but he had asked us if we'd mind if he partakes in things that he likes to partake in, and we're just like, dude, this is the most polite, the most hospitable person in the world. But then we're like, dude, make yourself at home. You're fucking home, guy.
They said, hey, it's your home, do whatever you want, and I said, but you guys are my guests. That's correct.
Wait. Mojo. Just Mojo. What was Steve's drink of choice? Why do I see him sitting there with a rock glass and some good scotch?
It was a little later in the evening, and I'm not sure. I don't recall that. Honestly, all I recall is a great conversation of three guys that are just entering our prime in life, just talking about Clubhouse and talking about life. It was a beautiful time, and Uncle Steve is a great host, and Dr. Jordan is a great guy, not a great.
Extended name of the driver. Jordan, let me go to T real quick because he's gonna have a seizure if he doesn't speak, and then you can take over, Jordan. T, go ahead.
I have disdain for both groups. I actually have something to criticize the pro-gun people and something to criticize the anti-gun people. And that is the number of gun deaths. So each year in America, there's approximately 20,000 gun murderers, right? And pro-gun people say people need to have guns to protect against criminals, and the anti-gun people focus on reducing it. But both groups are worthless, in my opinion, because the real killer of Americans actually look at the numbers. The real killer of Americans is humans driving cars. Human beings are such shitty drivers that 40,000 Americans die. So the number of Americans killed by cars is twice as many as the number killed by guns. And what's really interesting is no one on Clubhouse gives a fuck about the 40,000 people killed by cars, because it's not a political issue. It doesn't allow people to feel morally superior, right? It doesn't let people flex. So anyone that's talking about gun deaths is human garbage as far as I'm concerned, because the real priority is eliminating people killed by cars. And of course, we could save all 40,000 of those people by simply rolling out Waymo. And no one on Clubhouse gives a fuck about those dead 40,000 people. So
T, I agree with a couple of things here. I do think that autonomous driving vehicles are the future. I think they're going to be proved to be far safer. Right now, though, they're not quite there yet. The last time I was in a Waymo, it dropped me off in a fucking alley behind the fucking hotel. So I wouldn't want to see, like, women experience that. I was okay, I got to my room, but until the Waymos figure this stuff out, we're going to have to let these bad drivers drive. The other thing that's interesting, though, about this topic about drivers and guns and whatnot, is that driving is not a constitutionally protected right. And so I am all for taking bad drivers off the road.
Well, before we continue with this stimulating conversation, let me just take a moment to shout out Ann Hero. Today's her birthday. Happy birthday, Ann. She turned 50 today, guys, so if you get a chance, wish Ann Hero a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, you young pup.
Wait, she's 50?
She says 50. I don't know, bro. Depends on which picture she has. She says she's 42.
Roger, I wanted to say to you, Roger, real quick, based off the last thing you just said. I think that all the roads should be privatized. Keep all the drivers on the road, and just if you have bad drivers on your road, then guess what? You don't compete as well. People don't drive on it anymore. Just have all the bad drivers go to the bad drivers' road, and all the good ones go to the good ones' road.
Yeah, no objection.
That's not how privatized roads work. Like, they're not doing background checks on the drivers before they get on the highway. What are we talking about? You ever live somewhere that has privatized roads? That's not how they...
Well, but we could. You gotta be more imaginative. We could put a kill switch in these vehicles, and if they try to drive on my fucking road, we could kill the engine.
Well, I changed the title. Which is more dangerous, guns versus driving?
We're skipping the big one in the country. The fucking fat ass obesity rate in this country is what's killing the most people. Like, let's get people off their fat asses and in the...
Yeah, that's not a bad call. Not a bad call. Dr. Jordan and I, when we got together, we had vegan food. Remember that, Dr. Jordan?
Did you guys work out together?
We did not work out together, but I did break a sweat driving along with him.
Yes, we worked out together.
Did he introduce you to Ori Spado?
No, I didn't introduce him. I should have. I never thought of that. Although Ori goes to bed at very early. Very early.
Hey, Jordan, I love Ori. I say that sincerely. But his TikToks, dude, he had like 2 months of TikToks talking about P. Diddy. He was wrong on everything about that.
Yeah, he thinks he's a RICO expert.
Dude, but listen, if you live as long as Ori does, you could be right, all you have to do is just keep making predictions. You're gonna get right sometime. That's it. What is he, 90 or something?
Well, he's probably 84 now, but he's definitely, you gotta give him credit. He's a true survivor.
Can we be honest though? He was never really a gangster.
Well, Jordan, are you considered a gangster if you're adjacent to a gangster?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, are you considered a gangster if you're adjacent to a gangster?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to comment. I think he's a gangster in his own right. In his own right, I suppose.
You mean in his own mind?
I'll let Mojo discuss that.
Although he's introduced me to a guy from, so there's a guy, I don't know why his name is slipping my mind at the moment, but he was a hitman for the mob who did 13 years in prison. Maybe I'll get him on the app. He's written a couple books. He is huge. He's all muscle and he's like 6'5", 320 pounds. The guy is huge, and he was with the Detroit. I don't know. You guys might know who the Detroit family was. I don't remember, but we could maybe get him in here.
All I'm saying is Ori's no Fat Tony Salerno. That's all I'm saying.
Who is Tony Salerno?
Oh, God.
He was the head of one of the mob families.
Oh my God.
Why do I bother?
Wow, who the fuck is following mob families in this country? What are we talking?
Are you sure? Like, what do you watch? The Kardashians?
Is this common knowledge?
It definitely sounds like
I don't watch the Kardashians. The Kardashians is for dumb people.
Hey, mother. Hey, the Great Nicholas. The mob genre, suit crime, is probably one of the top genres in every type of platform, social media platform you can think of.
Really? Oh, okay, maybe I'm just not as popular as, or not as aware with the culture as. I don't know, I'm kind of a nerd. I spend my time watching AI things. I don't really watch, like, normal TV.
What's up, Bazooka?
Hey, how's it going, man? How are you?
I'm great. What's more dangerous, guns or driving?
Women.
You be more specific, do you mean women drivers or just women in general?
Just women.
You know how they make up that stat about, like, more people have been killed in the name of religion than for any other reason? I would argue that more people have been killed over women than any other.
Dead ass. Kings. Kingdoms. People today. How many dudes get into a fight because of a woman?
A woman got murdered on his app.
Oh, damn.
I don't like this title, JB. Can I say something about the old title?
Sure, be my guest. But
okay.
Remember, Mojo's Second Amendment, baby, begin.
Yeah, so I think, this is going to be an unpopular take, but I think the previous one was like, why are there so many dads versus wives? I don't know, something along those lines, right? I think Americans are people who glorify aggression much more relative to other countries. I think the hyper-individualism that is normalized in this country on top of the aggression that is kind of celebrated and rejoiced for some reason in this country is why we have so much more violence. I think it's a bigger issue outside of just access to guns. I think Americans in general, like, they for some reason love the bravado and aggression that is so typical relative to other places.
Well, I agree with you, Mother, but I wonder if we agree for the same reason. Like, I mean, if you think about the history of America, right? If you think about, you come here as a pioneer, there's people here, right? And so you get in a war with the people that were here, and then the people back across the pond want to tax you, and you're like, oh, hell's nah. And then you fight the world's largest military at the time, and you beat them. I mean, this country was really, like, guns are pretty important to it. You know, like it literally was what was used to establish our independence. And, you know, that's not for nothing. And so I think it's in our culture. Not all countries were formed in the same way that our country was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I also think that in general, America has a habit of being aggressive even towards its peaceful neighbors. We have a long history of toppling governments that we don't like that had nothing to do with our own survival or instinct, because this country is a bully, and this is what we do.
If this country was a bully, why don't we continue bullying people? I feel like we get punked by. Well, I feel like we get punked by people that we can kick the shit out of. That's not being a bully.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Mojo, respectfully. Overall, I'm not going to pick one subject: education, prison, nothing, inflation. Do you think America's the greatest country on the planet right now?
No, right now I think Israel is by far the greatest country on the entire planet. But I think that the U.S. Is a close second, and I think that we could return to being number one if we just return to to what made us great in the first place.
T,
I travel all over the world, and we are undoubtedly the greatest country in the world on 20 different metrics, and it has nothing to do with either of the retarded political parties. We are the best country in the world. It doesn't matter who's sitting in the White House. And the proof is, go to Palo Alto, go to Cupertino, go to Silicon Valley. The smartest people in the world all want to move to Silicon Valley. They all want to be Americans.
Do you mean Mr.
Why don't you let me finish? Why don't you let me finish?
I will.
The smartest people in the world. I'm going to finish, and then you can ask the question. The smartest people in the world of all races and all religions want to move to Silicon Valley. No other country in the world has anything even fucking close to Silicon Valley. So fuck the hater.
Okay, now that you're finished. I think our friend, my friend and yours, Thugga Biden, would argue that the people of Massachusetts are the smartest people in America. What do you say to that?
Respectfully disagree with the thug.
Okay. Has anybody actually seen him, Mojo?
They should put that motherfucker on a milk carton.
Yo, Thugger has
he's very active on Twitter, so he posts all the time on Twitter. He's fled Clubhouse, but he hasn't fled social media. Respectful.
Well, gee, you're coming in hot tonight. So let me ask you a question. Are we number one in, let's say, education?
Yeah, not only are we number one in education, I have stats that fucking prove it, JB.
First of all, why are you yelling at me? I just asked you a simple question.
Sorry for getting heated. If you want the stats, I'll cite.
I like T. It's all good.
We'll agree with T. We are number one in a couple things. Number one in being the fattest country in the fucking.
Yeah, that's because of all those goddamn Mexicans over in Alamogordo, Texas.
No, the rest of the country's fat as fuck as well.
San Antonio and Alamogordo. Show me a fatter city.
So Charles Barkley said.
Or show me fatter women anywhere.
Every demographic in this country is overweight, regardless of what subcategory. Black.
That is not true. South
Latino.
Koreans are not overweight. It's like against their fucking genetic makeup.
I think that there's a phenomenon that I urge everyone to Google. It's called oikophobia versus oikophilia. Oik means your home, and there are plenty of people like Mother who hate their own nation. They hate their own people, they hate their nation, they hate their family, and it is a mental disease that Mother has, and I would implore everyone, oikophobia. It describes Mother completely.
Yeah, I can't even take this stupid ass comment seriously, so I'm gonna ignore it.
So criticizing something means you hate something? Or is it criticism?
I don't know, but can we talk about the fact that I posted evidence, or I made a claim that I read on a website, and I posted it up above, that shows that the majority, over 50% of the serial killers from 2000 forward, in the 2000s, the 2010s, and even currently, more than 50% of the serial killers are black. Who wants to handle that?
As soon as you ask that question,
racist, Mojo. Sorry, you can't bring that up.
As soon as you said that, Mojo, T left the room.
Who? No, he probably went to get evidence.
Domingo, he's like